Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 114, Freedom. Island of Ogygia, Mediterranean Sea. August 29, 1228, Monday. So, Callie, what do you think of Eric? Selena asked, dropping the bomb on Calypso. The goddess got alarmed by that question and tried to hide her emotions. Eric is a nice guy. Calypso replied like she had misunderstood Selena's question. Selena giggled at that. Come on, Callie. You know what I meant. You have some feelings for Eric. Selena said to Calypso, who was making a poor excuse in hiding her emotion at the moment. I don't know what you are talking about. Calypso said again, and Selena giggled at that. Callie, do you really think that if I would not be okay with that I would be asking you? Selena asked Calypso, who stood in silence for a time thinking about what she had just heard. After a time, she let out a sigh. Sigh. Calypso then looks to the sky before replying to Selena. I don't really know, Sally. Eric is a wonderful man. I could see that in the little time that I know you all. But, I don't know if I like him like that. Calypso replied to Selena, omitting a yet at the end of her answer. Unfortunately for her, it was Selena that she was talking with. The witch had decades of experience with teenagers and knew when someone was not taking everything to her. Selena smiled at that reply. You know, I would be really happy if you joined us. Be it temporary or in a more permanent venue. Selena said to Calypso. The goddess's heart beat with more strength after hearing that. But reality hit her hard. That would be nice. But I doubt that those pricks would let me go. Calypso replied to Selena, who let out a laugh. Dear, you really don't know Eric yet. Right now, I could bet with you that he is probably thinking of a way to give back to you your freedom. Selena said to Calypso. You don't understand. Calypso started saying but was interrupted by Selena. It is you that do not understand, Callie. Eric has one of the most ingenious minds that I had ever seen. Even my mother admitted that, and she was someone known for her wit. Selena said to Calypso, lighting up the fire of hope inside her. But she still was resigned. They would never let me go. Thousands of years ago I made the mistake, that I don't regret, of trying to help my father, that Titan Atlas. And now I am imprisoned here for that. Calypso said, making Selena giggle. Tell Callie, how long has it been since you last had a visitor? Selena asked Calypso but didn't need an answer. Do you really think that they would come here again? Eric Ravenclaw, one of the newest powerhouses of the supernatural world, together with Seraphal Leviathan, one of the Satans from the underworld, have been on this island for 2 days already and they didn't send anyone to check. It is sad to say this, but they do not care. Selena said, presenting the hard facts to Calypso. And I already told you, Eric will think about something. You will be leaving this island with us. Selena said to Calypso, whose eyes were getting full of tears again. They were making that promise to her again. She should not believe in it anymore, but this one was different in some way. They were not promising to come back for her, but to not leave without her. It was a different wording, but one that changed everything for her. Calypso turned in Selena's lap to face her newest and dearest friend. She then did what any emotional would do at that point. She hugged Selena and started to cry again in the woman's lap. Later that day, during dinner that had the presence of Seraphal again, Eric confirmed to Calypso what Selena had said to her earlier that day. Oh yeah. I almost forgot to say. Calypso, I'm working on a live decoy for you. Eric said like it was nothing and went back to eat his dinner. Calypso looked at him with wide eyes. Selena then giggled and slapped Eric's arms. Dear, don't drop a bomb like that on her. At least explain things right. Selena said to Eric, and he did. Well, the live decoy that I am making will take 100th of your current energy and store inside it. It will then replicate your life signal. To anyone sensing if you are still on the island, it will look like you are still here while in the truth, you will be traveling around the world with us. And you don't have to worry about being discovered outside either, we have that covered. Eric explained to Calypso, who at the end of his words, started bawling her eyes out again. Selena and Seraphal smiled at that and got up to hug their friend. It had taken some time for Calypso to calm down, and when she did, she slept on Seraphal's bosom. The Satan took the teen-looking goddess on her arms, unruffled her wings, and gently took the flight to where Calypso's cave room was. 3 days later, Eric called Calypso to the beach after dinner and presented to her what he had come up with. It was an artifact that strongly resembled an egg. It had around 30 centimeters of height and was white. An opaque white. The only difference with a real egg was that it was made entirely of some kind of crystalline material instead of calcium. Tonight, when you go to bed, you will take the egg with you and keep it in your bed with you. It will take some of your energy and start generating the decoy life signal the moment that you are away from it. Eric said to Calypso, who was looking at the egg with wide eyes. Then, when she saw that Eric had finished explaining what she needed to do, Calypso jumped at Eric and hugged him like a koala bear. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you," Calypso repeatedly said to Eric. It was then that she saw the position that she was, but, before she could let go of Eric, she felt two other bodies hugging Eric and her together. It was Selena and Seraphal. "Isn't that wonderful, Callie?" Seraphal said with mischievous eyes and a gentle smile. A true devil she was to manage to pull that combination. "Right. Now Callie can travel with us," Selena said, not hiding her smirk. Which made no difference since Calypso didn't have eyes at the back of her head. The two women had trapped her between them and Eric. A true Calypso's sandwich. After they let her go, Calypso took the egg and bolted back to her room cave. The extra time that she had spent in contact with Eric had some effects on her. Calypso was now all hot and bothered, and needed some privacy to take care of it. She didn't see it, but Selena and Seraphal were snickering at her state when she left. The next day, when Calypso woke up from her sleep after having tired herself at night, she stood looking gobsmacked at the crystalline egg in her bed. To her senses, it appeared that she had another person in the bed with her. A person that would feel just like her if her senses were developed well enough. A smile appeared on Calypso's face and she happily walked out of her cave room while humming a song. When she encountered her friends for breakfast, her good mood had not diminished at all. "It seems that someone had a good night," Seraphal said teasingly when she saw Calypso. The goddess just smiled widely at her friend before answering. "It was good, but the true happiness I got this morning. The artifact that Eric made worked perfectly," Calypso said while closing her eyes and sensing that there was a life signal on her cave room right now. "About that," Eric said suddenly, making Calypso open her eyes and look at him. "You fled before I could finish explaining the artifact yesterday," Eric said, making Calypso blush and Selena and Seraphal snicker. "You will need to come back to the island once each 10 years or so to recharge the artifact with your energy," Eric said, making Calypso let out a breath that she didn't know she was holding. "Dear, don't do that with Callie. I bet that she thought that it was something difficult to do or that she had done something wrong," Selena said after sipping her tea. Eric then nodded his head to her and took something from one of his pockets. "Sorry about that, Calypso. And you fled before I could give you this too," Eric said and opened his hand. In it was a very small, thin, and metallic-looking snake that could not be longer than 7 centimeters. Calypso looked at the small creature with curiosity in her eyes. She had never seen any animal like that. Calypso slowly extended her hand to it. When it was close to the little snake, she looked at Eric's face and silently asked for confirmation that she could touch it. Eric nodded his head to Calypso, and the goddess went for it. Calypso slowly petted the little snake with her finger and let it climb in her hand when she offered her palm to it. "Now, don't be alarmed with what will happen next," Eric said to Calypso, who looked at him with confusion on her face. Suddenly, she felt a prick in her hand. "Ouch," she said and looked at her hand. The little snake was nowhere to be seen. The only thing new in her hand was a metallic ring that had some scales pattern that now adorned her little finger. She looked at the new ring on her finger and then looked at Eric. The man was smiling at her. "I told you to not be alarmed," Eric said to Calypso. "Where did the little snake go? Why did it bite me? And what is this ring?" Calypso said quickly, throwing those questions at Eric. The man smiled before answering all of them. "The little snake is the ring around your little finger. It bit you to take a drop of your blood and bond to you, so it could work better. The snake ring is what will hide your presence outside this island. While you are wearing it, to anyone sensing you, you will appear to be a normal human," Eric said and showed her his own ring. Calypso then looked at Selena and then at Seraphal. Both women showed her their rings on their little fingers. Of course, Calypso had noticed the other ring beside the snake one. It was their wedding rings. Island of Ogygia, Mediterranean Sea. September 3, 1228, Sunday. Another 2 days later and Calypso was a puddle of anxiety. She had moved, with the help of Selena and Seraphal, the little things that she had inside her cave room that she wanted to take with her off the island to a room inside Helena's Revenge, her new room. Selena had promised to help her buy some new clothes during their next stops, so she didn't take too many things with her. Mostly were her adornments made of enchanted bronze or gold. Calypso was now looking the last time at the island that had been her prison and home for a very long time from the deck of Helena's Revenge. "Callie, come inside. We need to be hidden inside the cabins while the yacht crosses the barrier." Selena's voice came from behind her. Calypso turned, smiled at her friend, and then nodded her head in confirmation. She then followed Selena inside, until they arrived where Eric and Serafal were already waiting, the cockpit of the yacht. Ready to travel the world again? Eric asked Calypso, who eagerly nodded her head in response. Yes, please. Calypso answered, making all the other occupants of the cockpit smile. Then let's raise anchor and depart. Eric exclaimed while turning to the console that was full of switches and levers and started to flip them. They heard the noise of the anchor chains being lifted from the sea and felt the yacht slowly starting to move. Eric maneuvered the yacht expertly until it was pointing to the side contrary to the island of Ogygia. Any last words before we leave the island? Eric asked Calypso, who shook her head negatively. She had nothing to say at that moment. Then let's go. Eric said and pushed a lever by the side of the rudder. Helena's Revenge picked up speed and soon it was out of the magical barrier of Ogygia and freely sailing again on the Mediterranean Sea. Eric then set their new course on a mid-speed and turned to the girls. Calypso was fixated looking through the window. Ogygia had already disappeared from their vision due to the magical barrier and around them was only salt water now. Our next destination is already set. You girls can go outside and have some fun. Eric said to them. Calypso woke from her dreamlike visage with those words and looked around. She was free. Free from her prison. Come, Callie. Let me show you our library. Maybe you will find something that you like there. Selena said and got a handle of Calypso's hand and started to pull her away before the goddess could start to cry. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Calypso joins the tribe. Random merchant port, Mediterranean Sea. September 5th. Calypso was loving her new freedom. They had just arrived in their first port city, one at the African side of the Mediterranean Sea, and she was now being escorted by Selena and Eric to a high-end clothes store after having one of her dress-like togas transfigured to something more inconspicuous by Selena. When they arrived at the store, her eyes were shining with the variety of clothes that she had to choose from. She was like a kid in a candy store if candy stores were already a thing. 4 hours later, a revamped Calypso was happily walking through the market by Eric and Selena's side. She had bought a good quantity of clothes that would last for a good time for her. Or that was what she had thought about it. Selena had explained to Calypso that due to the various cultures in the world, each place had its own rules about clothing, and to not get too much attention and better mix with the locals, they would have to buy more clothes in other places. Calypso just nodded her head seriously at that while Eric rolled his eyes at Selena's excuse to buy more clothes. Good thing that I have so many profitable businesses back in Europe. Eric thought. If it wasn't because of their seemingly endless stream of gold and silver coming from these businesses, they surely would not be able to afford all these expenses. After having passed by various places selling different things and having bought some, Eric, Selena, and Calypso were back to Helena's Revenge. But, at entering the kitchen after having put her new things inside her new room, Calypso froze after noticing that someone was already there, waiting for them. Hestia! Calypso exclaimed while assuming a ready-to-flee posture. Hestia, who had come to visit Selena and Eric, cocked her head in confusion at the new face inside the yacht that seemed to know her. She stood in place looking at the teen-looking women in confusion until the memory came to her with the identity of the person that she was looking at. Oh, Calypso. It's good that Eric and Selena managed to get you out of that island. Hestia said to Calypso like it was nothing and went back to prepare some tea. Calypso was certainly not expecting that. You are not here to take me back? Calypso asked the goddess, who let out a laugh. Get you back? Why? In my eyes, you already did your punishment time, and if I was still in the council, I would have moved it for your release. I'm here just to visit my second family. Hestia said to Calypso while finishing to make her teapot. Calypso was looking confused at Hestia. That was not the reaction that she had expected at all. During her time of confusion, Eric and Selena entered the kitchen too and saw Hestia there with Calypso looking at her confused. Hestia. The couple said together, with Eric walking to Hestia and giving her a big hug. The Olympus goddess smiled at that and hugged Eric back. You arrived just at the right moment, I was just going to start to prepare lunch for us. Eric said to Hestia, making the goddess eyes shine at that. If you insist. Hestia said back to Eric as it was some kind of effort to stay for lunch, and proceeded to hug Selena. She then looked at Calypso, who was still dumbly looking at her. I think I broke her. Hestia said in a low voice to Selena while pointing at Calypso discreetly. Selena giggled at that and walked to Calypso. She then poked Calypso with a finger while using some low-powered electric spell. Calypso jumped in place with the stimulus while letting out a yeep yell. She then glared at Selena for an instant, just to look again at Hestia. But this time, she didn't stand still dumbly looking at her. Unexpectedly, Calypso just shrugged and went to help Eric with the lunch. The lunch went very well. Eric had cooked some local cuisine from the region that they were right now and, in Calypso's opinion, he had managed to outdo the old housewives that'd been making the dish since their teen years. Everyone laughed at the bold claim since it was Calypso's first time eating that kind of meal. After that, everyone relaxed while savoring some ice cream that Eric had prepared for dessert. Months quickly passed with the little group traveling through the Mediterranean Sea. They had visited some of the hidden Greek islands during this time, and Selena even managed to put her hands in some old Greek parchments with instructions on magic runes, which, to her surprise, Calypso could translate perfectly. For Calypso's happiness, nobody recognized her in these islands full of Greeks. The group continued with their travels, with them visiting some harbor cities of the Ottoman Empire. And, after Eric had built a magical closet for Calypso due to all the different clothing that she and Selena bought, Helena's revenge changed its course to exit the Mediterranean Sea. Calypso had adjusted very well with the life with the Ravenclaws and was lately being heavily questioned by Selena when she would jump at Eric. Selena had already talked with Calypso together with Serafall. They had basically given her theirs go-ahead to seduce their husband. And Calypso was doing exactly that. There was a touch here, an insinuation there, and she was slowly chipping away Eric's will. The last drop came when they were back into the Atlantic Ocean, going south. During one afternoon, Selena suddenly decided to sunbathe naked and invited Calypso to do the same while in front of Eric. The teen-looking goddess understood Selena's objective and boldly took out the little pieces of cloth that she was wearing, showing her delicious body to Eric's eyes. The men gulped at that and discreetly looked at Selena, who saw it and gave her husband a nod. What followed was Eric pulling a naked Calypso to his lap and initiating an impromptu make-out session. Calypso got dizzy with Eric's ability. She was so out of her that she barely discerned Selena's voice when the Wicked Witch whispered at her ear that for that night, Eric was all hers. And so it was. That night, Calypso had her first night with Eric. Since ages ago, she was not a virgin girl and had some experience with sex, but Eric showed her how to truly make love with a woman. The next day, Calypso only managed to get out of her bed in the afternoon. She had been driven to an orgasmic coma by Eric. A marvelous coma. She now understood why Selena and Serafall were pushing her so much to seduce Eric. They could not handle him alone, and instead of letting their men wanting, they decided to get help from people that they could trust. That second night, Calypso was properly welcomed to the Ravenclaw family by all members of the said family in a big orgy that would make Eros and Aphrodite blush. Who knew that one could have sex in those positions? More years quickly flew by. Eric's third wife, Calypso, was officially introduced to the women-only tea party. Selena's tea parties now had the presence of Frigga too. The queen goddess of Asgard had hit with Selena in their mutual interest for magic. Both women would have long discussions on the Asgardians' library about the subject until Selena invited her to come to a women-only tea party. The queen goddess loved the party a lot. It was a place where all those powerful women could talk about insubstantial things without worrying about politics and the like. There, she could truly relax and just chat away her problems with other people that would not judge or use them against her. Helena's revenge had traveled through the entire coast of the African and Asian continent. It had taken some years to do that because they would stop for a day or two into different harbor cities and islands along the way, but nobody complained about the lengthy trip. They were all enjoying it too much, and it was not like they had anything else to do. Eric and Selena had to, one day, make a quick trip back to Hogwarts. Apparently, another Dark Lord had risen to power and thought that it was a good idea to attack the castle. Well, after Eric and Helena had shown him and his allies, that were vampires by the way, what the hell on earth looked like, he didn't think that anymore and cursed himself for trying to attack the castle. The Ravenclaw's return to Hogwarts had been so quick that the castle's population didn't even have the chance to see them right before they were back to Helena's revenge. Only the ashes of the Dark Lord's army around the castle walls was the proof that the Ravenclaws were still around and protecting the school. That put some brakes on the people that were eyeing the school from the shadows. During these years of traveling, Calypso had to come back to the island one time to recharge the artifact. But it had been an easy trip since Eric had secretly carved the transportation magic anchor in an underground room on the island. Eric, Selena, and Calypso had taken the opportunity to have some wild sex on Calypso's old cave room. Those walls would never tell anyone about the things that it had witnessed anyway. After having passed by Neon and staying for a time at their home on the island, the family continued their trip to the north, visiting some places that they had never been before. The family continued their trip by following the coastline of the continent until Helena's revenge arrived in an area that was full of ice. Eric and the girls had to wear some thick clothes since they didn't want to ruin the experience by solving every problem that they encountered with magic, and it was one more excuse to buy clothes for the women. The days that Serafall was together with them, she thrived in the middle of that ambient since her magic revolved around the ice element. After seeing those gigantic icebergs lazily floating on the ocean surface, Eric mysteriously turned Helena's revenge to the east. His objective was to reach the lands that one day would be named the Americas, just the west coast of it. The family reached the coast of which would one day become Alaska/Canada in time to witness the salmon's migration up the river streams to lay their eggs. After some hiking, they watched the bears feasting on the salmons. Eric had taken the opportunity to grill some of those for them too. During this travel, they had found a marvelous location by a lake and a river where Eric decided to build them a mountain wooden cabin. It had taken 3 days for him to finish the build. Magic was really a marvelous tool to have. After covering the place with protections, the same ones that he had put on all of their homes, the family spent the entirety of the next month there. They witnessed the first snow of the winter season before closing the cabin and continuing their trip on Helena's Revenge to more warm waters. Continuing down the west coast of the future Americas, the family took some time to marvel at the sheer size of the redwood forest. After a quick spell, Selena announced that most of these trees were almost 2,000 years old. Eric made sure to get some seedlings from them. He was sure that these trees would make excellent wood for ships and furniture, and he had just the right people to take care of them and the place where to plant them. Eric was sure that the ambient magic from a magic forest, like the Black Forest by Hogwarts side, would only hasten the growth of these trees. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Collecting and Building. Somewhere on the west coast of future North America. After passing by the redwoods, Eric and the girls continued to go down the coast with Helena's Revenge. The family would stop at each nice location that they found and spend the day enjoying the place. In some places, they had even made contact with the local population of supernaturals. They were in the great majority natural animagus and shamans. Selena managed to trade some knowledge about transfiguration and simple alarm wards for knowledge about animagus with them. Each tribe had its own ritual and customs about it, but they all had the same belief that the animal in which you could shapeshift is the same as your guardian. This knowledge about animagus together with the knowledge that they had gotten in Africa were enough for Selena to start her next project, becoming an animagus herself. Their trips continued until the family hit the part of the continent that Eric was secretly interested in, future Central America. Here, Eric and the girls had to be very cautious. The gods of the pantheons that ruled these lands were very active and were not the sort in which they wanted to mingle with from what they had discovered in a quick survey of the place. They were the type that often asked for sacrifices. Human sacrifices. Taken that they were a very advanced civilization for the standards that they had seen until now in the north, the sacrifice of humans was a barbarian thing to do. But to each their drug, and Eric and the girls decided to not make contact with them. It helped that their magic was too primitive for Selena's taste. Eric just took what he had waited so long for to be done with: cacao, potatoes, tomatoes, and corn. Of course, that already being the regions, Eric took the opportunity to make a little collection of all the native plants of the place that included between them papayas, chili peppers, beans, avocados, peanuts, and last but not less important, vanilla. These little hauls of his together with what he had already gotten in future North America's west coast would give Eric a lot to work with. He still had some crops that he would like to acquire around here, but that would have to wait. The girls were marveled at what Eric could now do in the kitchen. Since they had been in this new continent, in which Eric insisted that it was not new at all for Europeans since his ancestors had already visited it on its east coast, he had been coming up with new recipe after new recipe of delicious stuff. Their greenhouses numbers back in Scotland had to be expanded to shelter all these new crops. Not that they would complain about it. The chocolate that he had come up with from a fruit named cacao was something that no woman would ever deny. Yes, they would not complain at all. The only thing that impressed the family in this area of the continent, aside from their crops, of course, was the existence of an entire city made of gold. The city was protected by a magic barrier cast by some of the gods that ruled the region, so Eric and the girls could not go inside. But it didn't stop Eric from putting a lot of stealth location spells around it. If they would one day all vanish, there was no reason to let all this gold be lost, right? The trip of the family continued down the coast of the Pacific Ocean, and they were now at the area that one day would become the west coast of South America. Here, they found a lot of advanced mountainous civilizations. After making contact with some of them and trading some knowledge and crops, they continued their trip down the coast until they reached the southernmost point of the continent. Lucky for them, Eric had timed their trip so that would be the peak of the summer when they arrived in the region. Even so, the nights were very cold and some rare giant blocks of ice could be seen lazily floating about. The family continued to follow the continent's coast back to the north, making stops at each site that they liked. The girls mooned after the penguins in the region. There was something about their clumsiness while on firm ground that made them smile. Penguins were not the only new animals that they had found around, just the ones that were worth mentioning due to the women's reactions. Though, the little monkeys that they found in the future south of Central America would be worth telling about if not for the fact that they would throw poop at anything that they didn't like that neared them. The discussion that Eric had with them after the first handful of poop was thrown was hilarious for the girls. Apparently, a 2 meters high man talking about manners with a 30 centimeters high monkey was a very funny scene. The family continued going north through what would be one day Brazil's coast. They made a lot of little stops at various beaches. The places were marvelous to the eyes and soul of anyone wanting to rest. They had not made contact with the humans living around here. They were too primitive for that. Collectors and hunters, basically, with a nomadic behavior. But that didn't stop Eric from getting his quota of crops and fruits from the region. Here he found something that made the girls moan in delight: passion fruit. Eric had made a mousse with it for dessert that got him a lot of rewards that night. Aside from passion fruit, Eric would say that his other great hauls would be the cassava roots and pineapples. The cassava roots could be made into a white flour that was delicious to eat with barbecued red meat. It could too be cooked into pieces that would turn very soft and delicious with only a pint of salt in the water. The pineapple was just like an apple in its uses. It could be eaten fresh, cooked, roasted, or be made into juice. Eric and the girls loved the juice version of it together with the roasted version. It was a delicious side dish to pork-like meats because of its acidic and sweet nature. The family continued their trip to the north and soon were back to the region where they had found the Golden City. Since they had already explored that area, they focused on visiting some of the thousands of small islands that peppered the sea in that region. Eric had taken the opportunity to get a nice island to himself. He knew that the region would be a hotspot in the future and having a private island here would be nice. And so was born the Ravens Resort. The island was a big one and in some aspects resembled Ogygia in size and shape with the addition that it had its own natural bay. The first thing that Eric did after claiming the island for the Ravenclaw family was warding it to the seven heavens and back to hell. If this would be a place where his family and friends could relax and not be bothered by anyone, he would really make sure that they would not be bothered by anyone and anything. Eric had taken an entire month just with the warding scheme. He could not just copy the scheme that they had at Hogwarts because this place would not have 1,000 magical children training their magic inside, so he had to come up with a new ward scheme. With some input from Selena, he had managed to create a perfect, self-sustaining ward to conceal and protect Raven's Resort from almost anyone and anything. His next step was the house. Eric wanted to build something majestic on the island. It would be made entirely of stone that he would quarry himself, with red tiles for the rook and every luxury that he could think of. It would be marvelous, it would be amazing, it would be a monstrosity. And that last one was the opinion of his wives when he told them his plans. The trio of women had to knock some sense back to Eric's head. Building something so big on the island would spoil its atmosphere of it. At the end of the day, Eric relented and agreed with them. His mega-building project would have to wait until they were back in Europe. Eric had the perfect place in mind for it. Eric ended up building a series of small beach houses. In total there were 7 of them. The bigger one, with the more resources inside, would be for the family, which meant Eric and his wives. The other 6 ones would be for visiting friends. The guests' houses had only the basic necessities available on them with 3 bedrooms each. They were all made of wood over a very solid base made of concrete that had some runes engraved to ensure that the building would not sink on the sand. After having expended 3 months building and enjoying their new home, the family continued their trip north, following the east coast of future North America. Florida was a strange place to visit. There was something on the air there that made it at the same time relaxing for anyone living there, and unstable for the weather. The swamps and land had a lot of scars left by the various storms that hit the place all year long. Continuing north, the family quickly sailed through the east coast of future North America. They soon were seeing giant blocks of ice floating lazily on the ocean. With that, the family decided that was time to go home, even if their true home was wherever they were together. Ravenclaw's land, south of Norway Kingdom. Autumn. The family was back in Europe. Their big trip all around the world had been lots of fun for all of them, but now they needed to take a vacation from all the traveling, meaning, they were back to work in their own things. Selena was back to her magical research. Lately, she had found a way to integrate various runic languages into one unique matrix that could be programmed to do repetitive tasks. Unknowing to her, Selena had just created the magic version of a programmable robot. Eric could already see it. Add some arms so they can interact with physical things, put them into an assembling line, and you would have the start of a magical industrial revolution. Serafal was hard at her work as the Foreign Affairs Minister of the Underworld. Lately, a lot of good-for-nothing young masters from the noble families had been poaching people from the territory of other pantheons and forcibly turning them into devils through the use of the devil pieces. That had been giving her some headaches to take care of. In some cases, Eric had to subtle help her by giving the offending parts some well-deserved punishment. Calypso had found something that she liked to do too. And liked it a lot. She had asked Eric to be allowed to take care of some of the greenhouses at home. And with his, go ahead, have fun, Calypso now commanded a small group of gardeners' house elves. She was learning very fast how to take care of each plant inside and Eric could see her opening her own business in the future. At least he would suggest it to her. Eric had been for the good part of a month quarrying and transporting big blocks of stone to the land that they were gifted by the Duke and Duchess in the south of Norway Kingdom. The stones were already forming an enormous pile that would seriously have caught people's attention if not for the protections that Eric had put around the place. While looking at the enormous pile of stones in front of him, a maniac grin appeared on Eric's face after a content won by having finished moving the stones. It was time for him to go all out building again. Chapter 117, The Big Bad Fallen. Years passed very quickly for the Ravenclaw family. Something about not aging messed with the sense of time from a person. Suddenly 1 year of waiting was not that big of a deal anymore and 5 years sounded like it was yesterday. During this time, Eric had finished his mega building project for their new home. The result of it was a big 3 floors house made entirely out of stone blocks joined seamlessly with the use of cement and smart transfiguration. Eric was certain that if a tornado was to hit their new house, not a brick would be out of place. Just like their house in the north of Scotland, this new building had a huge underground area. During its construction, Eric individually carved runes on all the stones, making them perfect to hold enchantments such as the expansion charm for indefinite amounts of time. The result was an area at least 5 times bigger than the one that they had in the north of Scotland. Eric named the place Raven's Fort because of its look of impregnability even in the absence of walls. His wives and friends loved the place. Each of his wives had their own bedroom that would work like a hideaway of privacy and the other members of the family had to respect it if they wanted to be given the same respect. Hestia, Eric's and the girl's big sister, had her own room too. It was nothing fancy since he knew that she didn't like that kind of thing, but it was cozy, which she liked a lot. The biggest room in the house was the master bedroom, of course. After all, there were 4 of them now to sleep in the same bed. Eric had especially designed the bedroom's bathroom so that it could attend to the necessities of him and all his wives at the same time. It had 4 sinks and 3 individually separated toilets that offered its users some privacy. The floor and walls were covered in white ceramic tiles that offered the place a clean and neat look, something that could not be found in the bathrooms of that time. The bathtub was a big one. It had a resizable function that allowed it to expand enough to rest 4 people comfortably. Needless to say that the women loved the water massage function that Eric had put on it. The family had promptly moved to it. That would be their official home from now on. The house in the north of Scotland would still be used since it still had a lot of things there that could not be moved, like the orchards and various greenhouses. Talking about greenhouses, Calypso had come true to Eric's prediction. The goddess had started a small business that dealt with the selling of fresh plant ingredients to the magical world, be they wizards or not. Her business was booming since all the ingredients sold were fresh and of high quality, something that her magic and big green thumb helped a lot with. One of her big buyers was the Pendragon family. The family of knights that supposedly were descendants of King Arthur were always in need of fresh herbs to treat their injured bodies due to training. Her healing salts were a big seller to them too. Speaking of Calypso, during all this time that she was out of Ogygia, no Greek god whatsoever, except for Hestia, of course, discovered her escape. Hestia told them that she had been basically forgotten since the Greek gods had a very small amount of heroes to toy with now. It was sad, but at the same time, Calypso was happy with that. The goddess wanted distance from them. The more, the better. Hestia was the exception to that, of course. Years continued to pass quickly. The world had finally entered the great merchant exploration age, with the need for spices coming from Asian countries being a hot commodity in Europe right now. Eric had been a step ahead of them and opened the Raven Mercantile Group. It had a fleet of 10 very fast ships that were manned by trustful men that made trips to and back from the Indias in record times. The ships were all built from wood that Eric reclaimed from some of the redwood trees that were already dead on the west coast of future North America. Eric had, of course, sneaked some discreet enchantments into the ship's keels, giving the ship extra protections against the various things that they could find while sailing in the open sea. The Raven's Mercantile Group had quickly gained the favor of a lot of monarchies and the populace due to their fair prices and high goodies quality. One thing that helped them was that they were absolutely neutral to all the international conflicts happening at the time, which were numerous, by having ships manned by men of different origins. Speaking about redwoods, the saplings that Eric brought back were thriving in their new environment. The magic that emanated from the Black Forest was being greedily soaked by the redwood trees, which were growing very fast. Eric predicted that in 50 to 100 years, the Black Forest would have a part of it that would have to be renamed to Red Forest. Lisboa, Portugal. Early 1350s. Eric was doing some routine work at one of his subsidiaries for the Raven Mercantile Group. He believed that a business only grows when the owner's eyes are on top of it, and that was why he was doing one of his routine additions to the numbers book. It was looking good for his employees. Everything seemed to be in order and the business was swimming in profits. Eric was sure that it had nothing to do with his bonus program that gave a percentage of the profit to the employees in accord with their time working for the company every year. It is craziness, some other owners of companies had said to him. But due to this bonus program, the Raven's Mercantile Group had never had a problem with cargo disappearing from inside his ships. Of course that the enchantments on the ships helped a lot with the protection during transportation, but the same could not be said about the warehouses that stored the goodies. Once they were out of the ships, the goodies were not protected anymore and could disappear. But it had never happened. When Serafal asked about this method, Eric just said that it was a psychological thing. The peers' pressure of gaining a high bonus toppled over the greed of one individual. And for the business, it was good too, since when he compared numbers with the books that he had borrowed temporarily from his competitors, the money that he gave as a bonus yearly was much less than the loss that his competitors were having with lost cargo. The expansion of the company was already happening. 10 more ships were ready to sail and join the mercantile fleet, with one of the 10 being built exclusively for the transport of people. Travelers, not slaves. Slaves. That was an ugly thing that was sadly a reality at this time. People from all around the world were being sold as commodities as a cheap workforce. Eric was happy to say that his company didn't deal with slaves and even employed some of them in their ships that managed to escape, giving them new names and a cover story for the ones that wanted to work. The ones that didn't were offered a deal. Some time working for a passage back home. Some of them took it. The ones that didn't, Eric could do nothing about it. Eric was finishing his last numbers book when he heard a knock coming from the door of his temporary office. "Enter," Eric said, and the door opened. From out of it entered a thin and well-dressed young man. He was Eric's assistant while doing these auditory visits, a squib from Britain's magical community. That was Eric's main source of employees. Squibs had the advantage over normal people in knowing how magic worked. And since most of them just wanted to live their lives in peace, they made marvelous employees. Eric even had 1 or 2 captaining ships. "Lord Eric, there is a man here to see you," the young man said to Eric, which made Eric frown. His visit to audit the offices was always unscheduled, so Eric was certain that he had no appointments. He immediately concentrated his senses on the office building and saw who was waiting for a meeting with him. Eric's eyes went wide for a fraction of a second. He looked at his assistant and nodded his head. "Please, guide him here. I will meet him in this office," Eric said to his assistant while finishing the numbers book. The assistant nodded his head in confirmation and left the office to follow his orders. A minute later, another knock came from the door followed by another enter coming from Eric. The assistant entered the office again, but this time he was being followed by another man. Eric closed the numbers book with a loud PAF sound and looked at the guest. He then looked at his assistant and fished a small leather bag from inside a pocket in his suit. "You can go back for today, George. Have fun and be careful with where you stick your tool," Eric said and threw the bag to George, the assistant. The young man caught the bag, nodded his head in confirmation back to Eric, and left the office with a smile on his face, closing the door after him. Eric looked at his guest and pointed to the chair opposed to him. "Please, take a seat," Eric said and snapped his fingers. Snap. A tea set with a pot of coffee instead of tea appeared by the table. "Coffee?" Eric offered to the guest who had already taken the seat. "Yes, please." The man replied and watched as Eric served the black liquid for both of them in 2 cups. "Thank you," the man said after getting in his hands the cup of coffee. He sniffed the aroma coming from the hot black liquid and hummed in approval. Good aroma," the man said and then took a sip of it. His eyes closed a little in front of the flavor that invaded his mouth. "And good flavor too," the man said again. Eric, who was sipping from his cup too, smiled while putting the cup down. "Thanks. The secret is in the way that you toast the beans before grounding them," Eric said to the man, who nodded sagely at his answer. Eric didn't know yet, but just that gesture had already gained some goodwill points with the man. "So, to what do I owe the presence of the big bad fallen?" Eric said to the man. Of course, he had recognized the man the instant that he had focused his senses on him. There was no way that Eric would not recognize Azazel's mug anywhere. The lazy-looking fallen angel smiled at that. "Oh. Is that my new title around? I confess that I don't know all the nicknames given to me. I, myself, prefer the Father's Nightmare one. It has some weight to me," Azazel replied smugly. Eric rolled his eyes at the comment. "Yeah, I don't doubt that," Eric said. Suddenly, the mood changed and both men were all business since the pleasantries had already been traded. "You sure are a hard human to find, Eric Ravenclaw." Chapter 118, Gabriel's honey attacks again. Lisboa, Portugal. Early 1350s. "You sure are a hard human to find, Eric Ravenclaw," Azazel says to Eric. Since Eric's battle with Serafal, Azazel had put some agents of Grigori to try and find ways of contacting Eric Ravenclaw. But it was all useless efforts. The agents couldn't find a speck of information about where he resided. The only information that they got about that is that he used to reside in the castle of Hogwarts, a magic school for wizards and witches. But that information was almost 200 years old at the time. Even so, some of the most stubborn agents tried to infiltrate the school. Needless to say that they did not have any success. The protections of the place were too strong and the ones who tried to use brute force through it received a few months of recovery in the medical wing of Grigori as their reward. But, after a lot of time, 100 years to be more precise, they finally got a lead about a new mercantile group and, after confirming that one Eric Ravenclaw was the owner of said company, the information was repassed to the leader of Grigori. This brings us back to this meeting. Eric shook his head at Azazel's opening comment. Have you tried to send a letter through the wizard's means? Eric asked Azazel. You mean, writing a letter and attaching it to a bird's leg? Azazel asked back after cocking his head to the side. Yes. They prefer to use owls, but any bird would be acceptable really. Eric replied to the fallen angel. Wizards' post service had evolved almost nothing during the years, but it had become more popular with almost all wizarding families owning an owl. And would it have worked? Azazel asked Eric, who nodded his head in confirmation. Yes. Heaven managed to contact me through this method. They used a pigeon for the delivery. It was Gabriel's idea. Eric said nonchalantly to Azazel. I see, so Heaven already contacted you. Azazel said to Eric, who nodded his head in confirmation and then let out a sigh. Sigh. I need to retrain some fools. So, do you mind me asking you what Heaven wanted? Azazel said. A meeting to be certain of the same thing that you are probably wanting to know too. Eric replied to Azazel, who nodded his head. And your answer was? Azazel asked again. The one that you probably reached already. I will not be joining the Devil's faction just because I married Seraphal. But, I will help them with projects that I see are worth it. Eric said to Azazel, who nodded his head after hearing the answer. It was indeed what he had already concluded. And what kind of project you see as worth? Azazel asked Eric again. He was curious about what kind of thing moved this new powerhouse of the supernatural world. The kind of project that would stop a new great war from happening. Eric replied to Azazel. It was the same answer that he had given to Michael all those years back. And it was the same answer that he would give again if asked. The restart of the Great War would only finish destroying the three factions. And with the power gap that will appear, other pantheons would wage their own wars to fill this power gap. So many wars, one after the other, fought by the supernaturals is not something that Eric thinks the world could sustain. Indeed a worthwhile project. Azazel said to Eric. The fallen angels' numbers were great and they could reproduce with no problem since different from angels, they had already fallen from grace. But, just like devils, the rates of a fallen angel getting pregnant were very low, and taking into consideration that most female fallen angels don't want to get pregnant, their race was very dependent on angels falling to boost their numbers. Both men stood in silence for a moment while enjoying their coffee. Eric then made a decision and communicated it to Azazel. Let's do it like this. If the three factions want, at any time, a place to talk, a neutral ground where they can discuss things, talk to me and I will arrange it. I will communicate the same thing to Michael and the Satans. Eric said to Azazel. His offer of a neutral ground for talks was something that they were dearly missing. No faction wanted to talk to others for fear of being ambushed in the chosen location for the meeting. Eric's offer of a neutral ground for talks would facilitate things to happen. Just the protections around his magical school were something that weighed in his favor. Azazel nodded his head after thinking for a while. The duo continued with some random talks for an hour or so. At one point, Eric summoned some of his famous honey cookie pot with a smirk on his face. This was a special batch that he had made and wanted to tease Azazel with them. He took one of the cookies in his hand and slowly nibbled on it, savoring it slowly. Azazel looked at Eric slowly eating and raised an eyebrow at that. Full of curiosity, he extended his hand and picked one of the cookies from the pot. He looked at it for a time as if he was analyzing the structure of the baked goodie in his hands. It's just a honey cookie, Eric said after seeing that Azazel was still looking at it. But here came his teasing. The only difference about it from a normal cookie is where the honey comes from. Eric said again and took another bite of the cookie. Azazel looked at Eric and then looked at the cookie. He then shrugged and took a bite of it. What happened next was an explosion of flavor inside his mouth. Azazel was once an angel that had fallen because of his curiosity and lust, and since his fall he had been exploring this curiosity of his by experimenting with everything that he could. He had eaten some marvelous things just like he had eaten some disgusting ones during these experiments, but this cookie, a simple honey cookie, was the most pleasing food that he had ever eaten. He looked at Eric and saw the smirk on the man's face. Okay, what had you put on it? Azazel asked Eric, who continued to smirk at him. Oh, nothing different from my usual recipe. As I said, the only difference about it is the origin of the honey. Eric said to Azazel while still smirking. Azazel knew what Eric was doing. He knew what the smirking man wanted to hear. Okay, I will bite it. Where did the honey come from? Azazel asked and saw the smirk on Eric's face deepen. Before I tell you that, let me ask you a question. Did you know that Gabriel started a beekeeping hobby? Eric said to Azazel. The fallen let out a sigh at that. Sigh. No, I didn't know that Gabriel had become a beaky dash. Azazel started to say but froze in the middle of the sentence as realization hit him hard. He looked at the cookie and then at Eric. You don't mean that? Azazel said incompletely. Eric's smirk was still on his face and he only nodded his head back at Azazel in confirmation and then snapped his fingers. Snap. The honey cookie pot that Eric had summoned disappeared with the snap of his fingers. Azazel looked at the place where the pot was in horror. No. Summon it back. Summon it back. Azazel said desperately. Eric just started to laugh at Azazel's face. The men then glared at Eric. You are an evil man, Eric Ravenclaw. Azazel said to Eric, whose answer was to laugh even more. After having his fill, Eric wiped the laugh tears from the corners of his eyes. Teasing apart, my stock of honey cookies made with that specific honey is very limited. No way that I will give it for free. Eric said to Azazel, who sighed. Sigh. He now knew Eric's objective with allowing him to sample one of those special honey cookies. State your price, Eric Ravenclaw. Azazel said to a wide smiling Eric after stealing himself. For some of Gabriel's honey, he was ready to bite this bullet. The negotiation was a fair one, at least for Eric. Azazel had not a great loss either. The only thing that Eric asked for was for some knowledge on magic and for him to keep the fallen away from Hogwarts. Eric didn't want them or any other faction to influence the kids. Things were already bad enough within their own community. Azazel agreed with the demands and parted back to Grigori with half the pot of Eric's special honey cookies and a contract signaling that a copy of his books about magic was going to be given to Eric. Even with his loss, Azazel thought that the meeting was a fruitful one. He had a better look at who was Eric Ravenclaw and got something going for a future peace talk between the three factions of his pantheon. In the end, it was a win for both of them. After Eric got home, he told the girls about his impromptu meeting with Azazel and how he had gotten the better over him with the help of some honey cookies with Gabriel's honey. The girls laughed hard at that. Selena promised a very good reward that night because of the books that he got for them and Seraphal promised her rewards because of Eric's promise of providing a neutral ground for the talk that could happen. Calypso, not wanting to be left out of the rewarding ceremony, decided to reward Eric for his win against Azazel. Eric had a very good night. Years continued to pass quickly. Eric's Ravens mercantile group had established themselves within the entire known world as traders of renown. Even the people and leaders of India's liked to trade with them because of their fairness. If they could choose, they would always choose Raven's mercantile group. The group's fleet has grown once again and now had more than 50 ships in its services. But not everything was a sea of flowers to the group. Some of their competitors tried to band together and accuse the Ravens mercantile group of illegal trafficking and tax avoidance. Luckily for the group, all their transactions were noted down in their numbers book. After presenting the book to the authorities, it didn't take long for they have the charges dropped. But the war had been declared. One that ended with the ultimate win for the Ravens mercantile group. The only thing that Eric had to do was to drop the proof of the competitors' wrongdoings at the right hands and watch as they got burned down to the ground. There were not enough bribes that would manage to save their jealous asses. Chapter 119, Gabriel's Request. Raven's Fort, south of Norway. May 29, 1431, Sunday. Eric, Selena, Seraphal, and Calypso were relaxing while sunbathing by the side of an outdoor pool that Eric had built. The season was slowly progressing from spring to summer and they finally had some natural sunlight available for them here in Norway and they intended to use it well. Suddenly, Eric and the girls felt someone knocking on the wards. It worked just like a doorbell, but for friends that were allowed to teleport to their home. And the list of allowed people was a very short one. It seems that we have a guest. Eric said lazily while waving his hand. Some simple cloths were conjured around him and the girls, who, just like him, were naked. From the energy signature, I think it is Gabriel. Selena said while she watched in the corner of her eye her husband, Eric, getting up and going to receive their friend. Eric entered the house and walked through it until he reached its front door. He opened it and found an anxious-looking Gabriel waiting for him. Hey, Gabriel, how are you? Eric said, greeting the buxom angel. Hi, Eric. I'm good. Anxious, but good. And how are you? I hope that you and the girls are fine. Gabriel greeted back. While still anxious, the seraph managed to give Eric a big smile. I'm good too. The girls and I are relaxing in the back while sunbathing. It is the first day of open sun here in Norway. Eric replied to Gabriel. Wanna come and talk with everyone? Eric continued and asked Gabriel. The angel shook her head before answering. I would love to, but I can't. I don't have much time today. Gabriel replied to Eric. Her anxiousness appeared to have come back. I came to ask you a favor, Eric. Gabriel said after steeling herself. Eric nodded his head and gestured to Gabriel to come inside. He guided the seraph to the lounge room of the house and gestured again for her to take a seat. Now tell me, Gabriel, with what do you need my help with? Eric asked after both of them were comfortable sitting. Gabriel nodded her head slowly before starting to talk. You know about the war going on between Britain and France, right? Gabriel asked Eric, who nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, I know about it. It is going on for almost 100 years already. Luckily I managed to keep my mercantile group out of it. None of the sides were happy with it, but they respected my position since I was allied with a lot of other powers. Eric replied to Gabriel. He, as his mercantile group, had received requests and even orders to do some shady things for both sides of this war. He denied the requests and ignored the orders. People were not happy about it, but when Eric made subtle threats to have his company leave the country completely, they shut their mouths up. Raven's mercantile group was the biggest in the world right now and it offered the best goods together with the best prices. Any country that lost its presence would see its markets receiving some serious blows. Yes. An ugly conflict that one, like all of them. Gabriel commented. The Seraph didn't like wars at all. Well, to end this war sooner, heaven had chosen a saint to act on our words. Gabriel started. Oh, the Joan girl. The one that they are calling the Maiden of Orleans. Eric asked Gabriel. Of course, he knew about the French female soldier. She was making waves on the battlefields. That is until she was captured. Joan of Arc was, after all, a famous heroine and saint from France even in his past life. Gabriel smiled and nodded her head, confirming to Eric that she was the one she was talking about. I heard that she got captured some months ago and would receive trial over the accusation of heresy by dressing like a man. Eric said. At that, Gabriel let out a tired sigh. Sigh. Yes. She was captured and was sentenced to death in a bad excuse for a trial. Gabriel started. Eric could swear that he had heard some edge on the Seraph's voice when she talked about the trial. That is the reason for me to come here today. I want to ask you to save her. Can you, please, save Joan? Gabriel said while looking totally serious. Eric smiled at the Seraph. Of course, Gabriel. Eric replied and Gabriel smiled radiantly at that. But for her to continue to live, she will have to die first. Eric said, frightening Gabriel a little. What do you mean with die first, Eric? You don't want to let her die and then revive her as a piece for Seraph's peerage, right? Gabriel said to Eric. She didn't like that the devils found a way to reborn people as devils. Correction, she didn't like that some devils forcefully revived people as devils. If a person agreed with being transformed into a devil, it was their choice. Her father gave all humans free will so they could make their own choices in life. Eric smiled back at Gabriel. That is an option, but not one that would be acceptable right now since I doubt that Joan would agree with being revived after dying. What I meant is that we will have to forge her death. Everyone will believe that Joan of Arc was executed. That way, she can freely live her life without the fear of someone coming after her. Eric replied to Gabriel, who now had a smile on her face. That is an excellent idea. She already did more than enough in this war. It's time for her to rest and live her life. And what better place for her to live than with you and the girls? Gabriel said happily. She believed that Joan would be very happy while living with Eric and the girls. She needs some people in her life that would not want to use her. Joan needs to learn how to live. Eric's eyes went wide when he computed what Gabriel had just said. But in the end, he only let out an internal sigh and accepted it. He knew that his wives would be okay with that too. Yes, Gabriel, we will love to have Joan here with us for all the time that she wants. Eric said to Gabriel, who smiled again at Eric. Wonderful, I have to go back and let her know. Brother Michael said he would let me give Joan the good news if I managed to find help to her. Gabriel said and got up from her seat. Eric got up together with her and accompanied the Seraph to the front door. Before leaving, Gabriel gave Eric a quick hug. She then activated her magic transportation circle but was interrupted by Eric. Gabriel, are you not forgetting something? Eric asked Gabriel, who cocked her head to the side and looked at Eric in confusion. Eric let out a sigh at that. Sigh. Where can I find Joan? Eric asked Gabriel, who now had a look of realization on her face. Sorry. I forgot to tell you about that. She is imprisoned in Rowan's castle. They scheduled her execution to happen tomorrow. Gabriel said sheepishly to Eric, who nodded his head in understanding. He knew where Rowan's castle was. Gabriel then waved to Eric and teleported away back to heaven. After Gabriel left, Eric walked back to where his wives were and found only Selena and Calypso still sunbathing. Where is Sarah? Eric asked. He had felt Sarah fall teleporting away while he talked with Gabriel, but he couldn't know to where she teleported or why she was gone. Sarah received a message from Surzex. Apparently, some foolish young master messed with someone that he should not mess with and now they had an angry god wanting the guy's skin. Selena replied to Eric, who while she was talking had taken his seat again. So, the usual. Eric replied to Selena, who nodded her head together with Calypso. Yes, the usual. What did Gabby want? I saw that her visit was a short one. Selena asked Eric. She wanted my help rescuing Joan of Arc. Eric replied to Selena, who, together with Calypso, looked at Eric. The Maiden of Orleans. Selena asked Eric, who nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, after her capture, she was judged under a sham trial and found guilty of heresy. She is scheduled to be burned on a stake tomorrow morning. Eric replied to his wives calmly. And? Calypso asked, prompting Eric to continue talking. And Gabriel asked me to rescue her and let her live here with us for a time. I don't know if you girl would mind it or not, but I accepted both of her requests. Eric said to his wives. Selena and Calypso looked at each other. After some silent conversation between the two friends/sisters, they nodded at each other. We don't mind at all, dear. Selena said while getting up from her seat. Yes, hubby. We will go now and check if we have everything to receive Joan. Calypso said to Eric while getting up from her seat too. Eric looked at both of his wives but shrugged at their behavior. Inside his head, he was already planning how he would fake Joan's death. While Eric was planning, Selena and Calypso walked back inside the house and to their bathroom. Both sisters then turned their bathtub on to start to fill it and went under the shower to take out the excess filth from their bodies. 5 minutes later, when they both entered the bathtub and took their seats in it, they started to talk between them. New sister? Calypso asked Selena. It will depend on both of them. Selena replied and Calypso nodded her head slowly. What do you know about this Joan of Arc? Calypso asked Selena. This sister of his was the one who normally knew a lot of things since she was always reading the reports that Eric wrote down. Nothing much, really. Just that she received a vision when she was 17 and then started to fight in the war between France and England. She saved the city of Orleans from the English, and was then captured by Burgundian troops and exchanged with the English. Selena replied, telling Calypso the little that she knew from what she had read about Joan in Eric's reports. Calypso nodded her head at the information. It really didn't say much about the woman's personality. And how old is she now? Calypso asked Selena. She should be 19. Selena replied to Calypso. Oh, she didn't stand a chance so. Calypso said and Selena nodded her head in agreement. Soon enough, both women were out of the bathtub and had put on their clothes. They then teleported together to the magic shopping district. They had some clothes and supplies to buy for a possible future sister. While this was happening, Eric was still thinking about his plan to save the Maiden of Orleans. Now where do I find a big pig? A/N. To understand/remember what happens between this chapter and the next, you can reread chapters 18 and 19 from this fanfic. They are the flashback of Joan remembering her first encounter with Eric. Chapter 120, Joan's End and Pernelli. A/N. Again, I recommend that you read chapters 18 and 19 to not get lost on how Joan suddenly appeared with the Ravenclaws. Raven's Fort, south of Norway. May 30th. A young woman with black hair slowly opened her eyes in a content way. She was very comfortable right now. She was clean and had a comfortable and warm bed under her. She then suddenly widened her eyes and got up from the bed. With a look of confusion on her face, she looked around the room. It was a well-furnished room that would be considered a luxury in the place where she had grown up. She then looked at the only source of light in the room, a large window that had some blue curtains hanging open. The black-haired young woman walked to the window and looked through it. She could see that the room where she was staying was in a high place. Outside it was a well-kept garden that had some kind of very clear blue pond in it with some chairs around the pond. Beyond the garden, she could see the sea. The vast and blue sea. I was not dreaming, the woman said with wide eyes, but soon enough a small smile appeared on her face. It was then that she heard a fast knock on the door of her room followed by the same door opening. She turned to look at it and from the open door a black-haired beauty entered. She looked at the young woman who was standing at the window and smiled. Ah, so you are already up. How was your night, Joan? Selena asked. Yes, the woman who was standing by and looking through the window was Joan of Arc, the Maiden of Orleans. Eric had rescued her from her prison in the Rouen castle and brought her home. Selena had helped her take a bath and, after a hearty meal, she had a good night of rest. Selena was only waking Joan so early because she said that she had wanted to watch her execution. Good morning, lad dash. Selena. Joan said, greeting Selena and managing to correct herself in time. I had a wonderful night, thank you. Joan replied to Selena, who nodded her head and smiled at Joan. Good. The breakfast is ready. So you have to put something and get down to eat something. Then, Eric will take us back to Rouen to watch your execution. Selena said to Joan while walking to the small-looking closet. She then opened the doors of it and revealed a very wide space inside it with some clothes hanging from hangers or neatly folded on shelves. So, what are you feeling to wear today? Selina asked a shocked Joan. When the maiden didn't answer her, she turned back and found Joan looking at the closet with wide eyes and an open mouth. Selina giggled at that. I will never tire of seeing people's reaction to magic. Selina said, and Joan managed to shake herself from her stupor. She walked to the closet and continued to stare at it. So this is some magic too? Joan asked while looking around, but now with curious eyes. Selina nodded her head at Joan's question. Yes. It is a basic expansion charm. It makes the space inside bigger than the outside. It had its limits, of course. You would not be able to create an entire city inside a closet. Not with the basic expansion charm, at least. Selina replied the curious young woman while saying the last part in a lower tone, something that was caught by Joan's ears. Joan nodded her head and started to look around at all the clothes that were inside the closet. Selina walked to some of the hangers and took a piece from them. So, what will you want to wear for the show? A dress. Selina said while showing Joan a hanger that had a white dress hanging from it. After showing for a moment, she put it back in its place and took another piece, showing it to Joan. Or maybe a robe. These are traditional robes used by witches. Wizards normally use something similar but more masculine. Selina explained, and when she had no answer, put the robe back to its place, and took another piece from one of the shelves. Or a more simple shirt with some pants. Selina said and waited for Joan's reply. She didn't have to wait for long for an answer. I think I will take the pants and shirt. I don't think I will be comfortable to wear a dress or a robe in public. Joan replied, and Selina nodded at it with her head while handling the pieces in her hand to Joan. It was something understandable. Joan had passed too much time dressing as a man for protection reasons that she didn't feel comfortable going in public dressed in a dress anymore. The young woman took the pieces in her hands and went back to near the bed. Joan then started to change her sleeping clothes for the ones she had been provided with, while Selina was choosing a nice pair of boots for her. 5 minutes later, Selina and Joan walked into the kitchen where Eric and Calypso were already waiting for them with breakfast ready. After a hearty meal, the four got ready for their trip, with Eric giving Joan one of his hiding snakes and Selina hanging a silver crucifix around her neck. Joan had looked at the items with curiosity and was then explained what their uses were. The hiding snake, who after biting her hand for a drop of blood had coiled around her little finger, was for masking and hiding her life signal. The crucifix was something that Selina had made after she and Calypso had come back from the magical shopping district. It was an enchanted object that would make Joan's face unrecognizable to anyone under a certain level of power. It worked like glamour, but it was more like a notice-me-not charm. Eric will hide us while there, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Selina said to her. After giving her thanks to Eric and Selina, the four were then transported by Eric to the location of the execution. Rouen City. May 30th. A blue magic circle lit up on top of one of the stores, and from it, in the middle of blue motes of light, 4 people appeared. They are Eric, Selina, Calypso, and Joan. Eric looked around for an instant and walked to the edge of the roof. He looked down at the square and nodded his head. Good, we are in time. Eric said, and then snapped its fingers. Snap. The air shimmered around the group while some temporary wards went up. The girls then approached the edge of the roof and looked down at the square too. In it, a lot of people had already gathered around a podium that had a big pile of dry wood with a big stake in the middle. At some distance, a row of high seats was put together. They had a good vision of the pile of woods and the stake. It didn't take long for a procession of important people to appear and take the high seats. And soon enough, another procession appeared while guiding a chained Joan of Arc. It is somewhat strange to see me walking from afar. Joan said, and Selina and Calypso chuckled at that. It sure would be strange. Eric said while still looking at the procession under them. The group watched in silence as Joan's sentence was read out loud for everyone to hear. She was then given to the English instead to the city's bailiff. Joan was then tied to the stake and asked if she wanted something before proceeding. Here, Eric looked to the true Joan that was by their side. The young woman understood his silent question. A cross, if I were to die, I would want to die with one. Joan said to Eric, who nodded his head once to her. The fake Joan then replied with Joan's voice her request. The English soldier then took a cross fashioned from sticks and gave it to her, which she kissed and placed next to her chest. Soon after, a processional crucifix was fetched from the nearby church and was held at her eyes' height. The fire was then lit by a soldier and Eric snapped his fingers. Snap. During all the burning, the fake Joan didn't say one word. The populace of Rouen City watched in horror and some in fascination as she was burned alive. The higher-ups watched the show with no reaction at all showing on their faces. To a great part of them, they were just getting rid of a pebble in their shoes. Time passed and the fire burned down. After was completely out, English soldiers moved away the coal to expose Joan's body as proof that she didn't escape. The body was then thrown again on another fire. After this second fire died down, the ashes of Joan were thrown into the Seine River. It was already late in the afternoon when the show was over. Eric looked to the side and saw that Joan was being hugged by both sides by Selina and Calypso. Eric then looked at a fourth person. She had arrived as the burning started and Eric, after recognizing the person, invited her to watch with them. Such a shame. Such a young and promising woman. The woman said. She had long blonde hair and a thin body that was hidden by light blue robes. The girls looked at the new person in curiosity. Selina and Calypso relaxed immediately because they recognized the woman. Indeed it is, Pernelli. Indeed, it is. Eric replied to Pernelli Flammel and looked at the true Joan, giving her a mirthful wink. Eric and his wives had met Pernelli and Nicholas Flammel some decades back. They were looking for some very rare to find magical herbs and had come to Calypso for them. At that time, the couple of alchemists had already made their famous creation, the Philosopher's Stone, and could be already counted as ageless. That is, as long as they continued to drink the elixir produced by the stone. The couple were constant clients of Calypso's business and so ended up meeting with Eric and Selina. The women ended up becoming friends, even more after Pernelli discovered that they were the Ravenclaws. It was not like they were hiding that or anything like that. The couple then ended deducing that they had reached immortality too. When asked if they had access to a Philosopher's Stone too, Eric and Selina denied it, and Eric said that there were a lot of ways available for one to reach agelessness status that didn't involve the Philosopher's Stone. After that, the couple would always visit them when they were not immersed in some research or project. Pernelli, good to see you. Care for a late lunch and early dinner with us? Selina said, inviting the woman to have a meal with. Pernelli Flammel shook her head negatively. Not this time, sorry, Selina. I have to go home and see how Nicholas is doing without me for almost an entire day. I left some food ready for him under some stasis charm, but I doubt that he even remembered to eat anything all day. Pernelli Flammel said and chuckled, which got chuckles from the people that knew the alchemist. It is just like him to be so absorbed into something that he forgets to eat. Mother had the same problem. Selina said with a smile. Some nostalgia could be sensed at her smile. After some more pleasantries, Pernelli Flammel activated her portkey and was dragged away in a small vortex. Joan kept looking at the place where the witch was with widened eyes and just recovered when she saw Eric's blue magic circle appearing under them. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, A New High Human. Joan's adaptation to her new life of freedom was quite quick. Eric thought that it had to do with Selina and Calypso dragging her around to do things with them like shopping for clothes for Eric's horror. Her first encounter with Seraphal was an awkward one. Joan didn't know what to do when Seraphal came home that day and started to complain about young masters and old devil coots. She then got introduced to Seraphal, she is Satan Leviathan, by the way, and almost went into shock. When she managed to calm down, she was explained how things really worked within the underworld and things got better. It helped that Gabriel arrived to visit them just as the explanation began, and seeing how Gabriel interacted with Seraphal eased things a lot. Joan's reaction to Gabriel was an expected one. She became all devoted, but the moment was ruined when Gabriel just jumped at her and started to hug the heck out of Joan while asking for forgiveness. In the end, the future saint and the seraph became friends. Joan became very interested in training after she was given an idea of how large the world really was. But everything had to start in parts. Together they decided on a schedule for her lessons. Eric would work with her on the physical aspect of the training while Selina would work on the general knowledge, and since Joan didn't know how to read or write, that was the first thing that she was taught how to do. With general knowledge lessons by the morning and physical lessons by the afternoon, Joan quickly got into a comfortable routine. One that was constantly broke by the kind of visits that the Ravenclaws would get. Just in the first week, the young woman's mind was blown away when Hestia, a Greek goddess, came by and stayed with them for the next 3 days. Next was Frigga, the Norse goddess queen, and Gandil, a Valkyrie, that came for some tea with Selina and Calypso. Soon enough, Joan had become numb to all of that. When her magic education began, it was then discovered that she had an affinity for light-oriented magic, like most saints, and that she had an uncommon sacred gear named Mobile Armory. It allowed Joan to store inside a personal space armors and weapons of her choice. While activating the sacred gear, she could equip and unequip any of the items stored in the space at will. For Eric, it was just like fairy tales Ursus Requip magic, but in sacred gear form. Joan loved her sacred gear and immediately asked for some armor and weapons to store there. During all their travels and years alive, Eric and Selina had obtained a lot of different armors and weapons that they would probably never use just because they were magical or they had fancied the couple. Joan was gobsmacked when she was shown the Ravenclaw armory, and even more when she was said that she could choose at will since Eric and Selina's personal weapons were not stored there. Joan was reluctant at first in getting any weapon, but soon enough she was excited with all the different things inside the vault. She ended up choosing 4 different sets of magical armor, 2 light armored sets, 1 medium armored set, and 1 heavily armored set. For weaponry, she chose 9 items, 1 great sword, 2 long swords, 2 short swords, 2 daggers, and, at Eric's insistence, 1 longbow, and 1 short bow. Everything with its own enchantments. Joan took 2 shields and quivers full of arrows too. Her style of fighting quickly evolved after that to one that would equip the better armor and weapons suited for the job at hand. At Selena's insistence, Joan tried to put normal clothes inside the space of her sacred gear and was surprised when it worked. She now had a mobile wardrobe always with her too. Lucky for Eric, the space inside her sacred gear was limited to Joan's mana capacity. Unlucky for him, Joan's mana capacity seemed to grow very fast with each training. Her blessing was a great contributor to that fast growth. Another shock for Joan was when she discovered how old Eric and Selena really were. For her, the couple looked like 25 years old, but in reality, they were almost 500 years old. When she asked them what they are, they just smiled and replied, "High humans." The talk then went on to them simply explaining to her what a high human was and how they achieved it due to a ritual that Eric received from his grandfather figure. They had decided that was too soon to tell her who that grandfather figure was. After all, she was with them just for a week until now. Unknown to her, the mana control method that she was being taught was the one that was taught to Eric by his grandpa. The decision to teach her that method was something that was discussed between Eric and Selena. Not that he had been against it at all. Eric only asked Joan to not teach that method of training to anyone else. He knew that she was not the type of person that would go against her word. In a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Joan, who was now 29 years old, had become an excellent close-quarters fighter, had gotten the ropes on how to manipulate her vital energy. Eric had quickly seen that she had a great talent for physical training and started to teach her the same methods that Sun Wukong had once taught him. It had taken 1 entire year for Joan to grab control of her vital energy, a lot more time than Eric, but very fast in terms of normal people, even blessed ones. 9 years later, that means, now, Joan had very good control over her vital energy. So much that would let yokai greens with envy. It all summed up to when she had her spars with Eric. She could still not lay a finger on him, but her technique was getting better and better. In fact, it was so good that she had managed to make circles around the Pendragon nights when Eric brought her to a festival that the family was putting up. She was disguised, of course, so no one would recognize Joan for who she really was. After she had won the finals and taken her helmet off, the people went quiet. The most talented knights of the Pendragon family had been defeated by a woman. The sad thing for them was that nobody could accuse her of cheating because all her fights had been very clean and she was representing the Ravenclaw family, who was a true powerhouse that nobody dared to offend in the supernatural world. A week after having come back home with the prize, a warhorse that had magic blood in its lineage, Eric started to receive various offers for Joan's hand in marriage because as her lord, it was his decision. Eric didn't buy any of that and just passed all the letters to Joan with a, "Do what you want with them." And she did. After writing a handful of short, no replies, the letters found themselves burning inside the fireplace of the house. Offers continued to be received and Eric continued to pass them to Joan. Even gifts were received directly by Joan, who returned all of them unopened with short, "Stop pursuing me"-like replies. It took some time, but they eventually stopped pursuing Joan for her hand in marriage. 13 years later, Joan, now 42 years of age but looking like 25 due to her training with vital energy, received news from Eric that the war that she had fought 23 years ago was finally over. Just as the war ended, the King of France ordered an inquest to be opened about Joan's trial and it was found that everything on it was biased against her. Nothing new there for them. 3 years later, the church's new pope reopened the trial of Joan under the petition of Joan's mother and 2 brothers, and a report of the previous investigation findings. The court declared that the original trial was unjust, malicious, slanderous, fraudulent, and deceitful. Joan's trial, abjuration, execution, and their consequences were then declared nullified and a cross was ordered to be erected on the place where she was originally burned. After her absolution, Joan, with Eric's help, visited Joan's mother. The old woman was very happy to see that her daughter was not really dead and that she had continued to live her life, even if in secrecy and away from her blood family. 15 years later, at the age of 60, Joan reached the peak of her mana control and Eric judged her ready for the evolution ritual. And on her 61st birthday, Joan, under the protection and eyes of her friends, including the Seraph Gabriel, did the evolution ritual and evolved herself, making her the 3rd high human alive on Earth. In a surprising move to Eric, but not for his wives, Joan's first move after waking up from her coma post-ritual was to tackle and kiss Eric on his mouth. "I'm finally your equal. Now make me one of your wives," Joan said to Eric. Selena, Calypso, and Seraphal, who had taken some out time from her work, smiled at that. They had definitely gained another sister. With one more member in the family, the Ravenclaws decided that was time for a new vacation. Much was discussed as to where they would be going this time. It was then that Hestia suggested the family to visit another realm this time. They all found it an amazing idea and made a raffle to see where they would be going next. Amazingly, from all the possible different realms that were put in the draw, the underworld was the chosen one. Seraphal was very happy with this because she would be able to show her family around the underworld. 5 years later, the family was back from their vacation to the underworld. They had, of course, not lost contact with their friends during these 5 years and would frequently come back to Earth to meet with them. During these 5 years, they visited the territory of a lot of the families that were still around from the 72 pillars. They tried the maximum that they could to avoid the young masters from those families, but eventually, they met with some of them. Needless to say that the girls had to bash some heads as punishment. Eric was a lot more sneaky about his punishments. His victims never knew that they were being targeted by him until it was too late and they have already been hit. Eric's punishments varied from bouts of explosive diarrhea and a healthy dosage of Malakla venom to the loss of what made them high-class devils in the first place, their devil magic. Unfortunately for them and fortunately for Eric, none ever had proof against him. They all know that the happenings were because of Eric, but they never had proof of it. It was by this time that Eric got news of one of his idols from his past life. A genius polymath man named Leonardo da Vinci appeared in Italy, and Eric had to meet the man. Chapter 122, Leonardo da Vinci. Florence, Italy. October. Eric had transported himself to Rome and from there he flew to the city of Florence, where a genius painter and sculptor named Leonardo da Vinci was supposed to have his workshop. He walked through the city and entered various stores to talk with the vendors while buying some random things, doing the same for street stalls. Not surprisingly, the street stalls had more information available and were more eager to please a buying customer. With that, Eric quickly had the place of work of Leonardo da Vinci, just like some gossip about his family. Leonardo da Vinci was born out of wedlock, something that for the time was not very accepted by society. It was common, but not frowned upon. The funny thing was that more than one street stall owner commented that da Vinci's family was having difficulties in finding a husband candidate for their daughter. When Eric asked more about it while discreetly passing some coins to the stall owner, he said that the girl was frightening all of her pretenders. Well, that was new for Eric. Apparently, Leonardo da Vinci had a sister. A twin sister to be more exact about it. In his past world, Eric had never found any indication that the men had a twin sister. Other family members. Sure. But not a twin. Eric started to think if that was another divergence about the world as a result of one universe leaking into another, or if she had just been erased from history, something that sadly could be the reality. Following the instructions that he got from the stall owners, Eric walked through the streets of Florence and soon arrived at Leonardo da Vinci's workshop. Eric looked at the building and let out a sigh of relief. Sigh. Apparently, the man that he was looking for was inside the workshop together with a woman. Eric approached the door of the workshop and pushed a button by the side of the door with some curiosity. A second later, he heard a bell being hit sometimes on the inside of the building. Eric analyzed that button with his senses and saw that connected with it was a series of gears and thin cords that ended in a mechanism to activate the bell. Ingenious. A rudimentary doorbell. Eric thought. Immediately he could sense the people inside the workshop moving about. The man, who he assumed was Leonardo, started to slowly move to the door while giving the woman some orders. Leona, get out of the desk. I have someone at the door. Eric heard the man saying to the woman, Leona. Sigh. The woman let out a sigh and moved from the place where she was to the other side of the workshop. It was then that the door opened and Eric saw for the first time the possible legendary polymath. He was a normal-looking man with blue eyes, blonde hair, and a short beard. Yes. How can I help you? The man asked while looking at Eric. Good afternoon. I'm searching for Leonardo da Vinci. Eric said to the man that he assumed was Leonardo da Vinci just to confirm his identity. That would be me. How can I help you, sir? Leonardo da Vinci replied to Eric, who smiled. That is great. My name is Eric Ravenclaw and I would like to hire your services as a painter. Eric said to the man, who nodded his head. Come on inside then, let us talk. Leonardo da Vinci said and gestured for Eric to enter the workshop. Eric followed Leonardo da Vinci inside the workshop while looking around the place. Everywhere he looked at in the place had some piece of art or the prototype of some invention being displayed. Leonardo da Vinci brought Eric to a small lounge area. On the way there, he saw who the woman, Leona, was. She had blonde hair and blue eyes just like Leonardo da Vinci. The clothes that she was wearing, a dress, had some black ink blots on the sleeves, just like her hands had black ink spots on them too, which she quickly hid after noticing that Eric's eyes were on her. Discreetly, Eric looked in the direction where the woman was before and saw that it was a work desk. On top of it, a lot of pages were scattered about with an inkpot and a quill resting at the side. Eric could see with his enhanced senses that the ink was still wet in some of the pages, but what surprised him was the content written and drawing on it. Human anatomy. The pages had some detailed descriptions and drawings of the human body and some muscles of it. So she must be the twin sister. Now it makes sense. Eric thought while he took his seat in a chair offered to him by Leonardo da Vinci. At that time, in human society, it was frowned upon that women would have any desire to pursue any field of sciences. Now it made sense why her family was having problems in marrying her out. She was probably scaring the men away with her brain. Eric chuckled at that idea internally. So, what kind of painting are we talking about? Leonardo da Vinci asked Eric, who focused back on the discussion at hand. I want to have a portrait of my family painted. Eric said. He had decided when he heard about the polymath that he would have a painting painted by Leonardo. And what better subject to it than his family? Leonardo da Vinci nodded his head in understanding. And how many people are we talking about here? He asked Eric. While people asking for portraits were common, the more people to be painted in a portrait, the more time it took. Not many. My family is just me, my sister, and my 4 wives. Eric replied nonchalantly. You, your sister, and 4 with dash. Did you just say 4 wives? Leonardo da Vinci started saying but stopped mid-sentence when the realization of what Eric had just said hit him. His eyes went wide with the question. Eric chuckled at the man's reaction. Yes, 4 wives. Can you paint us? Eric replied while guiding the conversation back to the subject at hand. Oh, right, sorry. That would be 6 people in the painting. It will take some time to do but I can. We will have to do some meetings with everyone. Leonardo da Vinci said after returning his mind to the request. No problem at all, we just need to be told when you want the meeting to occur and we will be all together for it. Eric said back to Leonardo da Vinci, who nodded his head. I think that we will need a minimum of 3 meetings. The first one will be a sketch of you all together, the ones after the first will be so I can add details to the initial painting. Leonardo da Vinci explained and Eric nodded his head in understanding. No problem at all, Mr. da Vinci. Already said to you, just ask when and we will all be there. Just be sure to give us some days of warning so we can arrange everything. Eric said to Leonardo da Vinci. Now about the price. Leonardo da Vinci started but was interrupted by Eric. Price is not a problem at all, Mr. da Vinci. Eric said and took a heavy-looking coin bag from inside his vest and put it on top of a small table in front of Leonardo da Vinci. The man visible gulped down at the sight of the bag. With shaky hands, he took the bag and opened it. Inside were gold coins. Only gold coins. With wide eyes, Leonardo da Vinci looked at Eric. Sir, how much there is here? Leonardo da Vinci asked. 150 coins. Eric replied. He had prepared that bag with that sole purpose. Will that be enough for a painting containing 6 people? Eric asked Leonardo da Vinci, who quickly nodded his head. Yes, more than enough. Leonardo da Vinci replied while still looking at the gold coins. Good. Now if you excuse me, I have to go back. When you decide on the first meeting, send a letter addressed to me to the local office of the Ravens Mercantile Group with the date and time. It will get back to me and we will be there for the meeting. Eric said to Leonardo da Vinci and got up from his seat. Leonardo da Vinci was still looking with wide eyes at the bag of gold in front of him and showed no reaction to Eric getting up. It was then that the woman who Eric supposed was his sister, Leona, got up from the place where she was hiding. I will guide you to the door, sir. She said to Eric, who nodded his head in agreement. While walking, he decided to dig about her a little. So, why were you hiding? Eric asked the woman. Hiding? I don't know what you are talking about, sir. She replied to Eric. The blots of ink in your dress sleeve and the ink droplets on your hand say that you were working on something before I arrived. So I ask you again, why are you hiding? Eric stated and asked again, making the woman try to hide her hands with her dress. She stood in silence for the rest of the walking and felt some relief when Eric didn't push her for an answer. When they arrived at the door of the workshop, Eric turned to face her. You know, my 4 wives are all intelligent and powerful women on their own. One is a diplomat for her country, the other has her own business that dominates the market in that area, the other is a warrior of such strength and skill that very few men could ever dream to match, and the last one is a researcher. You don't need to be afraid of telling me your skills. Eric said to the silent blonde woman. When no answer came, he continued talking. If you ever want to work, go to one of our offices and send me a message through them. Eric said again and turned to leave. Wait. Eric stopped when he heard the blonde woman calling him out. He then turned to look at her. What is your link to the Ravens Mercantile Group? She asked Eric, who smiled at her. It was not what he was expecting, but it didn't matter. I'm the owner. He said simply and continued to walk, letting the blonde woman gawk at him. One had to know that at this age, the Ravens Mercantile Group was the hegemony of trading power in the seas. No country in Europe didn't have at least one office of the trading group, with every big harbor city having one office of them. A week later, Eric received a package from the office in Florence that contained a letter from Leonardo da Vinci with the date and time for the first meeting. It would occur in 1 week for the first time in the afternoon. Eric smiled while reading it. On his desk, by the side, were piles of copies of all of Leonardo's publications in the academic world until the moment. And in none of them, the calligraphy matched with the one in the letter. At this moment, Serafall walked inside his office. "You wanted to talk with me, darling," she said while smiling. Eric had asked to talk with her when she was available, and here she was now. She had just arrived from the underworld and was a little tired from all the shenanigans that the devils could come up with. Serafall walked to Eric's side and was immediately pulled to his lap and hugged. She quickly melted in his arms. "Remember that you asked me to help you find good peerage members?" Eric asked Serafall, who nodded her head in confirmation. Of all the Satans, she was the one that had the smallest number of peerage members. It was very difficult to find someone that clicked with her. "Well, I found you a candidate." Chapter 123, Leona da Vinci. Raven's Fort, south of Norway. October. "Well, I found you a candidate," Eric said to Serafall, who perked at that. "Really? Tell me more," Serafall asked Eric. She was very interested now in the conversation. "Well, you know about the painter that I contracted to paint us, right?" Eric asked Serafall, who nodded her head in confirmation before answering. "The genius guy named Leonardo da Vinci, right?" Serafall said and asked Eric. "Yes, that one. Now check this out," Eric said and showed her the letter that he had received from Florence. "This is the letter sent by him with the date and time for our first sketch," Eric said, and then extended his hand and picked up the publications that were at the side. "And these are copies of the academic publications by one Leonardo da Vinci," Eric said to Serafall and gave her time to check the paper. And Serafall did. The Satan passed her eyes through the papers while quickly reading the contents of them just to get the gist of what was written. "The guy is good for a human," Serafall commented, and Eric shook his head at that. "Pay more attention to the detail, Sarah. I showed you the letter in the paper for a reason," Eric said to Serafall, who didn't take to heart how Eric talked to her. She knew that he did because he wanted her to discover it herself. And she did after a little more time of looking at both writings with more attention. "The calligraphy in the letter is different from the publications," Serafall said and looked at Eric, who nodded his head in confirmation. "Which means?" Eric said, encouraging Serafall to continue. "Which means that they were written by different people," Serafall concluded after a little more thinking and turned to look at Eric, who was smiling widely at her. "But then he is a fraud. And you have him as the candidate for my peerage," Serafall said and asked Eric, who shook his head. "The man is truly a genius, he is no fraud. And I never said that he was the candidate that I had in mind for your peerage," Eric said to Serafall. His smile had turned into a smirk at this point. Serafall frowned at that. "Stop teasing me and tell me already," she said while pouting to Eric like she was a wronged good wife. Eric chuckled at that. "Well, the person that I had in mind for your peerage is the one who wrote the publications. I am pretty sure that the person is Leonardo da Vinci's sister, Leona da Vinci. From what I could see when I briefly met her when I visited her brother's workshop, she is the one that has the real brains. She is probably letting her brother take the credit because she knows what would happen to her work if it came to knowledge that it was written by a woman," Eric said to Serafall. He then continued by explaining to Serafall what he had sensed and seen in the workshop that day. Serafall listened to all with serious attention. At the end of Eric's tale, she nodded her head in understanding. "Let me meet with her to get to know her a little more. If she is not in the sketch meeting, you will have to search her for me," Serafall said to Eric, who nodded his head in agreement. After all, he had already marked both Da Vinci siblings with some micro-monsters of his. "Now husband, work was stressful today and I need some pampering," Serafall said in a seductive tone to Eric, who smiled and started to snake his hands by Serafall's body. "As my lady wishes," Eric replied to his wife. Florence, Italy. October. 1 week later, the Ravenclaw family was all reunited in Florence for the sketch of the painting. They had teleported from home directly to the office of Raven's mercantile group and were now going to Leonardo da Vinci's workshop in a carriage that had been prepared in advance. All of them were using hidden snake rings to not draw attention. Even Hestia was wearing one. The family arrived in the workshop at the combined time. Eric disembarked first from the carriage and helped each woman to disembark too. As everyone was out, Eric walked to the workshop door and knocked on it. It didn't take much time for someone to open the door, and to Eric's surprise, it was Leona who had done it. "Welcome back, Lord Ravenclaw. My ladies. Master da Vinci is awaiting for you all," Leona said and gestured for the group to follow her. They did, but not before Eric traded a look with Serafall. The sketching session had taken 3 hours in total. When they were done, Eric and Leonardo da Vinci started to talk about what scenery the family wanted behind them in the painting. Eric had already discussed this with his wives and Hestia, and they decided on a living room with a fireplace for it. Not very original, but it was a place that they all had agreed on. While the two men were talking, the women started to talk between them, with Serafall purposefully dragging Leona to it with the excuse of asking places to visit while in Florence. Her real intentions were to verify the girl's personality, something that she could not do in a single conversation. For that, she had the brilliant idea of enlisting Leona as their guide. The woman denied the invitation initially, but when her brother heard what was going on after having finished his talk with Eric, he promptly enlisted Leona for the guide position. And that's how Leona ended up in the family's company for the rest of the day. At the end of the day, after leaving Leona in her family home and returning to their own home, Eric talked with Serafall again. "So, what did you think of Leona?" Eric asked Serafall, who hummed before answering. She has potential. From the conversation that we had with her, we could see that she has a brilliant mind. A mind that is being suppressed by her family." Serafall replied to Eric, who nodded his head. "Want me to keep an eye on her for you?" Eric asked Serafall, who looked at him with a poker face. "Like you were not already keeping an eye on her." Serafall replied to Eric, "After all, she knew her husband." "Touché." Eric replied to Serafall while smiling. Another week later, the family saw themselves again arriving by carriage at Leonardo da Vinci's workshop. They were again received by Leona, who was a lot more friendly with the women. 3 hours of posing for Leonardo da Vinci's painting later, the women again dragged Leona with them for a tour around the city since they had not seen everything in the last week. This time, the blonde promptly accepted the forced draft without her brother having to say anything. At the end of the day, the group had some tea and coffee at one of the scenic views of the city, and one more woman fell prey to Eric's culinary skills. During the tea and coffee, Serafall decided to make a very pertinent question to Leona. "So, Leona, do you believe in the supernatural?" Serafall asked Leona. The other members of the group continued to drink their teas or coffee, but they were all paying attention to what would be Leona's answer. The bold woman hummed before answering Serafall's question. "Supernatural as monsters, angels, vampires, and devils." "Sure, why not?" Leona replied while shrugging. "The world is a very big place, who am I to say that, somewhere, something like that doesn't exist?" Leona said again, adding to her answer. The other woman chuckled at that, which was understood wrongly by Leona. "So, you guys don't believe that something like that could exist?" Leona asked the group while raising one of her eyebrows. The girls chuckled again before Serafall replied. "You understood us wrongly, Leona. We were not chuckling because we don't believe it, we chuckled because of the form that you said it. Somewhere. Leona, this is something that was forgotten with time, but the supernatural world exists in parallel with the normal world. Powerful beings walk among humans every day. Some of them are just trying to live their lives, some want to help others, and some just want to see everything else burn." Serafall said to the blonde woman, who was looking at her with wide eyes. "So, you are saying that the supernatural does exist and they mingle between humans all the time?" Leona asked again with a little skepticism in it. "Yes, and no. Yes, that they do exist. And no, they don't mingle with humans all the time. They have their own communities, hidden from normal eyes. And very few of them live between humans." Serafall said to Leona, explaining a little of the supernatural world. "You have to understand, Leona, that most supernatural beings don't see humans with good eyes. Humans tend to destroy everything that they can't understand." Eric said to Leona, adding to Serafall's explanation. Leona hummed again before talking. "What is real?" Leona asked the group again. "What is real?" "Basically, everything," Selena said, replying to Leona's question. "Everything?" Leona asked again, her eyes going wide. "Everything. Vampires, werewolves, dragons, mermaids, sea serpents, griffins." Selena started. "Gods, goddesses, angels, fallen angels, and devils." Selena finished. She had listed a lot of supernatural races that currently existed in the world. And she didn't list everything, just the most known ones in Europe. Hestia added this time. She was having fun telling a normal human about the existence of the supernatural world. "Ah, we can't forget about magic too. Magic is real and it is a big part of the supernatural world," Joan said, making the others of the group nod their heads in agreement. Leona now had wide eyes while looking at them. It was still a little hard for her to believe in it. She was, after all, a woman of science. At least it was what she always said to herself. But magic? Magic is real too? Leona asked with a lot of skepticism this time, making the people in the group chuckle again. "Yes, magic is real too, Leona. Practically all members of the supernatural world can do some or other type of magic. Seraphol replied to Leona, who was still doubting them. She will not believe until she can see it with her own eyes. Calypso calmly replied and sipped on her tea. The members of the group all looked at Eric at the same time at this. Eric just shrugged at them and raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers. He looked at them all and then to Leona. Eric smiled in a way that looked more like a smirk and snapped his fingers. Snap. The snap resounded loud in Leona's ears, and to her marvel, a circle entirely made of blue light appeared under them. A second later, her vision went white. When she recovered, she looked around and saw that they were in another place. On top of a mountain, to be exact. Around and under them, the clouds were making a blanket that blocked part of the vision. Where are we? Leona asked, and the rest of the group looked at Eric, waiting for an answer since he was the one that transported them. We are at the top of a chain of mountains that the locals call Anti. We are at one of its tallest peaks, at 6,000 meters above the sea. Chapter 124, Explanations and Invitation. A/N, Power is back. Managed to finish the chapter just 10 minutes late. Enjoy. Antis, South America. October. We are at the top of a chain of mountains that the locals call Anti. We are at one of its tallest peaks, at 6,000 meters above the sea. Eric replied to Leona and added something more as a curiosity. For comparison, Mont Blanc in Italy is 4,800 meters above the sea. Eric added. Leona's eyes went wide again. That's high. Leona said in a very unintelligent way, making the women giggle. Yes, but what my husband forgot to mention is that we are in a continent that had not been discovered yet by Europe. Selena added. A new continent that was not discovered yet. How? Leona repeated and asked. How do we know this place? Around 200 years ago, Eric built a ship. A very fast ship that worked on magic. And while using the ship, we traveled the entire world by sea. Selena replied to Leona, making the young blonde eyes go wide again. Around 200 years ago. Just how old are you guys? Leona stuttered out a question. The youngest of us would be Joan, while the oldest would be Hestia or Calypso, I'm not sure now. Seraphol was the one to reply this time. Eric sagely chooses to not answer this question. I think I'm older than Hestia. I have around 2,500 years. Calypso replied to the group. Yes, I am around 2,300 years old. Hestia said, adding to Calypso's reply. Leona's eyes couldn't go wider than they already were at the moment. The shock combined with the low oxygen in the air due to the height was enough to make the girl faint. Joan, who was by Leona's side at the moment, quickly caught the blonde's body. I think that we broke her. Selena commented. Wait until she knows that she was having tea with 2 goddesses, 1 Satan, and 3 high humans. Eric added while chuckling. It had taken 15 minutes for Leona to wake up. When she opened her eyes, she slowly looked at the one person closest to her, Joan, and mumbled. I had the weirdest dream. Leona mumbled while putting a hand to her head. I hate to say this to you, Leona, but it was not a dream. Joan said to Leona, who immediately finished to wake up. She then looked around and saw the sea of white clouds again. Holy hell. Leona swore, making the people around her chuckle and giggle. Leona then looked at the people around her while thinking about the early conversation. So Calypso and Hestia, more than 2,000 years old each, are the oldest ones of you, and Joan is the youngest one with. Leona repeated the information that she got, wanting to review everything. I'm 68. Joan replied. Right. 68. And she does not look older than 23. I never thought that I would say this, but I think I need a drink. Leona said to herself. She then looked again at the people around her, now with curiosity in her eyes. And what are you all? Leona asked. She had just been said that the supernatural is real and that powerful beings walk among humans. Now she suspected that she had just found such a group of powerful beings walking among humans. Seraphol smiled at Leona's fast recovery. Well, Hestia and Calypso are both goddesses that come from the Greek pantheon. Eric, Selena, and Joan are what they call high humans. And I am a devil. Seraphol said, and for some more theatrics, unruffled her black leathery wings. The effect was not the one that she expected though. Leona didn't faint again, she just looked at her wings with curiosity while raising one hand to her chin. So, 2 Greek goddesses, 3 high humans, whatever that is, and 1 devil. Does that mean that you go around making contracts and collecting people's souls as payment? Leona said and asked while looking at Seraphol, who chuckled at that. No. Devils, in general, stopped taking souls as payment for deals thousands of years ago. They now normally only take material things as payment or favors. It gives less power to the devil, but it is much safer than taking a person's soul. Seraphol replied to Leona, who nodded her head in understanding. And you said they, as you don't do that. Leona said, pointing out the wording used by Seraphol in her reply. Seraphol nodded her head happily. Leona was managing to impress her more and more as time passes. Yes. I don't do contracts anymore, at least not low-level ones. When they named me Satan Leviathan, I got a small power boost due to the people's beliefs. Seraphol replied to Leona, who blinked slowly while looking at Seraphol. You are Satan Leviathan. As the Satan? Leona asked, and Seraphol shook her head. Not the Satan. One of 4 Satans. The underworld, that is where the devils live, is ruled by 4 powerful devils that were titled after the name of the old Satans. They are Lucifer, Asmodeus, Beelzebub, and Leviathan. Seraphol said, explaining to Leona a little of the power structure of the underworld. And you are Satan Leviathan? Leona asked, and Seraphol nodded her head in confirmation. Wait. I thought devils lived in hell. Leona asked again. Hell is just a place where the sinful souls are punished in the afterlife in heaven. The tale that devils live in hell and punish the sinful is just church propaganda. Eric was the one to answer this time. When he saw Leona's face to his answer, he continued explaining. Different pantheons have different ways of treating the afterlife. For example, the Greeks have their underworld, which is a different one from the one that houses the devils. The Norse have Valhalla and Hell, that's probably where the church took the name Hell from. Eric said, explaining a little to Leona, who nodded her head in understanding. Devil, goddesses, and high humans. What is a high human? Leona asked. She had never heard of high humans. A better way to explain it is by saying that it is a human that reached the peak of what a human can do with mana and did a ritual to evolve to a higher stage. With it, the person gains some benefits, like your body goes back to its peak and you don't age anymore. Eric replied to Leona, trying to explain to her what high humans are. So, you are immortal? Leona asked again, and Eric shook his head. Not immortal. I will still die if someone puts a sword through my heart, that is if he manages to put a sword through my heart. I just don't age anymore. Old age is not something that could cause my death anymore. It is important to state the difference so it doesn't go over put heads. Eric said to Leona, who nodded her head in understanding. The blonde young woman then went silent for a time while thinking about all that was told to her today. It all started with a seemingly innocent question and evolved into a conversation that blew up her mind. What I don't understand yet is why are you all telling me about all this? Leona finally said, asking something that was bothering her from the beginning. Okay, maybe not from the beginning, but since the middle of the conversation. Eric smiled at that question and looked at Seraphol. The Satan was also smiling widely at Leona. Well, that is because I have a proposition to you. More like an invitation if I have to say it myself. But to do it, I will have to explain a little about the recent history of devils. Some 300 years ago, there was a civil war in the underworld involving the devil race. The leaders of that time, the old Satans, were ruling the devils with tyranny, and things were walking towards a reignition of the Great War, that is, the restart of the war between heaven, fallen angels, and devils. Since our race had not recovered from the war, the restart of it could very well mean the extinction of the devil race, and a lot of people were against it. Even more the new generations. So a new faction appeared between devils to go against the old Satan's rule, and a civil war started. It took a lot of fights and lives, but the old Satan side was defeated and 4 new Satans were titled to the position of rulers for the devil race. But the civil war had its costs too, and the number of devils was even thinner now than before. It would take dozens of thousands of years for the devil race to start to recover from it, since our reproduction rate is very low. It was then that, after a lot of thinking, Satan Beelzebub came up with an idea. Why not recruit and reborn people from other races into devils? With that in mind, he started his research and finally came up with something that he called the evil pieces. They were pieces of enchanted stone that had their shapes based on the pieces of the game of chess, where the king would be a high-class devil who would use the other pieces, queen, bishops, towers, knights, and pawns, to reborn other races into new devils as their peerage members, giving them all the abilities that a normal devil would have, bar the lineage-attainable ones. Seraphol said, finishing her very long explanation. She then extended her hand, with palms up, and summoned one of her pieces. A deep blue chess piece appeared in her hand with an ice blue shine of light. It was a bishop piece. The why we explained all of this to you, Leona, is that I want to invite you to join my peerage, as my bishop. Seraphol said to Leona. The young woman stood in shock, just looking at the deep blue chess piece on Seraphol's palm. She had so many questions about so many things. Can I ask some questions before giving my answer? Leona suddenly said, making Seraphol smile even more. I would like very much that you clean all your doubts before accepting, Leona. Once the rebirth procedure is done, it cannot be reversed. Serafall said to Leona again, stating that should she accept the peace, her decision would be final with no chance of going back. What followed was a long conversation where Leona would ask questions that she had about becoming a devil and Serafall, or one of the others, would answer them. Things like what meant to be a member of a peerage, what were the pros and cons of being a devil, the political state of the devil race internally and externally, etc. During the ping-pong of questions and answers, she even asked why Eric, Selena, and Joan were not revived as devils too. They told her that the king would need to be stronger than the person being reborn to work, and Eric was stronger than Serafall. In Selena's case, it would be because being a devil didn't give her anything that she didn't already have with being a high human. And in Joan's case was because she didn't want to lose her blessing from God. It was then that Joan told Leona her full name and the young woman recognized her as being the French heroine from the 100 Years' War between France and England. Since the time that they had was getting short and it had already gone dark in Italy, the group had to stop their talk. Eric teleported them all back to Florence with a snap of his fingers and they delivered Leona to her home with a promise to answer more of her questions next time they reunite. Chapter 125, Bishop and 9 Realms. It had taken 3 months of more question and answer sessions between Serafall and Leona for the young woman to accept Serafall's invitation to become her bishop. Of course, they had not met every day for Leona to clear her doubts. Even after Leonardo da Vinci had finished the family's painting, which became amazing by the way, Serafall, Selena, and Calypso continued to visit Leona sporadically. But what pushed Leona to accept the evil piece was, in Serafall's opinion, the pressure that she was receiving from her family. During these 3 months, Leona scared away 3 more possible husbands. It reached a point that they had seriously thought of ignoring completely Leona's opinion on her future husband and just forcing her to marry the men of their choice. Incredible enough, her twin brother, the only person who stood by her side and helped her with her publications, stood silent on this matter. That possibly gave Leona the final push to accept Serafall's invite. The ritual of reincarnation was a simple and fast one that happened between Serafall and Leona only. The blonde woman entered the room as a human and exited it as a devil. Things complicated a little more when they were deciding what to do about Leona's family. Since she was now a devil, Leona would undoubtedly outlive every one of them. That, and if they discovered that she was not human anymore and was now a devil, retaliation was sure to come her way. After all, Italy was still the heart of the church. In the end, both women decided that the best way to ensure a smooth transition was to kill Leona da Vinci. Much more was discussed on the hows to do it, and in the end, Eric's suggestion was voted the best one due to its foolproof method. Another 6 months later, Leona da Vinci tragically died when a horse got scared and ran over her while pulling a carriage. Leona's body was heavily damaged and she died before any help could get to her. The ran-over body was, of course, a fake one created by Eric just like the one that he had made for Joan. A month later, Leonardo da Vinci received a letter from his sister. In it, she thanked him for all his help and said that her dying was for the best. Leona also warned him not to try to find her, because it would be impossible, just like him showing the letter to others. As he finished reading, the letter burst into cold flames that burned the letter entirely. It was a very simple spell cast by Selena that would read the mood of the reader. Leonardo da Vinci was spooked by the letter, but happy anyway that her sister was still alive somewhere. As that chapter of Leona's life ended, a new one began, and with it came a whole new process of learning a lot of new things. The blonde woman was in her own heaven when she saw the number of books available to her in Serafall's parents' home. Serafall would have shown her the Ravenclaw library but decided that Leona needed to focus on devil-related stuff first, and Ravenclaw's library had a too wide range of subjects. It didn't take long for Leona to get the gist of the devil's magic. It didn't take long either for her to almost blow herself while doing tests. Devil's magic could be very free in what it did, but it had rules on how to do some things too. For example, devil's magic requires a good concentration and visualization of the process. If you deviate a little in it during the casting process, boom, an explosion cannon will most certainly occur. The energy gathered had to go to someplace after all, and a quick discharge to the atmosphere was the most obvious way for it to disperse. Aside from all the study that she had to do, Leona assumed the position of Serafall's secretary, accompanying the Satan to all places that she had to go out of the underworld. But that too only happened after Eleanor, Serafall's mother, taught some intensive devil's etiquette lessons to Leona, so she would not embarrass herself and Serafall terribly. The new devil had no complaints about her new position because in it she could see a lot of new places and learn a lot of new things. A year after getting the gist of devil's magic, Leona was good enough to not explode herself when trying new magics. She had learned all the basics of it, including the magic transportation magic, and received from Serafall the authorization to use the Citrus shield in her magic circles. After concluding this step of her education, Leona received from Selena authorization to enter and use Ravenclaw's library. The blonde devil almost had an orgasm when she saw the size of it and almost had another one when Selena showed her the search system that she had invented for it. The search consisted of the user writing in a book the subject that it wanted to search. The book then would write back the result of where the user could find a book with that subject. It was still in development. Now, the search took a too long time to give a reply back to the user because it would search sections of the library at a time. Selena was still looking for a way to optimize the search. 10 years passed and news arrived at Eric that new land was discovered in the West by an Italian man named Christopher Columbus that was being patronized by the Spanish monarchy. The discovery of the Americas was something that Eric was waiting for a long time. Immediately he put in motion a plan that he had prepared together with a new fleet of 10 ships. These new ships would sail exclusively from Europe to the Americas, taking colonizers and cargo with them. It was time for Eric to start his business in the Americas. And he was very successful. His mercantile group quickly settled in a good land and from there started their ventures. Little did the colonizers know that the location that they had settled had been prepared by Eric previously and would repel people with ill intentions to the settlement, helping it flourish faster. 8 more years quickly passed by and Pedro Álvares Cabral, a Portuguese explorer, discovered South America, landing on where would one day be known as Salvador, Brazil. Eric had a lot of plans for the South American lands too and had already started preparations for it just after Columbus landed in North America. A new fleet of another 10 ships was launched to work on South American waters. 20 years later, even with the raising and fall of a lot of mercantile and navigation companies, Raven's mercantile group was still the top dog of the world with a fleet of more than 100 ships that sailed through almost all the seas of the world. It was a force that no empire or kingdom could ignore. Be that for the economic power that it represented or because almost every sailor's dream was to work there. The only one that didn't dream about it was because they already worked there. Its influence was so big that it started to slowly get the attention of the supernatural world and some of the more greedy people were found in need of some punishment by Eric's hands. The devils who tried to worm themselves in the mercantile group quickly retreated when they discovered that the monster who tamed Serafal Leviathan was the true owner of it. But it was not so easy with some of the other factions. Members of the church tried to strong-arm their way inside the company as a way to spread their beliefs, but they quickly found that it was impossible when their best exorcists, who were holy sword holders, were delivered back to their headquarters traumatized and with all 4 limbs cleanly broken in different places. After that, they tried to badmouth the mercantile group, but the authors of the idea quickly found that all their dirty secrets were thrown all over the place for everyone to see. With that, the rest of the higher-ups of the church quickly learned to not mess with Raven's mercantile group. They were not a force that they could afford to fight with. Another group that tried to worm their way inside the mercantile group was some members of the Theseus family, from the Greeks. The family had a history with navigation since they were descendants of Poseidon, but were quickly barred from entering the company, and it was not even because they were from another faction. When they were presented with the work contract that all people from the supernatural world who worked with them signed, they whined about it. A lot. It was multiple times pointed to them that the contract was for their own protection too, but they didn't want to sign it. Well, there was one person from their family who signed it, but she was the black sheep of the family. Bella was a daughter of Poseidon whose mother had betrayed the family after running away from an arranged marriage with the son of an elder that she hated, just to be begrudgingly accepted back when she earned the favor of the god of the sea and earthquakes. After some time of apprenticeship in different ships, she became the first female captain of a ship in Raven's mercantile group. A very successful woman who had made a point in rubbing it all over the face of the family that belittled her and her mother. Years continued to pass. Eric and his family continued to do their own things. During this time, they found some time for another long vacation trip. This time, they chose to travel through and see the 5 realms of the Norse. They visited all 9 realms. Well, 8 realms since they already lived in Midgard. Asgard had been not as good as they imagined that it would be. The place was beautiful, with white marble and gold everywhere, but some minor gods thought that they were untouchable inside Asgard, and because of that, they made a point to annoy any visiting groups. But what they didn't count on was that Eric, because he had Norse ancestry, was protected by some of the laws of the realm. All it took was to call the annoying pest around in one of the various arenas scattered by the city and some old and good skull bashing for the group to be left alone again. Eric had to bash half a dozen of skulls before the pests understood that they would not achieve anything there. And they couldn't even call him a cheater since Eric never used magic spells in their fights. The group had to cut their visit short when they got the winds that Thor was starting to look for Eric for a fight. Not that Eric thought that he could not win against the Norse god of thunder and strength, but Thor's personality was troublesome, not say other things. Thankfully for the group, they managed to avoid the other troublesome god of the pantheon. Loki was not at home during their visit to the realm, and they thanked their luck for that. Vanaheim was a show for the eyes. The realm was a beautiful place that had magic flowing and happening everywhere that you looked at. The Vanir, the realm's original residents, had a big affinity to all magics and made a point in applying it to every corner of the realm that they could. Selena was having the time of her life there together with Serafal and Leona when they had free time to join the group. Before, she had only gone to the public libraries of Asgard, but now, she had tons of new knowledge about magic to learn. That left Eric alone with Calypso and Joan. Both women took advantage of that alone time and thoroughly enjoyed it with all their hearts. Chapter 126, 9 Realms and Hela. Alfheim was a marvel to anyone's eyes. The realm that housed the Light Elves was full of nature and wonders. The group was very well received by the residents of the realm, and it was Calypso's time to go wild. The goddess was very animated in knowing a lot of new plants, and everything that she could take a sample, seeds, or seedlings, she took. Calypso would have a lot of work when she arrived back home. Nidavellir was the home of the dwarves. It was not really a place to be toured since the local was basically a giant workshop for the dwarves. But that didn't stop the group from having their fun. Eric and Joan toured the place as they were kids in a candy store. Because of her sacred gear, Joan had a strong link to all kinds of armors and weaponry. She, together with Eric, managed to make a contract with the dwarves to craft a set of swords and armor for her. Eric had ordered a sword to be made for Joan with the goblins as her 100-year birthday gift, but it was only one sword. The man too was very happy with their visit to the dwarves' workshops. He had managed to get from some of the metal workers and artisans through the use and trade of some enchanted booze that he had experimented with to trade some of the cruder, for the dwarves, techniques in treating metals. The techniques turned the metals more receptive to magic, allowing more enchantments to be layered on them without overcharging the piece. As they said, it was nothing worth much in Nidavellir, but in Midgard, also known as Earth, the impact of the technique would be very different. But this didn't mean that only Eric and Joan had fun in the realm. When they parted to their next stop, all of Eric's wives had some new jewelry on them. Jotunheim was cold. Very cold. The realm of eternal winter was not a very hospitable place. At least not for normal people. The Jotuns, or ice giants, that resided in the realm seemed to be very comfortable with the very cold weather. The group didn't feel much of it too, because as soon as they arrived, Eric had layered everyone with heat-isolating spells. But that didn't mean that the women didn't have their fun wearing winter clothes. The ice city of the Jotuns was a marvel to anyone's eyes. To Eric, it looked like something out of some fantasy book. Since the ice was the more abundant resource of the realm, everything was made of ice. And the interesting thing was there were different types of ice that had different densities and uses. Muspelheim was the opposite of Jotunheim. It was hot. Very hot. The realm of fire was housed to a plethora of species of animals adapted to live in extreme heat conditions. There was even some flora that thrilled in such conditions. Calypso, obviously, had got some samples, seeds, and seedlings from them. She was certain that she could convince Eric to create a special greenhouse for them. And she was right in that. Same thing with the samples that she had gotten from Jotunheim. She could bet with anyone that the ice-related flora and the fire-related flora would have amazing uses for potion masters. Niflheim was a strange place. The realm of mist was always covered by a thick layer of mist. That blocked the vision and, in some cases, the senses of anyone who visited the place. The fauna of the realm had all adapted to live in such conditions and, in some cases, they were totally blind and relied only on their other super-developed senses. The group had suffered some ambushes from hunting animals, but nothing that they could not easily deal with. After touring the realm a little, seeing nothing, literally, the group departed to visit the last realm on their list. Hell was a new experience for them. As soon as they stepped into the realm, a group of armored skeletons raised from the ground and surrounded the group. They thought that the person controlling them was cute in thinking that these bags of bones could pose any threat to them. But contrary to their expectations, the skeletons didn't move to attack or anything. They just stood in place while looking at them through their empty eye sockets. Soon enough they discovered why. With some flare, some green and black smoke started to gather behind the lines of skeletons. Smokes then rose from the ground and seemed to solidify while forming the figure of a feminine figure. She was tall, sporting the same height that Eric had, and had long black hair with very vibrant green eyes. Her skin was a pale tone of healthy. Joining everything together, she was a pretty woman. As she appeared completely, the skeletons who were in between her and the group walked to the side, making a pathway between her and the group. The woman walked through the created path and stopped when she was at the border of the encirclement. "You are trespassing in the Hell realm. Leave immediately or become permanent additions to the realm," the woman said in an authoritative voice. Eric smiled friendly at the woman and slowly raised his hands in a signal that he didn't mean to do any harm. "Sorry about trespassing, but we are a family of tourists that have toured through all the other 8 realms, missing only Hell," Eric said to the woman, who he had a very good idea of the identity. The woman looked appraisingly at the group, not noticing anything different to them. To her, they seemed all normal. Too normal even. She squinted her eyes at that and used one of her gifts to look deeper at them. But she could not. To her eyes, who could literally see a person's soul, the group was entirely covered by some kind of mist that blocked any sense in reaching them. "How are you doing it?" she asked the group. Eric cocked his head in confusion. "Doing what exactly?" Eric asked the woman. "Hiding who or what you are." she said, adding to her last question. Some understanding was shown in the group's face now. Oh, that. Well, that would be our secret to keep. We just like to travel while anonymous. It makes the experience more worthwhile. You can see things that you would not see if people knew who you are. Eric explained to the woman. And it was true. They had traveled through all the realms without being barred once. It had been only in Asgard that those pests chose to mess with them, and Eric had to put some sense back in their heads. Even Serafall, who was a more known figure, managed to travel with them during her time off without being recognized. It was certainly refreshing for the Satan. Here, as a token of goodwill. Look again. Eric said while mentally ordering the hidden snake ring in his hand to deactivate. The little snake that was coiled around his pinky finger uncoiled itself and slithered down Eric's hand, hiding inside his sleeve. The woman did as Eric asked, and looked again. What she saw now shocked her. The women behind the men continued hidden from her vision, but the men was something else entirely. His soul had pure condensed around. Power in a way that she had rarely seen during the entirety of her very long life. And it was compressed around him, forming a thick like cement aura. This man, this tourist, had certainly more power in him than she had available for her while in her realm. Who are you? She asked again, this time more on guard with the group in front of her. Eric smiled at her at that and continued with his non-aggressive position, just ordering mentally to the hidden snake to go back to her place in his hand. The little snake did so, slithering back up his hand and coiling itself around Eric's pinky finger, assuming again its appearance of an inconspicuous snake-like ring. My name is Eric Ravenclaw, and these behind me are my family and wives. Eric replied to the woman. He didn't say that everyone there was his wife because Leona was with them this time and they didn't have that kind of relationship. The woman took some time to recognize the name. She had heard it in the past, but since Eric didn't like to show off too much, it had been a long time since he was news. According to her memory, Eric Ravenclaw had married Satan Leviathan from the underworld after winning against her in a 1-versus-1 fight. Odin then was obligated to recognize Eric's ancestry even if he didn't grow up there. How this monster had grown up and become this powerful without getting in anyone's eyes was a mystery that nobody could solve. But now she had an idea of how he did it. If Eric Ravenclaw would always hide like he just did, it was no mystery anymore how he passed by unseen to the supernatural world's eyes. She then was called attention in her head to another thing that he said. The women behind him were his family and wives. That meant that one of them was Satan Leviathan. She looked again at the women, this time paying more attention to their physical features, and managed to recognize Serafall Leviathan between them. I'm Hela Locustdaughter, ruler of the Hell Realm and goddess of death. The woman finally said, introducing herself to the group and confirming Eric's suspicions. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Hela. As I said before, I am Eric Ravenclaw and these are my wives and family, Selena, Calypso, Joan, Serafall, and Serafall's bishop, Leona. Eric said, introducing himself again together with the women behind him, who gave Hela a nod with their head each time that they were introduced. Eric then snapped his finger as he finished the introductions. Snap. A vine basket, that was wrapped in silky cloth and tied up with some decorative kind of ribbon, appeared floating in front of Eric. Inside the basket were a lot of different things made by Eric. All of them were items to eat or drink, like cookies of different types, thanks to the cacao and vanilla he had got in Central America, and tea and coffee blends. Since it is our first time meeting and we are in your house, here, a gift to you. Eric said and slowly floated the basket to Hela. The woman slowly nodded her head at that but didn't touch the basket. She simply assumed control of the floating spell and directed the basket to one of the skeletons to the side. It would have the mission of delivering the gift to her castle. But as the basket floated by her side a delicious smell escaped from it, making the goddess of death zero her vision to the basket again, who had reached the skeleton's hands. Bring it to my castle. And be extra careful with it. Hela said, ordering the skeleton off, who just turned and started to walk to the castle that could be seen at the distance. With a wave of her hand, Hela sent another group of skeletons to guard the one carrying the delicious basket. Eric's wives smiled internally at that. For them, one more woman would be soon enthralled by Eric's cooking skills. Well, now that the pleasantries ended, we will be going since we are trespassing in the realm. Come on, girls. Eric said and snapped his fingers again. Snap. A blue magic circle appeared under the group. A transportation one. But as Eric was ready to transport them out of the realm, he heard Hela's voice. Wait. Hela said to them, making Eric stop the blue magic circle, which faded quickly. Since you made your offering, it would rude of my part to just send you all off. Hela said in a way that appeared that she was doing that only because of manners. In truth, she was very curious about this family and wanted to know more about them. And it would work as something to relieve some of her boredom. We don't want to impose on you, Lady Hela. Eric replied to the goddess. Nonsense. Come, let me show you a little of the realm. But be warned, hell has not a lot for one to see. Hela said to the group and waved her hand. At some distance of her, an open carriage materialized itself. In front of it, two nightmarish-looking horses were saddled and tied to the carriage. On the conductor's seat, a skeleton wearing some kind of suit was sat ready to conduct the carriage. Hela started to walk to the carriage followed by the family. What followed was Hela showing the family around the hell realm. The goddess had a very different personality after she felt comfortable around them. She and the girls had hit off and talked about the more diverse topics between their touristic points, with them focusing on what they encountered during all their travels. Hela was impressed by all the places that they had traveled to. After some hours of touring, Serafal asked for them to make a pause to eat something. They did, and Eric then prepared some quick lunch for them all with helpings of vanilla-flavored ice cream and chocolate cookies as dessert. Hela devoured everything with gusto. She had never tasted something as delicious as that. Not even at one of Asgard's well-known feasts. At the end of the day, the family was invited to stay in Hela's castle, which they accepted. Eric again cooked dinner for them. This time, he chose to grill different meats from different places that they visited. They had a very exotic barbecue that had meats that ranged from a simple chicken wing to the meat of a dragon and other magical beasts. As a side dish, Eric had prepared some fried potatoes and cooked some cassava, while Calypso had prepared a big variety of salads. These would do good in breaking all meaty flavors. That night, Hela went to bed with a very satisfied look on her face. Chapter 127, Reminding the World. During the next days, Hela continued to show the realm to the group. Little by little, the goddess of death opened herself to Eric's wives. It seemed that she was very lonely. Because of who her father was and her divinity to death, Hela was isolated from others in Asgard, and everything bad that happened around her, she was the blame for it. Her father did not react to these things, just like he had no reaction when the same thing happened to any of his sons. Because of that, she could only rely on herself. When came the day for the group to part, Hela was sad but preened up when the girls gave her their contact information, promising to come to visit too. And just like that, Selena's tea party gained another member. At the start, Hela was afraid of getting out of her realm for any one reason or other, but with the help of the others, she managed to conquer that fear. Eric had helped in that a little when he gave her a way to hide her divinity. That way Hela could walk between others without being avoided like a plague. It had been a surprise for her too to find Frigga at the tea party. Even more surprising for her was when the woman didn't avoid her or make any mean comments. Since everyone that she had met within Asgard had been mean to her in one way or another, she had expected the same from the Queen of Asgard, but it didn't come. Hela was skeptical at the beginning, thinking that her behavior was like that just because of the tea party, but she was proved wrong when one day, out of nothing, Frigga dropped by her castle in Hel's realm to chat and have some tea. The would-be adopted grandmother was really trying to bond with her adopted granddaughter. In the end, after a lot of teas together with the tea party and not, both Norse goddesses developed a special friendship. Gandil, the Valkyrie who was Eric's aunt, was too dragged into it when she managed to participate in one of the tea parties. Her presence was very sporadic at the event since she had her duties as a Valkyrie of Asgard, but after that, she had been mysteriously transferred from her normal duties to the personal guard of the queen, having to, unfortunately, follow her everywhere she went. Just like that, Gandalf's presence at all the next tea parties was guaranteed. Years continued to pass for the family. Back to Earth and from their vacation, each member had gone back to do their own things. Calypso had contracted Eric's building services to build 3 new greenhouses for her. Each one would have different internal configurations and would house the seedlings that she had obtained from Jotunheim, Muspelheim, and Alfheim. Unfortunately, the little flora that she had found in Hel could not be grown outside the realm due to their need to feed on death energy. Later, when she commented on that unfortunate event in one of the tea parties, Hela invited her to build a greenhouse in her castle's grounds, and in the end, the goddess of death gained a new hobby when Calypso taught her how to care for the plants. It was the year 1614 when Eric had his first encounter with the holders of the heavenly dragons. Eric was relaxing in his home on a Saturday afternoon when he received an emergency call from one of his offices. Apparently, 2 supernatural beings were fighting in the middle of the city of Porto, in Portugal, and were destroying the city with it. After explaining the situation to his wives, Joan decided to go with Eric, and he quickly teleported both of them to the company's office with a "have fun" from Selena, Calypso, and Serafal. As they arrived, they could feel the ground shaking with each impact caused by the trade of blows that was happening and could feel the draconic aura being emitted. When the couple got out of the company and they saw the destruction that both had caused to the city with their squabble, Eric knew that he had to stop this or there would be no city left, so he, together with Joan, ran to the location where he felt that the 2 draconic auras were trading blows. What he and Joan saw when they arrived there was more destruction. 2 armored humanoid beings, one red and one white, were trading blows in the air. With each punch, a sonic boom was caused and destroyed a little more of the city. Eventually, a kick or punch would connect and throw the receiving party to the ground, destroying even more of the city with it. And Eric was getting pissed with it. How do you feel about a little trashing, Joan? Eric asked his wife, who smiled back at him. She had already changed her garb to an armor before having Eric teleport them. So she just activated her sacred gear once again to change the sword that she would use against her target from a generic one to one of the swords that she had gotten from the dwarves of Nidavellir. What was so special about this sword? It had Dragon Slayer capabilities. I thought you would never ask, darling. Joan replied to Eric while putting a hand on the sword's hilt. Eric smiled at that. Take the red one, I will take the white one. Aim to take him out of combat. Eric said to Joan, who nodded her head in confirmation. And then, without any warning, both disappeared from their places in a burst of speed, reappearing again in front of their targets. They didn't say anything useless to them. Eric pumped his vital energy through his body, reinforcing it to the extreme, and just punched the white armored being in his stomach. What dash? Was the only thing that the white armored being managed to say before feeling the impact of the punch. His white armor, that had remained pristine during all his fight with the red armored being, was shattered instantly at the point of impact of the punch, exposing the belly of the person inside. His body was then catapulted far away by the strength behind it too. Joan didn't lose time either. She appeared in front of the red armored being and simply drew her sword while revolving her vital energy through her body and the sword, slashing the target in diagonally down-up motion. The result of it was a shower of red blood. The red armor was cut like it was nothing by her, and the being wearing it had no time to say anything before being cut down. Why? Was his only words before passing out due to the shock and starting to fall to the ground. Joan watched with uninterested eyes as her target fell to the ground. She then looked at Eric and saw that he was already finished with his target too. Joan then flew to Eric and both landed on the ground. How was it? Eric asked Joan, who just shrugged. Disappointing. Joan replied. She really expected more from the holder of one of the Longinus sacred gears. Eric chuckled at that answer and snapped his fingers. Snap. 2 seconds later, 2 magic circles appeared in front of them, and from it, 2 bodies were materialized, one wearing a shattered white armor, and the other a cut red armor with a pool of blood quickly forming under the second. Eric looked at that and let out a sigh. Sigh. You had to go for the Dragon Slayer one. Eric said and looked at Joan, who in response looked to the side with some shame on her face. Not my fault if he was so weak. Joan boldly said. From all of his 4 wives, Joan was the only one who trained constantly with Eric. Both of them would go for at least half-hour of spar every day. Eric smiled and shook his head. Activating his own sacred gear, he created 2 handfuls of micro-monsters and dispatched them to both armored beings. The micro-monsters immediately started to enter the bodies and heal them. Eric then grimaced. He had just received feedback from the guy who he had punched. It seems that he had shattered more than just the armor with his punch. Some of the guy's organs had been smashed too, and he was bleeding internally. While the micro-monsters were doing their job, Eric looked around them and reassessed the damage caused to the city. All around the city, people were running wildly with some few trying to rescue others from under the damaged buildings. Eric let out a sigh at that. Sigh. So much destruction. I'll be through with their punishments. Eric said and raised his hand to the sky. With some concentration on his part, a blue magic circle appeared on top of his hand and quickly started to expand at the same time that it climbed to the skies. When it reached about 300 meters high, the blue magic circle sporting a raven in the center was big enough to cover the entirety of the city of Porto, attracting the attention of everyone in it that stopped to look at the amazing vision. A few seconds later, the shining of the blue magic circle intensified and Eric released his spell over the city. As his magic washed over the population, their memories of the happening were being altered. For those that already knew about the supernatural world, nothing had happened to their memories, and it was just explained that the destruction was caused by a fight between the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor. They were stopped, and what the cover history would be for the normal population. The cover history would be that a cyclone suddenly formed in the city and caused all the destruction around it. With the spell taking effect, Eric again snapped his fingers and a big blue magic circle appeared under the 4 of them. A second later, Eric, Joan, and the 2 unconscious Dragon Emperors disappeared in the middle of motes of blue light. Known to Eric, his actions of subduing both Dragon Emperors and the cleaning of the supernatural involvement were witnessed by agents from almost all factions and pantheons who quickly send their reports back. That day the entirety of the supernatural world was remembered that there was a powerhouse named Eric Ravenclaw that was married to Satan Leviathan and had at least another very strong woman by his side. Those who knew him personally and were there when the reports arrived, like Frigga, Gabriel, and Amaterasu, only smiled while hearing it. A/N, next chapters could arrive with some lateness due to the launching of a project I was waiting for. Chapter 128, Red and White. It had taken 3 hours for the hosts of the Heavenly Dragon Emperors to wake. With their bodies fixed by Eric's micro-monsters and after force-feeding them some potion to help accelerate their recovery, it was just a matter of time for them to wake up. The armors, which Eric and Joan had damaged, had disappeared as soon as they teleported, leaving behind just their unprotected hosts with damaged shirts. The blonde one, who was the host to the Heavenly White Dragon Emperor, had a huge hole in his shirt on the abdominal region, while the brown-haired one, who was the host for the Heavenly Red Dragon Emperor, had a diagonal cut that went from his waist to his shoulder in his shirt that was caked with dry blood. Hugh! Did someone take notice of the dragon that trampled me? The blonde one said in confusion while taking his hand to his head. It then came to him. He remembered starting a fight with the red one and, as the fight was reaching its pinnacle, someone appeared out of nowhere in front of him and punched him. And what a punch! Not even Albion's power of divide managed to affect it before it hit him. After that, it was all black. So, I lost, huh? The blonde one said inside his head. Yes, Hilbert. You lost, but not for the red one. He was defeated by another opponent at the same time that one took you out. A loud voice answered him inside. It was the voice of Albion, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor sealed inside the sacred gear. Hilbert chuckled at that. It seemed that Albion wasn't worried at the loss of some unknown person. He was worried about losing to the red one. You almost died there, Hilbert. Albion said again in his loud voice. That punch crushed a lot of your internal organs. No way that my power would have brought you back. Albion said again. That's serious, huh? Then how am I alive? Hilbert asked Albion. The same person that defeated and injured you, healed you. Albion replied to Hilbert's question. And why would he do that? Hilbert asked again. He could swear that he saw a huge white dragon shrugging inside his head. I have no idea. How about you ask him? After all, he is behind you right now. Albion replied and said to Hilbert, making the men try to get up and turn quickly, aggravating the pain that he was feeling all over his body. What he saw was not what he was expecting at all. There, just sitting on a chair and chatting with a beautiful woman while drinking tea, was the man who defeated him in one punch. While Hilbert was waking up, his rival, the bearer of the boosted gear, was waking up too. His first reaction was a little different from his rival. The brown-haired man opened his eyes suddenly and raised his torso from the ground, taking a sitting position. His hand went automatically to his chest area, where he had been almost bisected earlier. To his surprise, the wound was gone, but it left behind the proof that it had not been a dream. His shirt was caked in dry blood, together with a diagonal cut that extended from his waist to shoulder. Welcome back, partner. I thought that I lost you for certain. A loud voice said inside his head. It was the voice of Draig, the Heavenly Red Dragon Emperor sealed inside his sacred gear. Hey Draig. It's good to be back. But what happened? The man asked back. While you were fighting with the White One, an armored woman suddenly appeared in front of you and almost cut you in half. I tried to boost you one last time to diminish the impact, but it was useless. Her sword had Dragon Slayer properties to it. Draig explained, replying to the brown-haired man, whose face assumed a confused expression. But then, how am I alive? The man asked again. After defeating you, she reunited with a man who had just defeated the White One in one punch. He then brought your body and the White One's body near him and started healing both of you. Draig replied to the men. It was a very close call, Paul. Draig said again after a moment of silence. But why would he heal me if his woman had just wounded me? Paul asked himself in confusion. The man could swear that he saw the red dragon smirking at him inside his head before receiving a reply. I don't know. Why don't you ask him yourself? He is behind you. Draig said to Paul inside his head, making the man quickly turn his body to look behind him, and see the same thing that his rival was seeing. A man drinking tea and chatting with a beautiful armored woman. At this moment, the men looked at Paul and Hilbert. Oh. It seems that the naughty boys have wake up. Eric said while putting down the cup of tea that was in his hand. Rise and shine, sunshine. Eric said to the duo while smiling widely. Hilbert and Paul stood in place looking at Eric with a dumb expressions on their faces. Sheesh. People these days have no sense of humor anymore. Eric said again while making a disappointed expression at both men's reactions. The problem is not their sense of humor, husband. You are the one that comes with some strange things sometimes. Joan said to Eric while putting down her cup of tea. That comment seemed to have hit something inside Eric. He made a shocked expression while looking at Joan that quickly morphed into a mock-hurt one. Oh, et2, Joan. Eric said jokingly again while putting a hand over his hurt heart. Joan just rolled her eyes at that. While that was happening, both men still stood in place looking at the trade-in in front of them dumbfounded. Excuse me. Paul said after recovering from the shock. Yes, Red. Eric said while turning and looking at the men. Gone was the Joker semblant. In its place was the all-business semblant. Paul almost flinched at the sudden change but found the strength to continue. Why did you heal me? Paul asked Eric. Hilbert nodded his head at that question. He too wanted to know why they first left them at death's doors just to bring them back. After hearing the question and seeing the other man nodded his head, Eric looked at them as they were idiots. It's very simple. Death would be the easy and quick way for both of you. For what you both had done, you must receive the according punishment. Eric said to both men. Punishment? For what? Hilbert asked confused. One could almost see the image of a white dragon grimacing at his host's stupid question. For what, you say? Let's see, shall we? Eric said and took a paper that was on the table. It was a letter. He then started to read its contents out loud. City of Porto, Portugal, year 1614. Dear Lord Ravenclaw, I came through this to report to you the list of the approximated damage caused to the city by the two being in red and white while fighting. Damage to public property, 50,000 miraes that include roads, fountains, public illumination, and public buildings. Damage to private property, 80,000 miraes that includes private buildings, animals, and lost merchandise. Injured people, 532. Dead people, 61. The number of deaths can go up due to some of the injured being still in danger. Eric finished reading the letter to the two men in front of him and looked seriously at them. At least they looked ashamed of it. So, how are you two paying? Eric asked the two. Pay? Hilbert asked while his face was getting red. I don't have money. Paul added while looking to the side. Eric continued looking at the two of them and then nodded his head in understanding. Then it is decided. You two will pay for everything with labor. Eric said and snapped his fingers. Nothing happened visually anywhere but internally to the men's bodies. Eric's micro-monsters had already cut most of their control to their gifts. We will be sure to assign you to the good-paying jobs so you don't lose more than a few years repaying your debts. Eric said, leaving the two men dumbfounded while looking at him. Ah, and you will use no magic while at it and sacred gear is only allowed if at danger. Eric said again. This time he got a reaction from both men, who went white at the mention of doing labor. Next time you two want to see who has the bigger dick, find an empty place to do it. Eric said to them and then snapped his fingers. Snap. Under both men, a blue magic circle appeared. Now I will transport you two to the person who will take care of you until you had paid all your debt. And don't even think about fleeing. I have both of you marked already. Even if you escape to the dimensional gap, I would be able to find you. Eric said to the white-looking men and then activated the magic circle, sending the two away and back to the city of Porto. Luckily for them, they had destroyed the city while wearing armors, so no one would recognize them. Years passed again and during them, Eric had the opportunity to talk better with the hosts for the Heavenly Dragon Emperors and the dragons themselves. And they were not good talkers at all. They had no interesting histories to tell of, didn't have the skills to maintain an intelligent conversation for long. They were both meatheads. In the end, it had taken both men 15 years to pay their debt. At the end of it, both men couldn't look at the other's face without grimacing. Even being fated rivals, 15 years of doing labors at each other's company had killed any will in them of fighting each other. It helped too that they could not use their full powers. When their debt was paid, Eric returned to them their full strength and both just looked at each other, nodded their heads, and walked in opposite directions. Chapter 129, Miyamoto Musashi. Province of Harima, Neon. March 5th. Eric approached the dojo with excitement written all over his face. Who could blame him? He was going to meet one of the most famous swordsmen in history. By his side was one of his wives, Joan. The woman had gotten very curious about the abilities of this swordsman that her husband wanted to meet with and decided to follow him on this trip. For the occasion, she was wearing one of her more light dress armors and had a long sword attached to her hip. If not for the fact that they were in a country that had a different culture, Joan would not look out of place if one ignored the fact that she was a woman wearing light metallic armor. It helped too that Eric had cast a "Notice Me Not" spell over her, so anyone without enough power would just ignore the fact that she was wearing metallic armor. Eric walked into the property and was greeted with the sight of a middle-aged-looking man sweeping the area, who stopped when he saw Eric. The men looked at Eric with caution. Foreigners were becoming a sort of a problem nowadays by trying to impose their customs on them. But even if Eric looked like a foreigner with his red blonde hair and stormy blue-gray eyes, he was wearing the garb that was used by the nobles of Neon. And technically speaking, he was a noble of the country, but not one entitled by the mundane ruler of the lands. Amaterasu had given him her token so he could demonstrate that he was a trusted person to her. "Hello, stranger, how can I help you?" The middle-aged man said to Eric while stopping his sweeping, ignoring completely the fact that Joan was by his side. Eric looked at the man with a small smile and gave him a small bow. "Hello. My name is Eric Ravenclaw, and I am looking for Miyamoto Musashi." The information that I got said that he resided here in this dojo. Eric said to the men in perfect Japanese. After his evolution, languages were not a barrier for him anymore. His gift of understanding and being understood by animals aside, all high humans, that is, Eric, Selena, and Joan, could speak and read all human languages. It sure was something very similar to the skill that angels and devils had. And very useful too. I am Miyamoto Musashi. The middle-aged man replied while giving Eric a small bow. Eric raised one eyebrow at that and looked at the men again from top to bottom. No, you are not. Eric replied to the men, who got shocked when Eric didn't believe his claim. And how do you know that I am not Miyamoto Musashi? The men asked Eric, who gave the middle-aged man a small smile. You sure look like and port yourself as a swordsman of high caliber, but, how can I say this? Eric replied to the men while entering a thoughtful mood. He is not sharp enough. Joan replied from Eric's side, and for the first time since they entered the place, the middle-aged man, who claimed to be Miyamoto Musashi, noticed the woman by Eric's side. Exactly. You are not sharp enough. Thanks, Joan. Eric said to the men and then looked and smiled at Joan, who answered the smile with one of her own. He then looked back to the middle-aged man, who was now looking at Joan. See what I am talking about? You have not even noticed my wife by my side, who is a splendid swordswoman herself. Eric said again to the middle-aged man in a boasting tone. He was very proud of all achievements from his wives. The middle-aged man then looked again to Eric and squinted his eyes. And what do you want with Miyamoto Musashi? The middle-aged man asked to Eric. He was now looking at the men in front of him with other eyes. Just want to meet the person whose fame as a swordsman reached my ears. Eric said to the middle-aged man. Ah, and my wife will probably want to test herself against him. Eric added. Joan, who was still by Eric's side, nodded her head at that comment from Eric. She knew that she had left behind the human tier in her sword skill some time ago, but she wanted to see the skills of this swordsman who interested her husband. The middle-aged man looked at Eric with calculating eyes and then looked at Joan. He then gave a small nod of his head and turned to walk to the nearest building. He propped the broom that he was using against the building's wall and turned again to the couple. Follow me. I will lead you to where Miyamoto Musashi is training. The middle-aged man said and started to slowly walk around the building complex. Eric and Joan looked at each other and started to follow the middle-aged man. They walked behind him for a good 5 minutes. In this time, they reached the back of the dojo complex and walked in the small woods behind it. After some walk, they reached their destination, and what he saw was not something that he was expecting. In the middle of a big clearing, swinging a sword like there was no tomorrow while fully focused on it, was a young woman with luxurious black-purple hair tied in a ponytail. Said hair was now sticking to her back because of the sweat that covered her body. As pants, she was wearing a classical garb used by men, while her upper body was naked, being covered only by bandages that were tightly wrapped around her chest. Her strikes were precise and elegant, with no deviation from the previous one. It was like she was a machine doing repetitive work. Her body was exuding this aura that yelled sharp at anyone with enough developed senses. Her concentration on the task in front of her was so great that she didn't notice the visitors. The middle-aged man was going to call the woman's attention to them but was stopped by Eric's hand, who rested on his shoulder. The middle-aged man looked at Eric and saw him negatively shaking his head. Eric then looked back at Joan and nodded at her. The swordswoman smiled back at her husband and stepped ahead of both men. She then took a drawing instant, put her hand over the hilt of the sword that was attached to her waist, at the same time exuding her own aura of sharpness flow out of her body. The result was seen in an instant. The woman, who was until now swinging her sword in concentration, immediately snapped her head back to where Joan was while taking the sword in her hands in a defensive stance. That result got a smile from Joan and Eric. Oh. It seems that she is the real deal. Eric commented, letting go of his hand from the middle-aged man's shoulder. The middle-aged man was looking at the scene in shock. He knew that when Musashi was training, she was in a world of her own, and it was very difficult to bring her back without being cut when touching her. The gods were his witnesses in his tries. But the men, better say the woman in front of them, did it without even saying anything. Just by taking a drawing stance and touching the hilt of her sword was enough to call Musashi from his training. Joan nodded her head to Eric's comment. Miyamoto Musashi, who was awakened from her training session by Joan's sharp aura and automatically assumed a defensive stance with her sword, just now noticed the new presence in the clearing. Father. She said while looking at the middle-aged man and cocking her head to the side as if asking for an explanation. The middle-aged man gave her daughter a small smile and a small nod with his head. Musashi, you have guests that wanted to meet the famous swordsman. These are Lord Eric Ravenclaw and his wife. The middle-aged man said to the young woman, throwing her in another wave of confusion. Her father was very protective of her. Due to her recently acquired fame, a lot of people were coming to her family dojo looking for the famous swordsman. Some were after the fame of defeating him, while others were looking to hire him. Her father took her name as a way to protect her from all these people. She then took a better look at the men and women that were accompanying her father. The man was handsome, with foreigner features and hair color while wearing traditional clothes. The woman was another history. She was garbed for battle with a light armored dress like armor and a sword attached to her waist. Musashi noticed that the woman's hand had never left the hilt of her different-looking sword. "Nice to meet you, Miyamoto Musashi," Eric said while giving the woman a small bow. "Likewise, Lord Eric Ravenclaw," the woman replied while giving Eric a bow of her own. Eric then looked at Joan and gestured at her with his hand. "And this is my wife, Joan. As you have already noticed, she is a swordswoman and got very curious about the swordsman that I was going to visit." Imagine our surprise when the famous swordsman turned to be a swordswoman too, Eric said to her while smiling. People don't want to say that they lost to a woman, so they tend to not divulge too much about Musashi's appearance, just her skills, Musashi's father said, replying to Eric's comment. Eric nodded his head at that in agreement. Joan has the same problem back at where we live. In the tournaments that she won, nobody recorded her as being a woman. Just as being a knight of House Ravenclaw, Eric said. That was something that really happened after the marriage contracts stopped arriving. Musashi and her father cocked their heads to the side at the new term. It was Musashi who asked first about it. Knight. Never heard about it, the young swordswoman said. Knight is the term that we use for a person who is dedicated to defending the kingdom where he lives. They normally serve the king of the land directly or under one of the feudal lords, Eric said in a resumed way. So, a samurai, Musashi said and looked with new eyes at Joan. Not a samurai. Like a samurai, yes, but knights usually have more freedom than samurai, Eric replied. After all, no knight was as loyal as a samurai to the point of ending their lives with their own hands if they failed their lords. Musashi and her father nodded in understanding. The swordswoman then walked to Joan until she was just a few meters in front of her. Lady Joan, please fight me, Musashi asked while bowing her head and body to Joan at an almost 90 degrees angle and with her sword by her side. Joan looked at the young woman's resolution and gave it a nod of acknowledgement. Sure. But be prepared to lose, Joan said and walked to one of the sides of the clearing. Musashi, who was excited about the fight, quickly walked to the opposing side and took her instance while holding her sword in front of her. Attack me with the intent to kill me, or this fight will not last, Joan announced and unsheathed her long sword, holding it in front of her with one hand. Musashi looked curiously at the different-looking sword in Joan's hands. Her double-edged and straight sword was very different from a traditional katana. For her, it was her first time seeing an occidental sword. Focusing back on the opponent in front of her and acknowledging the words, Musashi got serious and the atmosphere around her changed in an instant. She was going all out from the beginning. In a move that would look like a blur to any untrained and normal person, Musashi threw herself at Joan while attacking with all the skill that she could muster. But, differently from her expectations, Joan parried, blocked, or dodged every blow that was thrown at her with ease. 5 minutes after the start of the fight, Musashi was already getting tired. She had never before gone all out for so much time. And for her frustration and excitement at the same time, she had never been even near touching Joan with her sword. Time to end the fight, Joan said after noticing that Musashi was getting tired with the extended fight. Just after she announced, Joan started to swing her sword offensively, making Musashi hurriedly have to parry or block the blows with her sword. After some more 30 seconds of blow tradings, Joan put a little more strength in her swing together with a little of her vital energy and stopped her sword centimeters away from Musashi's face, freezing the woman in place. Clink clank. The sound of metal hitting the ground resounded in the clearing. In Musashi's hand was her sword. Or what was left of it. The rest of the blade was what had generated the metal sound when it hit the ground. Joan's sword had cleanly cut through Musashi's sword when she tried to block the last swing. Musashi had a look of shock and was fixedly looking at the sword that had stopped just centimeters from her face. It was a first in a long time for the young woman. Since long ago her father was not a challenge for her. It was not because her father was a bad swordsman. No, it was because she was that good and had long surpassed her father and master's skills. It was then that she started to roam the province while challenging every swordsman that she met. With that, her fame started to grow. But now it seemed that she had found an opponent that could have easily ended her life. Yes, Musashi could see that the knight in front of her, Joan, could have ended her life since their first trade but was holding back for her sake. She was giving Musashi a lesson. There was always someone more skilled than you in the world. A/N, I am back. Very much rested now and ready to write more. Eric's goodbye to the Heavenly Dragons hosts in the last chapter was in the year 1629, while his visit to Musashi, in this chapter occurred in 1620. 9 years before the end of the lost chapter. It was done this way to better piece together the characters. Chapter 130, Knight and Samurai. Province of Harima, Neon. March 5th. Click. Miyamoto Musashi was shaken from her thoughtful state by a clicking sound that she heard. She looked at the origin of it and saw that her opponent, Joan, had just sheathed her sword. Good fight, Miyamoto Musashi. You have the potential to reach the peak. Joan said to her opponent. And she really meant it. The young woman was what some would call a genius of the sword. At her actual state, she would clean the ground with the best swordsmen of Europe. That is, the ones that were not involved with the supernatural world and, maybe, most of the Pendragon ones. Thank you for your guidance, Lady Joan. Miyamoto Musashi said while bowing at an almost 90 degrees angle. No problem, and just Joan is okay. Joan said to the young swordswoman and then walked to Eric's side. Miyamoto Musashi nodded her head at that. Then, please, call me Musashi. Musashi replied to Joan, who smiled back at her. The young swordswoman seemed to hesitate for a moment, but then managed to gather her courage. Joan, what is the peak of the sword? Musashi asked Joan. It was a complicated question to answer that could change from person to person. I don't know, Musashi. I admit that I am very good with a sword in hands, but I am far away from reaching the peak. Joan replied after a moment of looking at Musashi's eyes. Then who is at the peak right now? Musashi asked again. Joan stood in silence while thinking of different names, but none called to her as the peak of the sword. Actually, I have no idea. Joan replied truthfully while cocking her head to the side. She then looked at Eric. Do you know something, Eric? Joan asked Eric, who shook his head. No. The Pendragon family back at home used to have very good swordsmen. But they decayed a lot because of their huge pride. Right now, I would say that you are the best sword user around, dear. Eric replied to Joan with a smile on his face. The woman smiled back at him before replying. And yet you win every spar that we have during our training. Joan replied to Eric while still smiling. It was true. At every training session that they fought using swords, Joan would not land one hit on Eric. Her husband would dodge or parry every swing from her. That's only because my strength and reflex are higher than yours. In terms of skills, while using a sword, you surpassed decades ago. Eric replied to Joan, who smiled more truthfully at him. Musashi and her father listened to the trade coming from the couple in silence. But Musashi, different from her father who was much more restrained, couldn't hold herself and asked away after they finished. Decades. But Joan doesn't look much older than me. Musashi commented in an asking tone. Joan giggled at that. Oh, thank you, Musashi. In truth, I am over 200 years old. Joan replied, shocking Musashi and her father. How? Musashi managed to say after some time, after looking from Joan to Eric, and back to Joan. The answer is a complicated one, Musashi. But I will let you know that the world is a much bigger place than you imagine. Joan replied while smiling mysteriously at Musashi. Eric smiled too at that reply. He then put his hand inside his clothes and, from there, retrieved a piece of paper. With a flick of his hand, Eric threw the piece of paper into the air and, magically, it slowly floated naturally until it was in front of Musashi, who snatched it from the air with a quick movement of her hand. She looked at the paper curiously and saw a circle drawn on it with some strange symbols that she had never seen before. Musashi then looked at Eric as if asking what was the piece of paper for. Think carefully if you want to know the truth of the world, because it is an irreversible decision that will change your life. If after thinking about it you still want to know, rip that piece of paper in half and we will come back to talk again. Eric said to the young woman, who nodded her head in understanding. Well, it was very good to know you, Miyamoto Musashi. We will be going now. Eric said again and turned to walk away from the clearing. Joan waved goodbye to Musashi and soon followed Eric, leaving only Musashi and her father alone in the small woods clearing. Both stood in silence, with Musashi looking thoughtful to the piece of paper in her hand, and her father giving her daughter the time that she needed to think. Musashi then raised her head and looked at her father. She had a confused look on her face. What do I do, father? She asked her father. To Musashi, that man always had the answers to everything, but this time, the answer was not something that she expected. The middle-aged man let out a sigh before replying. Sigh. Unfortunately, Musashi, that is something that I don't know the answer for. The only thing that I know is that this choice is only yours to make and I will support you in anything that you choose to do. The father replied to the daughter in a sagely way. He then turned and slowly walked back to the dojo, leaving a thoughtful Musashi behind, who was still looking at the piece of paper in her hand with thousands of thoughts. It had taken 2 weeks for Musashi to think things thoroughly and rip the piece of paper in half. She, maybe, expected something magical to happen when she had done it, but when nothing happened she sighed and went to bed. The next day, as soon as she walked to her training place, she saw something that certainly was not there the day before. In the middle of the clearing was a round table that had 5 chairs around it, with 4 of them already occupied. Musashi recognized 2 of the 4 people. They were Eric Ravenclaw and Joan. Ah, Musashi. Good morning. Care to join us for some tea? Eric said when the young swordswoman approached the table. He had a jovial smile on his face and gestured to the empty chair that was by Joan's side. Musashi walked to the empty chair and slowly sat on it. She then looked around the table, which was full of things that she had never seen before, and then at Eric. Good morning. I thought that you would not come. Musashi said and observed with wide eyes as a ceramic pot started to float by itself in front of her and served some hot beverage that she imagined was tea in the cup in front of her. Eric chuckled at her comment. Did you want to receive visits during the middle of the night? Eric asked Musashi, who looked away from him, making the other 3 women on the table giggle. And it was just now that she paid more attention to the 2 new faces. Both were beautiful women that had occidental features on their faces. One had yellow hair, while the other had black hair, and both were slowly eating their fill from the various items on the table. Ah, let me introduce you to the 2 new people on the table. The black-haired one that is devouring all the cookies is Seraphal Leviathan, my second wife. And the blonde one by her side, who is holding herself from doing the same with the muffins, is Leona da Vinci, Seraphal's assistant, and bishop. Eric said, making both said women stop and throw a weak glare in his direction. He just chuckled at that while Joan giggled happily at Eric's introduction. Nice to meet you, my name is Miyamoto Musashi. Musashi said while giving both women a bow. Now, don't let the tea go cold. Relax and listen while we tell you some things. Eric said to Musashi. What followed was almost 2 hours of them explaining the true nature of the world, that is the existence of the supernatural, and answering questions that the young swordswoman had. That she was shocked was an understatement. Musashi had just been told that, basically, every being that she had ever been told about in bedtime stories were real. That and much, much more. It didn't help too that she was having tea with 2 humans who were centuries old and 2 devils, one of whom was one of the 4 governors for their race. Excuse me if I am being ungrateful or something like that, Eric, but why are you telling me all of this? Musashi asked the men. Eric smiled at her and then looked at Seraphal. Do you want to answer this question? Eric asked his wife, who nodded her head and put down the cup of tea that she had in her hands. Because I want to invite you to join my peerage, Musashi-chan. I want you to become my knight. Seraphal said while looking at Musashi's eyes. The young swordswoman was shocked by the invitation. In truth, she already had some vague idea about it since they had explained that Leona da Vinci used to be a normal human, just like she was, before being reincarnated with the use of a bishop evil piece. You want me to become your knight? You mean, like a samurai? Musashi asked Seraphal twice. She had always dreamed about being a samurai. It was one of the things that drove her to practice the sword. But the reality was a cruel one in the society that she lived in. No feudal lord would ever accept a woman to their services, meaning that she would never become a samurai. Knowing that Musashi focused solely on her path of the sword. But now, Seraphal's invitation shook her to the core and awakened the flames of hope for her childhood dream. Seraphal nodded her head in confirmation of Musashi's question. She knew that for Japanese people, entering a peerage could be seen as one becoming a samurai with the king assuming the role of the feudal lord. Musashi was again shocked by Seraphal's confirmation and promptly jumped at the opportunity. Yes. I want to be your samurai, Seraphal Dano. Musashi said eagerly. Seraphal smiled happily at that while the other 3 started to clap their hands. Congratulations, Sarah. You just got a very strong knight, I mean, samurai. Eric said to Seraphal, who smiled happily back at him. We just need to talk with Amaterasu and clear with her that we are not poaching her people. Eric said again, knowing very well that Amaterasu probably already knew about this. And that was exactly the clue that the goddess used to appear in the middle of a flash of solar light. You know very well my position about devils getting peerage members from my people, Eric. If they agree to it of their free will, I have nothing against it. Said the goddess that appeared out of nowhere. Amaterasu. How good to see you. Eric said and got up from his seat to greet the goddess. Indeed, Eric. It had been so many years since I last saw you. Amaterasu said while offering her hand to Eric, who took it and gave it a small kiss, like a proper English gentleman. Yes, it has. But I can't say the same for the girls. From what I know, you are a constant to their monthly tea parties. I hope that the snack that I prepare for them is of your liking. Eric said and asked the chief goddess. Amaterasu looked at the things on the table and back to Eric. Yes. They are delicious as ever, Eric. The chief goddess said while smiling. Thank you for your compliments, Amaterasu. Care to join us? Eric said, thanking Amaterasu for the compliment and inviting her to eat something with them while waving his hand and making an additional chair and tea set appear on the table. Amaterasu smiled at that. I would love to. Amaterasu replied and took a seat on the recently conjured chair. Musashi, who had been forgotten with the arrival of Amaterasu, was looking at the trade with wide-open eyes. Right there, in front of her, was the supreme goddess of her country, Amaterasu. And she was talking so amicable to Eric. It was only when Amaterasu took her seat that Musashi woke up from her stupor. Amaterasu Dano. Musashi said and immediately got up from her seat and prostrated herself to the goddess' side. The goddess smiled at that late reaction from the young woman. Miyamoto Musashi, go back to your seat, child. I want to eat some snacks right now. The goddess said while having a mental debate of what to eat first from the things that were on the table. Musashi quickly got up and took her seat again on the table. It took some time, but the group soon dived into an amicable conversation again with Amaterasu asking Eric what he was doing during all these years that they had not seen each other. At the end of the morning, after everyone had talked and caught up, Amaterasu asked Musashi if she really wanted to become a devil and serve Serafal. The young woman confirmed her choice to the goddess and received her blessing, saying that her lands would always be her home independently of her race and that they would probably see each other again very soon. After Amaterasu left back to her palace in Takamagara, Eric and the girls left too, leaving Musashi to give the news to her father. They would come for her in 2 days. 2 days later, Miyamoto Musashi received the Knight Evil Peace and became part of Serafal Leviathan's peerage, initiating her service as her liege/king samurai/knight. A/N. Sorry, guys. I put the wrong launch date on the auto-publish function. Chapter 131, Piracy and Familiars. Years continued to pass by. The great navigations continued to fuel the world and feed Europe with riches. The Spanish were currently ransacking the native people from Central and South Americas while in some cases causing mass genocides. The tribes that Eric and his wives had previously made contact with, he helped with protecting their cities, which was not the case for the Golden City. The city itself already had its own protections and could not be found by the invaders. The sad thing, or not depending on your vision of things, is that because of their people being all murdered and or dying out, some of the various pantheons from Central and South Americas were disappearing fast. It was sad that so much culture would just disappear, but it was like the world worked. Years later, when he was sure that the pantheon who owned that golden city had disappeared, Eric put his own protections around it, conserving it for future generations or just as a way to have a huge gold reserve. During the mid-16th century, during one of Leona's birthday parties, she got too drunk and ended up throwing herself on Eric, managing to steal a kiss from the husband of her king. Eric's wives who were in the place at the time didn't have the reaction that was normally expected for the case. They cheered wildly at the reincarnated blonde devil's boldness. Of course that it was fueled by the alcohol, but it would not have happened if Leona didn't have the inclination/desire to do it in the first place. The next day it was funny to see the reincarnated blonde devil stumbling over herself to ask forgiveness to Eric's wives, who only laughed at the situation. At the end of the day, Leona had already been accepted by them. It was at the beginning of the 1600s, in England, that Eric met with one of the iconic characters of North American history. Coming directly from the colony, a woman that would later be known as Rebecca Rolfe disembarked in London with her husband, John Rolfe. The history of Pocahontas was nothing like the pretty animated cartoon that was aired to kids in Eric's past life. While in a social visit to one of the English forts in North America, the girl, which at the time was only 17 years old, was imprisoned. She stayed at the place for 1 year, where she met her future husband, John Rolfe, an important tobacco merchant. During her stay at the fort, she was taught how to speak better English and about Christian morals. She was only released after agreeing to marry John Rolfe. She was then baptized and chose the name Rebecca as her Christian one. Soon after, she gave birth to her first son. Eric had indicated Rebecca Rolfe to Serafal as a member of her peerage, but after a talk with the young woman, Serafal ruled out the possibility of reincarnating the young woman. In accord with Serafal's analysis during their talk, Rebecca Rolfe would not manage to let go of her family in the human world even after her natural death. She had a very strong relationship with them. Sadly, the young Native American passed away soon after due to a disease contracted in the ship, which was not one from Eric's group, while going back to North America. Speaking about Raven's merchant group, it continued as the strongest merchant group in the world, controlling about 60% of all revenue that traveled through the seas. It only didn't control more because Eric refused to participate in transporting slaves or any merchandise not obtained in legal ways. He knew very well that by denying the participation of the Raven's merchant group in some of these ventures, he would not be making a lot of money, but he preferred to have his hands out of some things at the end of the day. In the same time frame, another naval activity started to gain strength in the warm waters of Central America. Piracy was becoming one of the most lucrative businesses for those who didn't bother with killing and pillaging. During this time, some names quickly rose in notoriety with, maybe, Blackbeard being the most famous one. The man was very much feared by everyone, merchants, soldiers, and other pirates alike. Some people even tried to give the man the title of the King of Pirates, but it was denied by the man himself. Blackbeard had said that he would only accept the title of King of Pirates when he managed to get one of the Raven's ships. So, it would never gonna happen. Piracy had become such a problem with the merchant ships that fleets were launched by the kingdoms to especially hunt pirates. And it was during one of these hunts that Serafall managed to get 2 more members for her peerage. After being betrayed by their crew, Mary Reed and Bonnie were captured and imprisoned by an armed squad from the Jamaican government. It was during their imprisonment that Serafall, aided by Eric, talked with both women and rescued them, leaving 2 fake dead bodies behind. And it was a good thing that they accepted because Mary Reed had contracted yellow fever while in jail. Fortunately, she was easily healed after her reincarnation as a devil. The 2 new pawns, that were now back to their peak form thanks to the reincarnation process of the evil pieces, had a lot of new things to learn, and after getting their revenge on the person who betrayed them, were sent back to the underworld for some training and education on the devil's ways. Their revenge had been one of the things that both women had asked for as a condition for their agreement to serve Serafall. It was during these discussions that they discovered why no pirate had ever managed to get close to one of the ships from the Raven's merchant group. The faces that they had made when told the truth behind the group were a thing of legends. And how could one blame them? The ships were heavily protected by the husband of a Satan after all. In the end, both women had loved their new situation and quickly adjusted to a devil's life, discovering themselves anew and leaving behind their past life of crimes. Forest of Familiars, Underworld. April. It was a normal night like any other on the Forest of Familiars when a small clearing in the middle of the forest was illuminated by a soft blue light. The source of it was a big transportation magic circle. When the light faded away, it revealed a group of 4 people. They were Serafall, Eric, Mary Red, and Bonnie. Okay, girls. Like we discussed before, we are here to try and find a familiar for the both of you. Serafall said after turning in place to face the newest members of her peerage. It had been 10 years since their reincarnation as devil, and one had to say, the life suited both of them very well. Mary Reed had continued with the habit that she developed as a pirate of wearing man's clothes and adopted a short haircut that went very well with her face. And Bonnie had gone back to wearing the ladies' dresses while keeping her long and wavy fiery red hair free of any constraints beyond the occasional hat, together with showcasing her modest-sized chest. Each woman had found in the other a lover too, and often jested with Eric by inviting him and Serafall to spend the night on their beds. Everyone took the invitations as the women playing around, but Eric and Serafall could see the looks that both women would give to them from time to time. They could see the desire in their eyes. Now, we are supposed to have a guide for this trip on the forest, but since he chose not to come out of his hiding spot, we will continue on our own. Serafall said again while poking at their guide's guts to not do his job. And behold, from behind a tree, a young man appeared. Sigh. Lady Leviathan's senses are as sharp as ever. The man said after letting out a sigh while scratching his head. Serafall was smiling smugly at that because the development of her sensing abilities had been one of the focal points in her training with Eric. The men then walked to the group and gave them a bow. Welcome to the Forest of Familiars. My name is Zatuji and I will be your guide through this hunting and capture trip. The man, Zatuji, said to the group. Zatuji was a very quirk man. He was really passionate about his job, but that was not what made him quirky. It was his choice of clothes for the job. This time, the man was wearing a beige African explorer uniform, complete with a hard hat and all. The last time that Eric and Serafall were here, bringing Musashi to pick a familiar, he was wearing a complete Spanish explorer outfit that included a metal hat and a deactivated black powder rifle that was strapped to his back. This time he had a rifle too, but it was a more modern-looking one and it was too strapped to his back. Lady Leviathan, Lord Ravenclaw, welcome again. This too must be the customers for the night. Zatuji spoke again, addressing Serafall and Eric first and then looking at Mary and Anne. That's right, Zatuji. These are Mary Reed and Bonnie, my pawns. We came to look for familiars for both of them. Serafall said to the man, who nodded his head in understanding, almost making his hat comically drop from his head. The man smiled sheepishly at his blunter while adjusting the hat again. And does the ladies already have an idea of what they want? Zatuji spoke again, directing the question to Mary and Anne, who shook their head together. No. We decided to let fate make the choice. And said, replying to Zatuji's question. The guide sagely nodded his head at that, this time taking caution to not dislodge his hat. Wise choice, my lady. Occasional encounters with familiar often generate a stronger bond between master and familiar. Zatuji said in a sagely way. And it was true. The compatibility of the master with the familiar was crucial to the development of the relationship of both and the growth of the familiar. He more than often had young masters come to the forest in search of a specific familiar that they had read about in some book, just to go back home frustrated when they didn't find it or got rejected by it when they did find it. Now, to start, choose a direction and I will guide you both through the forest to find your familiar. Zatuji said again, asking Mary and Anne to choose a direction. And they did. After having and point in a random direction, Satuji started to guide the group through the trails of the Forest of Familiars with Eric and Serafall following closely behind, letting Marianne and command today's show. To help with the process, Eric and Serafall were wearing their hidden snake rings to hide their auras from leaking naturally. Eric had made Marianne take their rings out before coming to the Forest of Familiars. Not having their auras and nature hidden helped immensely in the searching process of familiars. It hadn't taken long for the girls to find their matches. And Bonnie had made a contract with a cat-like familiar that had hair of a fiery red, just like her new master. In accord with Satuji's knowledge, the fire-red cat was a magical race of cats that had some affinity with fire magic and loved to be lazy and sleep in sunny places. Mary Reed had made a contract with a pure black-haired cat that had an extra-long tail. The little creature, in accord to Satuji's knowledge, was very rare to be found since they were very good at hiding themselves and seemed to melt away and disappear completely when in a shady or dark place and, just like his habits, it was a creature that had a very rare affinity to shadows. With their familiars contracted and lazily resting with their new masters, the group was preparing themselves to go back when Eric and Serafall sensed a strong presence fast closing on them. Husband and wife looked at each other and sighed in an annoyed manner. Sigh. They knew exactly who was the owner of said strong presence. We are going to have company, Satuji. Eric said to their guide, who looked at him in a confused manner. Satuji then closed his eyes and after some good 10 seconds of sensing the surroundings, opened his eyes again. The man had a look of resignation on his face. He too identified easily the owner of the presence that was fast approaching at their position. After all, he was doing this work as a guide to the Forest of Familiar for centuries now, just like his father before him. 10 seconds later, a boom was heard near the group when a figure landed on the ground forcefully, making a cloud of dust cover the surroundings. Boom. Finally found you again, Eric, said a seductive and sultry voice that was coming from the center of the dust cloud. When the cloud of dust cleared out, the figure of a buxom and wild-looking woman that had some wild long blue hair appeared. She was looking in Eric's direction with a hungry and crazed look on her face. Eric let out another sigh at that and greeted the unexpected/expected arrival. Sigh. Hello, Tiamat. A/N, Pocahontas, aka Rebecca Rolfe, was 21 years old when she died in the year 1617. A/N too, Mary Reed and Bonnie were pirate women who terrorized Caribbean waters. They were betrayed and captured in the year 1720. Mary Reed supposedly died in prison due to yellow fever. Her death records were never found, while Bonnie was freed supposedly by her rich father, who paid for her release. She then supposedly went back home and died of old age in the year 1782. I say supposedly here because there are no certain proofs taught this really occurred. Chapter 132, Tiamat and Problems at Hogwarts. Forest of Familiars, Underworld. April. Hello, Tiamat. Eric said in a resigned manner to Tiamat. His history with one of the great dragon kings was a complicated one. Eric first met the Chaos Karma Dragon when he first came to the Forest of Familiars with Serafall to get Leona a familiar. Tiamat had felt Serafall's arrival at the forest and decided to pay a visit to her old acquaintance. The thing is that during this visit, Eric made the error of asking Tiamat why she hated Draig so much. The Chaos Karma Dragon went ballistic at the mere mention of the Red Dragon Emperor's name and attacked Eric without a warning. Eric, who was not someone to take a free beating, defended himself easily from Tiamat's crazed attacks. He would not admit it, but the Dragoness had given him some workout. Physically, Tiamat's humanoid body was very well developed and her strength could be compared with his own. But she lacked technique. Every move coming from her was telegraphed, showcasing that the Dragoness was not used to fighting in her humanoid form. To avoid excessive damage to the Forest of Familiars, Eric, after having measured Tiamat's skills, started a one-sided beatdown. Tiamat was thrown from one side to the other of the insides of the hastily raised bound field like she was some kind of rag doll. When Eric finished with her, Tiamat had been totally beaten and was left unconscious on the ground of the forest by the group that consisted of Eric, Serafall, Leona, and Satuji. 3 days later, Serafall received a visit from Tiamat in her office. The Dragoness wanted to see Eric again and after swearing on her magic that she would not start another fight or continue the past one, Serafall relented and called her husband to her office. What followed when Eric arrived was Tiamat still assaulting Eric but in another way and form. The Chaos Karma Dragon tried to sexually assault Eric in front of Serafall as soon as she declared him as her chosen mate. Tried was the right word here because as soon as she tried to, Eric dodged her and Serafall had her stuck in a giant block of ice. The Dragoness got frustrated about that and started to whine about how unfair that was. Eric had defeated her without any tricks and with pure strength. And by doing that, he had earned Tiamat's heart. Apparently, female dragons only mated with strong males, and Tiamat, being old and one of the great dragon kings, was very strong. Meaning that it was not easy for her to find a mate. Not even Albion and Draig, when they were still alive, entered her eyes. Understanding her delicate situation, Serafal sent Eric away to have a women's talk with Tiamat. Later, when Serafal got home from the underworld, Eric got the news that Tiamat was stubbornly convinced that Eric was her fated mate and would continue to chase after him. He didn't know why, but Eric got the chills when he received that news from Serafal. He even asked if she was all right with the situation, and Serafal only shrugged it by saying that nothing would happen if Eric didn't want for it to happen. What Eric didn't know was that in the talk between Tiamat and Serafal, Serafal had made a conference call with Eric's wives and discussed the situation with Selena, Calypso, and Joan. Tiamat just didn't receive their blessings to chase Eric because of one simple fact: Tiamat was a dragon, a dragon king at that, and dragons don't share. She had learned that the hard way. Meaning that she didn't want to share Eric with other women. The girls just washed their hands at her decision and left her alone to her tries. Tiamat would not be receiving any help coming from them in her pursuit of Eric's pants. Back to the present, Tiamat giggled happily like a lovesick teenager girl at Eric's greetings. "Have you come to your senses and come all the way here to finally take me as yours?" Tiamat asked Eric while moving her body seductively in a way that showcased her female's gifts. And Eric had to admit, Tiamat was a thick beauty that in most cultures, past and actual ones, would be considered having a ready-to-be-a-mother body. "No, Tiamat, just helping my wife's newest pawns to get their familiars," Eric replied to the dragoness, making her look at Mary and Anne, who were by Serafal's side together with their familiars. "Oh. A shadow cat and a sun cat. They sure have potential," Tiamat said after recognizing the breeds that were perched on the women's shoulders. But soon enough, she turned her vision back to Eric and the hungry look was back to her face. "So, how about we go to my cave to have a more intimate conversation? What do you say about it, Eric?" Tiamat said again, trying her best to seduce Eric. But her best was not enough, it seemed. "Thank you, but no, Tiamat," Eric replied while trying to smile naturally and failing miserably. He knew exactly what kind of intimate conversation she wanted to have with him. Why Eric had even come with Serafal to the Forest of Familiar he didn't know for certain, but he supposed that it was a way to protect Serafal from the ire of a great dragon king. Not that she really wanted the protection, but if Tiamat found Serafal here without him, a fight between the two could happen and escalate quickly, causing damage to the forest and the political situation of the dragons in the underworld. Tannin, an ex-great dragon king, had sacrificed himself and joined Surzek's peerage as a way of allying and guaranteeing a safe haven for his race. Eric didn't want Tiamat's efforts to seduce him to destroy all the work that Tannin had done. After all, the ex-great dragon king was one of the few male friends that Eric had. Tiamat pouted at Eric's answer while managing to showcase her enormous chest to him, making Eric sigh internally at the dragoness's tries. "Why, Eric?" Tiamat asked. "Because I have other things to do, Tiamat, and I am not interested," Eric replied and snapped his fingers. Snap. In a time that would be considered a record of some sort, a blue magic circle appeared on the ground, encompassing everyone in the group, already ready to teleport everyone from there and back home. "Oh no, you will not escape from me again," Tiamat exclaimed when she saw what was happening. The dragoness jumped at where Eric was standing, but she was too late. The only thing that Tiamat managed to get was motes of blue light left behind by the transportation magic. Eric had activated the transportation magic circle while using a modified formula of his own. It required 5 times more magic to activate it, but it paid off in situations like this one because the transportation occurred almost instantaneous to the activation. Tiamat looked around the small clearing in the forest and saw that she was alone. Feeling some rage bubble inside her because Eric escaped her again, Tiamat let out a mighty roar that made all the trees and mountains of the Forest of Familiar tremble. "I will get you, Eric Ravenclaw. And you will impregnate me," the great dragon king yelled very loud, letting out some of her frustration. Lilith City, Underworld. April. Eric and his group appeared inside a particular room that was located inside the complex that housed Serafal's office in the middle of motes of blue light. As the light faded away, Mary, Anne, and Satuji looked around while trying to get their bearings on what had just happened. "Calm down. I used a special transportation magic to hastily get us out of the forest. I didn't want the situation with Tiamat to escalate even more," Eric said, trying to calm down the 3 who got disoriented with the fast transportation magic. Serafal didn't need his words, she was a lot tougher than it looked. Sigh. "I thought I was going to die. Lady Tiamat is always so intense." "Thank you for the save, Lord Ravenclaw," Satuji said while relaxing his shoulders. "No problem, Satuji," Eric replied to the guide. He only brought the men because he was near the group when Tiamat arrived and he activated the transportation magic. If he was anywhere far from them, Satuji would have been left behind and would be facing a frustrated Tiamat right now. It was a happy accident in his opinion. The guide soon said his goodbyes to the group and parted to get to his office. He would have to cancel the next weeks of guiding to let the dragoness cool down. He was sure that his clients would understand and want to avoid an irate Tiamat at all costs. After that, Eric transported the four of them to their home. They deserved some rest. Raven's Fort, south of Norway. January. Eric was relaxing at home together with his wives and family in the heated indoor pool when he and Selina were shaken by a calling. It was Hogwarts. The school was calling them back. Eric and Selina got up from their resting place and traded a look between them. Calypso, Joan, and Leona looked at that, traded some looks too. Was it Hogwarts? Calypso asked them. She had already seen them react in the same way in the past, and it was always something to do with the magic school. Eric and Selina nodded their heads in confirmation of Calypso's question. Yes. We just got the calling signal coming from the school. Eric replied calmly. The school seems to have some trouble that the current staff can't handle alone. Selina said, adding to Eric's answer. That or they are part of the trouble. Calypso said, sharing her piece of wisdom with the family. They all nodded at that because, sadly, it was a possibility. Soon after talking a little more with everyone, sharing histories of the past times that they had to be summoned back to the school, Eric and Selina stood from their resting places and walked to the showers to get ready. They had some stubborn wizards' heads to bash. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. January. Eric and Selina arrived at the castle in the usual way, through the exclusive Hogwarts magic circle and in the middle of the dinner. As the light of the transportation magic circle dimmed down, Eric and Selina were met with the gazes of the entirety of the people in the Great Hall. The silence was absolute in the once noisy room as everyone watched the people that magically appeared in the empty area of the Great Hall. It was then that the ghosts of the houses approached Eric and Selina. Welcome back to Hogwarts, Lord and Lady Ravenclaw. The Baron said in his resounding and deep voice. It is good to be back, Baron. Eric said to his ghostly friend. Just wish it was in better circumstances. Selina added while smiling at the ghost of her twin sister, Helena. Yes. The circumstances surely are not good. Helena replied in her ghostly voice. At that moment, steps were heard coming from behind the ghosts, and soon the owner of it made himself known. Who, in Merlin's name, are you both? The man asked in a haughty tone. Eric gave him one look and already knew what the personality of the person that was talking to him was. In 2 words, young master. Eric smiled at the man. A smile that didn't reach his eyes and sent shivers down the spine of the man. I am Lord Eric Ravenclaw, and together with my wife, Selina Ravenclaw, we own this castle. And who would you be? Eric said loudly, announcing again his identity to the people present in the Great Hall. Impossible. Hogwarts has no owner. The men said in a condescending tone that amused Eric. He loved to slap the hell out of people like that. Oh, really? Then if I order the castle to close all entrances, nothing will happen, right? Eric said while smiling again and didn't wait for an answer to. Hogwarts, seal all entrances and exits of the castle and remove any privileged access. Eric said in a loud voice while pumping some magic in it. The answer was immediate. The castle's bell chimed once and all doors and windows closed at the same time with bang sounds, including the Great Hall's doors that were rarely ever closed. At the same time, some people on the staff table and the young master in front of Eric grunted while feeling the control over the wards that they had been forcefully stripped from them. Happy now? Now go back to your seat and stay quiet. Until second order, everyone is barred from exiting this room. Eric said while giving the men in front of him a cold smile that quickly changed to a serious look. Why you? The men started, not having liked the way that Eric talked to him, and draw his wand at Eric. But before he could do anything, Eric snapped his fingers. Snap. Crunch. And a crunch sound was heard, followed by the scream of pain coming from the haughty men. Erf. When Eric saw the men drawing his wand at him, Eric smiled internally. The man's actions looked very slow to his eyes, giving him more than enough time to raise his hand and snap his fingers, for theatrics, while casting a strong disarming spell at the man that ended breaking his hand. I warned you to go back to your seat and wait. Eric said to the men and looked at the Baron's ghost while waving his hand and silencing the whining men. Now, old friend, please report to us what is happening in the castle. A/N, my image's reference for Tiamat would be Aki Niju, from Maken Ki. I would have used Quetzalcoatl, from Kobayashi-san Chi no Maid Dragon, if she was not so lazy-looking and we didn't already have a character with that name in DxD myth, or even Yamato, from One Piece, if Oda-sensei had not drawn her with so thin arms. Chapter 133, Effing Politics. Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. January. Now, old friend, please report to us what is happening in the castle. Eric asked the Baron's ghost and he did his report. After the signing of the treaty that obliged all magical to hide magic from the normal population and the formation of the Ministry for Magic in England, the old noble families divided themselves into factions inside the newly created Wisingamot accordingly to their ideologies. Three factions were created. The Dark faction, who believed in the superiority of the wizards and witches, and that they should rule the mundane because of that, which was bullshit in Eric's opinion since a normal human could get much stronger than a wizard with enough effort. And, with the kind of powers that existed in the world, saying that wizards were superior was the same as running around while holding a knife. The White faction, who wanted peace and to protect magic by hiding it away from the mundanes. Hypocrites in Eric's opinion, since they were as bigoted as the Dark faction in their ideals. And the Grey faction, who was formed mostly by neutral houses that only wanted to profit. They were the kind of people that would only join a side in a fight when they were certain that it was the winning side. Since the creation of the Wisengamot together with the Ministry for Magic, these three factions were fighting for supremacy so they could pass their own laws that would certainly favor them. That was a normal thing in any ruling body, but the problem was that their fight had extended to outside the walls of the Wisengamot. Sabotage, blackmail, assassinations, etc. Each faction had employed their own means to get their hands on power, and some small families were even wiped out entirely during the span of one night. The situation was bad, and it didn't take long for their fights to reach the walls of Hogwarts. It all had begun when the professor of history for magic decided to retire next year. The faction saw in that an opportunity to put their own people inside the school. Their objective was to mold the students' opinions to their liking while they were still in school. The fight for the position was a thought one. All three sides sent their own candidates for the interviews and, in accord with the Baron's ghost's words, the side that sabotaged more their rivals won the office. After that, a lot of money traded hands between the staff and the new teacher, who belonged to the Dark faction and was the guy that Eric had just disarmed, and he managed to get hold of a lot of sway inside the castle, being appointed as a head of house, a position that usually went to the more senior staff members, while being a greenhorn. As soon as he got the position, he began to show favoritism to the children from families of his allies while giving random detentions and prejudicing to the children from families of his rivals. Things were still civilized at least, but that changed after the last Yule break. After getting home for the break, the children complained with their parents and families about what was happening at school, and to say that they were not happy about it was an understatement. The families were furious and started to go low in their sabotages by involving the children in it too. It was then that random assaults started to happen on the corridors. Some of them could be considered harmless pranks, while others could very well pass as attempt murders. And the staff was lost on what to do about it. Their headmaster, together with his deputy, got mysteriously sick and were isolated inside their chambers, leaving the school's command in the hands of the head of houses, two of which were in cahoots with the newly appointed teacher and head of house. When the Baron finished his report, to say that Eric and Selena were angry was another understatement. The Ravenclaw couple were furious. The first thing that they did was to reconfigure the wards of the castle. From now on, spells were prohibited on the corridors without a very good excuse. It was just a quick patch to the problems of the assault before Eric could develop a better solution. While Eric was doing his job with the wards, Selena was interviewing the staff. The interesting thing about the job contract signed by every staff member was that it prohibited them from lying to their bosses when ordered to tell the truth, meaning that they could not lie their way out of this mess. When Eric was back from the Heartstone room, Selena had already ordered half of the staff to pack their belongings for their participation in these schemes. The massive layout of the school's staff would certainly affect classes, but it was something that had to be done. The couple's next step was to write a public letter to all wizards and witches that had children inside the castle, since newspapers were not something that was already in circulation. In it, they identified themselves and asked forgiveness for their late action on the happenings inside the school, but they had a politic of only intervening when no more options were left for the current staff. To say that everyone was shocked that the Ravenclaws were still alive and were well was yet another understatement. After all, the founder's family of the magic school was not been seen since the last time that a Dark Lord had tried to conquer Hogwarts, and everyone imagined that they had died out while leaving the school without an owner. In this letter, they too had listed the names of everyone who were responsible for the problems inside the school. This move turned the normal public, who were not part of any faction, against the three factions as a whole, since they all were responsible for prejudicing the education of their children. But since they could do virtually nothing inside the governing body, they did what they could outside it. The business from the families who were part of the problem suffered huge losses due to a conjunct boycott. In some businesses where the goodies were of high turnover, they had to close the doors since they lost all their talk due to it going bad, since in most cases stasis charms could not be cast. It was then that the three factions united and tried to pass a law that made the magic school of Hogwarts a public property that would be controlled by the government. Eric and Selena were not happy about that, and things ended with Eric having to remember the Wisengamot why he was compared to Merlin when he was still the acting headmaster of Hogwarts. 3 honor duels later, and 3 families had 3 heads without their heads. Eric was using some of their archaic law against them. The duels were a very public demonstration of power, where Eric stood in his place while his opponents hurled spells after spells at him, with all of them just impacting his shields harmlessly. 2 of the 3 opponents had been finished by Eric with a simple chopping curse to the neck cast by a wave of his hand, which was a stronger version of the cutting curse. The last opponent, who was the head of the house which the young master, the men who started all this mess, belonged was utterly humiliated by Eric inside the duel's arena. Everything that the men sent at Eric was batted away by Eric's bare hands, which were not really bare, since he had a magic barrier enveloping it, with some of the curses being reflected to its casters. When the men saw no hope in his efforts, he started to cast darker and darker curses with no avail, as Eric batted away every single one of them. It was then that he made the mistake of casting the killing curse at Eric. The green ball of light was yet to be considered an unforgivable, but its use was heavily frowned upon due to the circumstances that were needed for the caster to cast it and because it gave its victim no chance to defend. When Eric saw the green ball of death coming his way, he simply sidestepped it, letting it harmlessly pass by him and splash on the arena's walls. But his response was instant. Eric summoned to his hands his Lord Ravenclaw's dagger, which he had asked to be made by goblins when he was still a headmaster of Hogwarts, and got close and personal with the offender by plunging it in the middle of the man's chest. No words were necessary to be said while doing this, since the glare that he was giving the men already said everything that he could say at that moment. After the duels were done, Eric addressed every viewer with a passionate speech. In it, he remembered the wizards and witches of England, exactly why Hogwarts was founded, to offer children a safe environment to learn magic without the intervention of things happening in the world. And that was exactly what the three factions had done. They involved the children, the future of their houses, in their political squabbles. They were doing exactly what their forefathers had fought against since before the founding times of Hogwarts. Some smart people tried to argue with Eric that it was X person's fault, but Eric shut him up by pointing out that instead, at the moment that they retaliated in the same way, they had lowered themselves to the same level, meaning that they were no more different than their rivals and just had different names. Eric finished his speech with a warning. I don't care if you end killing each other during your petty squabbles for meaningless power. But the moment that any of you, or the next generations, try to mess with Hogwarts, will be the moment that your entire family will enter the school's blacklist. That is after I have gone through the perpetrator first. Eric said clearly, and as a shown that he was serious about it, he let go of any constraints that he had when holding down his magic energy. The entire place was inundated with Eric's thick magic energy. It was just for 10 seconds, but it was the longest 10 seconds of those people's lives. It had taken the rest of the school year for Eric and Selena to restructure the school. Eric added new wards to the already existing system while Selena interviewed new teachers for the posts that were missing people. All of that while teaching some of the classes that were missing teachers. Good thing that Eric still had favors to call inside the wizarding world and managed to get some substitutes to help while the post was being filled. It was during this time that Hogwarts had the famous Flammel couple as teachers for 3 months. Nicholas and Pernelli were eager to help their friends with Hogwarts, just like they had helped them when Beauxbatons was in need. When the couple left the school to its own, 1 year after the summon, Hogwarts was again working like a well-oiled machine with new countermeasures in place that included, and were not exclusive to, the revamped ward system that counted with a lot more new wards. Eric knew internally that fate would make a way to mess things up again just because some things had to happen in one way or another. Yes, fate was a bitch sometimes. Chapter 134, Punifallen. As the 1700s were wrapping up, the Industrial Revolution was getting strong in Europe. New and improved ways of manufacturing goodies were appearing all time, easing the access of people to items that before would be considered a luxury to many and at the same time making the prices drop. While that was happening in the normal world, the supernatural world, more precisely the underworld, was passing by a different type of revolution. With the death of some of the pantheons that ruled the Americas, the other pantheons were waging a silent war to see who would be the one to conquer the new lands. In the end, the Christian pantheon had a better advantage in the war, since the people going to live there were already followers of God, and easily dominated the area. And while they focused on the Americas, the old pantheons got some breathing apace and managed to take some terrain back in their homelands. It was at the very beginning of the 1800s that Eric got an unexpected visitor. Eric was doing one of his routine visits to one of the offices of Raven's mercantile group when he got an emergency call from his home in the north of Scotland. It was the ward system that he had in place that identified someone trying to brute force their way through them and warned Eric about it. He would not have cared much about it if not for the fact that his house in the north of Scotland was where Calypso based her operations for her business, and at that exact moment, she should be there, working in one of her greenhouses. Eric quickly cast a transportation magic circle and teleported to the house's entrance. When he arrived in the place, Eric was immediately connected to the ward system and had a better understanding of what was happening and who was the attacker. At the same time, Eric confirmed that Calypso was still very secure inside one of her greenhouses and had not even felt the place being attacked. Just that lifted an enormous weight from his shoulder and have him let out a sigh of relief. Sigh. Now that he had confirmed his third wife's safety, Eric calmly walked to the place where he felt someone banging on the wards. As soon as he arrived, he was met with a spectacular light show that was generated by the magical attacks impacting the wards. Eric looked at it in admiration. He had never been on this side of the barrier while it was attacked since when he created it. He was the one testing its durability, meaning that he was the one outside doing the magic bombardment. After checking again if the ward was doing its job in sucking the energy of the attacks to reinforce it, Eric decided to check the identity of the person who had the balls to attack his home. And seeing was believing. Eric recognized instantly the person who was attacking the wards without stopping. After all, his looks were very unique even between the fallen angels. While the great majority of the Fallens had a more human-like appearance, the person attacking the wards was looking more like a vampire of some cheap movie production from Eric's past life. The fallen angel had long black hair, red eyes, paper-white skin, two pointy long ears, and sharp canines that were easily seen when he sported his deranged smile that was easy to appear on his face. The fallen angel's name was Kokabeel, one of the high-ranking cadres of the Grigori. Eric looked around in search of other fallen angels and saw that the man was alone in his tries. With that, Eric deducted that Kokabeel was doing this attack on his own. And that was the perfect opportunity for him to trash the arrogant warmonger fallen angel. But before that, Eric decided to give one of his contacts a courtesy call. Eric raised his hand in front of him and, above it, a blue magic circle appeared and started to blink in timed intervals. Some seconds later, a face of a tired-looking man appeared above the magic circle. "What is it?" Azazel's voice came through the magical hologram without looking at who was calling him. The Grigori's general governor was probably in the middle of some paperwork marathon initiated by his faithful secretary. "Hey, Azazel, you should take some rest, you look very tired," Eric said to the magical hologram, making Azazel look again at it. And as soon as he did look at it again, his complexion changed and the man managed to sport a small smile. "Hey, Eric. How are you doing? How are your wives doing?" Azazel asked again. Eric smiled back at the fallen angel. "I'm good, and the girls are good too. Thank you for asking. And I say again, you look like someone that needs a rest," Eric said to Azazel, who sighed at that. Sigh. "Lately, because of all the expansion to the Americas, I am being drowned into paperwork. Normally I would have already taken a rest time, but Penemu is running me hagged here," Azazel said, complaining to Eric about his paperwork problem, making him smile at that. Eric could not say that Azazel was exaggerating about it since his company too generated a lot of paperwork daily for him. The difference between Eric's and Azazel's paperwork was that Eric did not leave work for the next day and could delegate some of this job. But paperwork aside, to what do I owe the call? Don't tell me that you got another batch of those delicacies to negotiate with me, Azazel asked Eric with some hope in his eyes. In truth, Eric had a very good-sized batch of the thing with him, but he didn't want to give it to the men. Maybe in a more opportune moment that could rip him more benefits, but not now. "No, it's not that. This is just a courtesy call. I don't suppose that you ordered Kokabeel to attack one of my houses, did you?" Eric asked Azazel, who frowned at that and then shook his head negatively. "No, I didn't." "Is that what he is doing?" Azazel asked Eric, already knowing the answer. Kokabeel was like a rabid dog that liked to bite everyone, and Azazel would have got rid of the fallen angel a long time ago if the guy was not so useful sometimes. He was the fallen angel to send if you needed a dirt job to be done, mainly kill jobs. On the more officials' jobs, he preferred to send the stoic and rough-looking Barakeel. Eric nodded his head in an affirmative. "Yes. I'm looking right now at his ugly mug while he bombards the wards around my house in Scotland with his magic," Eric said to Azazel, who frowned again. "I will call him back immediately," Azazel said, ready to send an order to someone to fetch Kokabeel, but he then saw Eric shaking his head at that. "Don't bother. This was, like I said, just a courtesy call before I start trashing him thoroughly," Eric said while giving a kind smile to Azazel, which made the men dry swallow, gulp. "You will not kill him, right?" Azazel asked cautiously, and Eric shook his head negatively. "Nah. I'm just going to break most of his bones." "Do you have a place that you want me to drop him after?" Eric replied and asked Azazel. Let me think about it," Azazel said while thinking about it. "If it is not much trouble for you, send him directly to these coordinates on the underworld. They are very near a patrol outpost in our territory. I will warn them to keep an eye out for a broken fallen angel arrival," Azazel said to Eric while sending him a side message with the said coordinates. This was a good opportunity for him. Lately, Kokabeel had been getting uneasy and he was very trigger-happy with his light spears, harming a lot of other fallen angels who dared to look at him strangely. Eric's trashing could work as a bucket of icy water for the warmonger fallen angel. Eric nodded his head at that, acknowledging Azazel's request. "Okay, I will send you the body," Eric said while taking note mentally of the coordinates that Azazel had sent. "Have to go now, see you later," Eric said again. "Yeah, have fun," Azazel replied to Eric and finished the call. Eric chuckled at that. Kokabeel seemed to really be a not very well-liked member of the Grigori if his leader, Azazel, was wishing Eric to have fun with his trashing. He then smiled at that, hid himself with an invisibility spell, and cast a flight spell. Making a wide turn around the point in the ward where Kokabeel was mating, Eric slowly approached the rip-off vampire fallen angel. You know, there are better ways to knock on someone's doors than bombarding the defenses of his house with attack magic. Eric said from behind Kokabeel, who was very concentrated on his task. Kokabeel got really startled with that voice suddenly appearing behind him. So startled that he lost control of the magic that he was preparing to launch next, making it explode on his face. Eric chuckled at that. It was not something that he had planned to happen, but it had been a nice happening in the same way. When Kokabeel recovered from the rebounding of his spell, he looked around for the source of the voice and saw Eric standing behind where he just was. You. Kokabeel said with some hate in his voice that Eric very much thought that would be the fallen angel's normal voice tone. Although he was looking more or less ragged because of the spell rebounding, he behaved like nothing had happened, adding even more humor to the scene. Yes, me. Who were you expecting to come when you attacked my house? The Pope. Eric sarcastically replied to Kokabeel, making the fallen angel get even more furious for some random reason that no one aside from him knew. Good. So this is your house. It seems that my source was right about it them. Kokabeel said, getting Eric's attention at the mention that he had been given the location by a third party. Now stay quiet while I kill you, you puny human. Kokabeel said while charging a light spear and throwing it at Eric, making the man roll his eyes at that and almost let out a chuckle for his choice of words. At that moment Eric decided that he would be the Hulk for Kokabeel's Loki. Eric didn't even bother to avoid the attack. He covered his main hand with his vital and magical energy and just slapped the incoming attack, shattering the light spear in thousands of small motes of light that slowly disappeared in the air. Kokabeel watched the scene of Eric easily getting rid of his attack with wide eyes. That was not something that he had been told about. But being the usual arrogant warmonger that he was, Kokabeel took that as just a fluke of some kind and, this time, charged a different attack. In his hand, a sword made purely of light energy took shape. As soon as it was ready, Kokabeel advanced to where Eric was standing in the air with a burst of speed, slashing Eric with his light sword. You seem to be confused about something here, Kokabeel. Eric said while at the same time grabbing the fallen angel's light sword with his bare hand. He then squeezed the light sword in his hands while reinforcing his body with his vital energy. Crack. The sound of something cracking was heard and the sword made out of light shattered in Eric's hands. Kokabeel's eyes went wide with that. I am the one who is going to do the trashing here, not you. Eric said to the fallen angel and quickly rotated his body while at the same time hitting Kokabeel with a roundhouse kick that sent the fallen angel flying like a cannonball in the direction of the wards of the house. Bam. Gah. A huge noise was made when Kokabeel's body hit the solid-looking ward, making the fallen angel let out a yell of pain together with a mouthful of blood. Chapter 135, Plot in the Shadows. Bam. Gah. A huge noise was made when Kokabeel's body hit the solid-looking ward, making the fallen angel let out a yell of pain together with a mouthful of blood. Looking like he was almost unconscious already, Kokabeel slowly fell to the ground, making a big thud sound when he hit it and raised a small cloud of dust. 2 seconds later, a black shape flew out of the cloud of dust in high velocity and stopped at the same height that Eric was. It was Kokabeel, of course. The vampire ripoff had a hand on his side, in the exact spot where Eric's kick had hit him. You. Kokabeel exclaimed to Eric while the hate in his eyes intensified. Yes. Eric replied innocently. He then raised his hand and pointed at Kokabeel. You have something in the corner of your mouth. On the right side. Eric said in a mock-serious tone. Kokabeel, who was going to say something to Eric, stopped at that comment and wiped his hand at the corner of his mouth. He then raised said hand and looked at it when he felt that he had indeed wiped something from there. It was blood. His blood. The vision of his blood being shed by the worm in front of him made the rage inside him reach new heights. It was so tremendous that if his eyes were not already red-colored, they would have become after that. At that, Kokabeel looked at Eric and started to freely release his aura without the minimum care if his fight would be detected by other factions or pantheons. The only thing in his head at this exact moment was to kill Eric Ravenclaw. Eric looked at the fallen angel's triad intimidation and thought that it was cute. It would have maybe worked if Eric was on a level of power under Kokabeel's, which was ultimate class, but for Kokabeel's luck, Eric was way beyond it. He. Now you see who you have offended. You are so shocked that you can't even say anything. Don't worry, I, the great Kokabeel, will erase you from this world. Kokabeel said in a cocky manner. And Eric was indeed shocked, but not for the reason that Kokabeel pointed. He was shocked by the level of intelligence being demonstrated by a being that was supposedly thousands of years old. In another sudden burst of speed, Kokabeel launched himself at Eric again while creating another light sword in his hands. Eric just sighed at that. Sigh. Eric, again, effortlessly grabbed Kokabeel's sword, stopping the fallen angel's attack completely. You certainly are not the sharpest tool on the shed, are you? I already told you that I am the one who is going to do the trashing here. But don't worry, I said to Azazel that I would not kill you. Eric said to the shocked Kokabeel, who was looking directly at the point where his sword of light, the same skill that had granted him so many kills at so many battles, was being held by a bare-handed human. Kokabeel then looked at Eric when he mentioned Azazel's name and made mention to say something but was rudely interrupted by another roundhouse kick hitting the other side of his body. And, again, Kokabeel's body was launched like a cannonball, hitting the solid-looking ward of the house again. Finally, the second hit seemed to shake something inside Kokabeel's brain because the fallen angel saw that he had no chance of going against Eric and decided on the better strategy that would lead him to the less painful way. Kokabeel decided to flee the battlefield. Still inside the cloud of dust created by the second impact of his body to the ground, Kokabeel started to cast his transportation spell, lighting the ground around him with a dirt yellow magic circle. But before the circle could even be half charged, he heard the voice of the human that would haunt his dreams for some time. "Oh no, you won't. I said that I would trash you, and trash I will," Eric said and snapped his fingers. Snap. That snap sound echoed loudly in Kokabeel's ears and, to his horror, the magic circle of his transportation spell started to flicker and crumble, cancelling the casting. At the same time, the dust started to settle again and Kokabeel saw Eric's figure floating some centimeters of the ground just some meters away from him. The smile on Eric's face was sending shivers down the spine of the seasoned fallen angel. "Don't worry, I already told you that I will send your body back to Grigori with life. You will be broken, but alive. Of that, I can assure you." "Punny fallen," Eric said to Kokabeel, making the fallen angel start to scream like a scared little girl. 3 hours later, a team of scouts was checking the coordinates sent to them by Azazel again. Their boss had asked them to keep an eye and rescue the fallen angel that would arrive very hurt at that location. But what they encountered was not anything that could ever resemble a fallen angel. What they encountered was a mass of purple meat that vaguely had a humanoid shape to it if one took into consideration that a humanoid could have 4 elbows in each arm, 3 knees in each leg, and could bend them in some angles that looked very painful. Zealous as the group of scouts were to accomplish their orders, 2 of the 5 members of the group cast their identification spells. The spell was something invented by Azazel to identify people who belonged to Grigori without a shadow of a doubt. It was very useful in situations where sabotage could be done by people disguised as Grigori members. The results of the spell shocked both fallen angels. They were so shocked about it that they had recast the spell another 2 times each. One of them gulped loudly. "Are you getting the same result as I?" One asked the other, getting the attention of the rest of the group too. "If you are getting the result saying that this mass of purple skin is Lord Kokabeel, then I am," the other said, shocking the other 3 members of the group who had not cast the spells. "Is he even alive?" One of the 3 asked, making one of the 2 who had cast the spell nod his head in confirmation. "Incredible enough, yes. Whoever did this was careful enough to not rupture major organs while at the same time breaking almost every bone in his body." The fallen angel replied, making all the others gulp at the thought of someone being capable of doing something like that to a fallen angel as powerful as Kokabeel. Whoever did that would sure be a monster on his own. After that, the group cautiously lifted Kokabeel's body to a special gurney and teleported him to the medical facilities of their headquarters. Back at his home, Eric had a satisfied smile on his face and had just sent Kokabeel's broken body to the agreed location. He had not let go like that in a long time. But, as he walked back inside his house, Eric started to think about Kokabeel's initial words. Someone had pointed the fallen angel to him. Someone had pointed Kokabeel to his house. Eric had no doubts that whoever did that already knew that Kokabeel would not be enough to face Eric. The fallen angel was just bait for him. But for what reason, he didn't know, yet. Maybe someone wanted to verify Eric's strength, or even verify Eric's house's protection's strength. Eric didn't know which one was the true objective of this experiment, but he would certainly discover the perpetrator. The spies that Eric had planted in Kokabeel's body would make sure of that. For now, Eric had to warn his wives to take care when they were not at home because whoever did this would try again since they didn't manage to get any data due to the sneaky wards that Eric raised before the trashing of Kokabeel began. Maybe it was time for Eric to start his next great project, the creation of his own dimension. In a dim-lit room in an unknown location, 2 figures could be seen kneeling on the ground in front of 4 throne-like chairs, which had 3 of the 4 occupied by 3 figures that were hidden in the shadows of the room. "Are you saying to us that you got no information whatsoever?" a male voice asked the 2 who were kneeling. "Yes, my Satan. Someone raised some kind of powerful barrier that blocked our vision and monitoring spells on the place, blocking any information that we could possibly gather," the men replied, earning some kind of growl coming from one of the 3 hidden figures. "But we did just get some intriguing news from our spies on Grigori," the other kneeling figure said in a hurried and fearful tone. "Well, what are you waiting for? Spit it out," another male voice coming from the throne said after a time of silence in the room. "Yes, my Satan. Our spy reported that Kokabeel was admitted with a hurry to the medical facilities of Grigory's headquarters. Apparently, they had some initial difficulty in identifying the crow due to the extensive bruises that he had all over his body. The healers there estimate that it will take him months to fully recover physically from the beating that he had taken. The men said. Taking into consideration the timing, they could be 100% sure that the one responsible for the beating was Eric Ravenclaw. There was no way that it could have been another person. "Leave us," a female voice said while coming from the thrones, making the two kneeling figures hurriedly retreat from the room, leaving the three figures alone to discuss their next steps and plot their revenge. China Sea. July. Eric had put Helena's revenge to sail. This time, he was accompanying Sarah Fall in an expedition to find another possible candidate for her peerage. Another pirate to boot. And one that was terrorizing the merchants who sailed through the Chinese Sea. That is the merchants who were not part of Raven's mercantile group, of course. Together with them was Sarah Fall, other peerage members, together with Joan and Calypso. Mary and Anne, the two seasoned sailors of the team, were marveled at the speed at which Helena's revenge sailed and by the construction of the yacht itself. They had never imagined that a boat made entirely out of metal could stay afloat and move so fast. For Musashi, sailing was a new and exciting experience that she was eager to soak in. As they followed some clues about the area that this pirate queen and her crew used to do her attacks, the more seasoned people on board started to notice the presence of various shadows hidden by the mist of the morning. They are boats. Dozens of boats. They are using the sea's mist to move around inconspicuously. "Let me take care of this mist," Eric said to the ones who didn't have noticed it yet. He then raised his hand quickly while doing a fan motion. Soon enough, a medium breeze started to blow and 2 minutes later the mist had been almost completely dissipated. And now, Eric and the other could see more clearly the dozens of boats that were not hidden anymore by the dense mist. Everyone on Helena's revenge was shocked not to say another word. But not by the number of boats, but by the condition that they were together with the people manning them. Calling most of them boats would be some kind of praise to them. They were more like pieces of wood put together with the objective to stay afloat. And the people manning them would vary greatly. Men, women, old, new. The diversity of people making the sailor of the ships was enormous. But one thing that all boats had in common was the flag that they all sported. The flag which symbolized their part in the Pirate Queen's fleet. Their part as Qing Shi's fleet. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Qing Shi. China Sea. July. As Helena's revenge sailed through the made-up boats, their quality kept increasing to the point that when they reached the center of it, there were half a dozen of very nice ships. And for the looks of it, these well-maintained ships were the elite force of Qing Shi's fleet, since the people manning them all looked like seasoned sailors that knew what they were doing. In the middle of the group of the well-maintained ship was a single ship that had a different flag from the rest. It was the captain's ship. Eric sailed Helena's revenge to the captain's ship side, keeping the same speed of it. Since it was already getting dark because of the night, they opted for just following besides the ship and wait for the night to come, since Sarah Fall preferred to talk to the woman without her crew around. At night, when Eric sensed that the captain was retiring herself to her room, Eric warned Sarah Fall, who was already ready, and she, together with Mary and Anne, took flight on the night after casting over themselves a mild notice-me-not charm. While that was happening, Eric decided to get started with tonight's dinner. Half an hour later, Eric sent Sarah Fall, Mary, and Anne, arriving back to Helena's revenge with someone in tow. The three devils walked into the dining area that Eric had prepared for them to eat over the night sky, with a black-haired woman garbed in black leather armor walking behind them. The woman's complexion was one of a person who was obviously shaken. Shaken by the revelation that the supernatural was indeed real, something that sailors usually already believed due to everything that they met on sea, but curious at the same time to what more was there to be seen. "Husband, I am back and brought a visit," Sarah Fall announced in her ever-cheery tone. Eric turned and smiled at his Satan wife while continuing to give the final touches to the table. "Welcome back, Sarah. You and the girls go clean yourselves. Dinner will be served in a minute," Eric said, and walked to the internal part of the yacht, where the kitchen could be found, not staying to see Qing Shi's reaction to him or Sarah Fall pulling the Pirate Queen by hand to the nearest bathroom while explaining some of the things that she knew about Helena's revenge. 2 hours later, Qing Shi was back inside her room inside her flagship. Her last 2 hours and a half had been an experience for her. First, she met 3 devils, one of which was, apparently, Satan Leviathan, who was named after the mythical sea beast. Or was it the inverse, the mythical sea beast that was named after the Satan? She didn't ask about that since her head was occupied with other things at the moment, but noted on her mind to ask in the next opportunity. Then, after the presentations, the 4 of them got to talk with her, and the other 2 women, who she learned used to be pirates too before becoming devils, had clicked due to the thing that they had in common. Qing Shi was then invited to join them to dinner, back at their ship. Apparently, Seraphal's husband was going to cook, and that was something that no one could miss. She accepted the invitation for dinner at the same, imagining that the Satan's husband was one of those effeminated men that she had got word that was common in red light districts. Soon after, she was flown to a white ship that was calmly sailing together with her flagship without sails or being noticed by anyone. To her shock, the strange ship was entirely made of metal, something that she thought to be impossible to happen. Noticing her interest in the ship, Seraphol started to explain everything that she knew about Helena's Revenge, which was the ship's name. No. Not ship. Yacht. The yacht was built almost 600 years ago by Seraphol's husband, Eric Ravenclaw, so the family could travel the world in the same comfort that they would have at a land home, and was entirely enchanted. The man, Eric Ravenclaw, was the yacht's captain too and manned the entire ship with the use of his magic. And what a man. She couldn't be more wrong about how the Satan's husband looked like. He was big. But not the fat big type that she was used to seeing. No. Eric Ravenclaw was the strong and tall type of big, something that caught her eye very easily. It was then that she realized something. She had been smitten by Eric Ravenclaw. She then put one of her hands over the pendant that Seraphol had given her for when she was ready to reincarnate and smiled. Eric Ravenclaw already had 5 wives, maybe he wouldn't mind having a 6th one. And with that thought in her mind, she drifted to the dream's land, where a tall and hunky man would hold her tight under his body and ravage her entirely. Back at Helena's Revenge, Seraphol and the other women were having a conversation on their own about Shi while having beverages of their choice. So have anyone noticed the way that Shi was throwing looks all time during dinner at Eric? Leona asked the group, who was alone on the yacht at the moment. Eric had been called back at home by Selena to do something urgently for her. The call had been a plot of Calypso so the girls could talk alone, and for it, she employed the help of Selena. They had a time alone talking while Selena had a time alone with Eric. It wasn't everybody wins situation. The women all giggled at Leona's saying. Noticed. It was very obvious to all us that she had been smitten by Eric. And said while resting her body on Mary's one, enjoying the presence of her lover's heat and the flavor of the red wine that she had just drunk. All other women nodded at that, agreeing with Anne's words. Yeah, she was just a little less obvious than our Musashi here. Calypso said while smirking and eyeing Musashi, who got beet red when the conversation's subject suddenly changed to her. I don't know what you are talking about, Callie. Musashi replied while taking a sip from her cup of sake and trying to disguise her embarrassment, failing miserably at the second. All other women giggle at that. Come on, Musashi. Although you are a devil, one thing that you are absolutely worthless at is at lying. Leona said after taking a sip from her glass of red wine. You know Musashi, I don't think that the girls would bother in sharing Eric with you too. Mary said after taking a sip from her glass of whiskey. That comment made Musashi look with wide eyes to Mary, and then look at Eric's wives who were present in the talking. When no women said anything against it, a small flame of hope lighted itself inside Musashi's heart. It had been years since she noticed that she was falling for Eric, but she had kept her distance due to various reasons. One of them was that Eric was already married to other women, with one of them being her king, Seraphol Leviathan. And how about you two, Mary and Anne? You two are always teasing him. Musashi asked back, trying to diverge the attention from her person. I wouldn't mind sharing a bed with Eric provided that Seraphol join us too. And said lazily while still resting on Mary, who, incredible enough, nodded her head in agreement with her lover. The two of them were kink like that. That words made everyone quiet down. Seraphol showed no reaction at the outside about Anne's words, but a seed had been planted inside her mind. So, do you think that Shi will join you, Seraphol? Joan asked the Satan while rolling the red wine glass in her hands, effectively changing the topic of the conversation. Probably. I say there is about 90% of chance of her joining me. But it will take some time until she calls. What she is trying to accomplish here is too big for her to leave it all behind immediately. Seraphol said thoughtfully. She could sympathize with the reason and motives, but not with the way that they are trying to accomplish their goals. Even so, it was the best option available for them at the moment. It was 10 years later that Seraphol received the call from Shi. After talking again with the Pirate Queen, who had become even more famous during these 10 years, Seraphol, with a little help from Eric, arranged everything for her to step down from piracy. Shi would be going to die in an unfortunate accident while handling black powder. Nothing serious that would put other people's lives in danger, but enough to be fatal individually. And just like that, Shi, the Pirate Queen, left the normal world and joined the supernatural one as one of Seraphol Leviathan's pawns. What no one expected was that, as soon as Shi reincarnated, a sacred gear manifested itself inside her soul, and it was not one that anyone recognized. In accord to the information that Shi got when he awakened the sacred gear, its name was Compass of Desire. Like the name suggested, the sacred gear took the shape of a compass and it would point itself to the direction where the thing that its owner desired was located. It had not any use in battles, but it was an amazing tool in the same way. It strongly reminded Eric of an old movie that he had watched when he was a kid in his past life where a pirate captain had a compass that worked much like Ching-Shi's sacred gear. Maybe it was a leak or influence from another world. Who knows? During these 10 years, Musashi finally dared to grab Eric by the balls. Not literally, of course. After managing to land a hit on Joan during a spar, Musashi dared to invite Eric to a spring festival that would be happening in her hometown, in Japan. The men accepted the invitation since his wives had already talked with him about Musashi. In truth, Eric would be lying if he said that he was not attracted to Musashi. At the end of the day, Musashi joined the family again, this time not only as Serafal's knight but as one of Eric's lovers too. A/N, and with that, Eric met his final wife. Chapter 137, The Good Doctor. Years again continued to quickly pass. Ching-Shi's boldness in her pursuit to become one of Eric's wives/lovers and make her dreams come true showed some fruits more quickly than one could imagine. It had only taken 12 years after becoming a devil for Ching-Shi to seduce Eric. And she was proud of it. That is, until before Eric's other wives/lovers tell her that Eric had received a go-ahead to fuck her brains out. The face that she made at the revelation got a lot of laughs from the women, and even Ching-Shi ended up laughing at herself for that. As the years continued to pass, the world entered a period of fast modernization. With new technologies, came new weapons, and with new weapons came the scratchy for them to be used. That lit up the fire of many nationalists that wanted independence for their countries that were still linked and seen as colonies, starting many civil wars throughout all the globe, together with the process of decolonization and independence of the Americas. Mexico, Brazil, the United States, and Japan were just some of the few countries that saw themselves drowning in civil wars. During all these conflicts, Eric was working as a neutral faction when the supernatural got, in one way or another, dragged into the conflicts by taking in the wounded people that were caught into the crossfire, be them a part or not of the supernatural world. Of course, if they were not a part of it, Eric would subtly change their memories to something acceptable. But not everyone was happy with Eric healing their enemies. Some of the factions involved in the conflict sent some people to try to persuade Eric to stop his healing services or heal just one of the sides of the conflict. Of course that Eric had denied them at every side, prompting them to try to force the place to shut down. And try is the key word here. To say that Eric was not amused with that was an understatement. Eric had them thoroughly beat everyone from the offending group and send them back to their leaders at 1 inch of death, remembering the supernatural world, once again, that you do not mess with Eric Ravenclaw. That earned him the nickname of the Good Doctor. The funny thing was that he was revered by some and at the same time feared by others. What helped that nickname to root itself was that Azazel, in a strike to curb even more Cocabeel's shenanigans, had spread as gossip material that Eric had beat the Grigori Cadre to 1 inch of his death too. And he was okay with that too, since Cocabeel was acting on his own in going and provoking the Good Doctor at his home. For that stunt, Eric stopped the trade of exclusive goodies with Azazel for quite some time, making his wives laugh uproariously at the face of horror that the fallen angel's general governor made. Even the always serious Barakil cracked a smile at that while Penemu shed tears because of all the laughter. After this Kant-herb time of the world calmed down, Eric dived fully into his research about extra dimensions. He was fixated on the thought of creating one or even taking one of the empty ones for himself. And it seemed that Eric would take a lot of time searching for a good empty one if not for a little help that he got from an unexpected source. Salvador, Brazil. October. Eric was repairing his surroundings after having to trash a group of devils that attacked him while he was doing one of his visits to one of his group's offices. These attacks were becoming frequent in the last few years and Eric knew exactly who was behind them and why they were doing it. The old Satans, more precisely, the last true Leviathan, were sending their minions to hurt him as a way of getting some kind of twisted vengeance on Serafal. It was petty, but it matched the modus operandi of the group. It seemed that their collective bouts of explosive diarrhea and months of powerlessness were not enough to curb their pettiness. But Eric was having fun with them together with the stress relief that he got, so he was not going to complain too much about it. As Eric was wrapping up his repairs after already having sent the bruised bodies to Serafal's office, he felt a huge presence suddenly appearing behind him. It filled him with a sort of dread that he had not felt in a long time, probably since his evolution to high human. His reaction was a fast one nonetheless. Eric went into guard and jumped to the side, wanting to put some distance between him and the source of the feeling. And then, Eric looked at the source of his feeling and what he saw made him stop in his tracks. In front of him, behind the location where he was before, was a petite figure of a little girl. She had an apathetic look on her face, with pointy long ears that went through a long and luxurious-looking black hair. But, maybe, her most defining figure would be the doll-like black dress that she was wearing. It took a few seconds of confusion, but Eric recognized the being in front of him, which made him relax instantly while letting out a sigh of relief. Sigh. In front of him, standing like it had nothing else to do, was one of the two true immortals in this world. A being that was the incarnation of a concept of the universe, Ophis, the dragon of infinity. As Eric observed the little dragon, it observed him back. Its stare seemed to be looking at something on Eric that others could not see. They stood there, just staring at each other, for some minutes until Eric decided to break the silence. "Hello, can I help you with something, Dragon of Infinity?" Eric asked Ophis, who continued to stare at Eric. "You are different from the others," Ophis said while continuing her stare, capturing Eric's interest. "You have evolved with the blessing of the universe. That is something very rare to happen," Ophis said again, making Eric smile at it. "I know, right? I, myself, only know 2 others like myself. And that is because they are my wives," Eric said with a proud tone in his voice. He had looked around the world during all of his trips in search of other people like him, Selena, and Joan, but didn't find any. The closest that he got from finding a kindred soul was when he found a group of people in the south of Asia, around China, India, and Korea. They called themselves cultivators and used mana to refine their bodies, getting very high strength and vitality as the trade-off. But they were missing the last step, the universe's blessing. Something that those who had tried to acquire it, failed miserably, resulting in their deaths. Ophis didn't react to Eric's words and just continued to stare at him. Some time after, Ophis nodded its head as it had decided on something. "You will help me defeat Red," Ophis announced to Eric, who just smiled back at the Dragon of Infinity. To say that he was not expecting that phrase coming from Ophis' mouth would be a lie. A big one at that. "Sorry, but I will not help you defeat Great Red," Eric replied to Ophis, who cocked its head to the side in confusion. The dragon was not used to anyone denying it anything at all. Then, as if remembering something, Ophis nodded its head and raised one of its hands to its front. Above it, a small magic circle made of white-black light appeared and from it, a small snake was created. Ophis then looked at the little snake and then looked at Eric. "You will help me defeat Red if I give you power," Ophis said with some certainty in its voice, making Eric sigh and shook her head at that. Sigh. Whoever taught Ophis that things worked like that would have to answer to him later, and Eric had a very good idea of the identity of the offender. "Tell me, Ophis, if someone that has the power that you have could not defeat Great Red, what difference would I, someone who is much weaker than you, would make even if boosted by your power?" Eric asked the Dragon of Infinity, who cocked its head again in confusion, forgetting about the little snake in its hands. Now that Eric had said it out loud, his words made sense to Ophis. Now, the Dragon of Infinity would have another plan to get rid of Great Red. "But tell me, why do you want to defeat him so much?" Eric suddenly asked Ophis, shaking off the Dragon of Infinity from its train of thoughts. Ophis looked at Eric before replying to his question. "Red kicked me out of my home. I just want my silence back," Ophis replied Eric in her apathetic tone. He then nodded his head in understanding at Ophis. "And could you not get another home?" Eric asked Ophis, who shook its head negatively. "No. Too much noise everywhere," Ophis replied to Eric, making the men get very curious about what this noise that Ophis talked about was. He then decided to ask. "What is this noise that you are talking about, Ophis?" Eric asked Ophis, making it cock its head again in confusion. But then, it understood Eric's question and tried to reply to it. "I don't know how to explain it," Ophis said to Eric, who was not disappointed with the answer. "Just try to describe it to me then. What does it sound like? Does it have places where the noise gets muffled? Things like that," Eric said again to Ophis, who nodded its head in understanding. "It sounds like noise. Cracking, popping, scratching, tearing, rustling. It is like a mixture of different sounds that a human would normally hear. And aside from home, where there is no noise, just a noisy red dragon, there is only one place where the noise is less loud," Ophis replied to Eric, trying to explain what it was hearing all time. Eric nodded his head in understanding. He had some theories about the origin of the sound but needed more evidence to reach a conclusion. "Can you tell me where this place is that the noise is less loud?" Eric asked Ophis, who shook its head negatively. "I promised someone that I would not tell others where the room is," Ophis replied to Eric, who got a thoughtful look on his face. "So it is a room. Maybe it is the room that the shithead Rise of him created." Eric thought in his head while remembering some scenes of the animation that showed Ophis resting inside a room that had its walls covered in inscriptions. It was then that a wild idea appeared on his mind, making Eric smile and look at Ophis. "Since you can't tell me where the room is, can you take me there with you? This way you will keep your promise and I will get some clues on what could be the origin of this noise that you are constantly hearing," Eric said while working on the wording of the promise that Ophis had made. The Dragon of Infinity stood in place while looking at Eric and thinking about what he had just said. After some seconds, Ophis nodded its head and a magic circle with the infinity symbol in its center appeared under her and stood in place, waiting for its caster's order to activate. "Come," Ophis simply said to Eric, who nodded his head and started to walk to enter the magic circle. He could not peek at the formula that was used to create it, but Eric could feel that this was a transportation magic circle. A very powerful one at that. As Eric stepped into the circle, stopped and, in a flash of white and black light, Eric and Ophis disappeared from the place where they were standing before. Ophis resting room, unknown location. As Eric's vision came back to him, he found himself in the middle of a medium-sized room that had only one door. In the middle of the room was a big bed that had its sheets in a messy state, indicating that Ophis was probably resting there not long ago. Aside from the bed and the door, the room had nothing more. That is if you ignored the enormous quantity of inscriptions written all over the walls, ceiling, and floor. Chapter 138, The Sound of Silence. Ophis resting room, unknown location. October. It's a nice room. A little bare to my tastes, but it has a nice size. Eric comments and walks to a nearby wall. As he gets to it, he starts to inspect the inscriptions on the wall. Interesting. Eric's murmur while still inspecting the inscriptions. While he was at it, Ophis stood in the same place that they had arrived at with the teleportation without moving at all, observing Eric's every move. 10 minutes later, after inspecting every corner and surface of the room, Eric walked back to where Ophis was standing and stopped by its side. I got a good idea of how the inscriptions on the walls are working and need to do some more tests, but I think that I have something to work with, he said while smiling. Can you bring us back to where we were before? Eric asked Ophis, who nodded its head in confirmation. And, without waiting for Eric to say anything, teleported both of them back to the place where Ophis found Eric. Salvador, Brazil. October. When Eric's vision came back, Ophis and he were standing at the same place that they were before. The teleportation had been very fast. As fast as Eric's emergency one. He looked around the place and nodded his head at it. Eric then turned to Ophis and crouched in front of the Dragon of Infinity to put his eyes at the same height as the dragon's one. I want to do some experiments to clarify some points about this noise that you are constantly hearing. Can you help me with them? If everything goes right, we will have a way to stop you from hearing them. Eric said and asked Ophis, who nodded its head immediately, agreeing instantly to help with something that could potentially bring back the silence. Eric smiled at the little girl eagerness to help. I will teleport us to a place that I own. I want to test the effect that some of the wards there have on the noise that you are hearing. Eric said to Ophis, who nodded its head in agreement. The question was so Ophis would not resist the teleportation magic that he would cast. A being with the power that it had would not simply be forced to go to a place that it didn't want to go, causing a backslash to the caster. At Ophis's agreement, Eric started to cast his teleportation spell, making the familiar blue magic circle appear just above the ground where they were standing. Hogwarts Castle surroundings, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. October. Between motes of blue light, Eric appeared together with Ophis in the middle of a thick forest. They were just outside the wards of Hogwarts Castle and inside the Black Forest. The lake was now being called the Forbidden Forest by the wizarding community. Generation after generation grew up having the forest as a forbidden place to go, making the name stick. No, wait here a little, I have to adjust the wards so they will not go crazy when you pass through them. Eric said to Ophis and walked where the borders of the castle's wards reached. As Eric passed by the borders, he closed his eyes and started to mess with the current configuration, turning off the alarm system first, to not warn the people in the castle that he was there, and allowing Ophis entrance without raising a ruckus. The last time that Eric was in the school when he revamped the ward system he added a special alarm in them that would directly warn him or Selena if a being above a predetermined threshold entered the wards. Eric was very proud of his wards, but he was realistic too. If someone like Ophis would force their way through the wards, they would not manage to hold it back. With his temporary configurations done, Eric walked to the very border of the wards and made a line in the ground with a wave of his hand, demarking the exact borders of them. Ophis, if you could walk to my side here and cross the line on the ground. Tell me if there is any difference in the noise that you are hearing. Eric said to the Dragon of Infinity, who nodded its head in confirmation. Ophis then slowly walked to where Eric was standing and crossed the line that he had carved. The moment it happened, Eric saw for the first time the expression on the dragon's face change. It was just a minuscule change, but it happened nonetheless. It diminished. The noise diminished by a lot. Ophis said while turning to look at Eric. The man had a big smile on his face. It appeared that his thoughts were correct about the noise. Good. Now step out for a moment, I have to put the wards back in their original configuration. Then, we will try to solve your problem. Eric said to Ophis, who after hearing the part about solving its problem, eagerly walked back to where it was standing before. With that, Eric started to put back online the things that he had taken out. When he finished doing, Eric walked back to Ophis' side. I will teleport us to another place now, okay? Eric asked the Dragon of Infinity, who nodded its head in agreement. He then cast his teleportation spell, making a blue magic circle appear above the place where they were standing. Seconds later, Eric and Ophis had disappeared in motes of blue light. Somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. October. As the duo reappeared on a big and open green field, Eric walked away from Ophis a little and raised both of his hands in front of him in a form that resembled him holding a basketball. Eric then looked back at Ophis. Ophis, I will need to ask you to not tell anyone about the power that I am going to use, okay? And, if you can, shield the place around so no one can notice us. Eric asked the Dragon of Infinity, who, after some seconds, nodded its head signaling its agreement to Eric's request. Seeing it, Eric turned back to look at the space between his hands and closed his eyes in concentration. Seconds later, the atmosphere around him turned heavy due to the concentration of magic energy emanating from his body. Some of the more weak stones on the field around him even started to show signs of cracking and the green grass got flattened to the ground. Eric was releasing, for the first time in a while, his full power. The job ahead of him would ask for all of him and nothing less. Some more seconds later, Eric activated the balance breaker of his Annihilation Maker, concentrating on what he wanted to create while using the power granted by it. It was then that a small ball of white light appeared between Eric's hands. The small ball of light pulsed with power like it was a beating heart. With time, the small ball of light started to grow in size slowly. 10 minutes after its creation, the pulsating ball of light was of the size of a basketball, completely filling the space between Eric's hands. The man itself was sweating like crazy. He had done before some big creations while using the balance breaker mainly to get used to its power, but nothing that he had created before reached the complexity of what Eric was creating right now. It was then that the ball of light started to shrink in size. With it, its shape was slowly changing too. Another 10 minutes later, a very tired Eric took in his hand its newest creation and promptly collapsed to the ground. On his very tired face was a very big smile, while on his hand was a pair of brand new headphones. Yes. Headphones. If one had to isolate the sound of something or muffle it, he would use headphones for it, right? At least that was the excuse that Eric was giving to himself. It had nothing to do with the fact that he wanted to see the little Dragon of Infinity using Chobits-like headphones. Yeah, definitely, not because of that. Eric's train of thought was interrupted when Ophis's face appeared over him. Even with her apathetic look, she seemed to care a little. Or maybe was because Eric had said that would try and help it. Hey, Ophis. Eric said and got up from the ground after having taken a breath. His magic energy was returning at a fast pace as always, but he was still a little winded from the effort. He sat on the ground and turned to Ophis. Your snakes have a connection with you, right? Eric asked Ophis, who nodded its head in confirmation. Can you create one? It's not for me, it's to power up my creation. Eric asked Ophis, adding the last bit after. The Dragon of Infinity didn't answer Eric but raised its hand and created one of its infinity snakes. Ophis then looked at Eric, as if asking what had to be done now. Eric then showed the elegant black and white Chobits-like headphones to Ophis. Make it merge with this. Eric said to Ophis, who let the little snake fly to the object, merging with it like the surface was made of some sort of liquid. As the merge happened, some dark purple lights came into life through the body of the headphones, resembling a lot some LED effects that could be seen in Eric's past life gaming gear. The dark purple light pulsed for some seconds until it stabilized and stood always one. Seeing that it was done, Eric signaled for Ophis to come near him. As it did it, Eric took the Chobits-like headphones with both hands and held them in front of Ophis. Now, stay put for an instant, Ophis, while I put this on you. Eric said to the Dragon of Infinity, who didn't move at all. He then slowly put the headphones on Ophis, taking a lot of care to not hurt the little girl's ears. As he did it, Eric took a step back and looked at the cute dragon in front of him, but he was not ready for what happened after. A tear. A single tear escaped from Ophis's eyes. Did it work? Eric asked with some concern. Ophis, shaken by Eric's question, looked at the men and slowly nodded. The silence was finally back. Good. Eric said while sporting a big smile on his face. His theory about the noises that Ophis was hearing was right, after all. Due to Ophis's concept being infinity, it had a strong connection with space too. And that was exactly what it was hearing. The noise was the space around Ophis constantly expanding, contracting, tearing itself. But it was not exactly around Ophis that it was happening. It would be crazy if it was. It was the noise of the expansion of space in the dimension that it was right now. Since the universe was in constant expansion, every dimension was expanding together with it. The only place where Ophis would not hear that noise would be in the dimensional gap, her home, because that place was exactly what its name indicated, the gap between dimensions. Eric observed as Ophis closed its eyes and seemed just to enjoy her silence. And while it was doing that, he took the time to relax and finish his recovery while going over everything that he had learned while helping the Dragon of Infinity. After a while, Eric got up from the ground and waved his hand to take care of the dirt on it with a little magic. Well, I don't know about you, Ophis, but all this effort made me hungry. So I will go and eat something. Eric said to Ophis, who opened its eyes and looked at the men that helped it get back its silence. Do you want to come with me? Eric asked Ophis, who didn't answer him with words and just walked and stopped by his side. Taking that as a yes, Eric quickly cast a teleportation spell, making both of them disappear in the middle of blue motes of light. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Office Help. Raven's Fort, south of Norway. October. The light generated by Eric's transportation magic circle dimmed, revealing him and Office. As the blue motes of light faded, Eric walked to the door and opened it. Come on, Office. I will put some snacks together for us to eat before dinner. Eric said to the Infinity Dragon and walked inside the house. Office, who was looking very adorable with her new Chobits-like headphones that in reality were sound mufflers, followed after Eric, walking close behind the man. As they reached the kitchen, Eric walked to the table and took a sit. Office, not knowing what to do, just stood in place next to him. Take a seat, Office, I will prepare something for us. Eric said and waved his hand. All around the kitchen, things started to happen at the same time. Plates and tea sets started to float from the cabinets and land on the table. Over the oven, a teapot started to whistle because of the hot water. Office, unfazed by the display of magic, did as it was told and took a sit on the chair over Eric's side. Unfortunately, the Dragon of Infinity's body was a little low from the table due to its height. Seeing that, Eric snapped his fingers. Snap. As the snap occurred, the chair's legs where Office was sitting grew some good centimeters, raising the height of Office to the table and letting the Dragon of Infinity in a perfect position to enjoy the items on the table. Nodding his head in approval and seeing that the water was ready, Eric again snapped his fingers. Snap. With that snap, a lot of different snacks started to appear all over the table. There were cookies, croissants, baked pastries, fried pastries, and even a strawberry cake. Since white sugar was already invented, Eric's repertoires of sweet things that he could create/cook had increased by a lot to the delight of his wives and Selena's tea party group. Eric then served the tea for the two of them and slowly sipped the hot infusion, letting out a hum of approval to the flavor of it. But it was then that Eric noticed that Office was not drinking or eating anything. The Dragon of Infinity was just looking at everything on the table, probably without knowing what to do next. Do you want me to choose some things for you to eat? Eric asked Office, trying to help the little girl. Office then looked at Eric with her still present apathetic-looking face, but if one paid close attention, one could notice that there was something different on it from before. And it was not the Chobits-like headphones on its head. It was like a weight had been lifted from Office's shoulders and it could finally relax again. Eric concluded that it was the effect of having its silence back after hundreds of years of constant noise hearing. I don't need to eat food. Office replied to Eric. But you can eat them, right? Eric asked and Office nodded its head in confirmation. And your humanoid body does have tasting buddies, right? Eric asked again and Office nodded its head again in confirmation. Then you must eat something. Human cuisine is one of the things that evolved into the right path. Eric said and started to float some different assortment of snacks to his and Office plates. The Dragon of Infinity observed everything with attention. Especially at Eric, who took a vanilla-flavored cookie that had a lot of chocolate chips in it and took a bite. Office had seen others eating before, but the items served were vastly different from the ones on its plate. Following Eric's lead, the Dragon of Infinity took a cookie from its plate and took a small bite from it. Immediately, Office's eyes widened a little as the train of flavors hammed on her. The Dragon of Infinity then took another look at the rest of the cookie in its hands and started devouring it with gusto a second later. Eric looked at it with a smile on his face and went back to eat. Some minutes later, Selena walks into the kitchen to see Eric having tea together with a little girl. Hey, Eric. Who is the guest? Selena said, greeting and asking Eric while taking a seat on the table. Hey, babe. This is Office. Eric replied and waved his hand to magically serve some tea to Selena too, who froze in her place with the hand that was reaching to the plate of some pastries. Seconds later, Selena slowly returned her movements and took the pastries to her plate. Eric, I must have gotten cursed or something. I could swear that I heard you saying that the little girl happily devouring a cookie is Office. Selena said to Eric, who took a sip of his tea before replying. Yes, it is its name. Eric replied with a small smile on his face. Selena then slowly turned to look at her husband's face. Office. As in the Dragon of Infinity, Office. Selena asked Eric, who nodded his head. Yes. Eric replied to Selena while serving a slice of cake for him and Office. And please, do tell me, husband, how come is the top 2 power in this universe happily devouring cookies in our home? Selena asked Eric. Well. It all started when some of the 3 entitled idiots sent someone to attack me again. Eric said and started to tell Selena what had happened before his day and how it ended with Office having tea with him in their home. Then, after I managed to help Office get back its silence, I invited it to eat some snacks. Now that why Office is happily eating a cookie, that would be because it didn't try other things yet since it didn't need to eat. Eric said to Selena, finishing his explanation. He then looked at Office and took a small fork in his hand. Office, here. The next sweet you eat like this. Eric said, getting the attention of the Infinity Dragon, picking a piece of the cake with his fork and eating it slowly. Ophis looked at Eric's movements with attention, and when he finished, it looked for the fork that was by the plate's side, took it in its hand, and ate a piece of cake with it. Slowly, Ophis chewed the cake and savored the sweetness of it. And, after giving it a little nod of approval, started to eat the cake with gusto too. Selena watched the scene with wide eyes. Then she just shrugged at it and started to have her tea too, while thinking that this was probably one of the most outrageous scenes that she had ever seen. Soon, the three were joined by Joan and Calypso, who had reactions that were very similar to Selena's. The Dragon of Infinity filling her face with sweets surely was not something that they would see every day. But who could say that they would be wrong about that? After that day, Ophis became a constant guest at Eric's home. The little girl would come every day to have tea with the family. That is when it didn't decide to spend the day following Eric around. Because of that, Eric decided to take a break from his constant trips to the offices and started to research ways to search for empty dimensions. Luckily for him, when Ophis understood what he was trying to do after Eric explained it, it grabbed Eric's coat with its little hand and suddenly teleported them from the place. When Eric's vision returned, he saw that he was in a different place. The ground around him was covered by green-bluish grass. Some 100 meters away, Eric could see a forest made of tall trees and, if his senses were not tricking him now, there would be a huge body of water nearby. What is this place, Ophis? Eric asked the Dragon of Infinity while still looking around. Empty dimension. Found it when I was looking for a silent place. Ophis replied to Eric, who nodded his head in understanding. And why you are showing me this? Eric asked again, already imagining Ophis's answer, and he was not disappointed. You said that you were looking for an empty dimension to live. I thought that this one would be a good choice. Ophis said to Eric. The Dragon of Infinity was having a wonderful time in the last months and decided that it wanted to help Eric too. It is an excellent choice if what I see and sense is any sign of it. Eric said and turned to Ophis. Thank you, Ophis. Eric said and kneeled in front of the Dragon of Infinity, and, in an impulsive move, pulled it to a hug, letting go after some seconds. With a big smile on his face, Eric then took flight after casting a flight spell to look around the dimension a little more. Ophis stood in place, rooted, due to Eric's sudden move. It didn't know what had just happened but knew from its past observations that it had just been hugged. An act that was only shown to people that one considered close. Does that mean that we are close? But what does close means? Ophis thought to itself. The Infinity Dragon could have been alive for eons, but when the subject was socializing with others it didn't have any experience since most would be too afraid to even talk with it. Eric had been one of the first ones who were not afraid of it. The feeling that Ophis got when it was together with Eric was refreshing. Maybe that's why so many females stay around him. Ophis thought to itself again. It had noticed that in Eric's family he was the only male, but it didn't link anything to it. After all, in nature it was common for a strong male to attract a lot of females. Back to Eric, the man was looking around the place with a very animated look on his face. The place was perfect. It had a very well-developed flora together with a good basic fauna too. Eric just needed to know what was the size of this dimension, and for that, he would need to concentrate a lot. Deciding to do it now, Eric landed on the ground and took a sit on top of a flat piece of stone that he had conjured. He closed his eyes and started to concentrate on his senses, expanding them to the max that he could. Some minutes later, Eric opened his eyes again. On his face was a look of disbelief. This planet, which was a dimension of its own, was half the size of Earth and it was rich with resources to sustain life. It was a mystery why no other faction or pantheon had not taken it for themselves. If they would transport some people to this place and teach them their religion, they would have a constant source of faith to strengthen themselves. What Eric didn't know was that this was exactly what a god had in mind to do some thousands of years ago. That was why the flora and fauna of the dimension were so much in the balance. Unfortunately, the god who had initiated the project perished before he could start to colonize the dimension. Well, good for Eric then. He now had a dimension to call it home and ideas for projects were popping at high speed on his head. Chapter 140, A Favor to Aunt. Eric's next years were spent working on the new dimension. After showing his wives the place, he dived directly into setting protections against any unauthorized transportation to the dimension. Since Ophis had nothing against it, he was literally claiming the ownership of the dimension. And unauthorized people entering it was his main concern since nobody could wander accidentally in it because of the dimensional gap. Only Ophis and Great Red. Other kinds of protection would have to be set more locally after. It was during this time that Ajuka Beelzebub launched a new technology to the underworld. Computers. The research division under the command of Ajuka Beelzebub had invented computers. Eric's first wife, Selena, had loved the thing so much that she wanted to know how to make one from zero. She talked to Seraphal for her to arrange an apprenticeship with Ajuka Beelzebub, and the bubbly Satan did exactly that. After learning all that she could from Ajuka Beelzebub and his records on his new invention, she dived herself on her research on the subject. Eric even joked with Selena that she was becoming a computer wizard, giving the woman even more energy to do her research on how to implement even more magical components to the computer, since the ones that were available now were a little sensitive to the concentration of mana in a wizard's body if not shielded properly. Selena learned that the hard way when she fried an entire batch of the new computers that had not gone through the shielding procedure yet just by casting a summoning spell. It was during this period that a very pregnant Valkyrie, Eric's Aunt Gul'dan, arrived at his home desperately looking for him. He was working on setting his dimension-spanning ward array when the alarms that he had set for his aunt, Gul'dan, went off. Quickly, the men got her location through the monitoring micro-monsters that he had on everyone that he cared about and saw that she was in transit to his home in Norway. 3 seconds later, Eric was gone from the dimension, having disappeared in the middle of blue motes of light. Raven's Fort, south of Norway. June. As soon as Eric set his foot in his home, he receives the signal from the wards alerting him of incoming teleportation. Seconds later, his Aunt Gul'dan appeared from a transportation magic circle. The Valkyrie, a very pregnant one, looked desperate. One could see it in her face that something had disturbed her greatly. As she turned to walk into the house, Gul'dan saw Eric standing in front of the door looking at her. A little relief passed through her eyes and she did a very quick walk to him. Eric. I need your help. Gul'dan yelled as she approached Eric. Calm down, Auntie. Take a breath and tell me what happened. All this agitation is not good for my little cousin. Eric said to his aunt. The woman, as desperate as she was, nodded her head to Eric and took deep breaths while closing her eyes to try to calm herself a little. When she managed to do it, she looked again at Eric while grabbing his arm with her hands. It's Frigga. She got attacked by someone and is in a coma. Please, I need your help, Eric. She is dying, Eric. Gul'dan said to Eric, her desperate tone coming back as she talked. After getting pregnant, Frigga had excused Gul'dan from her job as her bodyguard to stay at home and take care of her future baby, leaving the Queen of Asgard with a temporary squad of Asgardian warriors as her bodyguards, something that was not optimal. During one routine visit to the village of believers, Frigga's group got ambushed. The emergency teleportation artifact that she always carried with her, which was a gift from Selena, whisked her away and back to Asgard's palace. But it had been too late. The assaulting force had managed to wound her on the back, and when she arrived at the palace, Frigga was already unconscious. When Gul'dan got news of what had happened due to an artifact that warned her about Frigga's health state, and after confirming the situation of the queen with the palace, she went after the only person that she thought could help her right now. Eric immediately cast an emergency broadcast communication to all his wives. As a holographic circle appeared next to him showing the concerned face of all his wives, Eric and them didn't waste time with pleasantries since they knew that Eric would only use this method of communication in an emergency, even if they had been interrupted in the middle of something important. Frigga got attacked and is on the verge of death. I am going to Asgard to help. Eric quickly said and closed the communication channel. Can you teleport us directly where she is? Eric asked Gandalf while looking at her. Gandalf nodded her head and started to cast her teleportation spell, making a light blue magic circle appear under them. Seconds later, both people disappeared from the place where they were standing in the middle of motes of light. Odin's Palace, Asgard. June. Eric entered the palace in rushed steps while following Gandalf. They had appeared in the teleportation entrance of the place and had been immediately stopped by the guards because even if Eric was recognized as a citizen of Asgard, he didn't have the authorization to enter the palace. Fortunately for the duo, Gul'dan had the authority to allow him inside. As they reached the medical wing where Frigga was being kept, they saw a lot of Asgardian gods waiting by the doors. Between them was Thor, who voiced his thoughts about Eric's presence there. Gandalf, what is the meaning of this? Why in this man inside the palace? Thor asked in his booming voice. Lord Thor, this is my nephew, Eric Ravenclaw. I went to get him after I heard what had happened to the queen. He is an amazing healer. Gandalf replied to Thor, voicing her confidence in Eric's skills. The god of lightning and strength scoffed at that. You think that he can do something that our healers can't do? I don't care who he is not going inside. Thor said and stubbornly stood in front of the doors, blocking their access. But Lord Thor, he dash. Gandalf started to say, trying to argue with the stubborn god but was stopped by Eric's hand on her shoulder. Gandalf looked back and saw Eric looking at her as if he was asking for the word. She gave him a small nod of her head and stepped aside. Eric walked to the front of Thor and looked directly at the god's eyes, something that most could not do without cowing. Thor Odin's son, are you prepared to face the consequences of denying your mother the possibility to be saved? Eric said to the god, shocking all the people around them. Because the more of her time you waste by barring us here because of some pettiness, the less are the chances of you seeing your mother again. Eric added to Thor, who after some seconds moved out of the way to allow the duo to enter. Seeing that, Eric nodded his head to Thor, who nodded his head back. He then looked at Gul'dan, who walked to the door, opened it, and walked inside. Eric then followed after Galden, closing the door after him. As Galden entered the room, some of the people who were inside looked at her. "Galden, what are you doing here?" one of the people asked the pregnant Valkyrie. It was then that they saw Eric walking behind her. "When I got news of Lady Frigga's attack and state, I went to get help. This is Eric Ravenclaw, my nephew. He is a very good healer," Galden said to the people who had asked, one of the healers that worked at the palace's medic wing. The men looked at Eric and a scowl appeared on his face. "You seem to have little confidence in our skills, Valkyrie Gandalf, to go and search for outside help." Galden and Eric rolled their eyes at that reaction. "It is not that I have little confidence in your skills, healer, but the fact that I have total confidence in the skills of my nephew. That is why I called for his help," Galden replied to the men. The healer was going to say something about it but was interrupted by Eric. "Don't bother, Aunt Galden. They must be waiting for someone to come back with the antidote. I mean, if they have that much time to waste with useless banter, they must have already identified the venom that is attacking Lady Frigga's body and soul," Eric said in a loud voice, shocking the healers who were inside the room. In truth, the Asgardians' healers were lost at what to do with Frigga. They had never seen a case like that. While in Eric's case, he had already seen something like that. In truth, he knew very well the creature who produced the venom flowing inside Frigga's body. At the moment that they had entered the room, Eric had focused his senses on Frigga, identifying the cause of her coma in the seconds that took for Gandalf and the healer to talk. "Oh. So you say that you know what is happening, young one," said a very old-looking man that was sitting by Frigga's gurney side. He was Frigga's husband and the king of Asgard, Lord Odin Borson. At the sight of the men, Galden bowed her head a little. "Forgive me for bringing Eric here, my lord, but when I heard of Lady Frigga's state my only thought was of what could I do to help her recover," Galden said to Odin, who gave the Valkyrie a weak smile and then turned to look at Eric again, waiting for his answer. "Yes. You can say that I am familiar with this venom. One of my teachers at magic school used to breed the kind of snake that produces it. In the magical community, it is considered the most powerful venom in existence. If one would put the entirety of the supernatural world, I would say that it is the second most powerful venom, only losing to Samuel's," Eric casually said. One had to know that not everyone knew of Samuel's existence since the god of the Bible made his everything to erase that snake's existence from history. Odin squinted his eyes at that. "So, is there an antidote for this venom?" Odin asked Eric, who nodded his head. "Yes, only one. The venom belongs to a basilisk. A magical creature that can only be artificially created. The only antidote for it is the tears of a phoenix," Eric replied to Odin. At that, the healers in the room scowled and one of the more vocals and young ones couldn't keep his mouth shut. "Ha! Can you believe in this? We have already administered Lady Frigga a dose of Phoenix's tears and we had no result," the man said with a look of contempt on his face. Eric looked at him like he was an idiot. "Are you deaf? I clearly said, tears of a phoenix, and not Phoenix's tears. The second is a special potion made by the Phoenix family in the underworld. While the first is the raw tears of a magical creature called Phoenix. The immortal bird that rises from its ashes, you know. Its tears are a dozen times more potent than the ones created by the devil family," Eric said to the healer. Odin, not wanting to waste more time, ordered in his booming voice. "Enough. Go and order someone to gather the tears of a phoenix. We have no time to lose," Odin said, shaking the healers from their state. "No need, Lord Odin. I have some with me," Eric said and put his hand inside his coat and from an internal pocket, grabbed a small vial that was half filled with a transparent liquid. It contained about 40 to 50 drops of tears. He then just threw the flask to Odin, who easily caught the item with one hand and eyed the flask with his only eye and then looked back at Eric. "Are you crazy? Why did you throw the antidote flask so carelessly?" Galden said, scolding Eric for his carelessness. Eric rolled her eyes at that. "Who do you think that I am, Aunt? Some kind of magicless person?" Eric asked in a sarcastic tone. "Calm down, Valkyrie Galden. Young Eric had the item wrapped in his magic all time. It could have looked like for you that he had thrown the flask, but in truth, he levitated it to me," Odin said while taking the stopper out of the flask, smelling its content and then looking at it again with his only eye. Galden fulsed at that. Then, without any more doubts, Odin turned the entire content of the flask in his comatose wife's half-open mouth, carefully massaging her throat to help her swallow the liquid after. It only took a few seconds for the tears of a phoenix to show results. Frigga's color was quickly returning to her skin, together with the vitality of her body. "Amazing," Odin commented after seeing the results. The healers around were looking at the results with open mouths too. Soon after, one of the oldest ones, who had stood quiet during the debacle with Eric and looked like the leader of the group, called for their attention. "What are you all gawking at? Go and check the Queen's state." That seemed to wake the healers from their stupor, as they immediately ran to the gurney and started to cast their diagnose spells. Minutes later, they were all discussing the results in quiet voices with the leader, who, as soon as he had the results, walked to talk with Odin. Lord Odin, Queen Frigga's soul is slowly healing back while her body is back to its peak form. The tears seem to have neutralized the venom completely. She is only sleeping right now. The healer said to Odin, who let out a sigh of relief at that. Sigh. The old-looking man then looked at Eric and gave him a wide smile. He walked to Eric and hugged him. Thank you, young Eric. I don't know what would have happened to me if I had lost my Frigga. Odin said to Eric in a very emotional tone. You would have probably become a pervert. Eric thought inside his head. In his past life, he had read that it was Frigga's death that had made Odin turn into a perverted old man. With this action of his of saving her life, Eric had truly changed the future. This action of his could have consequences in the future, but he would deal with them since he didn't want to see their wives sad because of the death of a dear friend. Don't worry, Lord Odin. I just did what I could to help since my aunt had asked for help and because Lady Frigga is a good friend of my wife's. They would be very sad if something happened to her. Eric replied to the old man, making him smile again. Basilisk venom normally kills a magical person in seconds. It is so strong that it can corrode through almost everything, including a person's soul. Lady Frigga just went into a coma instead of dying because her divinity was fighting the poison and slowing its action. She will probably be very weakened for the next decades or so while her divinity recovers. Eric said to Odin, explaining what he knew about the venom. The old man nodded his head at that. He could be old and wise, but there were things that he didn't know about. This artificially created magical creature called basilisk was one of them. Luckily for everyone, due to the nature of the basilisk, its breeding was forbidden some centuries ago. To officially breed them today for potions ingredients, one would need to get their hands on a lot of different permits. And it is worse if one would want to raise them beyond the hatching stage. You would need to be a parselmouth to do it properly. Eric said. Good thing that was forbidden. Its venom is just too dangerous. A healer commented. That is not the only reason why its breeding was forbidden. Basilisk has no size limits for their growth since they are not natural beasts. The older one is, the bigger it gets. The oldest one on record is a 50-years-old basilisk that was 10 meters long and a half-meter wide. The other dangerous thing about them is that they can kill with their eyes. If a person would look at a basilisk's eyes without any extra protection, he would die instantly. Just looking indirectly at them is enough to petrify your body completely. Eric said again, explaining a little more about the true dangers of the creature. Of course that he knew about Salazar's snake who was still sleeping under Hogwarts Castle. The recorded basilisk that he had told about was Salazar's one. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Tricking a Trickster. Odin's Palace, Asgard. June. As the people in the room took in how terrifying a basilisk could be, turning the mood in the room a little gloomy after the good news that they had, Odin decided to break it by announcing to them that he would be telling the other that their queen was on her way to recovery. Well, I am sure that the people on the magic community have some good sense to keep the breeding of the basilisks prohibited. Now, if you people excuse me, I have some good news to deliver. Odin said, not knowing how wrong he was about the magic community having good sense. Just a moment, Lord Odin. Do you think that this is a wise decision? Eric asked the old god, who frowned at that. Listen here, young Eric. While I am grateful for your help in saving my wife's life, I don't want to hear from you what you think is wise for me to do or not. Odin said heatedly to Eric. Then think about it, Lord Odin. What would happen if the person who ambushed the queen got the news that she survived the attack and could identify him? Eric replied to the old god, not caring too much about the god's opinion on receiving counsel. His words froze Odin in place. He was so happy about his queen's recovery that he didn't have taken into account what Eric had just said. And one thing that he would like to do a lot was to strangle the little shit with his bare hands. But for that, he needed the perpetrator to fall into a sense of false security. You are right, young Eric. We need the person that tried to assassinate my wife to think that he achieved it. And then, after my queen awakes, we get its identity from her and catch him unprepared. Odin said with a gleam of anticipation passing through his only eye. This is an order directly from me. Until the second order, no one is to tell anyone that Frigga is doing well. Understood. Odin said again in his booming voice that was full of authority. The healers in the room and Galden trembled at that and bowed their heads in unison. Yes, my lord. They all replied in chorus. Odin then nodded his head, happy with their answers. I hate to throw a wrench on your plans, Lord Odin, but you are forgetting a huge variable that could put all to an end. Eric said while looking at the old god, who looked back at him. And what is it, young Eric? Odin asked. He had come to accept the counsels from the young wizard/mage/warrior, whatever he was. Your son, Thor. Eric replied shortly, making Odin's only eye go wide at that in understanding. Thor was indeed a very hot-headed god that could easily go on a rampage due to his grief to the loss of his mother, but he too could put the plan in danger due to not knowing how to keep a secret for a long time. Inside his head, Odin was already formulating a plan of what to do with Thor. Well, I think my job here is finished, and I better go home and calm down some distraught women, Eric said and walked to the door of the room. Galden, seeing that, walked together with him. I will accompany you back, Eric, Galden said to Eric, who gave her a small nod with his head. But, as he was reaching for the door, Odin called him. Wait, Odin said, making Eric and Galden stop in their tracks. Eric then turned to Odin and waited for what more the old god had to say. Again, thank you for saving my wife, young heir dash, no, Eric. If there is anything that I could do for you, don't be afraid of asking, Odin said and asked Eric, who noticed the change in addressing and how Odin worded the phrase. He said, I and not Asgard, so if Eric would ask for something, it would be a personal thing for the king himself to do, and not the realm. Eric smiled at that and nodded his head in understanding. Again, no need to thank me, Lord Odin. As I had said, I did it as a favor to my aunt and because Queen Frigga is a dear friend of my wife's, Eric said again to Odin, who gave him a small smile and looked for a moment at Galden. Then, at least, call me Odin when we are not dealing with official matters, Odin said to Eric, who nodded his head in agreement. Eric then opened the door and exited the room together with Galden, ignoring all the Asgardians who were looking at him with mixed feelings. Lord Thor, Lord Odin asked for your presence. Alone, Eric heard one of the healers say to Thor, who was glaring at Eric after he walked out of the room. The god of lightning and strength nodded his head and immediately entered the room to talk with his father. As Eric and Galden reached the teleportation point in the castle, Eric went back home after ordering his aunt to go back home and rest. Back at home, Eric had to calm down his wives and the other women first by saying that Frigga was out of danger before explaining everything that had happened together with Odin's idea to keep the queen's recovery under the wraps until they could catch the perpetrator. Obviously, everyone agreed with keeping quiet about it while voicing their want for a piece of the shithead that thought it was a good idea to kill their friend. To calm them down, Eric decided that it was a good time to prepare some tea with a lot of snacks. And, as if having looked into the future for the possibility of sweets, Ophis materialized itself by Eric's side. The next day, Eric and his wives got the news of Queen Frigga's death to an ambush made by an unknown attacker. A lot of pantheons and factions sent their feeling to Odin, the just fresh old widower. Incredible enough, Thor had managed to keep himself in check during this time, but if one would have a conversation with the god, one would notice that Thor, right now, was like a volcano ready to erupt inside a pressure pan. The god had this look in his eyes that said, I will rip your throat out if you mess with me right now. 2 weeks later, Eric and the girls got the news that Loki had been thoroughly trashed by the combined efforts of Odin and Thor. The trickster god had been pointed out by Frigga, who had woken up, as the person who had punched a hole in her back with a poisoned dagger while her bodyguards were fighting off some mindless people that had attacked. When asked about the reason for it, the trickster god just laughed and replied nonchalantly that he wanted to instill Odin to start a war. A war that would bring Ragnarok. After that, the god had its powers sealed by Odin and was thrown into the deepest and darkest Asgardian jail to wait for the decision of what would be done with him. News of Frigga's recovery and Loki's treason followed by his imprisonment quickly spread through the world, much to the happiness of Frigga's friends. They had been told by Selena that Frigga's death was a ruse to catch the perpetrator, but they were worried about her in the same way. Since Frigga was still very much on resting orders after having woken up, Selena's tea party's next meeting had its location changed to Odin's palace. It was something that Odin tried to but could not deny to his wife that wanted to meet her friends. What could go wrong? It is just some women meeting to have tea and talk, right? Odin thought to himself after agreeing to his wife's request. The old god didn't know how wrong he could be with that thought of his. When Frigga's guests started to arrive in the palace, Odin's mouth went wide open with the identity of some of them, giving the old god the scare of his life. Amaterasu, Hestia, Hera, Hecate, Gabriel, Seraphol. He couldn't even imagine that his wife was close friends with some of the most powerful women in the universe. But his mood turned bad when he saw Hela arriving at the palace. Odin was going to order her imprisonment together with her father when Frigga threw the god king a stare that he could swear chilled his very soul, as if daring him to do anything against her almost granddaughter. Unknown to Odin, Hela would not have come to this tea party if not by the insistence of her friends and mainly Frigga, that wanted her there to show everyone that their problem was with Loki, and not with his children. The goddess of death was, with reason, fearing for her freedom because of what her father had done. Gods were not known to be the most reasonable sort of people after all. After everyone arrived, Frigga ordered the doors of her wing in the palace to be closed to anyone's access, and the party began when the group had some privacy with a new member that was working as Frigga's temporary bodyguard while Galden was pregnant. Her name was Sif, or Lady Sif, who was Thor's wife and Frigga's daughter-in-law. It took some time for the new addition to relax in the presence of all those powerful women. but maybe because they were exactly all women that she managed to relax and enjoy some of the snacks that were offered. Lady Sif had seen how all the women there cared about each other and were true friends that would never hurt the other. Even Hela was seen with other eyes by her after that. That meeting of female powerhouses from all around the world quickly reached the ears of all pantheons and factions, which caused some problems with the Greeks, more specifically Zeus when he got wind that Calypso was not imprisoned on her island anymore. Fortunately, it only took a look from his wife, Hera, for the king of gods to shut up about Calypso when she got home from the tea party. To say that he was shocked when Hera told him that Calypso had been freed from Ogygia more than 600 years ago was an understatement. And he got even more shocked when he was told that Hestia, his older sister, had discovered about it on the same day. It was during the next Olympus Council meeting that Zeus touched the subject of Calypso again, but this time to free her from her imprisonment. Only officially, that is. He didn't want to admit that he and the other gods had forgotten about her and that someone, aka Eric Ravenclaw, had helped her escape centuries ago. A/N, if you readers think that I am forgetting any important canon event that happened between 1880s and the beginning of HP, 1990s, please comment here in this paragraph so I can possibly add something about it. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, The Nexus, Olympics, and Bishop. A/N, between my readers, there must be some wizard/witch/mage or something like that, because I woke up 1 hour after going to sleep and recover with no headaches whatsoever. So, I decided to write. Here it is. An entire decade. That was how much time Eric spent finishing his security array in the dimension he had taken for himself. But it was finished and it was a masterpiece. The wards would repel any attempt of teleportation to the dimension that was not authorized by force breaking the transportation spell, and any person who tried to force its way in would find himself being in the middle of a dimensional gap due to the wards redirecting the teleportation spell by force. The first would work more like a warning to the people trying to come in, while the second would be the punishment for people who ignored the warning. One of the initial problems that Eric encountered while putting these wards in place was the energy requirements for it. Luckily for him, Eric managed to devise an energy collector that would siphon a little bit of the energies found around the dimension, that is, in the dimensional gap, and feed them to the wards. Ophus's help had been unmeasurable in this regard when Eric had some doubts about the dimensional gap. As one of the 2 residents of the place, Ophus knew a lot about it. Her help had not been forgotten, of course, and the little dragon of infinity was showered with different sweets created by Eric, including some hard candies that Ophus would now always carry a package with it whenever it was and always would have one melting in its mouth. After adding all of his family members to the white list of the dimension, plus Ophus, it was time to show the finished work to them. During one of the weekends that everyone was at home, Eric called them together and teleported them to the dimension. I'm proud to report to you all that I have finally finished the array around the dimension. Eric said to the women around him grandly. The women followed his play and started to clap to Eric's announcement, some with more enthusiasm than others. Thank you, thank you. You are all too kind to me. Eric said while bowing to his audience. That set the women into a fit of giggles and laughs. Is it finished, then? Selena asked Eric, who nodded his head while smiling. Yes. This dimension is our own paradise to do whatever we want with it. Everyone here is already whitelisted on the protection wards, so you can come and go whatever time you like. Any other person who tries to teleport here that is not whitelisted will find himself getting a warning first. If he continues trying to force his way in, the protections will allow the teleportation to go through while redirecting the final destination to the middle of the dimensional gap. Eric said to the women, who nodded their heads in approval. They very much liked the idea of giving one warning before punishing. Eric, even I can teleport in and out of this dimension. Hestia asked Eric, who looked at her and smiled. Of course, Hestia. You are my big sister and I went through all this work in protecting this dimension mainly for the family's use. And you, being adopted as my big sister, is part of this family. Eric said to the goddess, who looked at him with some moisture in her eyes. Eric had already said that to her numerous times before and even prepared a room in his home exclusively for her use, but it seemed that it had not clicked yet for Hestia. The next thing that he knew, Eric was being tackled by the sisterly goddess in a hug. Eric smiled again at that and returned the hug. Sometime after the fluffy moment, the group started to discuss what they would like to do in the dimension. It was then that Seraphal asked a very important question. Hubby, what is the name of the place? Seraphal asked Eric, who looked at her in confusion. He then put one of his hands in his chin, making a thinking pose, and hummed. A name you say? Eric said while still thinking of a name for the dimension. It was just a minute later that a good name appeared in his head. How about Nexus? Eric said while looking at the women around him. They looked at him and started to think about that name. Too simplistic. Leona voiced. Not catchy enough. Seraphal added. Yeah, it has no impact when one hears it. Musashi said. How about the Nexus then? Selena said, adding only the in the front of the previous name. but it seemed that it made all the difference. Oh, the Nexus. Much better now. Serafal said while nodding her head in approval. Yes, it has some impact now. Musashi added, agreeing with Serafal. Now it seems like the name of a mythical place. Ching, she said too. Eric was watching this all while some imaginary veins were popping on his head. Just a Nexus was not okay, but the Nexus was. It was at that time that Eric again concluded that it doesn't matter how old you are and how long you live with a woman because you, as a man, were fated to never understand the inner workings of this complex creature. Letting out a sigh in defeat, Eric made the official announcement. Sigh. It's decided then. From now on, this dimension will be called the Nexus. Eric said and received another wave of claps from the women around him. As the 1900s approached, since he had concluded the project on creating the protections around the Nexus, Eric turned his attention to other projects in sight. Hestia had commented with him that Olympus was planning on patronizing a very ambitious event on the human world. The Olympics. That's how they were calling it. It used to be an event that happened every 4 years during a festival to honor Zeus, but it had been prohibited by a Roman emperor 1,500 years ago. This time, Olympus wanted to make it a worldwide event. A worldwide competition on various sports where every country could send their best to compete in it. And Olympus was searching for supporters for it because they knew that an event this big could give some stupid people some stupid ideas. Then, after having a conversation with some of the gods responsible for the organization of the event, Eric wrote an official letter and sent it to all pantheons. In it, he announced his support with the ongoing project of Olympus while inviting the various pantheons to support their followers in sending competitors for the event. Soon after, the two factions that lived in the underworld, devils, and fallen angels, pronounced themselves in support of the event too with the signature of the Satans and Azazel respectively. Heaven was not behind them too when Michael, through the church, announced their support too. Soon enough, almost all pantheons had announced their support to the event, forcing the rest to support it too. This created the first instance in which the entirety of the supernatural world agreed upon something, transforming the first Olympic Games into an event that no pantheon would mess with, leaving it entirely in the hands of the normal people. That didn't mean that there would be no problems. Some independent people, mostly criminals that were unhappy with some pantheons, had tried to mess with it, but they were caught before they could do any damage and were delivered to the hands of the pantheon that had problems with them. This was just possible due to a huge temporary array that Eric had prepared around the city that would be hosting the event, Athens. Eric, together with his wives and the newest addition to the family, a little bundle of curiosity called Rossweiss, were there to watch the opening and ending ceremonies of the event inside a specially made private booth. In fact, every pantheon who had supported the event had received one private booth for them to watch the games if so they desired. Most of them sent envoys to represent them while counted with the presence of their leaders. In all, the event had been a success and talks were being made for it to be repeated again every 4 years. Speaking about Rossweiss, that was the name of Eric's little cousin. Galden had given birth to a girl. A Valkyrie. The little girl had white hair, just like her mother's, and big curious light blue eyes that mirrored her curiosity about everything around her. Eric ended up being her favorite person, much to the mother's, Galden, chagrin. She would complain in good banter to whoever wanted to hear how Eric was stealing her daughter from her and how he was pampering her by giving Rossweiss everything that she wanted. Eric would not lie about that since the last part was true. But luckily for him and Galden, the only thing that Rossweiss asked him was to see magic. The little girl was fascinated with all the different colors and shapes that Eric could create with the use of magic. It was during this time that Serafal tried to recruit another member for her peerage under the recommendation of her husband, Eric. Her name was Florence Nightingale. The old nurse was considered the mother of modern nursing with all the books that she had written about it together with all the new and efficient procedures that she created. At the age of 78, Florence Nightingale's body was becoming frail, which was aggravated by all the years of work that she had done in war hospitals, but she continued to influence the world through all the books containing all her experiences and knowledge. When Serafal came back from the meeting, it was with a smile on her face. Apparently, Serafal had been successful to convince the old nurse to join her peerage. At first, Florence Nightingale was suspicious about Serafal's claim of being a devil, but then she remembered some of the situations that she had encountered and witnessed during her life on the edge of battlefields. After some more convincing, which involved a visit to the Citri territory, more specifically to the medical facilities of the Citri territory, Florence Nightingale was sold on the idea of becoming a devil and a member of Serafal's peerage. She, just like Ching Shi, received an artifact that would warn Serafal when she was ready to change. Florence Nightingale had asked for some time to finish her business in the normal world before entering into a new journey. It had taken 12 years for the woman to put everything in order, but at the end of it, Serafal gained a new bishop for her peerage. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Half Devil or Half Human. More years continued to pass. In Europe, tensions were becoming heavy between some countries and any wrong move could result in a war that would involve the entire continent. Eric knew that the First World War was coming and he could do nothing to stop it from happening because, as he had already concluded before, some things were destined to happen in one way or another. But that didn't mean that Eric would stay put while innocent people died left and right while getting caught on battlefields. His business, the Ravens Mercantile Group, which was still running strong and was considered the oldest running business in the entire world, would work to relocate people in danger of being caught in the middle of the war. If they ended up being relocated to places that needed a workforce, it was not their fault. It would be a bonus in truth. After all, the great problem with refugees was that the place receiving them would normally find themselves saturated with people and many of them would not manage to find a job to feed themselves. It was by this time too that Eric got winds from his spies between the old Satan's faction that a witch contacted them about a child that was born between her and a member of the Leviathan house. She didn't mention if the relationship was consensual or not, but all things pointed to no. The why she was contacting them now was because she was sick and could not take care of her daughter, who was sick too with a disease that would put her to sleep for long intervals of time. It was the sleeping disease. It was not a common disease but was something that affected a lot of devils in the underworld since a long time ago. Unfortunately, there were no cases of a devil ever recovering from it. After discussing between themselves, the members of the old Satan faction decided to magnanimously help the half-devil girl by taking her in. Unfortunately for them, Eric would not let them get things their way. Before delivering the girl to the devils, the witch received a visit from Seraphal and Eric. At first, she was scared for her daughter because she thought that Seraphal, being the new Leviathan, would not want a descendant of the old Leviathan family alive. But she could not be wronger. Seraphal just wanted the poor girl to be happy. Even so, the witch's mother didn't believe Seraphal at all, but then Eric introduced himself. It turns out that the witch was a former Hogwarts student and a Ravenclaw to boot. The witch simply swooned over Eric after that, trusting him completely. Eric then told her that he had spies among that faction that reported to him that they planned to use her daughter, Ingvild, as a breeding mare to put more Leviathan blood in the world using the right sort of devil as the fathers. The witch was simply horrified about that. The simple thought of leaving her dear daughter with those devils was simply sickening for her now. It was then Seraphal offered to take Ingvild in, allowing the woman to live her last days with her daughter since her disease was terminal. A week later, a group of devils from the old Satan faction went to get the Leviathan bastard girl from her home but only found a burned-down house. When they asked around with the use of magic to be certain of getting the truth, they discovered that mother and daughter died in the fire. Disgruntled and sulking, the group returned to their holes under Eric's eyes, who watched them from a hidden position. Mother and daughter had already been moved to a hidden location inside the Citri territory under Seraphal's protection. Both of them had been admitted to one of the hospitals for treatment while under false surnames, of course. The mother's disease could be terminal, but the devils could at least prolong her life a little so she could get more time with her daughter, even if the second would be sleeping all time. That gave the witch time for her to write a lot of things for when her daughter eventually woke up. Eventually, the woman passed away due to her disease, leaving behind her sleeping daughter. After cremating the mother's body, Eric was accompanying Seraphal to a visit to Ingvild. Seraphal looked at the sleeping girl and let out a sigh. Sigh. She is so young and will not get to live her life because of a disease. Seraphal commented to Eric. She will get cured and wake up eventually. Eric said with certainty in his voice. Seraphal smiled at that. It is good that you are so positive sometimes, Eric. Seraphal said to Eric, who shook his head at that. It is not positivity. It's a fact. Her sacred gear is healing her. Very slowly, but it is. Eric said to Seraphal, shocking the Satan. She has a sacred gear? Seraphal asked. Yes. Eric replied and looked at Seraphal with a confused look on his face. Have you not felt it? He asked Seraphal again, who shook her head negatively. No. You are the one with the monster senses here, Eric. Seraphal replied to Eric while giving the men a small glare. Eric scratched his head sheepishly at that. Here. Let me show you how. Eric said and pulled Seraphal by her hand until they both were by the side of one sleeping Ingvild. Eric then took Seraphal's hand and guided it until it was just above the sleeping girl's chest. Now, move your vital energy, without your magic, to your hand and slowly, very slowly, make it enter Ingvild's body. Eric said, starting to guide Seraphal on the process of doing an invasive scan with her vital energy. With some difficulty, Seraphal managed to do it by following Eric's guidance to the letter. Now, will your vital energy and thinly spread it through her body and tell me what do you get as feedback. Eric added and Seraphal did exactly as told. Her vital energy started to thinly spread through Ingvild's body while sending feedback to Seraphal. Inside the Satan's head, a very detailed image of Ingvild's body was forming itself. Strangely enough, she could see 3 types of energies inside. I can see her body in great detail. Seraphal said to Eric while keeping her eyes closed. What more? Eric asked Seraphal. There seemed to be 3 kinds of energy flowing through her body. Two of them are more active than the other one. Seraphol said, making Eric nod his head in understanding. Focus on the three energies. Have feel for them and tell me what you can get from it. Eric said again, guiding Seraphol through the process, and she did exactly that. Seraphol concentrated a little more and focused on the energies. The first one is very familiar to me. It is a devil's energy. And wow. She has a lot of it. As soon as she learns to control it, she will be a powerhouse in no time. Seraphol said with a smile on her face, having recognized the type of energy that ran through all devils' bodies. Correct, continue. Eric said and asked for Seraphol to continue. She then focused on the second energy to get a feel for it. The second one is kind of familiar to me. But I don't remember where I saw it. Seraphol said to Eric while trying to remember where she had felt that kind of energy before. It was then that it clicked for her. Ingvild's mother gave the same feeling that this energy was giving to her. Ah. It is mana. The magic energy present in a wizard and witch's bodies. Seraphol said happily. It made sense. Ingvild was a half-devil with her human mother being a witch. Then some shame overcame her. Eric was a wizard and Selena was a witch. Seraphol should have been more intimate with that kind of energy. But then she remembered that Eric and Selena were not your common type of wizard and witch for more than 900 years now. Both of them had evolved to be more. Eric smiled at Seraphol's realization. Correct again. Now focus on the third one. Eric said again and encouraged Seraphol to continue. The Satan did exactly that and focused on the third energy. A few seconds later, she spoke. This third energy. It is strange. It is like it is dormant, but it is starting to wake up while moving very slowly through Ingvild's body. Is this her sacred gear? And it is moving slowly because it is dormant. Seraphol said to Eric and opened her eyes. Eric nodded his head at that questions. Exactly. Here. Eric said and took Seraphol's hand from over Ingvild's chest and brought it to his chest. Do the same with me. I will not resist your vital energy. Eric said to Seraphol, who nodded her head and closed her eyes to concentrate on the task at hand. Soon enough, Seraphol was seeing Eric's body inside her head with a lot of details. Inside him, he could see two types of energy. The first one was his magic energy that freely flowed through all his body strongly. If she compared with Ingvild's, Eric's magic was much denser and strong. It was like comparing the water in the ocean with the water dripping from a hole in a cup. It was incomparable. The second energy, who was flowing freely together with the first one, was Eric's sacred gear. It had the same feeling that the one inside Ingvild's, with the obvious difference in the volume of it that was available. I see now what you are talking about. Seraphol said to Eric while retrieving her hand and opening her eyes. She then took a thoughtful pose before asking. But why are you saying that she will wake up? Is it just because she has a sacred gear? Seraphol asked Eric. Not exactly. Let's think together, okay? You, devils, have knowledge of this disease for a long time, correct? Eric asked Seraphol, who nodded her head. And you are trying to find a cure for it for a long time, having tried a lot of methods for treatment, correct? Eric asked, again, and Seraphol nodded her head in agreement, again. Until now, everything that Eric said was the truth. The sleeping disease was known to the devil kind since the creation of their race and healers, before, and, now, doctors have been since that time trying to find a cure for it with no success whatsoever. I have been reading through the research that the devils made about this disease. They had tried every possible treatment for it. But, they had only tried to heal the bodies. What if the disease's origin is not on the body of the devil and it is on his soul instead? Eric said to Seraphol, explaining his thought process to her. It was then that a light bulb lit up inside her head. So you are saying that, since the sacred gear is something that is housed inside a person's soul, the moment that Ingvild's one wakes up it would stimulate her soul and at the same time heal her. Seraphol said, hypothesizing it together with Eric, who smiled at her and nodded his head. It, strangely enough, makes sense. And the same case never happened before because all the prior victims were complete devils, and since they could not be born with a sacred gear, they would not have something to stimulate their souls. Seraphol said to Eric, who continued to nod his head. He was waiting for Seraphol to realize something else. And she didn't disappoint him. Like being struck by lightning, Seraphol's eyes widened and she looked at Eric. Then. Wouldn't an evil piece have an effect similar to the sacred gear in stimulating the soul, since it would mess with it to reincarnate the person as a devil? Seraphol said to Eric, who nodded his head at her. Supposedly, yes, it would. But who would waste one of his evil pieces to try? Then, we have the problem that the reincarnation process is permanent, turning the person into the devil's servant. Eric said to Seraphol. And she agreed with that. The person who received the evil piece would become a servant to the other king permanently, so no one would risk it. But Serafal was happy with what she got. Now she could pass that information to her parents and they could work with Ajuka in finding a treatment for the disease without the need of turning the sick person into another servant. Since Ajuka was the one that created the evil pieces, he would know how to proceed with that new information. 3 years later, Ingvild opened her eyes after receiving treatment for the sleeping disease. Lord Citri and Ajuka Beelzebub had spent the last 3 years working on a viable treatment for it. It turns out that Eric and Serafal's hypothesis was right. The sleeping disease had roots in the soul of the devil. What happened was that the soul would slowly get out of sync with the body, causing the devil to develop the sleeping disease. The soul would then need a strong stimulus for it to go back and synchronize with its body. Why this desync happened was still being researched by the doctors, but at least now they had a treatment for it that worked. That year, a lot of other devils' families gained some members back. Chapter 144, Ingvild. Ingvild opened her eyes slowly, expecting to see the face of her gentle mother, but what she saw was the face of some people who she did not recognize. "Welcome back, Ingvild." One of the people wearing a white coat said with a gentle smile on his face. She tried to answer him, but when she opened her mouth no words came out and she felt dryness on her throat. "Here, little girl. Your throat must be dry after all that time sleeping," a woman in a white vest said while helping Ingvild drink some small gulps of water. With her throat wet again, Ingvild tried some short words. "How long I slept this time?" Ingvild asked in a hoarse voice. The same woman in the white vest who had helped her drink the water replied to her. "According to your file, you have been sleeping for 4 years. Child." The woman replied gently. Ingvild was not the worst case that she had seen in the last days of people waking up from the sleeping disease, but even so, to lose 4 years of your life sleeping was, sincerely speaking, frightening, even more at an age so young. Ingvild took in the woman's words while thinking about it. 4 years. The time before she had been sleeping for 8 months, and before that, 3 months. Who knows for how long she will be sleeping next? After digesting that news, Ingvild looked at all the faces around her and not seeing her mother, asked for her. "Where is my mother?" Ingvild asked. At that, the woman in a white vest looked at the group of people in white coats. "Okay. It's time for you lot to leave," the woman said in a no-nonsense voice, making some of the men chuckle at that. "We will do exactly that, Dr. Nightingale," one of them said and started to walk with the others out of the room, leaving behind only the woman in a white vest, Dr. Nightingale, and the other 2 people, a tall man with red blonde hair and a woman with black hair. The woman and men then approached Ingvild's bed with some hint of sadness on their faces. "Your mother passed away 3 years ago, Ingvild. She got sick with an incurable disease," the men said to Ingvild, who heard the news with a blank expression on her face. Her mother was dead. Her only family member was dead. Ingvild's head was spiraling into these thoughts without control until the men spoke again, shaking her out of that path. "Sometime after being diagnosed with her disease, your mother looked for your biological father's family, so they could take care of you. Let's just say that they were not the good sort of people and didn't want the best for you. It was then that my wife and I decided to intervene. We offered a safe place for you and your mother where you could receive treatment for your sleeping disease. Unfortunately, in her case, there was nothing that we could have done for your mother beyond delaying the inevitable. But she promptly accepted the offer and moved with you to here, under different surnames. She then took the extra time that we managed to give her and wrote a lot of things for you," the men said to Ingvild and snapped his fingers. Snap. At the side of Ingvild's bed, a pile of thick books appeared out of thin air. On top of them was an envelope that was sealed with a blob of red wax. Ingvild gave a small smile at that. "I suggest that you start with the letter, she would have probably explained something in it," the men said again while Dr. Nightingale helped her to take a sitting position on the bed by cranking a hand crank on the bed's side that slowly raised the top part of it. Ingvild took her eyes from the pile of books and single envelope and looked at the couple if the way that the woman was clinging to the men was any indication. "I don't know your names yet," Ingvild asked them. The men gave her a small smile before answering. "My name is Eric Ravenclaw, and this is my wife, Serafal," Eric said to Ingvild, who nodded her head in understanding. For some reason, the man's name was not strange for her. Eric then gestured to Dr. Nightingale. "The name of the woman taking care of you is Florence Nightingale. She will be your nurse and doctor during your recovery time," Eric said, and Ingvild looked at the doctor again. Florence then gave Ingvild a small smile, which received a weak one in response. "You say, recovery, like I will not sleep again. I know that this disease that I have cannot be cured," Ingvild said while smiling weakly at that. "That's where you are wrong, child. You will not be going back to sleep again. That is, not going to sleep beyond the normal sleeping time for a person daily. All those nosy people from before were here to be witnesses to the cure of the sleeping disease to be administered to you since you were the first half-devil half-human known to have it. Florence said to Ingvild, explaining to the girl that she was cured. It took some seconds for the words to sink for Ingvild. When it did, a small tear rolled from the corner of her eyes. It didn't take long for the dam to rupture. Ingvild started to cry without stopping at that. But it was a cry of relief. Finally, she was cured. Florence quickly pulled the girl into a hug, allowing her to cry to her heart's contents. While she was crying, something caught Eric's attention. The men had felt some devil power influencing the weather outside. And its origin was the crying Ingvild. Eric walked to the room's window and looked outside. Heavy rain clouds were quickly forming on top of the hospital after being influenced by Ingvild's devil's power. Sarah, come to have a look at this. Eric called Sarah Fall, who walked to his side at the window. What is it, dear? Sarah Fall asked Eric after getting to his side at the window. Look at the sky. Eric said and Sarah Fall did. What she saw made her frown. Wasn't it a sunny day just minutes ago? Sarah Fall asked Eric, who nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, it was. There is some devil power influencing the sudden change in the weather. And it is coming from Ingvild. Eric replied to Sarah Fall, saying the second phrase in a much lower voice that was just enough for only Sarah Fall to hear. And Sarah Fall heard it if the widening of her eyes was any sign of it. She quickly looked at Ingvild, who continued to cry on Florence's embrace and then looked back at Eric. Can you put up a barrier to contain it? Weather control, or more precisely, the control over phenomenons of the weather that involve water is a power that comes from the bloodline of the original Leviathan. Sarah Fall said in a hushed tone to Eric, who nodded his head. Without any movement, Eric raised a barrier that enveloped the room using his magic. As soon as he did it, the thick clouds of rain that were forming over the hospital's building stopped building momentum, and without anything more feeding them to grow, they started to slowly dissipate, which brought a small drizzle to fall in the region. Sarah Fall looked at all of this with relieved eyes. She then looked at Ingvild with complicated eyes. She inherited Leviathan's bloodline power. Sarah Fall said in a low voice. And that is a problem because... Eric asked Sarah Fall. Not a problem per se. More like, things will get more complicated. Leviathan's bloodline power, or like they like to call it, the sea serpent of the end, is a power that is exclusive to the original's Leviathan descendants. Even inside their family, the appearance of this power was a rare occurrence and it normally pointed out who would be the next ruler of the family. To give you an example, the current head, Katakiria Leviathan does not have the power of the sea serpent of the end and managed to get the head of the family position just because of her power and because she is the daughter of the previous head. So when I said that, things will get more complicated, I mean it. If words of her ability get out, some people would do anything to get their hands on Ingvild, be that for their gains or what would be probably in Katakiria's case, to get rid of her together with the stain on their family's honor. Sarah Fall said to Eric and turned to look again at Ingvild. The young girl had cried to exhaustion on Florence's bosom and was now being arranged comfortably on the bed by the woman. Sarah Fall smiled at that scene. They could try, Sarah. But they will not manage to do anything with her that she would not want. Eric replied to Sarah Fall and enveloped his wife into a hug. Sarah Fall smiled widely at that while enjoying her husband's body heat. I know I can always count on you, Eric. Sarah Fall murmured to Eric. When Florence finished putting Ingvild to sleep, the three exited the hospital room and Eric raised another protective ward around it. This one only allowed the three of them to enter the room or people who they allowed to. On the next day, Ingvild woke up from her sleep feeling refreshed. It took some time for her to get her bearing back and to digest everything that had happened the day before. At first, she thought that everything had been a dream, but that was cast away by the books together with one envelope that was pilled by her bed's nightstand. Ingvild then straightened up on the bed, taking a sitting position on it, and then reached for the envelope that was on the top of the pile. After breaking the wax seal on it with a small crack sound, Ingvild took the letter from inside it and started to read it. Half an hour later, when she finished reading it for the fourth time, tears were coming out non-stop from her eyes. It was a letter from her mother addressed to her. In it, her mother explained a lot of things that had happened while she was sleeping, together with saying how much she loved her and regretted not being able to stay with her for more time. She went on explaining the identity of Eric Ravenclaw together with his wife, Sarah Fall Leviathan, writing that Ingvild could trust completely on them. The letter explained too what were the books that her mother had left. Supposedly they were a collection of all of her mother's knowledge on magic that she had written down for Ingvild since she would not be there to teach her about it. After drying her tears with her bed's sheets, Ingvild carefully put the letter aside and took the first book of the pile. Taking some time to appreciate all the trouble that her mother had gone through for her, Ingvild soon dived herself on learning about what her mother wanted to teach her through her written words. Chapter 145, World Wars. The First Great War arrived and battlefields popped everywhere. As planned, Eric's business, the Ravens Mercantile Group, used its influence over the countries to relocate as many civilians as they could. Of course, they were not forcing people from their homes. They only moved those that wanted to be moved, which was the case for most of them. While on the normal human side of the war this was happening, on the supernatural side, at the moment, there was only one faction that was profiting massively with it. Vampires. The bloodsuckers were taking advantage of the chaos in the battlefields and in the cities nearby them to renew their cattle stock. More than once they had tried to attack convoys of refugees for some easy goodies. For their rotten luck, some of these convoys were from the people of Eric's business, and as soon as they approached it, an alarm was sent to the security division of the Ravens Mercantile Group, and a squad of people trained to fight the supernatural was dispatched. The battles were very anticlimactic. That was because most of the attackers were too cocky about their superiority and ended up being dispatched during the first trade of blows. The ones who managed to resist it were soon dispatched by the combined effort of the team. Some of their victims called them cowards for not battling them one-on-one. Mostly just laughed at that and mocked them by asking if they were some kind of encrusted knights. This is a battlefield. If you want a one-on-one battle, you should have looked for someone to play chess with. This was just one of the various answers that they received before quickly being gotten rid of. Needless to say that no survivors were left behind. The group was composed of various people from all over the supernatural world that were at some point lost or victims that were helped by Eric or one of his wives. Wizards, witches, mages, priests, exorcists, devils, half-devils, yokai, werewolves. The division had a lot of experienced people that were eager to fight and help others just like they were helped too. They even had 2 Cerberus and 2 Grimps as their canine unit. Both had been rescued by Calypso from an illegal breeding facility that was near a place where she was delivering a special batch of ingredients. At the head of this division was Joan, together with Musashi as her second-in-command when the Knight Samurai was not doing anything for her king. To facilitate their work, Eric decided to open the Nexus for some select employees and their families while opening a training facility for them. Quick enough, a small village started to form inside the exclusive dimension, and with the addition of new people, said village soon evolved to the size of a small town that offered education and medics for the townsfolk. When Eric took the dimension for himself, he was not expecting this to happen, but it was a welcome happening. The extra people in the huge place gave it more life. Of course that every new resident, together with their families, was submitted to a thorough screening. This process was to assure that only trustful people would enter the place. The First World War was soon over, leaving behind scars all over the places that had been a battlefield for it. While things calmed down on Europe and countries started to recover, the United States of America went through an economic boom while selling industrialized products to Europe. But that didn't last much. Soon enough, the countries affected by the war started to restart their own industries, making the need for products coming from the United States of America redundant. The sudden overstock of goods with no one to buy them made the country enter into a financial crisis that was aggravated by the crash of New York's financial market in 1929. Ravens Mercantile Group was not affected by it in the slightest, since their roots were too deep to be shaken with just that. It helped too that the group didn't have shares available on the market, since the Ravenclaw family owned the whole lot of it. Eric took advantage of this sudden crash in the prices and started to buy some businesses that were close to being bankrupt and expand the group's business. Soon enough, Ravens Group had quadrupled their size, which demanded Eric's attention to restructuring everything. Easy enough, Eric quickly restructured the business, which was now named Ravens Group. To solve the problem of who to sell while the country still recovered from the financial crisis, Eric decided to turn the new industry's production to feed the group. Since they needed to renew the ship fleet until the market recovered, they would be feeding themselves. The Ravens Group pockets, meaning Eric's pockets, were just that deep. And just as the market in the United States of America was starting to recover, almost a decade after the crash, news arrived that the Germans started a heavy expansion paired with the persecution of some minority groups. It was the start of the Second World War. Ravens Group's job at reallocation started anew with it soon after declaring the end of their neutrality for the first time since its creation, 500 years ago. Their focus now was on helping the persecuted groups aside from the people near battlefields too. The German High Command didn't like even a little that the giant Ravens Group had broken their neutrality to go against them and ordered the immediate seizing of the group's properties. Unfortunately for them, Eric had already predicted that move and ordered the moving of all visible assets outside of German territory, leaving behind only empty husks for the horror of the people that had to give the news back to the High Command. Raids to the concentration camps were frequent too, together with the use of mind-altering spells. On German papers, the prisoners have all been executed when in truth the great majority of them had been reallocated to greener pastures. Unfortunately, Ravens Group's efforts could not save every single person, since they could not be everywhere at any given time. As the war developed, together with the battles becoming more bloody, Eric discovered some alarming news from his spies inside the German High Command. Apparently, someone was pulling the strings behind their backs. And this someone was from the supernatural world. Kokabeel, the maniac warmonger fallen angel, had been influencing the heads of the German High Command since the beginning, and now in continuing to wage a war that was obviously lost for their side. The fallen angel looked highly amused while doing it. Obviously, Eric had called Azazel to ask the governor-general about his black sheep. Azazel washed his hands at Kokobeel's behavior, saying that the fallen angel was acting on his own accord, again. Eric rolled his eyes at that and said that heaven had got news about Kokobeel's actions too and was sending an exorcist to deal with him. Azazel asked Eric if he knew how were the chances of the exorcist against Kokobeel, obviously concerned about the possible loss of the life of the exorcist and the reignition of the Great War. Eric just smiled at the fallen angel through the transmission and closed it as soon as he said 2 words to the sacred gear fanatic. Vasco Strata. While Eric laughed loud at Azazel's face just before closing the call, he prepared himself with some cameras to record the 82-years-old ex-exorcist punching Kokobeel's very punchable face. And he was not disappointed. The buffed bald old man managed to land some beautiful punches to the wannabe vampire's face. That, together with his wielding of Durandal, forced Kokobeel to flee with his tail between his legs, figuratively speaking of course. The fight was beautiful and Eric had managed to catch every angle of Kokobeel's defeat at the hands of another human. Copies of this video would find themselves mysteriously appearing all over the supernatural world, much to Kokobeel's shame. Soon enough, Azazel sent a public letter stating that Kokobeel's actions were their own and in no way reflected Grigory's posture. He finished by stating that Kokobeel would be severely punished for this transgression. With the warmonger back on a leash, the conflicts in Europe started to slow down, and after the invasion of the Allied forces over a beach in France, the war seemed to be lost for the Axis. That is until Eric got the news that Japan was not giving up on the war. History was repeating itself at this point, and since he knew the next thing that would happen, Eric talked to Amaterasu to evacuate all yokai from the cities of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, claiming that he had received a tip from spies in the army. A lot of lives would be lost, but there was nothing that he could do about it since the Shinto had their politic of non-interference and Eric would not risk his employee's life. This way, at least the yokai population would be saved from being disintegrated by the nuclear heat. Soon after the bombs were dropped and the 2 cities were erased from the maps, Japan surrendered, thus officially ending the Second World War. Eric was thankful that he had not heard about it, Captain Steve Rogers or Howard Stark appearing on New York, ruling out the leakage of Marvel Universe into this one. The mess would have been immeasurable if it happened. On the magical side of Europe, Gellert Grindelwald had been defeated by one Albus Dumbledore with the help of some unlikely figures. But what happened on that side are words for another chapter. Chapter 146, Scamander, Kowalski, and Goldsteins. It was 1920. It had been 2 years since the end of the First World War and Eric was in New York taking care of some business in the Ravens Group office. It was the beginning of the night when Eric felt it. A pulse of magic was emitted from some point at the center of the city and it was not something small. Without waiting for something else to happen, Eric put down the papers that he was reading and operated to the place where the pulse of magic had come from. Arriving at the place with a very silent pop, Eric looked around in curiosity and immediately found the origin of the pulse. An obscurial. Someone had pressured a magic child past the breaking point for him to transform into an obscurial. Eric continued to look around and saw 2 men fighting all around the place by throwing spells at each other. That scene was somewhat familiar to him but he could not place where he had seen it before. Soon enough, Eric heard a lot of crack sounds and people started to appear all over the place through apparition. They were employees of the Magic Congress of the United States of America, or MACUSA for short. Immediately, the employees started to take positions and point their wands at the mass of black matter that was the obscurial. Eric watched everything with attention while some people were discussing what to do next. Without much warning, the employees then all fired spells at the same time at the obscurial. Then, with a grunt of pain coming from the creature, it exploded into light. When the light disappeared, only flakes of black matter could be seen floating around, and even those were slowly disappearing too. But incredible enough, the altercation was not done yet. A very well-dressed man started to walk in the direction of MACUSA employees while firing spells at them and defending himself at the same time. The man had good skills for a wizard. So good that he was disabling his attackers left and right and was only stopped when another man managed to immobilize him with the help of a magical creature. It was then that a light bulb lit up inside Eric's head. Now he remembered why the scene in front of him was so familiar. It was the ending of a movie from J.K. Rowling's world, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. So, if I am not remembering things wrongly, the man that had just used the magical creature to capture the other must be Newt Scamander. Eric thought while looking at the duff-looking man. By his side was the witch who would end up becoming his wife, Porpatina Goldstein, or Tina for short. If that is Scamander and Goldstein, then the subdued man must be. Eric thought again while looking back at the immobilized man and noticing that he had a layer of magic over his body. Newt Scamander fired a strong revealing spell at him without much waiting, cancelling his disguise. What revealed itself was the face of another man. Blonde white hair, mustache, and beard, paired with clear blue eyes. Effing Gellert Grindelwald. Eric had almost forgotten about this guy. This meant that Albus Dumbledore was possibly already at Hogwarts in a teaching position. Eric had to suppress a groan at the thought because he had just remembered that the wizards will have their own World War together with World's second one. As things were wrapping up with the wizards and witches below, Eric watched as the Makussa's Aurors put magic-suppressing handcuffs on Grindelwald and the president went to talk with Newt's commander, who was lamenting the loss of the boy-turned-obscurial's life. At this point, Tina's sister, Queenie Goldstein, arrives at the place together with Jacob Kowalski. Eric continued to watch as Kowalski delivered a briefcase back to Newt's commander. The president lamented then laments that they could not obliviate the entire city and that the magic community was now exposed. Newt's commander then announces that he may have just the solution to their problems and put his briefcase down on the ground, opens it, and disappears inside it. Some minutes later, Newt's commander was back from inside the briefcase while holding an iridescent blue-purple flask. Eric recognized the substance on the spot. Swooping evil venom. A substance that had the capacity to make people forget their bad memories of magic, like all the destruction caused by the obscurial and the magical fight on the streets. Seconds later, a screech was heard coming from inside the briefcase and a majestic and enormous eagle-like bird flew from inside it, showcasing for all those that wanted to see its 3 pairs of wings. It was a thunderbird that, incredible enough, was named Frank. After a one-sided conversation with the bird and a heartfelt goodbye, Newt's commander delivered the flask of venom to Frank, who flew into the air and above the city while using its innate abilities. The majestic bird summoned a storm and dosed its heavy clouds with the swooping evil venom. When it started to rain, all the non-magical people under it were affected by it, forgetting about their bad experiences with magic. Seeing that Newt's commander's idea was working as intended, the president of Makussa ordered all employees to go around the city fixing everything that was destroyed, starting one of the biggest reparo operations ever seen. Eric continued to watch from his hidden position as the 4 people, Newt's commander, Jacob Kowalski, and Tina and Queenie Goldstein talked about what had happened, already knowing what would follow from here. Unfortunately, Jacob Kowalski was a non-magical person, or no-mage as they called them here. That meant that he would have to get in the rain to have his memories of magic erased, together with the memories that he had with his new friends and the girl that he had fallen for. After another heartfelt goodbye, Jacob Kowalski took a deep breath and stepped into the rain, starting to walk with no destination. But as the swooping evil venom was going to take effect on him, an umbrella being held by Queenie protected him from the rain's effect. Eric smiled at that and decided that he would not let this woman go to Grindelwald's side just for a chance to marry the man that she loves. On the next day, Jacob Kowalski received a mysterious package in the morning. Inside it was the deed for a small building on a busy street and a business check with the value of $3,000 written on it. What shocked the man was that both things were in his name. Not believing in it since that was a huge sum of money, Jacob Kowalski checked the envelope again and found a note inside it that read, "Good baked goodies can change the world. Go after your dreams." Signed, an enthusiast chef and baker. Jacob Kowalski read and reread the note dozens of times. It seemed that someone believed in his skills and wanted to help him start his bakery. He looked at the deed of the building and the business check again and noticed the name of the business that gave the check read Ravens Group. As Jacob Kowalski started to wonder what an old giant like the Ravens Group would gain by funding his dream, he noticed a postscript on the note. Dreams are more worthwhile if you have someone to share them with. Don't let a stupid law say who you should love or not. Jacob Kowalski read taut words and stopped. His thoughts immediately went to Queenie Goldstein. Seconds later, the man exited his rented room in a hurry. He had made his decision. Unknown to him, Queenie Goldstein received a similar envelope at her home. Inside it was a book about legimancy, together with a note that read, "Did you know that if you marry a person in another country, when you are back in the United States of America there will be nothing that anyone could do against it? A magical marriage is equal in any place on the planet. Canada is a lovely place to visit in summer." After reading that note, it was like she had been struck by a lightning. Quickly, Queenie Goldstein ran to her sister's room and started to read the law books that she had there. Half an hour later, she had found nothing against what the note said in the law's books, making Queenie Goldstein let out a big smile at the thought of being able to marry the man that she loved. She was only interrupted by the sound of her doorbell ringing. Walking out of her sister's room, Queenie Goldstein went to the door and looked through the door's peephole. Recognizing the face of the man that she loved on the other side, Queenie Goldstein opened the door and jumped at the man before he could even utter a word, hugging him and dragging him inside her home. Poor Jacob Kowalski didn't have a clue about what was happening, but he very much liked the flavor of Queenie's lips on his. 3 months later, Eric and Selena attended the grand opening of Kowalski's Dream Bakery, hosted by the just-married couple of owners, Jacob and Queenie Kowalski. The bakery shop was located just in front of the main office for the Ravens Group in the country and was a building with 2 floors, where the ground-level floor was the bakery shop that had lots of space available, and the top floor was a residential apartment that was now being used by the just-married couple. Soon after, the Kowalski's Dream Bakery became a hotspot for the entire surrounding neighborhood due to its fair prices and delicious baked goodies. Years continued to pass. After he escaped from Makussa's hands, Gellert Grindelwald went back to Europe to start his plans for the revolution that was to come. He started by amassing magical knowledge and followers that shared his vision that the magical should rule the world and not hide inside their communities. Incredible enough, a lot of people agreed with him on his ideals and joined his cause. As he started to amass power, Gellert Grindelwald butted his head with many people. Unfortunately for them, they were ruthlessly removed from their positions while giving more space for Grindelwald's forces to expand even more, easily conquering the magical community of various countries. Soon after, the governments of other countries recognized Grindelwald's movement as a danger to all magical beings and created a conjunct force to battle it, officially giving start to the Great Magical War. Chapter 147, Magical World War, Music, and Tea Party. As the war in the magical community evolved, Eric was doing what he could to not allow it to evolve. He had already stopped a dozen of devils from doing contracts to help Grindelwald and its cause and was blocking the Teeps and Carmilla faction of vampires to enter the fray. He had basically sent the vampires a message just after they were visited by a lieutenant of Grindelwald's forces that said, if they take sides in the magical war, he would finish what Baron Black had started 900 years ago in Greece, but this time in Romania. That was enough for the vampires to abstain from the magical war and reject Grindelwald's proposition. The Ravenclaw name was a sort of boogeyman for them since every time Eric got news of a vampire feasting, he would move personally to eradicate it with extreme prejudice. If you happen to be his target, just thank the heavens that is Lord Ravenclaw after you and not Lady Ravenclaw. Selena liked to play with her prey before finishing them, while Eric killed them quickly. As Eric blocked the supernatural from intervening, Grindelwald was getting frustrated that his efforts to boost his army were not bearing any fruits, halting the advancement of his plans. For the men, the only good thing that had happened recently was the news that, due to a blood pact made when young, the only man that had the power to stop him could do nothing. Unfortunately for Grindelwald, Albus, too many names, Dumbledore was not just on the sidelines watching his past friend and lover wage a war against the magic world. The man was doing his research with the help of the special library that Hogwarts headmaster, Armando Dippet, had allowed him access to and was devising a ritual to break the shackles of the blood pact. And unfortunately for Hogwarts, this major ritual, which took place inside the castle, had the drawback of messing with the ward's system due to the kind of magic energy released at the breaking of the pact. One could even say that Albus Dumbledore just didn't turn into a piece of charcoal while force-breaking the pact because the castle's wards absorbed all the energy while shielding a member of the school's staff from harm, damaging itself in the process since it was not ready to absorb the kind of power coming from inside the wards. This damage would only be discovered 40 years later with the visit of the castle's lord to the castle. The battle between ex-lovers was very anticlimactic in comparison to the one that would be happening between Vasco Strata and Cocabile. So boring that Eric didn't even see himself in need of recording the thing. Okay, maybe it had been a legendary fight between very even opponents, but that was inside a wizard standard, something that Eric had distanced himself from since his graduation from school. With Grindelwald out of the equation and permanently incarcerated in the prison that he had built for his enemies, the army that he had amassed during the war crumbled like a sandcastle. Even so, some of the more radical people continued to resist for some time and were subdued or killed by the forces assembled from the allied countries. The ones who surrendered were the smart ones since most of them managed to buy back their freedom while using mostly money acquired through pillage during the war. As the wars on both sides, magical and non-magical, wrapped up, Eric focused back on what was important to him, his family and his new dimension. The development of the Nexus little town was going nicely and it had reached almost a population of 3,000 people. Among these people were humans, wizards, witches, mages, yokai, demigods, devils, half-breeds. The list of different races that lived in harmony inside the Nexus went on and on. Even 3 Dampiers were living there. Joan had rescued them from a laboratory/prison/torture chamber inside one of the concentration camps that they had raided during the Second World War. The Nazi scientists were using the 3 children as guinea pigs while experimenting with their blood to try and create something from it. Be it a serum to heal their soldiers fast or a serum to give them superhuman abilities. No need to say that the research was all destroyed. Since they didn't have anywhere else to go because the Nazis had killed their families, Joan talked to Eric about giving the 3 of them shelter and a place to live a somewhat normal life. Their need for blood was solved with a visit to the hospital every 3rd week. It was manageable since, because they were Dampiers, their need for blood was lower than a full-fledged vampire and they could sustain themselves with normal food. Alice, Bethany, and Cadmus ended up forming a strong bond between the 3 of them. So strong that nobody would be surprised if they ended up in a 3-way marriage in the future. With the continuous growth of the community, Eric saw the need for them to form some kind of ruling body, or government, to take care of things since they could not always run to Eric to solve their problems and Eric didn't want that to happen too. So, elections were held and the first mayor for the Nexus was selected. She was a middle-aged witch, mother of 2, that had already been involved in organizing her neighborhood together with other people. The charismatic woman made for an excellent first choice for mayor. Even if she was lacking experience, she compensated for it with hard work and dedication. Speaking about hard work and dedication, Ingvild was fitting nicely within the Nexus. After being discharged from the hospital, the Devil Witch dived herself into the study of magic. Afraid that she would isolate herself from others, Eric and Serafal made a deal with the girl. Ingvild would have an instructor on magic, and in trade, she would have to frequent school inside the Nexus. The girl promptly accepted the deal and started to have particular classes on the 3 types of magic that she could tap into with Serafal and Selena. Eric, at first, had thought about enrolling Ingvild at Hogwarts, but chose not to do it due to her magic not being compatible with wands. Ingvild's reserves were too big, and mostly wands would quickly burn out when used by the girl. It was after entering school that the family discovered the girl's love for singing together with her amazing voice for it. Ophis, who continued to visit for sweets, would just sit and listen to Ingvild's song. When asked, the Dragon of Infinity just replied that she liked Ingvild's voice. It was soothing, and they soon discovered the reason for it. With Ingvild's control over her magic increasing, together with her training, Ingvild's sacred gear awakened. Under Eric's guidance, the girl dived into it and retrieved all the information that she could about how to use it together with its name. Nereid Kyrie. A high-tier Longinus sacred gear that could control dragons and the sea to some level. To say that it was not a perfect combination for a Serpent of the End bloodline power would be a big lie. Nereid Kyrie's existence explained perfectly why Ingvild's voice affected Ophis so much. The sacred gear's power was influencing her voice, turning it soothing to dragons. Not that her voice was bad or anything like that, on the contrary, Ingvild had a perfect voice. So good that she quickly became somewhat of an attraction in the Nexus, receiving invites to sing at various festivals that happened throughout the year. Ingvild's voice gave Eric a wild idea for a new business, and soon enough, Raven's Records, a subsidiary of Raven's Group, caught the entire world by storm with their arrival in the sector of music. Even more when they announced contracts with big names of the music industry of the time, quickly making the Raven's Records name a synonym to success. The interesting thing about Raven's Records was that it had 3 markets to explore: the normal world, the magical world, and the supernatural world. And it did it with an enormous success that brought new and wonderful voices to all ears. Ingvild had her first album released just before the start of the Second World War on all 3 markets, and it had taken the conjunct efforts of Eric and Serafal to convince the young women to record it. With the name of Sleeping Dragon, one could say that her voice lifted the spirit of soldiers and civilians all around the world, breaking records of copies sold and prizes as the most played song on the radios. On the underworld, the dragons living there became their die-hard fans, while basically being the sole reason for Ingvild's live performances, tickets being sold out almost as soon as it started selling tickets. On the magical communities, her voice found a very unlike, but expected, use at the hands of dragon handlers. The mighty beasts would quickly calm down while hearing Ingvild's songs, easing the job of their handlers enormously. A magic gramophone together with Ingvild's album quickly became a must-have for all dragon reserves in the world. It was just after the end of the Second World War that Amaterasu decided to bring and introduce 2 new women to the Tea Party. The first one was named Magari, and she was the leader of the Nikomata tribe under the East Yokai faction, which was led by Nurarihion. Magari was a young-looking woman with white hair that had 7 white tails lazily swaying behind her. Together with the cat ears growing atop of her head, Magari looked very cute, not at all showing her true age, which was over 800 years. She was Nurarihion's right-hand woman too. The other woman's name was Yasaka, a 9-tailed fox who was the leader of the West Yokai faction and had just come into power. Yasaka looked like a blonde buxom beauty that had its foxy ears showing atop of her head together with the lazily moving 9 fox tails behind her back. Both yokai were obviously holding themselves back when they entered the compound chosen for the day's meeting, not wanting to bring shame to their goddess. But they didn't expect to see Amaterasu's sudden change in behavior. She instantly had thrown away the image of a proper lady and got to greet and hug all the other women in the room. Amaterasu smirked at the faces that both yokai were doing. "Come on, girls. I brought you together with me so I can introduce you to my friends. This is a place in which strong women, like us, can relax and talk freely while enjoying some delicious food at the same time." At the mention of food, Selena had chosen that moment to enter the room with a lot of different things floating behind her. With a wave of her hand, all the plates landed on the tables in the room. Amaterasu's eyes shone at that, and, soon enough, the goddess was taking a look at the snacks that they had available for them in that meeting. Selena smiled at that. "Today we have some new snacks to enjoy, girls. Aside from the ones made by Eric, some of them are made by a very talented baker that Eric helped with the opening of his own store. We also have 2 new additions to our tea party. So, let's welcome them warmly while enjoying all these delicious snacks," Selena said, officially starting that meeting. It didn't take long for Magari and Yasaka to mingle with everyone. Amaterasu's plan to introduce the women had been a success. She just lamented that it could not be done earlier due to some fights happening between the 2 factions. Nurarihion was surely very shocked when Amaterasu appeared with Yasaka in tow and asked for Magari to come with her to a meeting. When Nurarihion asked what was this meeting, Amaterasu glared at him and only replied that it was an exclusive meeting for powerful women all around the world, and since Magari was the most powerful female in his faction, she had decided to take her to it together with Yasaka. With this move, Amaterasu hoped that her people would understand each other on a better level, avoiding unnecessary bloodshed in the future. And she thought that it was working well when she saw Magri devouring one of Eric's snacks that had a filling of sweet cream inside. Chapter 148, Suddenly 1000, and Pregnancy. The next years passed very quickly for the Ravenclaw family. Selena had made some new discoveries in the data storage field that used crystalline structures and was making a very substantial sum of money with it and turning her initial objective of speeding the search for a subject inside a library into a reality. Calypso's business continued to bloom under her care. She had become the biggest supplier of magical plants in the world, having branches of her stores in every decent-sized magic community all over the world. Leona continued to explore the limits of magic, but she had hit a wall some time ago. To proceed with more in-depth experiments, she needed a bigger energy capacity and was now enthralled in enlarging her reserves through constantly exercising her magic. Joan continued to do the security of Eric and her sister-wives' business while helping some people in need when she could. The initial group that raided concentration camps and protected the relocation convoys decades ago with her had grown in size considerably, with the main spot for new recruits being the just graduated people from the schools in the Nexus, whose population had grown considerably since the election of its first mayor. Musashi, when not accompanying her king, would be training herself with the sword, training others with the sword, or helping Joan in some mission. Both women had found in the other a rival that pushed the limits of their sword skill to grow. She had taken the reins of Eric's sea transport business. Raven's group now had two other divisions that dealt with air transport and land transport, but since their sea transport was the roots of their company, she had taken it into her own hands to command. She felt like she was the queen of pirates all over again, just this time with a different type of fleet. There was just something in it for her that made her blood run fast and got her crotch wet. She would often invite her husband, Eric, for a session of lovemaking inside her admiral's office. While Serafall had finally discovered magical girls while on a trip through Kyoto, which she was visiting in her capacity as Satan Leviathan. The frilly dresses, catchy phrases, and sparkling showy magic had captured completely the strongest female devil's attention. Her magical girl fever was so serious that Serafall started to use those clothes during her free time from work. Not that Eric would complain about it, since Serafall had managed to come with some very kinky roleplays while using those frilly dresses that were just made for panty shots. She managed to drag her toddler little sister into it too, and one had to admit, little Sona was just too cute when wearing the magic girl's clothes that Serafall had gotten. In the year 1982, Eric was turning 1,000 years old. To celebrate it, his wives convinced him to make a huge party. And a party he did. Eric warded an entire island, especially for the event with the most powerful wards that he could put up, taking more than a week for it. The work on it had to be perfect since he didn't want his guests to kill each other during the party. Eric wanted to invite all the people that he had met during these 1,000 years of his life that were still alive. And since some of those people were long-dated enemies, he needed the wards in place to work perfectly. And they did. People from all the pantheons that knew Eric on a more personal level were invited to the party. Greeks, Nordics, Japanese, Indus, North Americans. Basically, all pantheons had some representation in the party. Heaven was there while being represented by Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. And if Heaven was invited, of course, Eric could not forget Grigori and the devils. Grigori was represented by Azazel, Barakiel, and Penemu, while the devils had the three Satans, plus Eric's in-laws. Even with so many old enemies together, no fights happened due to Eric's wards keeping their heads cooled by dampening the power output that an individual could show externally. The celebratory mood of the place and the most excellent food helped a lot too and made people forget some old grudges, even if only for the day. It was near the 1990s that Eric's wives started to talk about babies between them. They had never talked about it before because their life expectancies were pretty high and in consideration of their first sister, Selena. It had been almost 1,000 years since she had lost her baby and one would expect that a person would be over it already, but having children still was a touchy subject for the witch. It was during one of their tea parties that Magri asked the married woman when they pretended to get pregnant. The room was gone silent for what looked like a very long time, with most of Eric's wives giving Selena some concerned looks. Pregnancy, huh? Selena said in a low and sad voice while putting a hand over her belly. Memories flashed through her mind of what had happened to her. Selena then looked around and saw some of her sisters giving her some looks of concern. That got a small smile to appear on her face. What do you say, sisters? It is about time for our husband to put a baby on us, isn't it? Selena said in a more audible voice. Soon after, she was tackled to the ground by a hug coming from Serafall. When Selena recovered from the sudden hug, she saw that she was being taken into a family hug with all of her sister wives. Serafall had been just the first to arrive at her. Later that day, during dinner, all of Eric's wives expressed their desire to get pregnant, to the shock of their husband. After hearing it and recovering from the sudden subject, Eric put down his utensils and calmly wiped his mouth. He then got up from his seat and walked to Selena's side. and with a sudden movement, took her from the chair and into a princess carry. Eric! Selina exclaimed and asked at the sudden behavior. Eric then started to walk out of the dining room while still carrying Selina in his arms. What did you expect me to do? If you and the girls want a baby, then we have to make one. Eric boldly said while climbing the stairs to their shared bedroom, making Selina flush a little at the implication of those words. The wives who had stood at the dinner table quickly got up and went after the couple. They too wanted to have their chance in this impromptu baby-making session. Eric's micro-monsters worked extra hours while biologically preparing the girls' bodies and his for pregnancy. After everything was in perfect condition, biologically speaking, Eric let nature run its course. It had taken some dozens of wild baby-making sessions, but 2 days short of his 1010th anniversary, Musashi broke the news to the family that she was finally pregnant. The family went into a celebratory mood instantly while fanning the fire under the girls to see who would be the next one to get pregnant. To ease their chances with longer sessions, they had decided to divide themselves into groups to tackle the task. And while one group would be accompanying Eric at night, the other would be recovering from the previous one. Centuries had passed and they had 7 of them now. Even so, Eric's stamina still got the better of them sometimes. On Eric's 1010th birthday, he was woken up from his blissful sleep after some very busy activities by a feeling that had not hit him for the last 240 years. It was Hogwarts summon. The castle was calling for its lord's presence. A/N, a very short chapter to finally wrap up this volume of the fanfic. In the next one, we will start already after Harry Potter. For those lost, chapters 1 to 70 are the Harry Potter. Chapter 149 concerned Big Brother. Are you sure of what you are asking me to do, Sir Zex? Eric asked the red Satan in front of him, who nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, Eric. Sir Zex replied. His face was very serious looking at the moment, a total 180 of the persona that he adopted while in the presence of his little sister, Rias. Eric stood in silence while thinking about the pros and cons of the request that Sir Zex had asked of him. I cannot give you an answer right now. This is something that will affect my family, so it is a decision that has to be made by all of us. Eric replied after a time of thinking about it. Sir Zex nodded his head in agreement. I understand completely. Grafia would have me sleeping in the dog's house if I made a decision on my own about something like that. Sir Zex replied with a self-mocking smile. His wife/queen/maid, who was at the side, nodded her head in agreement, only reinforcing Sir Zex's choice of words, making Eric chuckle at that. I will talk with the girls and give you an answer in 1 day, 2 days tops. Eric said and got up from his chair, making Sir Zex do the same as a sign of respect. It had been a while since the last time Eric had shown the world his strength, but those with power didn't need to be reminded of it since they could feel in their soul when somebody had enough power to threaten their existence, even if that power was very well hidden. And I thank you again for hearing my selfish request, Eric. Sir Zex said while extending his hand to Eric, who extended his own when he saw it and shook it firmly. Sigh. Don't worry too much. If what you said to me is true, then Serafal would probably have asked me something like that from me too. Eric said after letting out a tired sigh. That she-devil is as much of a siskin as you are. It diminished a lot after our Roni was born, but still. Eric commented and started to walk out of the office, leaving behind a Sir Zex that had a wry smile on his face and a smirking Grafia. After Eric exited the office, Grafia turned to her husband/king/master. Do you think that they will agree? Grafia asked Sir Zex, who nodded his head in confirmation. Yes. Eric may not let it look like it, but he greatly dotes on every member of his family, especially the little ones. Even if I didn't ask him, he would have kept a very close eye on the city. Sir Zex replied to Grafia and took a sit in his chair again. Yes. He would absolutely not let something like the last time repeat itself. The city could have been under our government, but it is still part of the yokai territory and they ended getting some of the heat because of it. Grafia commented and walked to check if the door had been closed thoroughly. Talk is that he is getting very close to Yasaka lately. Sir Zex replied while watching his wife/queen/maid walk. Yes. She loves to take her daughter to go play with Eric's kids. Little Kunu loves to play with her big sisters and brothers. Grafia replied. She knew of that because Serafal had invited her to bring Milikus to have some fun with other kids of his age range. Women tended to talk a lot during these meetings and Yasaka could not stop talking about how much her little Kunu loved to play with her big sisters and brothers. She didn't say anything that would have been betraying some confidentiality between women, so she was okay with what she had just said. Now, it's time for you to do your maid duties, Grafia. Sir Zex suddenly said after seeing that Grafia had finished checking the door. His voice had come out with an authoritative tone laced into it, making Grafia's crotch get moist after hearing it. Her position as a maid for Satan Lucifer was very much a show of the status quo, but she would be lying if telling anyone that it didn't excite her. Not that she would admit it to anyone. Yes, Master. Grafia replied with a sultry tone while walking to where her master was sitting and starting to unbutton the top part of her maid uniform. She very much wanted a little sibling for Milica's, and for that, she needed to take every opportunity that she could to go for it. Unknown for both devils that had just started a steamy roleplay, Eric had secretly tempered with Grafia's body during the meeting because Serafal had asked him to do it for her friend and rival's happiness. Later at his home, Eric had tucked in his children on their beds and was now walking with his wives to his office. When everyone was inside it and had taken their seats, Eric started to talk. As you all already know, Sirzex called me for a meeting today in his office. There, he asked me to do a favor for him. As some of you already know, next year, his little sister, Rias Gremory, together with Serafal and our little sister, Sona, will be going to stay in the human world as governors of a devil's territory. This is a stage to prepare the heirs of a house to assume their positions in the future to give them the experience of commanding a territory. Eric started saying to his wives and lovers. What you may don't know is that the territory in which they are going to govern over was decided. They are going to stay in Kuo, in Japan. Eric said again. Silence reigned over the office for a moment, until some of the girls let out giggles, which gave all the other girls a reason for starting to laugh. So, the Red Satan in sending her otaku little sister to Japan. Why am I not surprised with that? Selena said sarcastically, getting more laughs from the women in the room. Even Eric let out a chuckle at that. It was a well-known fact for all of them that Rias Gremory was a girl that was in love with all things Japanese. And that included anime and manga, of course. One could not start a conversation with her about Japan and not be overwhelmed during it. The last time was when she was introduced to Serafal's knight, Musashi. Seeing a famous Japanese historic figure in front of her almost made the girl hyperventilate. One could only imagine her reaction to Sirzek's knight, Suji Okita. Okay, girls, calm down. That was not the point of the calling for this meeting. The little girl's addiction to all things Japanese aside, Sirzex called for a meeting to ask me to keep an eye for him on the two young kings, since the two of them are the little sisters of two Satans and are bound to become targets to those four idiots who still live in the past glory of their ancestors. Eric said as the women calmed down. Those idiots of the old Satan's faction continued, from time to time, to try to get their revenge on everyone that had something to do with the new Satans. When Serafal announced her pregnancy to the underworld, the attacks on Eric stopped just to start again with Serafal as the target now. Serafal's peerage had to stay always at her side when she was not at home, that is, the ones who were not pregnant too. The number of attacks that they stopped could not be counted on their hands alone. It reached a point where Eric had to step in. He made everyone who worked for them to get mysteriously sick of the belly every time that they approached an area of 500 meters around Serafal, with the pains increasing as the distance got shorter. Those that were smart enough to cast spells to numb the pain discovered quickly what happened if they got within the range of the 150 meters of Serafal. Let's just say that the personal shame of not managing to hold its own bowels was not a good payment and made them get spotted easily. A similar thing had happened with Grafia when she got pregnant with Milica's. Sirzex had to put all of his peerage members as guards. Due to Grafia's past, they were coming after her with some extra heartiness. Like you would not be already doing something like that since Sona is involved. Joan commented. Serafal's love for her little sister aside, everyone knew that Eric doted her very much too. All of them did. Eric and Serafal nodded their head in agreement with Joan's comment. Yes, I would have asked Eric to do exactly that since asking for my peerage members to move to the city would be against the rules. Serafal said. It was a well-known rule from the underworld that the parents or near relatives of the young king could not send people to help them. This was a learning experience for the young kings and was one of the few rules that the old devils didn't try to circumvent. The young ones had to pass these trials alone while behaving as the governor for one of the various territories of the underworld. If they needed help with something, they would have to ask for it from the governing body, and not their families. Agreed. I would have kept an eye on Sona without the need for anyone to ask. But that is not what happened. Sirzex asked to be in the city on a daily basis, assuming the job of a homeroom teacher for the school where they will be studying while there. Eric said, making the women in the room look at him with questioning eyes. And that is why I asked for this little meeting. My job as a homeroom teacher in a human school will have me away from home during a good part of the day. Eric continued. The silence continued inside the room. I say go for it. Ching, she said suddenly, making everyone look at her. The kids have school simultaneously too, so Eric's job as homeroom teacher would not affect his interaction with them too much. Ching, she continued, adding to her past comment. Agreed. And it would be good too for the kids. They are getting too dependent on their doting father. Especially the girls, they are becoming daddy's girls. Calypso added, making Eric look to the side at the mention of his doting ways. Eric's daughters had his daddy wrapped around their little fingers. I regret nothing. Eric shamelessly replied, promptly starting another bout of laughs coming from the women. Chapter 150, Ravenclaw Sensei. Kuo High School, Kuo, Japan. September 1, 2005, 2.5 years before DxD's first episode. Eric walked through the corridors of the modern Japanese school building. He was wearing a dark blue suit and had a folder held securely in his hands. The corridors were already empty since the school's bell had already gone off, indicating the start of the period. Eric continued to calmly walk through the corridors until he found the class that had been assigned to him. As he put his hand over the door's handle, he could hear the voices coming from inside the classroom. Eric paused and took a deep breath again. It had not been that long since his last time teaching a class, but that was a magic class, this one was not. That was a mixed class, this one was not. Done with his thoughts, Eric opened the door to the classroom and entered without looking at the students. He then walked to the podium at the front of the classroom, and while he was doing it, the classroom students went silent. If Eric would look at them with his eyes instead of using his senses, he would have seen that every one of the students was looking at him. When he arrived at the podium, Eric put down the folder on top of it and opened it. All right, Class 1A, welcome back to those who used to study here before and a welcome to those of you who are new here like I am. My name is Eric Ravenclaw and I will be teaching the world's history subject. I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Eric said and gave some time for the students to sink into his words while looking over the class. What he found was a class of 28 teenage girls looking back at him while showing a wide variety of faces. Some were shocked, some were amazed, some were indifferent, some were confused, and some even looked smitten. Without waiting much more time, Eric continued. Most of you must be thinking within your heads, what the heck is a man doing here in a school exclusive for women, am I right? Eric asked rhetorically and saw some students looking to the side, trying to hide that Eric had read their minds. Well, let me explain to you all. Some of you that already took a walk through the school's grounds must have noticed that there is some construction going on. These have to do with my presence here too. Starting next year, this school will start accepting male students, and the owners of the school thought that it would be better for their students that are not used to studying with males to get used to it during a buff period of 1 year by hiring me as one of the teachers. And for a school that until now was exclusively for female students to accept male ones, some changes to its grounds must be made. After all, I very much doubt that any of you would like to share a changing room or a bathroom with a boy. Eric finished saying with a small smile. That smile of his seemed to hammer the final nail in the coffin of some of the girls that were smitten by his looks. Now, since this is the first class of the school year, we will do a round-robin introduction. Starting with the first row on my left, I want you to state your name, 3 things that you like, and 3 things that you dislike. It can be about school or out of it. Okay. Eric said and asked the class. When he saw a few small nods, he continued. Since this was my idea, let me start to give you girls an example. Eric said and walked to the front of the podium while putting his hands inside his pockets. Hi, like I already said, my name is Eric Ravenclaw. I like to cook, study, and my family. I don't like racist people, liars, and people who try to hurt my family. See? Easy, right? Eric said and walked to where the teacher's desk was located, giving the students a little more time. He then nonchalantly took a sit on top of the desk and looked at his students. Now, let's start. You first. Name, 3 likes, and 3 dislikes. Eric said and pointed to a girl that was seated at the first desk in the first row. The girls, even with some embarrassment, managed to do her introduction nicely. And so, the introductions continued, with each girl doing her introduction with no problems. Almost at the end of it, came the introduction of the students that were the reason for his presence at the school. Hi there, my name is Rias Gremory. I like to take long baths, my friends, and my family. I don't like snob people, cruel people, and to be only recognized because of my family's name. Rias Gremory said, finishing her introduction and giving space for the next one. Hello, I am Akino Haimjima. I like my family, my friends, and making tea. I don't like racist people, disrespectful people, and coffee. Akino Haimjima said. Barakiel and Shuri's firstborn had grown well after moving with her family to the Nexus. There she managed to make a lot of friends and had no problems whatsoever when her fallen angel wings started to grow, since a lot of her friends at school were in similar positions themselves. Incredible enough, even if Akino Haimjima had not lost her mother, fought with her father and fled, and was now a big sister to a little brother 10 years younger than her, she still went and became Rias Gremory's queen. The 2 girls had met when Sona brought Rias to play in one of the parks located in the Nexus main city. The 2 soon-to-be big-breasted girls hit off immediately, becoming great friends. When Rias asked Akino to become her queen some months later, the black-haired girl quickly jumped at the opportunity while muttering something about getting 1 step closer to surpassing her mother. Of course that she was not immediately reincarnated. Rias and her mother, Venilana, had a talk with Shuri and Barakiel about it first, and just after setting some things straight that Akino was reincarnated into a devil by Rias' Queen Evil Peace. Barakiel was still very discontent with it, but a look from his wife together with some short talk in particular made the rough man stay quiet and let Akino make her choice. To say that Rias had hit the jackpot with her queen was an understatement. A devil that could use holy lightning to attack would be a huge advantage in any raiding game. After Akino finished, the introduction continued. My name is Tsubaki Shinra, please take care of me. I like my friends, training with the sword, and playing chess. I don't like liars, apples, and disrespectful people. Tsubaki Shinra said. Not much had changed there from the original history. Tsubaki Shinra still was the host of the Sacred Gear Mirror Alice and was still hated by her family, which was from one of the 5 main clans. That ended with the girl being recruited by Sona as her queen after a heated altercation where her sacred gear went out of control. Tsubaki has a good talent with the sword, and when she showed interest in the art, Musashi decided to take the girl under her wing to teach her the way of the sword. Let's just say that, now, if she would have to go and have a fight with the Yudokiba that she had lost for in a different timeline of another world, the boy would probably lose a limb or two during the fight. As Tsubaki Shinra finished her introduction, the next student started. My name is Sona Shitori, please take care of me. I like my family, friends, and playing chess. I don't like liars, people who hurt others for fun, and those who don't follow the rules. Sona said seriously while fidgeting with the glasses on her face with one hand. That finished, other students continued their introductions, and soon, they were all done. Now that we already know a little about each other, does anyone have any questions? Eric asked the class, and immediately some students raised their hands. You, Miss Takanawa. Ask away. Eric said while pointing to one of the girls that had raised their hands. Are you a foreigner, teacher? The girl asked. It was the most obvious question to be made that day, but she wanted to confirm. Eric smiled at her and nodded his head. Yes, indeed I am. I was born in Scotland and grew up in England. Who else? Eric replied to the girl, who lowered her hand after having her question answered. He then pointed to another girl in the class. Miss Suzume, ask your question. Eric said. How old are you, teacher? The girl asked Eric, who smiled at her. That question seemed to get the attention of the 4 devils in the class. They, of course, knew how old Eric was, or at least had an estimated number in their heads, and because of exactly that they were curious about how Eric was going to answer that question. Now, Miss Suzume. Girls often don't like it when men ask about their ages. With that in mind, I will only answer that I am above the 30s line. By the way, my birthday is on the last day of October. Eric replied while smiling. The 4 devils in the class rolled their eyes at that answer. Above the 30s line was not a wrong answer or a lie for that. Technically, since Eric was about 990 years above it, it was more like a lie from omission. As soon as he replied, Eric pointed to another girl that had her hand raised. Miss Hasegawa. Eric said, calling the girl's name. Air. Hi. Air. Do you have a girlfriend, teacher? The girl asked embarrassingly. Her question got the attention of almost all the students, as they all looked at Eric while anxiously waiting for his answer. No girlfriends, but I am married and have children. Eric replied with a smile on his face. At his first answer, some light of hope lit up inside the eyes of some of the girls, just to be soon put down with a bucket of ice-cold water. Happy with the reaction that he got, Eric asked if anyone had more questions. The class continued with some other students asking their questions, but none was as personal as the previous ones. As they finished with it, Eric started to talk about things that they would need to do, like the duo on class duty each day and who would be the class president. They would not need to choose the last one right now, but it was good for them to think about it. After passing down their schedule of classes and discussing a little more about what he would be teaching in his classes, the school's bell rang and Eric exited the class after saying his goodbyes, walking to his next scheduled one. Later that day, after the school had already finished, Eric was noting down on his class's diary when he felt the 4 devils of the school enter the teacher's room. How can I help you, girls? Eric suddenly asked when he felt they were close enough to him, making the girls freeze for a second. Can we talk with you, teacher? Rias asked while looking to the sides where the other teachers were sitting while finishing their own diaries. In private, please. Rias added in a lower voice. Eric, who was still writing down in his class's diary, understood the meaning behind her question and snapped his fingers. Snap. The girl felt nothing happening at it, but Eric then let go of his pencil, which continued to write on its own, and looked at the girls. We can talk now. They will all think that you 4 are asking me about the plans for the class. Eric said and waved his hand, conjuring 4 chairs near him for the girls, who took their places without being asked to. We would like to know why are you here? Rias asked with some indignance in her voice. She, together with the other 3, had been one of the shocked impressions when he entered the room in the morning. It seemed that their siblings had not warned them of his presence there. To keep an eye out for you and Sona, of course. Eric replied bluntly. The girls seemed to not be waiting for an answer that was so direct if the faces they were making were to be taken into consideration. Ria's eyebrow twitched a little after Eric's answer sunk in, while Sona continued to show an indifferent face. It didn't take long for the red-haired devil to explode. Does brother trust me so little? Does he dash? Ria started her rant but was muted by a quick move of Eric's hand. Her mouth was moving but no sound was coming out of it. This is not about trust, Rias. This is about the safety of your two. Eric said seriously. Do you four have any idea of how many assassinations attempt I had to deal with in the last year alone? Eric asked rhetorically. 23 attempts. All of them were from the same group of devils, who wanted to get to Serafal by hurting me. All groups had at least 3 members in it, with all of them having strength that at least reached the high ranks of the high class. Some of them had even reached the ultimate class. Now tell me, how much time would the 4 of you last against a group of seasoned fighters? Would it be enough time for reinforcements to arrive? That is, taking into consideration that they would let you send a signal for help. Eric said and asked rhetorically again. You two have to understand that if I, even having the strength to win from Serafal in a one-on-one fight 700 years ago without breaking a sweat, still have people sent after me to kill me just for being married to Satan Leviathan, what would happen to you girls, and your peerages at that, knowing that you two are the little sisters of 2 Satans and are alone in a city that already has a history of its past governor being murdered? A/N, a shout out to my first 2 financial supporters, Strange Loop Sleuth and Phoenix_Shadow 92. Thanks a lot for your support. Chapter 151, Clubs and the Work Ahead. Kuo High School, Kuo, Japan. September 1, 2005, 2.5 years before DxD's first episode. What would happen to you girls, and your peerages at that, knowing that you two are the little sisters of 2 Satans and are alone in a city that already has a history of its past governor being murdered? Eric asked seriously to the girls sitting in front of him. Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki had a look of realization on their faces. It seemed that they being in constant danger while here had never passed by their heads, or if it had, they had not given it the deserved attention. But now that they had, things looked differently for them. But why you and not someone from Brother's Peerage, or Lady Serafal's? Rias asked again. It was not that she didn't trust Eric to protect her, but she was already used to the presence of her brother's peerage and thought that it would have been better with them there. Eric looked at her with a deadpan face, and then looked at Sona, to see if she had the same question. Fortunately, Sona was looking at Rias with a very similar face that he had on. Sigh. Eric let out a sigh at that. Would you care to answer your friend for me, Sona? Eric asked Sona while massaging his head. Sure, teacher. Lord Lucifer asked him to keep an eye on us probably because he is not a devil and is someone that he trusts, Rias. As you know, there are some rules put out for heirs like us when we are out getting experience on governing a territory with the unbreakable one being that family members, or the peerage of family members, are prohibited to help the ones getting experience. Sending members of their peerage to guard us would go against these rules and their political position would be heavily damaged because of it by claiming that because of their identity, they are getting preferential treatment. So, as a loophole, if you say, your brother asked for brother-in-law to do it. Since he is not a devil and is not a peerage member of my sister's peerage, even though he is married to more than half of them, his presence here would not be seen as a violation of the rules. This would allow him to be in the city and protect us if necessary. Sona finished saying while looking at her friend, Rias, who nodded her head in understanding. Now she had gotten the full view of why Eric was there. And as you said, I will protect you 4 if necessary. That means that during your duties to the governed area, I will only intervene if someone or something much stronger than you all appears and threatens the life of a big number of people. Until there, you two have to follow all the protocols that were made for this kind of situation and live with your choices. Understood. Eric said to the 4 girls while emphasizing the part that indicated that he would only intervene if it was really necessary. The 4 girls nodded their heads in confirmation that they had understood his words. Good. Now, I am sure that your brother and sister had passed down to you two the rules about recruiting people to your peerages. Do you have any doubts about it? Eric asked the girls, who shook their heads negatively. When Eric accepted Surzek's request, he made his own demands about it, where some of which were about how the 2 kings would approach anyone that they wanted to recruit for their peerages. Surzek promptly accepted his demands and was totally on the same page about the way of recruiting members for their peerages. Not that Surzek thought that they would have any problems with it, since that was the way that both kings were originally taught about recruiting peerage members. Both of them had great examples in their elder siblings in regards to the methods of recruiting members. Good. Is there anything else that you would like to talk to me about? Eric asked the girls. Sona shook her head negatively as an answer, but Rias nodded her head positively. Yes, there is. Aquino and I were talking about creating a club to function as a headquarters for my peerage, and I wanted to ask you, teacher, to be our counselor for it. Ria said and asked Eric with her eyes shining with excitement. The redhead devil was taking every opportunity that she could from this experience in governing to live her dream of being a Japanese high school student. And what would be of a high school life if you were not participating in one of the famous school's clubs? Eric, Sona, and Tsubaki looked at Rias with deadpan faces. They all had immediately seen through the redhead's request. But Eric had to admit, the idea had its merits. In 2 weeks there will be the club's week. Fill all the necessary paperwork for the creation of a new club until there, and be aware of the rules for the creation of one, and then come talk to me again. Eric replied to Rias, who nodded her head with enthusiasm. Eric then looked at his little sister, Sona. How about you, Sona? Rias' idea of using a school's club as your headquarters is a good one. Being part of a club would give you and your peerage the perfect cover for all your activities. Eric asked Sona and commented on the idea, making Rias stuff out her still modest chest in pride for the compliment. Sona nodded her head in understanding before replying. I had already thought about something similar, but I was aiming for the Students' Council. Sona replied while fidgeting with her glasses. Eric smiled at that. It is a good idea too. But you would not have complete freedom in it until you win the council's presidential election, which will take some time for it since no first-year student is allowed to run for it. Eric said, making Sona frown her eyebrows at that. That was a point that she had not thought about. Can I make a suggestion? Eric asked when he saw the complicated look on his little sister's face. Sona looked at Eric and nodded her head in confirmation. Go for it with your idea of entering the Students' Council, just don't worry about the president's seat for now. Aim for a lower position first to gain the students' trust with a good job done. Next year, when you have more experience with the runnings of the school and you are more well known by the student body, put your name for the run. I can make bet with you that you will win the election with no problem then. Eric said to Sona, who was paying great attention to his words. Even so, because you will need the free time for now. You and Rias have a lot of work ahead of you both with the cleaning of the city. Eric said again, making the 4 girls look at him in confusion. What do you mean, teacher? Rias asked Eric, who gave them a mocking smile at that. What? Did you think that they would give you two a clean city to rule? Since Cleria Belial's death, 6 years ago, the city had no active governor and it is, right now, infested with low-rank strays and other bad things. Eric said to them, making the face of the 4 girls turn ugly at that. Want to know my opinion about how to tackle it? Eric asked the girls, making the 2 kings nod their heads. Ignore the contracts for now and focus on cleaning the city as soon as you can. The more time you take to do it, the more problems you will have with their presence here, creating a huge snowball effect of problems for the 2 of you to solve. Eric said to them, making the 2 kings stay silent while contemplating the pros and cons of that path. While they were thinking about it, Eric looked at his wristwatch. Well, if you girls don't have anything more to talk with me, I will ask for you to go. I have to finish this class's diary before leaving for the day. I promised the kids that I would get them at the end of their school today, and I don't want to be called a liar by my children. Eric said to the girls while pointing to the pencil that was still writing entries in the class diary. The girls quickly got up from their conjured chairs and gave a little bow to Eric. Thank you for the counsel, teacher. Tsubaki said for the 4 of them, and they quickly turned and left the teacher's room. Eric smiled at them and watched as they exited the room. With a wave of his hand, Eric dispelled the chairs and the illusion that was shielding their conversation, turned back to his desk, grabbed the pencil, and continued to write in the journal. Oh, it seems that the newcomer is already famous among his students. Eric suddenly heard the voice of one of the female teachers talking to him. Not at all. They are new students to the school, coming from abroad, and with me being their homeroom teacher, they wanted me to clarify some of their doubts about the school that they could not ask during the first class period. First day shyness, you know the deal. Eric replied to the teacher without taking his eyes from the class's diary and without stopping his writing even for a moment. They wanted to know about when they could choose their clubs, with 2 of them wanting to create their own. I just had to explain to them about the clubs week and some of the rules about the creation of new clubs. Eric added while finishing his writing, not giving any chance for the woman to continue the conversation. He then closed the notebook and stored it inside his desk drawer. Putting the pencil back on the pencil holder, Eric stood from his chair and checked for anything that he could have forgotten. After not seeing anything, he waved to the few teachers that were still in the room. See you all tomorrow, have a nice rest. Eric said and then walked out of the room to go home for the day. The teachers watched as he walked away, with some of them returning the good rest wished back to him. When Eric was already gone, the female teacher who had tried to start a conversation with him let out a sigh. Sigh. Again he quickly escaped. The woman said, lamenting the fact that Eric had quickly cut the conversation with her. Forget about him, girl. Teacher Ravenclaw is married and with kids waiting for him at home. One other woman said. And everyone could smell the desperation coming from you when you tried to start a conversation with him. Another one said in a teasing manner, making most of the women in the room start to laugh at that. The teased woman just let out another sigh before going back to her desk to finish her class's diary. Sigh. She was indeed desperate to find a boyfriend. A/N, a shout out to my new financial supporter, Sam. Thanks a lot for your support. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, First Cleansing Job. Kuo, Japan. September 1, 2005, 2.5 years before DxD's first episode. That same night, just an hour before the clock hit midnight, Eric was standing high in the sky while flying. His vision and senses were focused on something that was happening on the ground level, under him. Boom. An explosive sound was heard and a cloud of smoke rose into the air from one of the abandoned warehouses at the border of the city. From his position, Eric could see lights going on inside the houses all around the local of the explosion, making Eric sigh at it. On the ground, a proud-looking red-haired teenager was feeling proud of herself. Her attack had completely obliterated the stray devil that was hiding inside the building. Behind her, her queen and friend, a beautiful black-haired girl, was looking at the destroyed building with a gaped mouth. Besides her, a blonde and handsome boy was looking at the scene with an equally open mouth while keeping a hand over the sword's pommel on his waist. They were, of course, Rias Gremory, the king, Akino Haimjima, the queen, and Yudo Kiba, the knight. Rias. I told you to wait for me to cast the bounding field. Akino said in a reprimanding tone. Together with Sona and Tsubaki, both of them had decided to follow Eric's suggestion and start with the cleansing of the city first, starting on that same night before the news got out that the city had new governors, making the bad elements go into hiding. To facilitate the work, and since they were two different peerages, the kings decided to divide and conquer tactics, with each one tackling half of the city. This was their first cleansing job, and things had already gone bad. But the king was not thinking like that. Don't worry about that, Akino. Everything went in accord with the plan. Ria said while raising her nose high in the air in a proud manner. But, as if to prove her wrong, a delicate-looking teenager with blonde-white short hair appeared from the shadows of a tree that was near the group, followed by a cute blonde girl. Both were wearing matching dresses and had a somewhat gothic look to them. Rias. It's bad. The first one said in a rather masculine voice for such a delicate and feminine-looking figure. Rias, Akino, and Kiba turned to look at the newcomer. What is it, Gasper? Had I not asked you and Valerie to keep an eye around? Rias asked her bishops. Gasper, Vlad and Valerie Teeps were a couple of Dampiers that got rescued from an abusive home by Alice, Bethany, and Cadmus, the first three Dampiers to reside in the Nexus. The husband and wives wanted to help people like them and had joined the Nexus security team after finishing their studies. Now, they were part of the team responsible for keeping a close eye on the vampire community in Romania. They had discovered Gasper and Valerie imprisoned in a room by Valerie's own family while receiving daily doses of abuse. Both kids were promptly rescued while having their deaths forged in a hate crime act against half-bloods. Safe inside the Nexus, the two kids quickly adapted to the new life, becoming inseparable in freedom just like they were in captivity. Later, it was discovered during a magic class that both of them possessed powerful sacred gears, which turned into the focus of their training. During one of their fun times in a park near their residence, the duo met Rias Gremory, who was playing and having a fun time with her new friend, Akino Haimjima. The two princesses, Rias and Valerie, were a hit the moment they met, discussing how cute Gasper looked while wearing feminine clothes. Weeks later, Rias and Valerie struck a deal between them, resulting in Gasper and Valerie joining Rias as the Redheads bishops. What the deal was, nobody aside from the two girls knew. And we were doing exactly that until we heard a big explosion coming from here. Valerie said in a bothered manner. Her nice night stroll with Gasper had been interrupted and she was angry about it now. Gasper, unknown of his more-than-friend mood, nodded his head in agreement. Yes. And then, the humans around started to wake up and look through the windows. I even heard some of them calling the police and the firefighters to report the explosion. Gasper reported honestly to Rias. And, as if so no one could call him a liar, sirens could be heard in the distance coming from the rescue and police cars that were moving to the place where they were. It was just then that Rias seemed to realize the gravity of what she had done. The Redhead King's face paled at the implication that her eagerness could have. Fortunately for her, Akino came to her rescue. We have to hide our participation before they arrive. Quick, Gasper, Valerie, help me with the powering up of this confounding spell. Akino said while starting to cast the spell. Just above the ground, a big red magic circle appeared with her in the center of it. Acknowledging the request, Gasper and Valerie nodded their heads and ran to where Akino was, putting a hand on each of her shoulders. As soon as they did that, the red magic circle above the ground grew exponentially in size, covering a good part of the city. Luckily for them, the nature of the confounding spell that they were casting was discreet in nature, making it so that the magic circle would only be seen by those that were part of the supernatural world. 20 seconds later, the hastily cast confounding spell went off, affecting every normal people's perception of the explosion, including the soon-to-be-in-the-place policemen and firefighters. Tomorrow morning, only the news of an old gas tank exploding at the edge of the town would be reported. As soon as the red magic circle faded and disappeared, the three people who powered it swayed on their feet. Yuto Kiba noticed that and in a burst of speed appeared by Akino's side, holding the older girl so she would not fall. Gasper, still disoriented by the sudden huge expenditure of magic energy, managed to move while staggering to where Valerie was having difficulty staying afoot by herself. His hand quickly grabbed the girl by the waist while he passed her hand behind his neck and over his shoulder, securing both of their standing positions with the move. It was then that the group heard a slow clapping sound. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of clapping seemed to wake Rias out of her stupor. The red-headed girl looked at the source of the sound just to pale at the identity of the person. The other four too turned to look at it and some relief passed through their faces after recognizing the person, but it soon changed to some concern due to the look that was shown on the person's face. The person was Eric. He, who had watched the whole show, was not amused by it, and that was exactly the expression that was shown on his face. Lord Ravenclaw, Wadash. Ria started to say but was interrupted in the middle of her talking by one of Eric's hands raising. No words for now. Let's get out of here first. Eric said and snapped his fingers. Snap. A blue magic circle quickly appeared above the ground, encompassing everyone. 5 seconds later, when the first people of the response team started to arrive on the scene, no other people could be seen. In a lounge room, inside a big house located near the Kuo High School, a group of people appeared in the middle of motes of blue light. The teenagers quickly looked around to orient themselves to the new place that they were suddenly transported to and visibly relaxed when recognized the place as being their home in the city. Akino, Gasper, and Valerie quickly dropped into one of the sofas. The three of them were visibly tired. Nice work on almost exposing the supernatural world on your first day as a governor, Rias. Eric's voice came out laced with sarcasm, making the Devil King lower her head in shame of her actions. Sorry. Rias said in a low voice. She had already noticed what she had almost done during an impulsive moment and was truly sorry for it. Eric could hear it in her voice. Sarcasm aside, nice quick thinking there, Akino. Eric said while giving the girl a small smile. Akino smiled hearing that too. One thing that had been drilled into her during her magic classes in the Nexus was the need to make quick decisions under pressure. That could save one's life during a battle. Eric then looked back at Rias, who continued to have her down in shame. I hope that you had learned from your mistake, Rias. Eric said to the girl, who nodded her head weakly. Good. Now, I will be going back home. Eric said to the group and a blue magic circle appeared under him. Don't forget to send a report from the happenings of the night. Eric said, making Rias let out a whimper as a sign of defeat. By the way, you don't need to tell the complete truth of what happened in your report. Eric said again, giving back some hope to the young girl. But that doesn't mean that you will not receive a call from your home. After all, I am sure that they were watching your first day at work. Eric said again, throwing a bucket of cold water over the girl's head. As he activated the magic circle to teleport him home, he thought of how fun it was to toy with Rias and hoped that the girl had learned her lesson today. For her own good. 1 year quickly passed by, and Rias Gremory seemed to have learned her lesson. As commented by Eric, her brother, Sirzex Lucifer, was watching her first day at work through the use of a special divination spell and saw how she had almost exposed the supernatural world with her bad decision. Unfortunately for Rias, it was not him that had made the call on the next day. When the redhead answered the call, it was to see the serious face of her sister-in-law, Graphia Lucifuge. The strongest queen had decided to make the call herself because she knew that her husband, Sirzex Lucifer, would not have in his heart the will to reprimand his little sister. With the call finished, the girl started to think before acting from that point onwards. As it was combined, during the club's week at the school, Rias Gremory had come to Eric with all the formularies filled for the creation of her club, and it was no surprise to him when he read the name of the club, Occult Research Club. After checking that everything was all right, Eric accepted the invitation to be the club's counselor and forwarded the papers to the Students' Council. Due to Ria's contacts inside the board of the school, also known as an elder brother, her new club was quickly accepted, with them being given the building of the old school to use as a base. Sona had followed Eric's idea and managed to nag a good position inside the Students' Council as the one responsible for taking care of the budget for all the club's and school's activities. That would make her a well-known person to all students. Now, if it would be good or bad for her reputation, only time and her work would say. As the 4 original Devil students entered their second year of high school, the school changed its rules to allow male students to attend. With that, Yuto Kiba joined the school as a first-year student together with some random other males. The school's change had been a quiet one, and because of that, it didn't have attracted a lot of people. Between the male newcomers was one Issei Hayadu, together with his 2 perverted friends, Matsuda and Motohama, and Sona's future pawn, Saji Genshiro. Funny enough, even without Odin's influence when young, Issei Hayadu had become a pervert. To Eric, that was the foolhardy proof that some stuff was fated to happen, and it seemed that the birth of the heavenly boob dragon was one of those things. A/N, A shout out to my new financial supporters, Tarlock, CZK30, and MickJ67. Thanks a lot for your support. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Punishing Perverts. Kuo High School, Kuo, Japan. November 2006, 1.3 years before DxD's first episode. Perverts. That was exactly the right word for the trio composed of Issei, Matsuda, and Motoyama. And it is not a normal perversion that every male teenager had that appeared together with the curiosity for the opposing gender. The trio was kinda sick in their heads for it. But, incredible enough, Issei was the less sick of the three. While the last two would act on their perverted minds by stealing clothes and going for an accidental touch when they could get away with it, Issei was more like a respectable museum visitor. He would look, admire, and critique, but would never touch. Not without the consent of the other part, of course. Even so, the trio was a big headache for all the girls in the school, with emphasis on the ones that were part of a club that needed a change of clothes for their activities, like all the sports-related ones. When the first complaint reached Eric's ears, he decided to act immediately. After all, Eric was the father of 5 cute girls and the favorite uncle for an even greater number of them, and he would hate to know that there was a group of perverts peeping on them at school, a place that they should have been safe for them. So, it was at the end of the day for the club's activities, the period that he had heard from the girls that the perverted trio acted with more vigor, that Eric decided to go pervert hunting. He did a quick search for them with his senses on the school's ground and got the bullseye. On the back of the part of the building that housed the dojos for the clubs together with the changing room, the perverted trio was grouped around one point of the wall while being hidden by the garden bushes. Eric calmly walked around the school and arrived at where he had sensed the perverted trio. What he found was something that repulsed him a little. The 3 male students were grouped around a point on the wall where one of the 3 had his eye glued to a point on it where Eric supposed was the location of a peeking hole. The action of peeping was not what had repulsed him. He knew that the curiosity was natural to the age that they were. No, what had him repulsed was their actions of them while doing it. The 3 of them were giggling in a perverted way while throwing comments about the development of the girls that they were peeping on's bodies. And they were not nice ones either. Eric had the time to take out his cell phone and record an entire minute of their perversion until the engrossed boys noticed his presence. And when they did notice it, it was not the usual, nice teacher Eric, that they saw looking at them. It was a different person that was looking coldly at them like they were some kind of dirt that he had under his nails, making the trio go pale on their faces instantly. The trio stood there, pale and in silence while Eric calmly stopped the recording function of his cell phone and pocketed it. "You 3, follow me," Eric said in an authoritative and cold tone that would not accept a no for an answer. He then turned his back to them and started to walk back to the building without looking behind to see if he was being followed or not. Some minutes later, which looked like the walk of their lives for the 3 boys, Eric arrived at his destination and briefly knocked on a door to a room that had a plaque that read, "Student's Counselor," on its side. After hearing an enter coming from inside the room, Eric opened the door and entered it. Inside was the school psychologist, the one responsible to talk with students and discuss things with them. The nature of these things could vary greatly. The woman, who was reading a book when Eric entered, looked at him and smiled. "Teacher Ravenclaw. What a nice surprise. To what do I owe the visit?" the woman asked Eric, who turned to look at the open door. From outside, Issei, Matsuda, and Motohama entered quietly the room and stood on their feet with lowered heads. They very much knew that they were in big trouble. The thought of running away had passed by their heads for a moment, but then they remembered that the person who had caught them peeping was not another student like the last time, it was a teacher. No, not a teacher, it was the teacher. And he had a video record of them peeping. Ah. Trouble between students, the psychologist said after seeing the 3 male students. "Almost right. Here," Eric replied and then took his cell phone out of his pocket, passing it to the psychologist after selecting and hitting the play button for the just recorded video. The woman watched the recorded video with attention while the audio coming from the cell phone filled the room with the perverted comments coming from the 3 boys. A minute later, when the video ended, the psychologist gave the cell phone back to Eric and looked at the boys with a grave face. "Take a seat, boys," the woman said and then turned to Eric. "Teacher Ravenclaw, you are welcome to stay for this conversation. The voice of a successful man would help a lot here," the woman said to Eric, who gave her a short nod with his head in confirmation. While the 3 boys took their sit, Eric walked to the door and closed it, taking a seat of his own after. What followed was almost 2 hours of the 2 adults drilling into the boys' heads the wrongness of what they were doing. The worst part of it was that for 2 of the 3 boys, all the talking seemed to enter by one ear and exit by the other. The shame of being caught aside, Motohama and Matsuda looked very much like they would be there repeating the act tomorrow, just being more careful when doing it again. Issei, incredible enough, was the total opposite of his friends. The boy looked repulsed with himself when he heard what he and his friends had said in the recording from a listener's perspective, but what seemed to nail the idea of what they were doing was wrong through his head was when Eric asked the trio to imagine themselves in the place of the father of one of the girls that they were peeping on early and being told that there were 3 perverts at school that was looking their daughters' bodies as they changed after club's activities. At the end of the 2 hours, the boys were free to go home with a promise coming from Eric. If I hear any complaint about the 3 of you about something like this ever happening again, I will catch you and you will be invited to leave the school permanently. Eric said, warning the trio just before the 2 adults left them free to go home for the day, what they hurriedly did. When there was only Eric and the psychologist alone in the room, the woman turned to Eric. That last warning. Was it really necessary? The woman asked Eric, who nodded his head before giving his vocal answer. Yes. Unfortunately, 2 of the 3 students seemed to not care at all about everything that we talked about in these 2 hours, only answering what we wanted to hear. The warning will have a more strong effect on them. Eric replied, making the psychologist think more about the boys' reactions during their 2 hours-long talk. Matsuda and Motohama. The psychologist asked Eric, who nodded his head in confirmation. Exactly. Eric replied, making the woman let out a sigh in defeat. Sigh. When it was announced to the staff that the school was going to be co-ed, all the necessary personnel had received extra training to face the possible problems that could appear in a school full of hormonal teenagers. How to deal with horny male teenagers was a part of it too. Noticing that the school psychologist's mood was turning sour, Eric retrieved a little package from his internal pocket without the woman seeing. He then put it on top of her desk, breaking the woman's train of thought with it. She looked at the small package and them to Eric with an inquisitive look on her face. A gift as thanks for the good work. Eric said while standing up. Don't blame yourself for not managing to help them, Miss Shiro. One has to want to be helped before the help can help them. Eric said while walking to the door of the office. He opened it with one hand and looked back at the woman again before going out. At least one of the 3 understood what we were saying. Have a nice rest. Eric said with a smile on his face and exited the room, closing the door after him. Miss Shiro looked at her colleague exiting her office while thinking about his words. After some minutes, her attention went to the small package that Eric had left on top of her table. With curiosity, the woman opened the small package and saw a small pile with half a dozen of biscuits or more. With a small smile on her face, Miss Shiro took one of them and absent-mindedly took a bite. Instantly, an explosion of deliciousness occurred in her mouth, making her let out a moan involuntarily. Fortunately for her, Eric had closed the door after he exited the office, and unfortunately for her, she would pass the rest of her life in search of such divine flavor. Eric and Miss Shiro seemed to have some effect as predicted in one of the 3 students. On the next day, Issei Hayata looked for the girls that he had been peeping at the previous day and asked for their forgiveness while saying that he had been shown the wrongness of what he was doing. The girls ignored his words at first, thinking that it was only some kind of bet that he had lost to his perverted friends, but then they took his words more seriously when they saw him doing the same to the girls of other clubs. 3 months later, Motohama and Matsuda were invited to change schools due to them being caught peeping again on the girls while they changed clothes. The last time Eric heard from them, their parents had put both of the unrepentant perverts to study in an all-boys school to their horror. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Pampered Cat. Kuo High School, Kuo, Japan. February 2007, 1 year before DxD's first episode. Eric was inside one of the rooms located in the old school building. Today was the day of a meeting between him and the 2 kings and their peerage to discuss various things. As the time was getting close to the one that was agreed by all parties, Eric started to sense the kids approaching the room. Soon enough, the doors were opened revealing Sona. The king entered the room while being followed closely by her peerage members, Tsubaki Shinra, Momo Hanakai, Tsubasa Yura, and Shiron Tuju. Welcome, Sona. Welcome, girls. We still have a little time before the agreed time, so feel free to relax and have something to eat. Eric said with a smile on his face and sipped from the teacup that was in his hand. Thank you, brother. Sona said while the girls behind her bowed shortly to Eric. She then looked at the center table and saw that it had an assortment of snacks together with a tea set prepared and ready. She tried to keep the cool facade at the sight of all the snacks and almost managed to do it if not for the small smile that appeared on her face. She had grown while being pampered by Eric, that meant all the delicious snacks that she could get whenever she visited her sister and brother-in-law. But all that pampering had the bad effect that she had naturally become very picky with her food, only truly enjoying the food when it was prepared by Eric. Sona took a seat in one of the 2 empty armchairs and, while keeping her composure, started to serve a small plate for herself, while some of the more mature members of her peerage did the same. Fortunately, for Eric's amusement, not everyone from her peerage had the same behavior. As soon as Sona took a seat and started to serve a plate of snacks for herself, a white blur crossed the room at great speed and was followed by a thud sound. Sona looked to the place where the sound of impact had come and let out a tired sigh. Sigh. The youngest member of her peerage, Shiron Tuju, had run directly to Eric and threw herself on his lap. She was now enjoying the big man's head pats while her white cat ears and tails were showing, with the last one happily swinging from one side to the other. Chiron was a Nikosho, a very rare species of cat yokai that had its specialty in the use of natural energy. Sona had met the little white cat girl during one of her stays in the Nexus. Chiron had arrived at the Nexus after having been rescued by Ajuka Beelzebub and Sirzex Lucifer from one of the illegal laboratories owned by the Nabrius family. The two Satans had busted the illegal research laboratory after receiving a complete file that was full of incriminatory evidence from an anonymous source. During the busting operation, they found the head of the Devil family in the process of live experimenting with his peerage member, a Nikosho named Kuroka. After being rescued and freed from the operations table, the girl's only concern was about her little sister. Later, with her little sister, Chiron, safely sleeping in her arms, the black cat yokai girl confessed that she had only agreed with the tests to guarantee the safety of her little sister. Fortunately, even with the older Nikosho having agreed to be part of the experiments, Ajuka Beelzebub and Sirzex Lucifer had enough evidence to continue with their process of dismantling the place, finding even more evidence against the head of the Nabrius family in the form of cages full of missing Nikomatis and civilian devils. At a later date, when Kuroka was recovering in one of the rooms inside a hospital in Citri territory, she received a visit from Magari, the leader of the Yokai's Nikomata tribe. After identifying herself to Kuroka and saying that a friend of hers told her about Kuroka and Chiron's situation, Magari offered a safe place for both sisters to live, away from any repercussions that they could get in the underworld. Kuroka accepted the offer and, together with a big part of the Nikomata tribe that used to live in the underworld because of an old accord, they moved into the Nexus with Eric's blessing. In truth, it had been Eric that had anonymously delivered the incriminating file on the Nabrius family, and it had been Seraphal that warned Magari about the girl's situation together with the new danger that had appeared for her tribe in the form of blind retribution. Both girls quickly fell in love with the new place. Chiron now could go to school and have friends to play with, while Kuroka was happy only seeing her little sister happy. It was during one of the festivals that they met Eric and his wives. They attended the festival accompanied by all of their children plus Sona. It was friendship at the first meeting. Eric's little ones quickly dragged Chiron to play with them and Sona, making the two girls become fast friends and leaving Kuroka to stay alone with the other adults to talk. The friendship between the two girls continued to flourish, and when Sona received her evil pieces, she invited Chiron to join her peerage as a rook. Wanting to follow the footsteps of her big sister, Kuroka, who had ended up joining Seraphal's peerage as the Satan's second bishop, Chiron happily accepted Sona's invitation but only received the peace a year later due to her young age. Chiron, Sona said, calling for the little girl's attention. What is it, Sona? Don't you see that I am enjoying Big Brother's head pats? Chiron asked back without losing the focus of what was important right now for her, head pats. Sona, seeing where the situation was taking her, just sighed in desperation, getting some giggles from the other girls. Sigh. In truth, she very much wanted to do the same that Chiron was doing now, but it would not look good for her king image to be seen being pampered by Eric. The girls continued to enjoy their snacks while Chiron continued to receive head pats while munching into a cookie. Some minutes later, the doors opened again and Rias entered the room while being closely followed by her peerage members, Akino Haimjima, Yudo Kiba, Gaspar Vlad, and Valerie Teeps. Seeing the atmosphere that the room was in, with everyone enjoying some tea and snacks, Rias just smiled and took her seat at the empty armchair while her peerage took the sofa. Soon enough, everyone was enjoying their tea with snacks. Did you want to talk with us, Lord Ravenclaw? Rias asked when she felt that it was the right time for the talks to start. Eric nodded his head in confirmation while putting down his cup of tea. Yes, I did. This is more of me wanting to know about how your plans are going compared to the initial ones and what you two intend to do from now on. Eric said and looked at both kings, waiting for their answers. Well, as you already know, I recently managed to get elected as the president of the Students' Council after staying as the treasurer during my first year. Sona said proudly. Her election to the office had been very smooth thanks to Eric's initial idea to build her reputation within the school first. And recently, I managed to recruit Tsubasa to my peerage. Sona said while looking at the blue-haired girl. Tsubasa Yura had been a lucky find of hers. The seemingly normal girl had an abnormal high strength for a human, and since she was young, and before reincarnating into a devil, was able to see and touch supernatural beings or phenomena. She would engage in fights with monsters or evil spirits and defeat them with martial arts alone, but could not defeat stronger ones. Her reincarnation into a devil with a rook evil piece allowed her strength to be boosted to new heights together with her durability. Eric smiled and nodded his head in understanding. Anyone that you are keeping your eye on? Eric asked Sona, who nodded her head. Yes. There are some students that I think have potential. Sona replied, making Eric nod his head. Yes. There are some individuals in the school that have potential. Eric said, catching the attention of the two kings. Can you tell us their names, Lord Ravenclaw? Rias asked while trying to keep her image of an unshakable beauty. Eric then shook his head in answer. No, I can't. It's part of the experience of a king to headhunt. Eric said mysteriously, making Rias and Sona sigh in defeat. They both knew that if Eric didn't want to tell, they would not manage to get anything from him. Seeing their reactions, Eric smiled internally and decided to throw bait for them. Let me just say this for you too. The top 3 unaffiliated humans with the most potential in the school at the moment are first-year students. Eric said, putting the 2 kings into pensive moods. He had played a little with the words on purpose there. But his words were not false at all. Issei, Saji, and Aika were all first-year students. After giving them some time to think, Eric turned to Rias. How about you, Miss Gremory? How are your plans going? Eric asked Rias. The traitive was just to reciprocate the way that she was calling him. Rias was shaken from her thoughts by the question and looked at Eric before replying. They are going well. I have not had the same luck as Sona with new members for my peerage, but I have my eyes on some people too. It is just too early to say if they would be a nice fit for our little family or not. Rias replied, getting a nod from Eric. He knew that she was lying about having her eyes on students, but didn't want to call her for it. Eric knew that Rias had investigated the past of almost the entire school, going back as long as possible in their family history in search of some good blood, but she had given up when found nothing beyond some distant relative of a famous priest that showed no visible potential in the art. It was her problem if she didn't want to share, not his. Eric had already given them a good bone to look for. Correction, 3 good bones. A/N, about Chiron in Sona's peerage and not in Rias. Like I said, the girl wanted to follow her big sister's steps, and since Kuroka had joined Seraphal's peerage after meeting the Satan and getting to know the other members of the peerage, Chiron joined Sona's peerage. Chapter 155, New Group in the City. Eric was in a dilemma. A complicated look adorned his face as he watched 4 fallen angels enter the abandoned church of the city. He knew the identity of the 4 of them and what their arrival in the city meant. And he didn't like it. Well, first things first, I suppose. Eric said to himself in a low voice and called a friend of his through a communication spell. It took some time to connect, but the irritated-looking face of Azazel appeared in projection form over Eric's blue magic circle. What is it? Azazel said in an irritated manner while angrily scribbling something. Bad day, Eric commented to Azazel, who raised his head from the papers in front of him and looked at the magic circle of the communication spell. Eric! Azazel exclaimed while letting his face show a smile. It seemed that the interruption was a welcome one. Hey, Azazel. How are you doing? Eric greeted and asked the fallen angel, who let a sigh as a sign of despair. Sigh. I'm drowning in paperwork here. One would think that with the computer era finally taking the normal world, the paper would become a thing of the past, even more for us that had the technology available 50 years before them. But I just can't see to get rid of this damnable thing. Azazel replied, talking heatedly about his hate for paperwork. You have to learn how to delegate more, Azazel. Try to contact some of those companies that are specialized in raising productivity by shortening the workflow. Eric said to the fallen angel. He had a similar problem some few decades ago when his Ravens group started to quickly expand. Eric was starting to drown in the paperwork that was coming from all the different companies and was getting each day later and later at home. He solved the problem by cutting some of the bureaucracy off and letting each company chairman/woman take their own decisions in accord with the targets set for the company at a big meeting that happened 2 times a year. Eric's paperwork had all but disappeared nowadays, and all he had to do was put out the eventual fire. It helped that with the creation of tablets, all paperwork was digital with every employee having their own devices. You have to kick the ass of those fossils that work with you and chug a computer down their throats too. I mean, even heaven is modernizing themselves. Eric added, making Azazel chuckle. It was true. Some of the millennia-old fallen angels were very resistant to changes and were adamant about continuing to use paper. The angels were the same too, but with the explosion in population in the human world, they saw themselves obliged to modernize or be drowned in paperwork. He knew of that because Michael, at Gabriel's indication, had hired Selena to install and configure their servers. Her proprietary technology even managed to interact with and interpret some of God's system's language, making the great seraph's jobs dozens of times easier. Azazel let out another sigh at that. Sigh. I know. It is just that some of the people here are too damn stubborn. Azazel said, complaining a little more about the old fossils that didn't want to modernize themselves. Throw all the paperwork on their laps. They will very quickly agree with the process then. Eric said while shrugging. An evil-looking smile adorned Azazel's face after hearing that. Dozens of different ideas of how to proceed with what Eric had said were popping into his head. Some seconds later, with a bare plan already made, Azazel looked at Eric's image and smiled. So, to what do I owe the call? Not that I don't appreciate the help that you just gave me, but you rarely call me out of boredom. Azazel asked Eric, taking in a tone of an abandoned lover at the end of the sentence. Eric rolled his eyes at that and decided to ignore the innuendo. Well, as you probably already know, I am keeping an eye out for the two little sisters of the Satans that are governing Kuo, in Japan, and the abandoned church in the city is housing 4 fallen angels. So I decided to call you and ask the reason for them being here. Eric said to Azazel, who frowned at the end of the explanation. I don't remember signing anything like this for Kuo. Let me just verify with Penemu. I will return to you in 10 minutes tops, okay? Azazel said to Eric, who nodded his head in agreement and finished the call. While waiting for Azazel's answer, Eric decided to snoop a little on the fallen angels group by concentrating his senses inside the abandoned church building. Being an old base of operations for exorcists of the church that were stationed in the area, the old building was much more than could be seen on the surface. Underground, it had a vast area that Eric estimated could house up to 50 people. It had dormitories, bathrooms, kitchens, dining areas, and even a big training grounds. While Eric listened to the conversation of the group of fallen angels inside the old church, learning and confirming their names, he picked on a poorly hidden strong life signal quickly approaching the location. Curious about it, Eric rechecked the spells that kept him hidden and waited for the arrival. And he was not disappointed with it. Covered by totally black clothes, Eric watched with interest while Kokabeel, the poor excuse for a vampire ripoff, landed in the front of the church's doors, looked around to see if he had been seen, and entered the building. Eric accompanied the vampire ripoff with his senses while he descended to the church's secret dwellings and met with the 4 fallen angels. As a Swiss clock, Eric received the call back from Azazel, and when it connected, Eric saw the face of a very put-off Azazel. Hey, Azazel. Some new things happened here on my side, what about you? Eric said and asked cheerfully. Yeah, about that, it was just like I had suspected. I signed an authorization for a long-term mission that had as a target the search and recruitment of sacred gear users with 4 fallen angels as the main party. But it was most definitely not for the city of Kuo. Azazel replied while still frowning. It seems that someone had taken advantage of the mission that I signed off to diverge resources for their own gains. Azazel said again, this time with a tinge of fury showing in his voice and eyes. If there was something that he didn't like was others taking away the precious resources of Grigori for their personal agendas, be it workforce or materials. Only he could do that. It was one of his rights as the leader of the faction. Well, and it happens that I had just discovered who did it, and you will never guess who it was. Eric said in a playful voice while a smirk showed on his face. 4 months. It had taken 4 months for the 4 fallen angels to make their move on the school. While that time was passing, small groups of rogue exorcists were arriving at the city and taking residence in the underground of the old church, together with the fallen angels. In total about 30 rogue exorcists were living there, a group composed only of the more bloodthirsty individuals that were expelled from the church because of their trigger-happy personalities. Between them, it was a perverse abomination known as Fried Selzen. The crazy rogue exorcist would come and go from the church as he wished while spewing profanities to whoever could hear him. Eric's hand was itching to put an end to the miserable life of the shit-spewing rogue exorcist. But he managed to hold himself by only giving the men diarrhea whenever he felt like murdering someone, which was pretty much all the time, much to the horror of the poor noses of the other rogue exorcists and the 4 fallen angels that lived underground with him. The success of Azazel's plan to catch Kokabeel depended on them being alive. For now. Eric's attention was caught when, just 10 minutes before the start of the morning classes, he felt a weak confounding spell trying to influence his mind. The spell was weak and discreet at the same time. Weak enough that any supernatural being would not be affected by it while at the same time being discreet enough so it would be ignored by his senses. That is unless you had some very strong and developed mental shields. Only normal humans would be affected by the confounding spell with its configuration. When the school bell signaled for the start of the classes, Eric walked to his first class while trying to discover the effects that the spell had on the school's population. Whatever it was, he knew that it would not have changed much since it was too weak to do great changes in a person's mind. Just before lunch, as Eric entered the second-year classroom for his history lesson, he immediately noticed the new addition to the class. Sitting in the middle of the classroom, as if she belonged to the place while using the school's uniform, was a somewhat cute girl that had long black hair and reeked with the energy of a fallen angel. It was Reynare, the leader of the group of fallen angels that was housed inside the old church. Eric ignored the girl's presence, just as she didn't recognize him. After all, why would one of the top powers of the supernatural world be working as a teacher in a high school? Eric continued with his class from when he had stopped last time, teaching the students about the world's history while rigging the fallen angel's entire body with hidden tracking and spying spells. His little monsters were not necessary to act here. They were already all over the fallen angel's system since their first day in the city and after confirming with Azazel that they should not be in Kuo. As his class ended, Eric watched as Reynare got up from her seat and walked up to Issei Hayadu. She then shyly gave the horny boy a small letter before hurriedly running from the classroom. Her acting skills are somewhat passable. Eric thought to himself while he watched as a dumbfounded Issei stared at the empty space where Rainare was just standing with a dumb-looking face. Soon enough, the boy started to get mercilessly teased by one of the girls from his class that had become good friends with him, Aika Kiryu. Issei Hayado had found in the almost equally perverted girl a friend to discuss the less perverted side of their tastes after the two sick perverts that he called friends got themselves kicked from the school. In accord with the gossip around the school, the two of them had tried to date for some time during the summer break, but it had not worked well due to their personal tastes. Aika was too much into boy love romances while Issei could not resist a pair of big boobs. Fortunately, both had already entered the relationship knowing of their partner's preferences and ended the experiment in a very amicable way, allowing their friendship to go on. In Eric's sincere opinion, they had just wanted to blow some steam while gaining some valuable experience with the opposite gender. A/N, so, do I kill Issei before reincarnating him or not? Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Issei Hayado. Issei Hayado thought himself to be a normal teenager with a very healthy interest in the woman's body. Boobs. He thought that the only difference between him and the other teenagers around him was that he was honest about his feelings about it. Boobs. Very honest. Issei didn't remember exactly when he started to develop this interest in the feminine body, but he suspected that it was at some point after his childhood friend, Shidu, moved away from Kuo. Boobs. Like most teenagers of his age, Issei lived with his parents, Miki and Goro Hayado, with his mother being a full-time housewife and his father being an ordinary office worker. He could not complain about his life. Boobs. His father earned enough to sustain their small family with some small luxuries from time to time. He could not complain at all. Boobs. But Issei had a dream. A very ambitious one at it. Boobs. After developing this healthy interest in the feminine body, Issei started to dive into research material that could show him more about it. Boobs. The lingerie's catalog was his first target, together with the hidden treasures in the form of magazines left behind by other people. As he grew up, Issei discovered an infinite source of research material on the internet. Boobs. There, he was presented to the world of AVs, hentais, and doujins, and it was in them that he discovered what would become his ultimate dream. No, not a dream. An ambition. Dreams could not become reality sometimes, while ambitions would eventually happen if you worked hard enough for them. Boobs. He would be a harem king. It was because of this ambition of his that, when researching for a high school to attend, he learned that Kuo High School, an all-girls institution, would, in the next year, start to accept male students, turning into a co-ed institution. Boobs. What made him even happier was that the school was not spreading the change in the rules. The change was being kept under the sheets. Issei's mind started to run 1,000 thoughts per second at that discovery. Boobs. If that was true, then it meant that the school would have very few male students during its first year as co-ed, meaning a very big girls-to-boys ratio, meaning that he had a chance to reach his ambition there. Or at least that was what he thought. Boobs. But, before even getting to enter Kuo High School, Issei hit his first obstacle, his grades. Boobs. Issei was not a very bright student, getting grades that were at best average and good enough to pass. But that was not good enough for Kuo High School. The institution had a high entry score in its admittance exam, making Issei wince for the first time since discovering the change in rules. Boobs. But Issei didn't let that shake him for much time, and, while focusing all his energies that were normally used in masturbation to study, he dove into the books for the sake of his ambition. And he did it. After 4 months of arduous study and very little release, Issei attended the Kuo High School entrance exam and managed to pass. Taking that his passing score was not that high, he was admitted to Class 1C. But for him, it was enough. Boobs. On his first day of class, it was like he was in paradise on earth. Every place that Issei looked he would see girls walking, talking, and happily giggling. Boobs. And he was very spot on in his initial analysis of the school. The male students' population was almost non-existent if compared to the female one. Boobs. Inside his classroom, Issei saw some faces that he recognized from a long time ago. Murayama and Katase were their names. 2 inseparable girls that he had met when he had been a student in a kendo dojo many years ago. Boobs. His memories of the time were already fuzzy, but he remembered the girls' names. To Issei's surprise, they seemed to remember him too, even if for some unknown reason to him, they didn't seem to like him very much. Boobs. Well, there goes the starting in a new school and meeting an old friend that would fall for him line of development. Boobs. Incredibly enough, Issei found in the other 2 males of the class some companionship. Matsuda and Motohama. Boobs. Both were men that, just like him, knew how to appreciate the feminine body and were not afraid of saying it. Under the bleeding ears of the girls in the classroom, Issei talked about his tastes with them, and they did the same with him, with Motohama commenting that he had a special ability that allowed him to know the 3 measurements of any girl that he looked at. Boobs. How he could do that not even the owner of the ability knew, but Issei was very impressed by it, calling him the perfect scouter. Boobs. At the end of the day, the three boys had already become friends, and unknown to them, they had already gotten a special nickname from the girls in their class that would be soon known by everyone at school, the perverted trio. Issei's days at Paradise continued to pass, with him, incredible enough, taking a liking to the only male teacher in the school's class, the world's history. He didn't know why, but when Teacher Ravenclaw talked, Issei could do nothing aside from paying attention to his words. The man had a way with his words that captivated him and kept him focused on the lesson. Even his two friends, Matsuda and Motohama, were the same. That specific class aside, Issei's favorite moments at school were certainly the after-classes period. More specifically the club's activities. It all started when Issei and Motohama were watching the soccer's club practice alone, enjoying the vision of those soft bodies moving and shaking at the right spots. Boobs. Both boys were suddenly accosted by Matsuda, that quickly called them for a more discreet place to show them something amazing that he had discovered. A peeping hole into the girls' changing room. Boobs. That was huge for them. But at the same time, there was this very low voice at the back of Issei's mind that told him that something was not right here. If Issei had paid attention, he would have noticed that the peeping hole looked very new and was conveniently placed at a perfect height for them to peep into the changing girls' boobs. But he couldn't care less about that. The important thing was that they, now had a source of real inspiration. That is until they were accosted by a group of the peeped girls that had discovered them. Boobs. Armed with their club's practice tools, the girls proceed to chase after the trio while promising endless bodily harm if caught. That was certainly a novelty feeling for Issei, and he could not honestly say that he liked it. There was something in all these happenings that felt just wrong. Boobs. The next day, Matsuda informed them that, unfortunately, the peeping hole had been patched, but promised that he would work hard to find a new one. Boobs. As promised, Matsuda had found a new one the next day. This time, it took 2 days for them to be discovered, and with it, history repeated itself. 2 months later, tragedy struck the trio of friends. While they were at their daily activity of peeping into the girls' changing room through another conveniently placed hole in the wall that Matsuda had again found 2 days after the last one was patched, Issei saw, in the corner of his eyes, a big shadow near them. When he turned to look at it, what he saw made his face go pale. Soon enough, his friends noticed the absence of Issei's comments and turned to see what was happening, meeting with the same visage that Issei had, Teacher Ravenclaw looking at them with a scary face while holding a cell phone. "You three, follow me," was the only thing that their teacher told them, and they didn't dare to disobey. Just the tone in his voice had sent chills down his spine. Quietly, Issei and his two friends followed the big teacher. After arriving in the school's counselor's room, Issei had, for the first time, heard what kind of comments he and his friends were making about the girls inside the changing, and, honestly, it made him sick of himself. What followed was an extensive talk with Teacher Ravenclaw and Miss Shiro. And Issei took it to heart. Mainly when he was told to put themselves in the place of the father of the girls being commented on. He, as a future harem king, would be a father to many kids from many different women, and would not find it funny if he found someone talking like that about them. Issei would, for sure, end up committing a crime. Before being freed to go home from the extensive conversation, Teacher Ravenclaw had some last words for him and his friends. "If I hear any complaint about the three of you about something like this ever happening again, I will catch you and you will be invited to leave the school permanently." That warning managed to scare the shit out of him. Something in Teacher Ravenclaw's voice said to Issei that the big man would be very true to his words, and, for the good of his ambition, Issei could not afford to be expelled from Kuo High School. He needed advice urgently and he knew exactly where to get it. Back at home, after dinner, Issei very seriously called for his father, Goro, to have a frank conversation with the men. What followed was Issei telling his father all of the happenings of the day, together with the feelings that appeared inside his body, finishing with the request for advice. Goro Hayate smiled at his son. He was not proud of his behavior but was proud that he had the balls to realize that he was wrong and look for help. That day, both males of the Hayate residence went to bed at a late time, and for the first time, the reason for it was the same for both. Miki, Goro's wife, and Issei's mother was very proud of her husband later when he told her some tidbits of the conversation that he had with their son, and decided to reward the men handsomely. While both males could have gone to bed at the same time, the older one slept much later, but it was with a goofy smile on his face. The next day at school, Issei followed his father's advice and asked forgiveness from the girls that he had peeped at. At first, the girls didn't take him seriously, and even Matsuda and Motohama complimented his play, making Issei sigh at that. But soon enough, some girls, seeing that his words were truthful, accepted his request for forgiveness on the grounds that the episode would not turn to repeat itself, which Issei promptly agreed with. After that, he started to have a more friendly relationship with the girls in his class, much to the hate of Matsuda and Motohama, who started to distance themselves from him. Unfortunately, his friends Matsuda and Motohama didn't take teacher Ravenclaw's warnings to heart, and, 2 months after being caught and almost expelled, they were caught again red-handed by teacher Ravenclaw. Fortunately, Issei had made the wise decision of not hanging with them that day due to homework that needed to be made in groups, and while he was doing the homework in the library with Aika Kiryu, Matsuda and Motohama were being invited to change schools inside the principal's office. Teacher Ravenclaw had been true with his warning. Chapter 157, Sudden Kiss. Issei Hayato was sad. It was lunchtime now and he was going over the news that his homeroom teacher had given the class during the first period. Even after all of his warnings and the warning coming from teacher Ravenclaw, Matsuda and Motohama still went and peeped again into the girls' changing room. ANS worse, they got caught and expelled from the school. Yes. Expelled was the true word here, not the gentle, invited to leave the school, that was used when they were told about what had happened. Issei had lost 2 friends and he was sad because of that. Days passed and his mood didn't get better. That is until he was accosted by one of the girls with that he had developed some friendships in the past months just before the start of classes. For how long you will continue to mop around, Issei? Aika Kiryu said to the moping Issei, who looked at her and rolled his eyes. I'm not mopping, Aika. I'm just sad. Issei said and turned back to look absently minded through the window. This time it was Aika's turn to roll her eyes. Okay, emo lord. Say whatever you want. Aika said and still got no answer from Issei. A mischievous glint passed by her eyes as a plan formed inside her head to pull Issei's leg around. Aika looked around the class, just to be sure that no one was paying attention to them and no teacher was there yet. Then, in a quick move, Aika grabbed Issei's necktie with a hand and pulled it in her direction. Issei just felt a hand pulling his tie and turned to look at the perpetrator. But when he turned to look, the only thing that he found was Aika's face very close to his and before he could say anything, the girl's lips closed on his lips. A kiss. Aika was kissing him. And in the middle of the class at that. Issei wanted to do so many things that he had imagined with his first kiss. He wanted to lash his tongue and ravage Aika's mouth. He wanted to pull her body close to his into a hug just to feel it with his. He wanted to grab Aika by her butt and make her legs lock around his waist while they kissed. But, in the end, he could not do any of that. The softness and the taste of her lips, together with the feeling coming from it, were overwhelming his pervert side and thinking mind. And, as sudden as it had begun, it stopped. Issei blinked slowly while his brain was rebooting and processing what had just happened. Then he saw it. Aika was in front of him with a small smirk on her face while looking at him. She then did something that he would, for the foreseeable future, consider the sexiest thing ever, letting all of the stuff that he had seen previously on the AVs lay lifeless in the ground. Aika licked her lips with her small pink tongue. If not for his underwear and for the fact that he was still seated, Issei would have embarrassed himself with the tent that he would arm. Very good, Issei. You are not a bad kisser at all. Aika announced haughty, getting the attention of some of their colleagues. Inside Issei's chest, something was swelling together with Aika's words. That is, for a first-time kisser. Aika said again, droving a metaphorical nail through Issei while making whatever was swelling to deflate instantly. You. Issei started saying while pointing a finger at Aika, and then, he noticed the other girls in the class were looking at them, turn to their nearest neighbor and start to gossip in very low voices. Issei looked back at Aika, who was still smirking at him. Sigh. Issei then let out a sigh. Aika, you dash. Issei started to say something but was interrupted by the homeroom teacher entering the classroom. Okay, class. Everyone back to your seats, classes are starting. The teacher said and Issei could only watch as Aika turned and walked back to her seat. Issei could not see it, but Aika's face was red from what she had just done. That morning, Issei could not focus on the lessons at all. Neither could Aika. At lunchtime, Issei pulled Aika away for them to talk. What was that about? Issei asked the bespectacled girl. Aika smirked again at him. At the end of the morning, she had managed to get her bearings back and was ready for the rest of the show. Why, Issei? Have you not liked my kiss? Aika asked while caressing her lips with one hand. Issei looked at her with a dumb face again. Yeah, I liked it. Issei answered dumbly with a goofy smile on his face. It took some seconds for him to realize that he had answered automatically, making Aika giggle at the scene. That's not the point. Why did you do it? Issei asked again after managing to go back to the point of the conversation. Aika looked at him again, this time with a serious face. To get you out of your funk, of course. Aika replied while adjusting her glasses with a hand. My funk? Issei asked again while making a confused face and cocking his head to the side. Yes. Your funk. You were too stuck up in your emo phase for some days already, that I needed something to cause a strong reaction in you. So, I choose to kiss you. Aika replied while rolling her eyes. But. Now people will talk about you too. Issei said in an exasperated manner. He knew that his reputation at school was not a good one, and because of the kiss that Aika gave to him, her reputation could get stained too. Oh, Issei. I didn't know that you cared. Aika said while giving him a coy smile, making Issei's face go red. Of course that I care. You are my friend. And now, because of the kiss that you gave me and the comment that you made, people will talk. And you know that I don't have a very good reputation here at school. Issei sputtered out but managed to say what he wanted to Aika about what was his concern. The girl looked into his eyes and sighed. Sigh. Issei, you are underestimating yourself. After what you did 2 months ago to the girls, your reputation got up a little. And you could not realize, but girls like to keep an eye on everyone and everything for a possible gossip subject. They noticed your change, Issei. Aika said to the oblivious boy and turned to look to the side. And there is one thing that you are not taking into consideration here. Aika said while lightly scratching her cheek. What is it? Issei asked, curious about what he was forgetting about. I have a little reputation as a pervert myself too. Aika replied, making Issei remember the rumors about Aika's special ability and her reading preferences. Both teenagers stood in silence. So. Is it true then? Issei asked after some time, breaking the silence between the two. What is true? Aika asked back Issei in a curious manner. The thing about rumors about yourself was that you could know that they existed and were being spoken, but you never knew exactly what they were about. Your reading preferences. Boy love novels and doujins. Issei asked Aika, who nodded her head. Yeah. That is pretty much it. But I like to read normal stuff too. I just don't read it in an overly public environment. Aika replied honestly to Issei. And the scouter? Is it true too? Issei asked Aika again, throwing the girl into a confused loop. The what? Aika asked in a confused manner. The scouter. At least that was how we called it. You know how Motohama could divine the 3 sizes of a girl with only a look. Issei explained and asked Aika, who nodded her head in confirmation. She had seen such ability in use during some classes when Motohama would randomly comment how much the boobs or butt of some girl developed. A look of realization then appeared on her face. Well, the word is that you have something very similar, just that you can tell a guy's size with just a look at his crotch. Issei finished saying. Aika then nodded her head and looked at Issei's face. Yeah, that is pretty much it. Aika replied bluntly and slowly lowered her eyes to Issei's crotch, wanting to get a reaction from him. And she was not disappointed. Hey! Issei exclaimed while covering his crotch with both hands and getting a little red on his cheeks. Aika looked back at his face and smirked. Don't worry, Issei. You got a good size with you. Above average even, and you still have some years to grow more. You just have to stop masturbating so much. Aika commented, making the boy stuff his chest proudly, in the beginning, just to start coughing later. Cough, cough, cough. Aika couldn't resist and started to laugh at Issei's expense, getting him to start laughing too. But don't get too proud, you are not the biggest one that I have. What have you called it again? Ah, yes. You are not the biggest one that I have ever scouted. Aika said to Issei, who at the same time got curious and had a look of horror on his face. He definitely didn't want to know about the junk size of another man. Aika noticed his plight and smirked evilly. Do you want to know who it was, Issei? Aika said, teasing the boy who shook his head negatively in a quick manner. Why, Issei? Are you concerned that you will see the person differently? Aika said again, continuing to tease the boy who continued to shake his head negatively in a quick manner. Well, let me tell you just this then. He is in this school. Aika said and approached Issei, who was comically covering his ears with his hands, trying not to hear anything that Aika was saying. And he is bigger than some of the bigger ones that I have seen on the internet from some porn actors. Aika whispered in a high voice near Issei's covered ears, making sure that the boy had heard him. And he had if the paling of his face was any sign of it. Aika then walked some steps back and started to laugh at Issei's face. It took some seconds for him to recover, but when he did, Issei looked at Aika with some anger in his eyes. You. Why the hell do you have to tell me something like that? Now I will never look normally to any of the men at school. Issei said angrily, getting Aika to laugh even more. She certainly got the reaction that she wanted from him. When she stopped laughing, Aika saw Issei looking at her with his arms crossed. Are you done laughing? Issei asked Aika. Yes, I am. For now. Aika replied while smirking again, making Issei pout at that. At least I got the desired result from it. Aika said again, making Issei tilt his head to the side. And what is it aside from staining my thoughts with the image of other man's junk? Issei sarcastically asked Aika. To get you out of that shit mood, of course. Aika replied, shocking Issei. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Summer and Date. To get you out of that shit mood, of course. Aika replied, shocking Issei. After that episode, Issei seemed to get back to his usual self and started hanging out a lot with Aika. That, together with the kiss, of course, started a series of rumors about the two of them being a couple. The duo denied it every time that they were asked about it, but neither of them could forget the kiss that happened. When the school year ended and summer vacation started, Issei and Aika decided to give it a try to date, and for most than half of the summer, they did it. The perverted couple went on various cliché dates, like the beach date, the amusement park date, the aquatic park date, the pool date, the zoo date, and the movies date. And, due to the natural pervertedness of both of them, the couple went on some strange dates too, like a visit to some adult stores, and the classical making out at a park in the late hours. Of course, aside from exploring the date universe, the couple went on with some private meetings too where they explored each other's bodies through messy makeout sessions in their bedrooms. Okay, maybe not some, but a lot of them. Needless to say that Issei's mother and father were very happy with him finding a girlfriend and would make themselves scarce to give the couple some space. They were a little concerned that due to their son's excessive perverted tendencies, he would never find a nice girl to date. And because of that, they were very generous in giving the couple of exploring teenagers all the space that they needed. Secretly, Miki, Issei's mother, was cheering for a grandbaby for her to spoil and take care of. But that would not happen so soon. Despite all the exploration that the couple of perverted teenagers did during summer, they had never crossed the last line. Aika didn't feel that she was ready for that big of a step yet, and Issei, incredible enough, respected her feelings and kept himself in check. Aika's friendship was more important to him than getting rid of his V-card. When the summer vacation was almost over, both teenagers decided to end their exploratory relationship. All the amazing exploration and discoveries aside, they knew that it would not last since aside from the friendship and horniness that they had to go, they had no other feelings for each other. That summer would remain in their memories as the summer where they had learned how to treat their partners without crossing the last barrier and where they had a lot of fun while doing it. When school started again, a more tranquil Issei attended classes. The change in the boy's behavior was definitely noticed by everyone through the first week of classes. Issei no longer had the need to keep staring at the girls' bodies during the classes' intervals or during PE. He would occasionally glance at them and appreciate it, but it was not the hungry stare from before. Occasionally, the girls from his class started to approach him to ask something or just to talk. Unknown to Issei, Aika had a big hand in that with her tales of how good Issei was during their dates while never forcing her to do anything that she didn't want to do too. And like what happened in all school's gossip circles, by the end of the day, every girl at school knew how good Issei was to Aika. The gossip eventually reached the ears of a long black-haired beauty that decided to report it to her king. After Akino's report to Rias about the last gossip running through the school, the redhead king decided to keep an eye on Issei. She had, some time ago, detected the very faint draconic aura coming from the perverted boy and assumed it to be from one of the weak sacred gears with a draconic origin, and due to Issei's behavior decided to not waste her time with him. But now, since the word was that the boy had changed so much, Rias decided to keep an eye on him as a possible pawn or even rook candidate. Have you noticed something different at school today, Aika? Issei asked his bespectacled friend, who looked at him while frowning. Just after arriving at school today, Issei had this feeling in his guts that something was not quite right. It was not something big, but it was enough to make him feel uneasy about something that he couldn't tell what it was. So, he decided to ask his friend, Aika, if she had noticed anything unusual. No. I have not noticed anything unusual. Aika replied to Issei. Are you sure that you are not on those days? Aika asked the boy with a smirk on her face, making Issei roll his eyes at that. That kind of banter was something very common between them. Issei had his answer to Aika's poke on the tip of his tongue and was ready to deliver it when their homeroom teacher entered the classroom, starting the classes for the day and making Aika go back to her seat. Classes progressed as normal with nothing unusual happening at all. That is, until the last class for the day. Just as the school's bell rung, Yuma Amano, the sweaty beauty of the class, got up from her seat and decisively walked to where Issei's seat was. With some red on her cheeks, she hurriedly offered a letter to Issei. For me? The boy asked the girl, who nodded her head hurriedly in confirmation. Issei then extended his hand and grabbed the letter. As he did it, Yuma Amano bolted from the classroom, leaving behind some flabbergasted classmates together with a dumbfounded Issei. Look at that. Issei received a love letter. And from the sweetie beauty Yuma Amano nonetheless. Issei's dumbfounded state was interrupted by Aika's teasing voice. The boy looked at the smirking girl and then at the letter that was still in his hand. A love letter. Issei said in a low voice and then looked again at Aika. Do you think that it is really that? Issei asked Aika. Well, taking into consideration Yuma's reaction while delivering it to you, I would say that the possibility for it to be a love letter is big. Aika said to Issei, who continued to not believe that something like that was happening with him and continued to look at the letter in his hands like it was a mirage or something like that. So, you going to read it or what? You know that it is very rude to let a girl wait, don't you? Aika said again to Issei, waking him up. Yeah, I know. You taught me that very well. Issei said to Aika while smiling at her and opening the letter's envelope and retrieving the paper. It was during one of their first dates that Issei was late and Aika saw herself in the right of punishing him for making her wait. After that day, Issei was never again late for another date. After retrieving the letter from the envelope, Issei unfolded the paper and started to read it. It was a simple letter in what Yuma Amano asked Issei to meet with her in a different place while alone. Well, it seems that she wants to talk with me. Issei spoke calmly to Aika, who was looking at him. When? Aika asked Issei. Now. Issei replied in a not sure manner. Well. What are you waiting for then? Another written invitation. Aika said again, verbally kicking Issei's butt to move. Right. Issei said and started to hurriedly store his school stuff inside his bag. Soon after, Issei walked out of the classroom to meet with Yuma Amano at the location that she had asked for. Half an hour later, a dumbfounded Issei walked back inside the classroom and saw his friend, Aika, waiting for him while reading one of her smut books. Slowly, he walked to where she was seating. Aika, noticing Issei's arrival, closed her book and looked at him. So, how it was? Aika asked Issei. I think that I have a girlfriend. Issei said slowly with a somewhat confused face. Aika got confused by that answer too. What do you mean, I think? Aika asked back to Issei. Well, she asked me to be her boyfriend and we are going on a date this Sunday. Issei replied to Aika, yet not really believing what had just happened to him. Aika smiled at Issei. That's nice, Issei. Aika said while smiling. She was happy for a friend. Issei nodded his head in agreement with her. And she has a nice pair of boobs too. Aika commented again, making Issei nod his head dumbly while a goofy smile appeared on his face. Issei's behavior could have changed in the last few months but he was still the same perverted boy from before and a boobs lover at heart. In another building inside the school's grounds, Rias Gremory was hearing the report coming from one of his bishops, Valeria Teeps. As the blonde girl finished her report, the redhead king adopted a thoughtful mood. So the fallen angel decided to act inside our school while targeting Issei Hayadu. Rias Gremory said out loud, resuming what Valerie Teeps had just reported. The blonde vampire devil nodded her head in agreement with the resumed version that her king had said. Valerie, you, together with Gasper, will have to keep an eye on Issei Hayadu for the time being. We still don't know what are the fallen angel's ultimate goal in the city, so we will avoid confrontation for now. Ria said to Valerie, who nodded her head in understanding. She would take the opportunity to have some good moments with Gasper. Valerie just loved to tease the boy in public. But, if you notice that Issei's life is in danger at any moment, you are authorized to intervene and save him. Ria said again, reinforcing the importance of protecting Issei's life. Valerie, again, nodded her head in understanding. On Sunday afternoon, Issei walked into the place where he had agreed to meet with Yuma 10 minutes before the agreed time. After some minutes of waiting, the boy saw the girl that he was waiting for arrive. You are looking very cute, Yuma. Issei said to the girl. And she indeed was. Yuma Amano was wearing a light sundress with a beige small blouse. The girl smiled at the compliment. Thank you, Issei. Yuma Amano replied sweetly. After the trade of pleasantries, the teenagers decided to start their date. Clothes stores, the movies, a bakery, more stores. The couple went through a series of traditional date places and Yuma seemed to be enjoying them all. Seemed was the right word here. Issei, not the inexperienced boy that had never gone on a date before, noticed that his girlfriend behavior was somewhat strange. It was too mechanical and seemed to be too perfect. Issei sighed internally at that. It seemed that things would not work between him and Yuma. At the end of the date, Issei was walking with Yuma through one of the parks at the center of the city. The sun had already gone down and the lights of the place were all turned on, illuminating the pathways of the park. As the couple approached the fountain in the center of the park, Issei noticed that the park was empty. He and Yuma were the only people that he could see around the place, something that was strange for that hour of the day. The last time that he had come here with Aika, the place was full of couples doing their own business. Issei. Issei was shaken off his thoughts by Yuma calling his name. He looked at the girl and saw that she still had a sweet smile on her face. I had a lot of fun today. Before we finish this day, can you do one last thing for me? Yuma asked in a sweet voice, making Issei nod his head in a kind of automatic response. Can you, please, die for me? Chapter 159, Attempted Murder. Can you, please, die for me? Yuma asked Issei in a still sweet voice, making the boy slowly blink while not understanding the question. Sorry, could you repeat please, Yuma? There must be something wrong with my ears. Issei asked while still confused and thinking that he had heard wrongly. Yuma approached Issei while still smiling and put her mouth near his ear. Can you, please, die for me? Yuma repeated her request, just this time with a more sinister voice, shocking Issei. He had not heard her wrong. She had just asked him to die for her. As Issei had an expression of shock on his face, Yuma started to laugh like a maniac. She then went back a few steps and her body started to transform. Issei watched in horror as the clothes that Yuma was wearing disappeared and a skimp black leather outfit took its place. Issei would get horny while watching it if it was not for the weirdness of the situation that he found himself in. But the more strange for Issei was not Yuma's sudden skimpy outfit, it was the pair of black feathers wings that appeared on her back. The sudden change in outfit could be explained by some quick change trick. Issei had seen them being used before on television shows. But a pair of black feathers wings. That was something that Issei had never seen on television. At least not out of a kid's show or some fictional movie, and that was only after some heavy computer's graphic edition was done. Although our time together was short, it was fun to play date with you, a naive child. Yuma said to Issei, interrupting his thoughts. I will treasure the souvenir that you bought me. Yuma continued to say while playing with the hair tie on her wrist. Issei had bought it for her early as a token of their first date. So, please, die for me. Yuma said again while putting one of her hands forward. Yuma. Issei managed to say before being interrupted by the show of light that happened. Before his eyes, a yellow-reddish spear that appeared to be made of light materialized in front of Yuma's hand. The girl, that was now looking more mature, took the spear of yellow-reddish light in her hands and took an instant to pierce Issei with it. Die for me. Yuma announced and pounced at Issei. The boy's mind started to run very fast with death approaching him fast. Yes, he would certainly die if that light spear pierced him. Like a slow-motion movie, Issei saw the light spear approaching his body, ready to pierce it, and saw the smile that was on Yuma's face while doing it. The sweet smile of the girl that he had gone with on a date early was nowhere to be seen. The only thing that Issei could see was a maniac smiling while ready to kill him. Boom. And then Issei heard the sound of an explosion. The boy blinked and he saw Yuma, with her pair of black feathers wings, with her hand extended, yellow-reddish spear in hand, piercing the concreted ground. At the place of impact of the spear with the concrete was a small crater that Issei was certain had been the origin of the explosive sound. He would be for sure dead if that thing had hit him. Issei blinked again and saw Yuma, getting a confused look on her face. She then looked around until she saw where Issei was. But the maniac smile of someone ready to kill a person was not present anymore on her face. It had changed quickly to a shocked one and quickly changed again to a serious expression. Yuma then assumed a defensive stance with her spear of light still in her hands. You. What is the meaning of this? Yuma asked in a heated voice. It was only then that Issei noticed that he was not alone anymore. On each side of him was a cute teenage girl with blonde hair that was wearing a gothic-looking dress. You are not in a position to ask any questions, Crow. You had just tried to kill a human inside a territory governed by devils. You must have some balls of steel to do that. But then, if you had, I would be seeing them because of your slutty attire. The girl on his right said haughtily. Issei could feel the superiority in her voice as she talked to Yuma together with the burning meaning behind her words. Incredible enough, he could not sense any malice when she called Yuma a crow, something that within the situation could be interpreted to be an insult of some kind. You little devil slut. I will kill you. Yuma said as prepared to jump and attack the girl on his side while feeling the burn of the blonde girl's comment. You will do no such thing, Rainier. A rough male voice suddenly was heard, freezing Yuma/Rainier in place. Yuma/Rainier looked in the direction that the rough male voice had come, making Issei and the two cute blondes look too. El Lord Barakil. Yuma/Rainier exclaimed while her face was now showing a hint of fear on it. It seemed that this Barakil guy was someone stronger than her, and stronger than the two cute blondes at his side if them taking a more defensive position was any indication of it. Stay quiet, Rainier. I'm here to bring you and your cell back. Barakil ordered Rainier, who hastily nodded her head meekly and assumed the position of a kid that had been caught with the hand in the cookie jar. The spear of yellow-reddish light that was in her hands was now slowly dissipating in motes of yellow and red light. Lord Barakil, what is the meaning of this? Issei heard the cute blonde by his right side ask the rough-looking and tall man. Barakil looked at the blonde girl and smiled. Hi, Valerie. Don't worry, Eric will explain it all to you all later. There had been some internal Grigori matters that we are solving now, that's why I am in your territory. Barakil said to Valerie, who visibly relaxed at the answer. If Eric Ravenclaw knew of his presence here, then it was enough for her to have no more problems with it. As someone that was raised and educated in the Nexus, she had complete faith in Lord Ravenclaw's judgment. I understand, Lord Barakiel. I will wait for Lord Ravenclaw's explanation. Valerie replied to Barakiel, who smiled and then looked back to Raynair. The smile had then disappeared from his face. Let's go, Raynair. The General Governor is waiting for us. Barakiel said to Raynair, who visibly palled after hearing that and walked to where Barakiel was standing. Issei could see by her reaction that she knew that she was in trouble. Not even a second later, a yellow-bluish magic circle appeared over the ground. Seconds later, Barakiel and Raynair disappeared in between the light, leaving behind only fading motes of yellow and blue light. As the silence and tranquility of the night returned to the park, Issei watched as the two cute blondes turned to look at him. Issei Hayadu. We will take you home now. Valerie said to Issei, who blinked in confusion. He still was not understanding what was happening, but, for the first time, he looked at the face of the cute blonde that had just talked to him, and another look aside the one of confusion appeared on his face. One of recognition. Issei recognized the cute blonde in front of him. Wait, I know you. You are Valerie Teeps, the princess of the first year at school. Issei exclaimed while sputtering the girl's unofficial title. At Kuo High School, some of the more prominent students had titles of their own. Valerie Teeps was one of such students with the title of first year's princess due to her golden blonde hair, her mannerism, beauty, and foreign origin. She was always seen with Gasper Vlad by her side, a male/trap student that would always wear a female's uniform due to it looking cuter than the male's one. It was then that Issei looked at the other cute blonde and saw that it was indeed Gasper Vlad. His trap's powers are incredible, I almost got bamboozled. Issei thought within his head as some imaginary cold sweat ran down his back. Valerie then smiled at him. Indeed, I am. Gasper, if you could, please, transport us. Valerie replied to Issei and turned to ask Gasper. The trap boy nodded his head and closed his eyes for a moment. Issei watched in fascination as a circle made of red light appeared above the ground. Inside it were some strange symbols together with a bigger one in its center. Issei continued to watch as the world around him got consecutively more bright, making him close his eyes to protect them. For anyone watching from the sidelines, they could see the three teenagers disappear in the middle of motes of red light, returning the park to its truthful peace. When Issei felt that it was again safe to open his eyes, what he saw made him again shocked and confused at the same time. He was in front of his house. What? How? Issei Dumble asked while looking at his house and then at Valerie. The blonde girl just chuckled at the vision of Issei's confused and shocked face. Keep your questions for tomorrow, Issei Hayadu. Someone will get you at the end of classes tomorrow. All your questions will be answered then. Until there, try to rest a little. Valerie said to him. She seemed to fully know that he would not manage to sleep well after today's happenings. She then turned to walk away, walked some steps, and then turned back to face Issei. Oh, by the way, don't be surprised if no one remembers Yuma Amano tomorrow at school. Valerie said again, warning Issei. She then turned to walk away again. Come on, Gasper. Our king is probably waiting for us. Valerie said again, prompting the other cute blonde to move from her place. Issei watched as Gasper gave him a small bow and ran after Valerie in a very girly way, crossing arms with the blonde girl as he reached her. When they passed by a shadowy place in the street, Issei watched as both of them disappeared as if merging with the shadow itself. Even with the incredible feat of disappearance that Issei had just witnessed, only one thing was inside his head at the moment. The trap power is strong in that one. Letting out an exasperated sigh, Issei turned and tiredly walked to his house. He would let tomorrow's problems for the Issei of tomorrow. Inside a lavishly decorated office that looked more like a lounge room, Rias Gremory was sitting together with her peerage. A concerned look was on her face as she heard Valerie and Gasper's report of the night's occurrence. As she had asked from them, both of her bishops had kept an eye on Issei Haida during his date with the fallen angel, and, as expected, she had tried to kill the boy because of his dormant sacred gear. Fortunately, and as asked, Gasper had used his own sacred gear's power to save Issei Haida's life at the last second. What she had not expected was the appearance of Uncle Barakiel. Akino's father was one of the top officers of Grigori, the fallen angel's faction, and his sudden presence inside a territory governed by devils could not spell good things, even if his daughter was in the governing body of said territory. Have Uncle Barakiel told you when Lord Ravenclaw would explain to us what was happening? Rias asked Valerie while chewing into one of her nails. Valerie just shook her head negatively in answer, while Gasper was busy cuddling to her side on the sofa. The room dived into a silent atmosphere while wild thoughts ran through almost everyone's heads. The silence was only interrupted by a knock on the door. Rias frowned at that. She was definitely not expecting anyone, even more at that time. Enter, it's open. Ria said while Akino got up from her seat and walked to her place by Ria's side. The 5 devils in the room watched as the doors opened and Eric Ravenclaw entered the room/office while being followed by Sona and her queen, Tsubaki. "Good night to you all," Eric said, greeting Rias and her peerage. A look of relief passed by all the devils' faces at that. "Good night, Lord Ravenclaw." All devils replied in unison to him. "Sona," Rias simply said while looking at her friend and rival. "Rias." Sona replied to Rias. Not many words were necessary there. "Well, take a sit, Sona, Tsubaki. The conversation will be a moderately short one," Eric said to his little sister and her queen while conjuring an armchair for himself with a wave of his hand and making himself comfortable. Sona and Tsubaki didn't wait for another invitation and took a seat on the other empty sofa. Well, it all started 4 months ago. Chapter 160, Mind Read Countering. The next day, when Issei Hayadu arrived at school, nothing seemed out of place. Inside his classroom, another student was sitting at the desk that Yuma/Rainier used last time and everyone was going on with the start of their days like normal. Issei watched as his female friend, Aika Kiryu, arrived as normal too and, after saying her greetings to some of the girls from the class, walked to where Issei was. "Good morning, Issei." Aika greeted Issei, like usual. "Good morning, Aika." Issei replied, as usual too. After that, Aika asked him some questions about his weekend, to which Issei replied and asked back the same questions. Classes started and finished as usual too. No anomalies happened and as Valerie had told him, no one seemed to remember a student called Yuma Amano. As the last class finished and every student was storing their belongings, Issei waited for the promised person that would get him to have his answers while organizing his questions inside his head. It was then that he heard a commotion coming from outside the classroom. Issei looked up in the direction where the door was and a bunch of girls swooning. Seconds later, the reason for all swooning appeared at the doors. It was Yuto Kiba, the school's prince, and knight that was a student from Class 2A. Issei looked at the scene with some apathy. Last year, during his year as freshman, he used to hate Yuto Kiba because of his good looks and the way that all girls behaved around him. But now he had no more feelings of that kind for the boy and thought him to be a little gay too, since with all girls running after him, even older ones, there was no gossip whatsoever of him dating anyone, only rejections after rejections. "Issei Hayadu." Issei heard the pretty boy saying. Immediately all girls in class snaked their faces to look at Issei, making the boy gulp in front of the sudden pressure. "Yes?" Issei asked uncertainly. "The president of my club wishes to speak with you," Yuto Kiba said, making Issei's head start to race to work with all the information that he had about the boy. Yuto Kiba, student of Class 2A, straight, a student, prince and knight of the school, good enough with a sword in his hands to beat everyone from the Kendo Club, but not as good as Tsubaki Shinra, member of the Occult Research Club, which is presided by Rias Gremory. As Issei finished his passing over of all the information about the pretty boy, he slowly nodded his head in agreement. "Please, follow me then," Yuto Kiba said to him and walked out of the class to wait for Issei, who stood up and walked his way out of the class. As he walked, Issei started to hear the girls in his class starting to murmur between them. Afraid of what would be said about him and Yuto Kiba, Issei looked at Aika to try and get some help in controlling the gossip, but his hopes were crushed in an instant. On Aika's face was a perverted smile and if one looked with attention, one could see some dribble on the corner of her mouth. Issei's face blanched at that as he knew what kind of thought had to be going through her head to cause the kind of reaction. Giving up on a lost cause, Issei only accepted his destiny and walked out of the classroom. Outside, seeing that Issei had exited, Yuto Kiba started to walk in silence with Issei following. Inside his head, Issei was again going through all the information that he had about Yuto Kiba's club or its president at that. Rias Gremory, student of Class 3A, one of the 4 school's big sisters, long blood-red hair, aloof personality. Her sizes are 99 centimeters of bust, 58 centimeters of the waist, and 90 centimeters of hips. Yep. Rias Gremory is, definitely, a bombshell girl. Issei thought as he walked behind Yuto Kiba, dreaming of taking a nap while using Rias Gremory's boobs to rest his head. A few minutes later, both boys reached the old school building, which was the headquarters for the Occult Research Club. It was just then that Issei remembered another thing about the club. The students who were part of it. Rias Gremory, Akino Haimjima, Yuto Kiba, Gaspar Vlad, and Valerie Teeps. The last 2 were the ones that had saved him the day before. It was then that it all clicked inside his head. Someone will get you at the end of classes tomorrow. All your questions will be answered then. Issei flashbacked the scene inside his head, remembering her words and concluding that Yuto Kiba had called him here because of what Valerie Teeps had said to him yesterday. As he finished his internal mumblings and conclusions, Issei stopped in his tracks. Yuto Kiba had stopped too and was waiting by a big double door made of solid wood. The pretty boy then knocked on the door and waited. Enter, replied a feminine voice from inside. Yudo Kiba then opened the door and entered, inviting Issei to follow him with a movement from his head. As Issei entered the room and looked around, the first thing that came to his mind was the word luxury. Everything, from the carpets on the ground, to the paintings on the wall and the furniture, looked like something taken from the movie set of a European movie, just more real. In other words, expensive. As an odd Issei looked around, he noticed the students that were already inside the room. There was Valerie Teeps and Gasper Vlad, who were still in their school uniform with Gasper cuddling to Valerie's side, Akino Kima, who was preparing tea with a tea seat that was on top of a tea cart, and Yudo Kiba, the pretty boy that he had followed here and was now attaching a sheathed sword to the side of his hip. Issei raised an eyebrow at that last one and stood in place looking at it. Take a seat, Issei Hayadu, the president will come in an instant. Issei heard the melodious voice of Akino Jima saying to him. The boy nodded his head and took a seat on the empty sofa while continuing to look at the sheathed sword attached to Yudo Kiba's side. Is that a real sword? Issei asked Yudo Kiba, who nodded his head at that. Yes. As a knight, I have to keep my weapon of choice by my side during all times. Yudo Kiba replied to Issei while walking to a wall that was opposed to the entrance and then took a guarding instance. Issei's eyebrow raised again at that. The pretty boy was taking his school title of knight a little too seriously to him. Issei. Akino Jima asked the boy, taking him out of his thoughts. Ah, yes. Please. Issei replied to the school's Yamato Nadeshiko, who took one of the teacups from the set and served it to Issei. It was then that he heard a feminine giggle coming from the opposing sofa. Issei looked at it and saw that it was Valerie Teeps who was giggling. What made you laugh, Valerie? Gasper asked the princess, very interested in it. Just found it funny what Hayada thought about Yudo. Valerie replied to Gasper, getting him interested again while continuing to look at Valerie, waiting for the girl to say more. Issei looked at the girl as if waiting to hear her say what he was thinking about the pretty boy. Valerie smiled at that. He thought that Yudo is taking his title of the school's knight too seriously to have a real sword attached to his hip side. Valerie said to Gasper, making the boy let out a girly giggle at the irony of the thought. Akino Jima giggled too at what Valerie had revealed while Yudo Kiba, the titled school's knight, just raised an eyebrow at it. Issei's reaction was very different. He was shocked. What Valerie Teeps had just said was exactly what he was thinking about. How did you? Issei sputtered while holding the teacup that Akino Jima had given to him in the middle of the way to his mouth. Valerie Teeps, the school's princess, looked at Issei and smiled mysteriously. It will all be answered with time, Hayadu. Just have to wait for the president to arrive. The blonde girl said to Issei, who slowly nodded his head in agreement and tried to enjoy the tea in his hands. The aroma coming from it was amazing. Slowly and with help of the amazing tea, Issei's shock disappeared. It was then that he heard a sound that he was not expecting to hear in the kind of room that he was in. Shhh. For Issei, it sounded like the sound of a shower and that got him thinking again. It is a shower, Hayadu. President Rias loves to take baths and she always takes one after classes. Valerie explained to Issei as if hearing the doubts inside his head. The boy dumbly and slowly nodded his head in understanding. That is until he noticed what had just happened, making him snap his head and look at Valerie, who was drinking her tea with a small smirk on her face and looking at him. Again, she had read his mind, this time replying to a question that he had. A doubt again appeared inside his head, this time it was the likelihood of the blonde girls having the ability to read the mind of other people. Again, as if hearing Issei's mental question and deduction, Valerie's smirk grew a little more in size. And Issei had seen it, confirming his theory about the blonde girl. It made sense and matched with the club of which she was part. Mince reading was considered something linked to the occult. It was then that an idea for a little revenge surged inside Issei's head. Issei looked at Valerie again and smirked. He watched as it took only a few seconds for the blonde girl, who was looking in his eyes, to have her smirk erased from her face. Valerie Teeps quickly broke eye contact with Issei and looked to the side while madly blushing. Yes. Issei celebrated inside his head. It seemed that his little revenge plan had worked very well against the blonde. What Issei had thought was that if she could really read his thoughts, then he would just have to feed her whatever he wanted for her to see. And what would be better to embarrass a mind-reading little girl than some of the memories of one of the excessive steamy make-out sessions that he had with Aika last summer that ended with both of them in a 69 position. Yeah, that would teach Valerie Teeps to not read his mind. While Issei enjoyed his little victory and focused back on enjoying his tea, the shower noise ceased. Soon after, Rias Gremory entered the room while already wearing her uniform and drying her wet red hair with a towel, getting the full attention of Issei's eyes. When the redhead saw Issei looking at her, she smiled at him and walked to her office desk. I see that you are already comfortable, Hayadu. Rias Gremory said as she took a seat behind her desk. Akino Himejima was already walking to her while pushing the tea cart and started serving Rias a cup of tea. Ah. Yes. The sofa is very comfortable while the tea is excellent. Issei replied to Rias Gremory, praising the furniture and Akino's tea. The Yamato Nadeshiko smiled at the tea part. She liked to make tea very much and loved when people praised her tea-making abilities. Rias Gremory smiled at that reply. She knew that Issei Hayado had already won the approval of her queen with just that comment. Rias Gremory sipped her tea and let out a sigh of relief that resembled a lot one of the moans that Issei had heard coming from Aika. Nothing beats a good tea after a good bath. Thank you, Akino. Your tea is amazing as always. Rias Gremory said, praising her queen's skills. Akino Himejima smiled again at the praising and stood by Rias's side, behind the desk. Putting down the teacup, Rias Gremory looked at Issei. So, I understand that you have some questions for us, Issei Hayado. Rias Gremory said to Issei, who nodded his head in confirmation of her words. Before you ask your questions, let me ask you something, Issei Hayado. Do you believe in the supernatural? Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Explanations. A/N, bear with me, guys, this is a chapter filled with explanations. You can say it has some character development or it is an info dump. Before you ask your questions, let me ask you something, Issei Hayado. Do you believe in the supernatural? Rias Gremory asked Issei Hayado, who looked at the redhead girl as if she was some kind of idiot. I suppose that I have to, right? First, there is this Yuma Amon girl, or Rainier, whatever was her real name, who has black feathers wings and can create some kind of spear made of light. Second, there are those light circles things that can transport people instantly. It looked very much like magic to me. Third, there is this mind-reading girl here. And fourth, there is the thing that nobody seems to remember, a student named Yuma Amano today, even if on the previous day of class they did know of her existence. Issei replied while enumerating 3 times in the last 2 days that things supernatural-like happened to him. With each number said, he showed a number with his fingers. At the third mention, Rias Gremory gave a brief look at Valerie Teeps, who was pointed by Issei but said nothing about. If I say to you that I don't believe in the supernatural at this point, then I would be crazy and admit that I was imagining things. Issei said again, finishing his reply to Rias Gremory. The redhead girl gave him a small smile at that. Good logic, Issei Hayado. Your acceptance that the supernatural exists will make things much easier from now on. So, go ahead, ask your questions. Rias Gremory said to Issei, who nodded his head in agreement. Let me start from the beginning then. Who, or what, is Yuma Amano? Issei asked the redhead girl, who was expecting that question at the start. Yuma Amano, whose real name is Rainier, is a fallen angel. A supernatural race composed of angels that had fallen from the grace of their god, Ugh, due to some sin, or born from the union of 2 other fallen angels. Their main characteristics are, as you have already seen, the black feathers wings and the control over light magic. The last one will always appear not as pure light due to their status as a fallen angel. Rias Gremory replied to Issei, finishing a very complete and short answer in her opinion, even saying God's name and taking some rebound for it. You say fallen angel, angels, and God dash. Issei started saying and saw the other people in the room flinched at him saying the word God. Like the ones from the Bible? Issei asked Rias Gremory, who nodded her head. Exactly. The biblical pantheon is just one of the various pantheons that form the supernatural world. And please, don't say his name in our presence unless it is really necessary. It gives us some pain. If you had to say it for the sake of the explanations, refer to him as G-Man or Big G. I said it before just to explain things better to you. Rias Gremory replied to Issei, who nodded his head in agreement with her request. He had noticed the flinches coming from them when he said God's name. That raises my next question then. Who, or what are you, people? Issei asked again, making Rias smile, as she was expecting that question too. The redhead girl stood up from her seat and while looking at Issei, unruffled her black leathery wings, together with the other people in the room that were standing. Issei watched with wide eyes at the presentation while thoughts quickly flowed through his head, reaching some conclusions of his own about what were they. But his conclusions were not necessary, as Rias Gremory started to explain things to him. We are devils, Issei. Beings created from sin that lives in the underworld. We are heaven's enemies. Or at least it was like that in the past. Nowadays we tend to avoid confrontations to the best of our capabilities. Due to past wars between our 3 factions, the numbers of devils, fallen angels, and angels are very low. Rias Gremory replied to Issei, throwing the boy into a thoughtful mood. So everything in the Bible is real. I have to apologize to Shido if I ever see him again. Issei said again as if it was not really a question, with the second part being in a very low voice. But not low enough that the devils in the room could not hear. And they did hear. Shidu. Rias asked Issei with some curiosity in her voice. The Shidu name was not strange to her. The boy looked at her and nodded his head in confirmation. Yes. Shidu was a childhood friend of mine that used to live here in Kuo. He moved away to someplace in Europe about 6 or 7 years ago. His father used to work for the local church and they were very religious people. Issei replied without taking much of it to mind. It was only after he finished that he noticed the ugly face that Rias Gremory and Akino Haimjima were making. What? Issei asked them, making Rias let out a sigh. Sigh. The church, be it Catholic, Christian, or Protestant, are all branches of heaven in the human world. Behind their normal facade, there are groups of exorcists whose main job is hunting everything supernatural, with devils being their main target, followed closely by fallen angels. It is very well possible that the father of your childhood friend worked as an exorcist for the church. The Shidu name is not strange to me. And no. Most things written in the Bible are propaganda. For example, there are 4 different Satans, not one. And we don't live in hell, since it does not exist exactly like described there. Rias Gremory said while taking her seat again after having taken her wings in, this time with a serious face while looking at him. Issei, not being too much stupid, understood why Rias Gremory's mood took such a sharp turn, and he decided to change the subject by continuing with his questions. You said that devils live in the underworld normally, so why are you all here? At the school at that? Issei asked Rias Gremory. The city of Kuo has been under devil's control for a long time, Issei, with the governors of the territory changing every few years or so. In devil society, there are what you could call the noble clans. 72 clans of pure-blood devils whose origins can be traced to the beginnings of our race. There is some literature available in the human world about us, even if the original 72 families are now reduced to less than half of that number due to the various wars. When the heir of some of these families reaches a certain age, tradition dictates that they must obtain on-hand experience to become better rulers of the family when their time comes. To obtain this experience in the ruling, they are dispatched to a territory in the human world to rule over the supernatural side of it. In Japan, Kuo is such a place. It originally belongs to the Shinto pantheon, but due to an alliance made a long time ago, this city had its governance transferred to us, devils, and it has since been used as grounds for experience gathering. Rias Gremory replied to Issei, finishing her long-winded explanation. Issei nodded his head again in understanding. So you all are heirs to big families? Issei asked them. Rias Gremory shook her head at that. No. Only I am an heir to a noble devil's family. The Gremorys, more specifically. Akino, Yuto, Valerie, and Gaspar are part of my peerage. Rias Gremory replied to Issei, already expecting what would be his next question. And she was not disappointed with it, because it was exactly Issei's next question. Peerage you say, as in servants? Issei asked Rias Gremory. Yes, and no. You could say that a peerage member is a servant to their kings, but I prefer to treat mine as an extension of my own family. And in a form they are, since everything that they do would reflect on me, and in consequence on my family. Rias Gremory replied to Issei, and seeing the changes in his face, already anticipated his next question. A king is what you would call the leader of a peerage, and the origin of the name came from the game of chess. To explain that part better, I will have to tell you a little about devil's history, so bear with me. It will be quick, I promise. Many centuries ago, there was a big civil war between the devils in the underworld. Our race was divided into 2 factions. On one side were the old Satans and their supporters, who wanted to reignite the old war between devils, angels, and fallen. On the other side were the new Satans and their supporters, who wanted to live in peace and recover their losses from the last wars. After a lot of bloody battles between the 2 sides, the new Satans won and took as the new rulers of our race, receiving their new names as titles. Keep in mind that the name New Satans was given to them after the end of the war because the devils were traditionally ruled by the 4 original Satans, and after that, their families. So with a new Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, the devil race entered a period of peace and recovery. But there was a problem there. Because of the past wars and the recent one, our population was very reduced, and because of our low reproduction rate due to being a very long-lived race, the population recovery would take a very long time. It was then that Satan Beelzebub developed something new. He developed the evil pieces. They were enchanted pieces based on the game of chess that could reincarnate a being from another race into a new devil. The new devil would gain all the advantages and disadvantages of being a devil while keeping the characteristics of their previous race. But for the evil pieces to work, they needed to be linked to another devil. There enters the king. But since the material that made the evil pieces was rare and thus limited, it was decided that to become a king, a devil should have a certain threshold of power. And I, being the heir of the Gremory clan and having that minimum power, have gained the right to become a king to a peerage. Rias Gremory said. She then indicated Akino Haimjima, who was still by her side, with her hand. Akino, here, is my queen. She was reincarnated with the use of the queen piece from my set of evil pieces. Yudo, there, is my knight, he was reincarnated with the use of the knight piece, while Valerie and Gasper are my bishops. Rias Gremory said to Issei, explaining the workings of a peerage and gesturing to each person during the explanation. Ah, now I understand. That's why he has a sword with him. He is a knight. Issei said out loud like he had reached some form of enlightenment, making some of the other devils have a small smile at that. That would be true. Each evil piece has some, you may say, a set of rules to their use. The knight piece would enhance the speed and reflex of the reincarnated being, making it perfect for weapon users in general. The bishop piece enhances the magical power of the reincarnated being. The rook piece enhances the durability and defenses of the reincarnated being, while the queen piece enhances all three of said aspects. Rias Gremory explained again, making Issei nod his head. The boy then cocked his head to the side while showing a confused face. I am not an expert or anything like that, but are you not missing pieces there? Issei asked Rias, who gave him a big smile. Yes, there are 2 more chess pieces. The king piece does not exist in the evil pieces set, being only a title to the peerage commander. The last piece would be the pawn. The pawn enhances very little of the natural abilities of the reincarnated being, but it is one of the most important pieces. When permitted by its king, the pawn can use a special ability exclusive to them called promotion. With it, they can choose any of the other 4 pieces to gain their enhancements as a temporary effect. Virtually, a pawn could be as durable as a rook, as quick as a knight, as magically powerful as a bishop, or as all-rounded as a queen, and all that at his will independent on the situation. Rias Gremory said again, explaining to Issei a more intricate part of the peerage system. The boy nodded his head in understanding. That is all nice and all that. Supernatural is real, and basically all the other stuff too. But there is one thing that is still bothering me. Why me? Why did Yuma, or Rainier, whatever name she prefers, choose to attack me? Issei asked while looking straight into Rias Gremory's eyes. Chapter 162, Issei's plea. So, how did it go with your overachieving members? Eric asked while looking at the image of Azazel that was floating above a magic circle. It had been almost 1 day since Barakiel was sent by Azazel to call back the fallen angels that were in Kuo, and at that same moment, Rias Gremory was explaining the supernatural world to Issei Haida while answering his questions. He had, last night, explained to her and Sona about what was exactly happening. Both kings had taken the news well but were ashamed that they had not found the fallen angels' presence in town early. Sigh. Azazel let out a sigh while showing a tired facade through the call. Overall, tiring. The 4 of them had no idea that they had been sent to a different city from the one that I had ordered. The papers that Kokabeel handed them had Kuo as the mission's place, and since the papers had come from a high-ranking officer, they had no reason to doubt their veracity. Even if the mission's city was a devil-governed territory. Azazel replied to Eric, who nodded his head in agreement. And had Rainier told you why she chose to kill one of my students? Eric asked Azazel, calling Issei Haida his student just because the boy was a student in the school in which he was a teacher, not because he would train the boy. Azazel nodded his head in reply. Yes. She decided on her own that the boy could become an enemy of Grigori in the future and decided to take care of him before that while totally disregarding the original orders of her mission about recruiting sacred gear users. Azazel replied to Eric. Well, even if she had said Grigori's pitching sail to him and he had accepted, I doubt it would work in the end. Eric said to Azazel, who had curiosity expressed on his face. Oh, really? And why is that? Azazel asked Eric. Because the boy is the dormant rival to your foster son. Eric said to Azazel, dropping a bomb on him. Being alive for so long meant that one would eventually see and hear almost everything that there was to see and hear. That would turn life into a boring thing, and bored people tended to do stupid things to relieve their boredom. So, Eric tended to shock these beings from time to time just to spice their long lives a little. It had nothing to do with his love to see their shocked expressions. Not at all. And he had got such reaction from Azazel if his wide-open mouth and eyes were any indication. You mean to say to me that one of my operatives almost killed the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation? Azazel asked with some difficulty. Yep. But as I said, he is still dormant at this moment. But, I foresee that, soon enough, Little Valley will have his rival. Eric said to Azazel, who let out a groan while predicting trouble shortly. He knew that in the moment that his foster son hears about the Red Dragon, he would go crazy wanting to meet and fight his fated rival. But with the information that he was still dormant, meaning that he was just a normal human, in his hands, Azazel had some wiggle room to talk with the battle-hungry boy. Azazel then looked again at Eric through the projection with a curious look on his face again. Eric, why do you say that Valley would soon have his fated rival? Azazel asked Eric, who gave the man a small smile. The boy is receiving, at this exact moment that we are speaking, the recruitment speech from Sirzek's little sister. Eric replied to Azazel, who now had a look of understanding on his face. Rhys Gremory's peerage was one of the peerages that had huge potential between the ones in the new generation of devils. Together with Sona Sitri and her cousin, Sarord Bale, they had the potential to dominate the top ranks of the raiding games in the future. But that was before. Now, if the Red Dragon Emperor would join Rhys Gremory's peerage, she would have a great chance of becoming the undisputed #1. That is if Dihazar Belial decided to retire from the competition. Azazel, who was lost in his thoughts of possibilities for the future, was shaken from his thoughts by Eric. What do you plan to do with the transgressors? Eric asked Azazel, making the old fallen angel let out a sigh. Sigh. Kokabeel is missing. We have already sent him a call to come back to headquarters immediately. If he does not appear soon, I will have no choice but to tag him as a rogue fallen angel. Azazel said to Eric. Now, about Raynair. I don't really know how to deal with her. She is very loyal to Grigori and specifically me, but her hate for humans and the disregard for their lives is what concerns me. Azazel continued saying to Eric, who nodded his head in understanding of the man's plight. Can I suggest a fitting punishment for her and the others who have the same ideals? Eric said suddenly to Azazel. The perverted fallen angel looked back to Eric through the projection and nodded his head. Send her to live between humans while having her powers and abilities sealed. That way she would learn to respect humans a little and be a little more respectful in general. Eric said to Azazel, who looked interested in the idea. The idea has its merits. I will just have to work on something to block their powers. Azazel replied to Eric while already thinking of a way to achieve the desired effect. Eric would not say, but that idea was not his own. It was something that he had seen Odin do with Thor in an old Marvel movie in his past life. Go for sealing arrays. There's a big chance that you will find something useful there. Eric said to Azazel, who nodded his head. Both men continued to do some small talk for some time until Azazel had to end the call due to his secretary, Penemu, nagging about him skipping work. He had managed to delegate some stuff and start the modernization of the work processes in Grigori by following Eric's advice, but it would take some time until everything could be done more easily, giving him extra time for some leisure. As the call finished, Eric finished with his tasks for the day at school and went home to embrace his family. On the next day, as the classes for the day finished and the club's periods started, Eric was inside the teacher's room, filling his class's diary, when he felt a specific student getting closer. Seconds later, Issei Hayadu entered the teacher's room. When asked by his homeroom teacher if he wanted some help, the boy replied that he wanted to talk with teacher Ravenclaw. After being guided through the way to Eric, his homeroom teacher left them alone. As the sole male teacher at school, it was not uncommon for other male students to look for teacher Ravenclaw for advice. So, how can I help you, Issei Hayadu? Eric asked when they were left alone while turning to face the boy. It's about the occult research club, teacher. Issei Hayadu replied while looking around to see if there was anyone near them to hear. He had been advised to not spread the existence of the supernatural world since there was a kind of mutual agreement between every pantheon to keep their existence hidden. Eric nodded his head in understanding and snapped his fingers. Snap. You can talk freely now. I had put a privacy barrier around us. No one will hear. Eric said while pointing at a chair near him, indicating for Issei Hayadu to take a seat in it. Issei Hayadu looked at Eric with wide-open eyes. Did you just do magic? How come there was no magic circle? Issei asked Eric, who let out a small smile at the boy's sudden enthusiasm that followed the shock. Take a sit first, Issei Hayadu. Eric said again, making the boy look at the chair that Eric had pointed to early. While letting out a sheepish smile, Issei took a seat and looked at Eric, waiting for his answer. Eric chuckled at that but decided to humor the boy. I don't know what Rhys Gremory told you about me, Issei, but in this world, there are two types of humans who can use magic. The first type are the mages, who use magic through magecraft after a lot of studies, hence the presence of a magic circle that contains the formula for the spells. The second type are the wizards and witches, who are born with the gift to use magic naturally and without the need of a magic circle. While the first type can't use the second's magic, the second type can use magecraft if they are dedicated enough to learn it. I am the second type of human, meaning that I am a wizard. Eric said to Issei, explaining the difference to the boy. Cool. Issei said to Eric while continuing to look at Eric as if waiting for him to do more magic. So, what is your question, Issei? Eric asked the boy, shaking him out of his thoughts. Sorry. It is just that all of this is very new to me, and I am still a little. Issei said while scratching his cheek with a hand in a sheepish way. Overwhelming. Eric asked while completing the boy's phrase. Issei nodded his head at that. I understand you, Issei. I can't say that I don't know exactly what you are passing by, but I saw it happen with a lot of people. It happened with most of my wives. Eric said to the boy, making him snap at Eric and look at him with intensity. Teacher. It is true, then? Issei asked Eric. The seriousness showing on his face was like they would be talking about something that involved the life and death of someone. What is true? Eric asked back. That you are married to 7 women. Issei asked while still very serious. Some realization then dawned into Eric when he linked the boy's question to his dream. Ah, that. Yes. I am married to 7 women. Eric replied to Issei, whose eyes went wide at the reply. Teacher Ravenclaw. No, Master Ravenclaw. Please, teach me. Issei said suddenly with a voice filled with passion after going to his knees on the ground from his seating position. Eric looked at the boy with some amusement in his eyes. Oh. You want me to teach you, What exactly do you want to learn from me, Issei Hayadu? Eric asked the boy while putting on a magnanimous facade to hide some of the amusement that surged in his eyes. My dream, for a long time, is to be a harem king. Please, Master Ravenclaw, teach me how to be one. Issei declared to Eric, with passion showing in his voice and eyes. Eric could not hold himself anymore and started to chuckle at the situation, getting a frown from the boy. Issei Hayadu, I cannot teach how to be a harem king, because I am not one. Eric replied to Issei, who had his frown deepened at that reply. Eric, imagining what the boy would say next, made a gesture with his hand to stop him from saying anything. What I meant is that I didn't choose to have a harem, Issei. Actually, it was my first wife's idea for me to get a second one. Then, later, they both convinced me to get 3rd, then a 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. I just went with the flow. Eric said to Issei, who was looking at him with eyes that showed only respect and adoration. What Eric was saying was the truth, after all. He would just not tell that the 7 were, again, pushing him to get another woman. It was something about him being insatiable in bed. Yeah, he would definitely not say that to his student. Chapter 163, The Blonde Nun. But how? Issei asked back as he thought about everything that Eric had told him. That is my secret to keep. Eric replied to Issei, making the boy let out a groan in frustration. Come on, teacher. Please, tell me how. Issei asked again while trying to make some very pitiful puppy eyes. That was something that would never work on Eric. At least not if you were not one of his kids, and even so, the boy's puppy eyes were not working anymore on him. Eric's princesses still had him wrapped around their little fingers and would continue to have until the end of times. Nope. Eric replied while smiling and putting some emphasis on the P of the word. Can't you at least tell me some tips for me to get to that stage too? Issei asked Eric again, trying to pry any information from the man that had accidentally reached his dream. Eric went again in a thoughtful pose. I suppose that I can give some advice to make your path a less tortuous one. Eric said while scratching his chin. Issei, hearing that answer, got his hopes up and concentrated to pay attention to the words of knowledge that would come. First, be respectful to them. No woman likes douchebags. The ones that do like, you would not like to have a life by their side for long. Eric started saying to Issei, who was fully concentrated on the words of wisdom. The boy nodded his head at the word too, showing that he had understood them. Second, be successful. A lot of women mean a big family, which means a big expenditure. Nowadays is not only the man that has to provide for the home exclusively anymore, but it helps a lot to have good financial health. Eric said again, keeping the boy's attention to his words. And third. This one is for you that have just discovered to possess a sacred gear, strength. In the supernatural world, strength is safety. The more strength you have, the safer you and your family will be. There are people in this world that would kill and destroy everyone and everything that you like just for the laughs. And no, Issei, I am not kidding about it. I had my fair share of douchebags that I had to get rid of during all my years of life, so take this to your heart. Be strong. Not just for yourself, but for the people that you like and want to protect. Eric said to Issei again, who was at his teacher with a serious face. The boy then gave Eric a nod with his head in understanding. Rias Gremory had explained to him what was the meaning of possessing a sacred gear. He would eventually cross paths with the supernatural world, and if only half of the things that she said to him were true, then the supernatural world was not a place where the weak could thrive. He would need strength. Seeing the determination build inside the boy's eyes, Eric felt that his job was done with the pieces of advice and decided to call Issei for the original reason that he had looked for him. So, Issei Hayadu, you wanted to originally talk to me about what exactly? Eric asked, calling for the attention of the boy. Issei looked at Eric again and blinked slowly while thinking about the original reason for him searching for Eric. Ah, yes. It would be about the invitation that I received to join Rias Gremory's peerage. I wanted to get some advice about it, teacher, but now, after our talk, I think that I already have the answer that I needed. Thank you, teacher. Issei said to Eric, who nodded his head in understanding. No problems at all, Issei Hayadu. Rias Gremory's peerage is indeed the best option for you right now. I don't think that you would do well in Sona's peerage. Eric said to the boy, whose eye went wide with the information that he had just heard. Teacher, when you say Sona, you mean Sona Shitori? As in the president of the Students' Council Sona Shitori? Issei asked Eric, who nodded his head in a positive answer. You mean to say that she is a devil too? Issei asked again to Eric, who, again, nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, she is a devil too. But her true name is Sona Citri, heiress of the Citri clan. She is a king with her own peerage, that is most members of the Students' Council, and she is my little sister too. Well, sister-in-law really, but I see and treat her as my little sister. Eric replied to Issei, who was now remembering all the sermons that he had to hear from the stuck-up president. As he thought about that, a chill come down his spine and he looked at the men in front of him. His teacher, Eric Ravenclaw, was looking at him with serious eyes. The same eyes that he had when he had found him, together with Matsuda and Motohama, peeping in the girls' changing room. Careful with what you think, Issei Hayadu. It is my little sister that you are thinking about. Eric said in a low voice to Issei. Sorry, teacher. It is just that she was really a pain with all the sermons. The boy said while trying to justify the thoughts that were going through his head. And are you going to tell me that she had done it without reason? Has Sona bothered you with her sermons after you changed your ways? Eric asked the boy, who stopped a little to better think about the subject. No. You are right, teacher. President Shitori didn't call for me after the incident from last year. Issei said cautiously after thinking more about it. Sona is a follower of rules, Issei Hayadu. That is why I said to you that you would not do well with her. She knows when to break the rules if necessary. Her sister and I were very thorough in teaching her that, but she does it only after thinking about all the pros and cons of it. She does not like to take impulsive decisions, something that you are very prone to do. Eric said to Issei while looking at the boy's eyes. Issei gulped at that and hurriedly nodded his head. He didn't even know why he was nodding his head, he just did it. Before the clock struck midnight that day, Issei Hayada had cast away his future as a human and reincarnated as a devil in Rias Gremory's peerage. The usage of her 6-pawn evil pieces to do it was what raised some questions about the true identity of Issei's sacred gear. After all, Gaspar and Valerie, who were Longinus holders, had only cost 1 mutated bishop each. That only showed Rias Gremory that the perverted boy was a good choice and had some seriously huge potential. The next weeks passed by quickly for Eric. After being reincarnated as devil, Issei Hayada was making all that he could to learn everything that his seniors wanted to teach him. In that regard, Rias Gremory was doing very well in her role as a king and was providing all the resources that she could to her new pawn. Almost at the same time that Issei Hayada entered the command of Rias Gremory, just some days later, Sona Citri had too found a new pawn for her peerage, a boy named Saji Genshira that had cost 2 of her pawn evil pieces to reincarnate. Eric didn't like the boy. Maybe it was his protective brother side talking, but he didn't like the boy and because of that he would keep an eye open for him, something that Seraphal had agreed vehemently with. As Eric continued to observe the changes around him together with the growth and strength of Sona and Rias peerages, he received an alert of a new arrival in town. 2 days after Issei's reincarnation as a devil, Azazel called Eric to tell him about what he had discovered with a more thorough conversation with the fallen angels that were in Kuo. Apparently, Kokobile had tipped them about a certain nun that had just been excommunicated by her church. The girl had been the victim of a plot coming from a perverted devil who had a thing for nuns and a corrupted church member who didn't like her being more popular than him. Alone in the world and in possession of a very useful sacred gear, Rainier had approached her with sweet words while harboring the intention of stealing the nun's sacred gear for herself. Of course, Azazel had not told Eric about the nun from the goodness of his heart. He decided to give the information to Eric instead of keeping the girl within Grigori in hopes that he could gain some good faith points with Gabriel, and, maybe, a pot or 2 of her honey. While laughing uproariously, Eric had promised the men that he would talk with Gabriel about the nun. And he had done it. On that same day, Eric had contacted Gabriel, who was very happy to know that Eric had located Asia Argento. News of her being excommunicated had already reached Gabriel, who had then glared at Michael while pouting, putting the great seraph in a tight spot to find the lost nun. With the help of God's system, they could have quickly found the girl every time that she prayed to God, but because of a spell that Rainier had put over her, they could not find her exact location. After discussing what would be done, it was agreed that Eric would receive Asia Argento when she arrived in the town and her future would then be decided with her input. Eric stood up from his chair, said his goodbyes to the other teachers, and exited the teacher's room. As he walked through the corridors of the school, Eric waited until he was alone and disappeared with a silent crack. Taking in the change of the surroundings in his senses after the use of apparition, Eric watched as Issei Hayadu, just like how had happened in canon, met with Asia Argento. It seemed that their meeting was something fated to happen after all. But that was as far as it would go following his past life timeline. As Issei watched as Asia Argento healed the wound of a child's knee, he heard a voice from behind him. Asia Argento, I presume? Eric asked in a loud voice, making the Issei and Asia turn to look at him, distracting them from the boy who was now running away. Teacher Ravenclaw. Issei said in a tone of surprise. Hey there, Issei Hayadu. Eric replied to the boy. The blonde nun then walked to Issei's side and gave a little bow to Eric. Hi. Yes, I am Asia Argento. How can I help you, sir? Asia Argento asked Eric in a very adorable way in Japanese full of an Italian accent. Hi, Miss Argento. My name is Eric Ravenclaw, and I am here to bring you to a safe place. Eric replied to the gentle blonde girl with a smile and in perfect Italian. Sorry, but I can't go with you, sir. I have to go to the church in this town. Asia Argento said again while giving Eric a small bow and replying in Italian this time. The church in this town is abandoned, Miss Argento. The fallen angels that were waiting for you there had already returned to their headquarters due to some internal circumstances in Grigori. Eric replied to the girl, making her eyes go wide. A hint of despair then appeared in her eyes. But Mistress Rainier said that she would take care of me. Asia Argento said in a low voice while the despair started to grow inside of her. Issei, hearing the gentle blonde mutter Rainier's name, got some fire in his eyes. He made some motion to say something about the maniac fallen angel but was stopped by Eric. Asia, Rainier had not the best of intentions when she first contacted you. Proof of that is that she had cast a spell over you to hide your location from Michael and Gabriel. Eric said in a soft voice while lowering his body to look into the girl's eyes. At the mention of Michael and Gabriel's names, some hope seemed to return to her eyes. Michael and Gabriel. As in the angels? Asia Argento asked Eric, who nodded his head in confirmation. Exact as in the angels. Gabriel got very upset when she got word of your excommunication, and asked her brother, Michael, to search for you. Unfortunately, it was too late since Rainier had already hidden you from his eyes. So we had to wait until you appear here in Kuo. Eric explained to the girl, who now had a beautiful smile on her face. Oh, thank you, Lord, for keeping an eye over this sheep. Asia Argento said after joining her hands in a praying position and closing her eyes. Ugh. Issei groaned at the side after hearing Asia Argento's prayer, startling her. Eric, seeing her reaction, immediately took it in his hands to calm the girl. Calm down, Asia. Issei here can be a devil, but he is one of the well-behaved ones. I think that his behavior since meeting you does speak for himself. Eric said to the girl, who stopped to think a little and then nodded her head in agreement. Yes, it does. I am sorry about taking precipitated conclusions about you, Issei. Even after all the help that you had given to me. Asia said to Issei while bowing in his direction. Issei smiled at that. No problems at all, Asia. Issei said to Asia with a smile on his face. Issei was a just reincarnated devil, and because of that, he cared very little about such grudges between races and factions. Just as he finished, their attention was caught by the little kid that was back together with his mother. The boy approached Asia Argento and bowed to her. Thank you for helping me, big sister. The boy said with a big smile on his face and then ran to where his mother was waiting for him. Asia watched the scene with a big smile on her face. She loved it the most when people got happy after being helped by her. See, Asia, I told you that there were people who would not be afraid of your ability. Issei said to the gentle girl. Yes, Issei. Thank you. Asia replied with some moisture forming in her eyes. After some time had passed from the fluffy moment, Eric called for Asia's attention. That was nice of him to come back to say thank you for the help. So, Asia, are you ready to go? I can bet with you that Gabriel is already waiting to meet you. Eric said and asked the girl, who snapped to look at him with wide eyes. Angel Gabriel wants to meet with me. Asia asked Eric, not believing in what she had just heard. Eric nodded his head in reply. Yes, she wants. She would have come herself to meet you, but since we are in a territory governed by devils, she didn't want to intrude, and asked me to take you to meet her. Eric replied to Asia, who nodded her head and took her briefcase from the ground. Yes, please. Asia said with a voice full of happiness, making Eric smile again and nod his head. Let's go then. Eric said and snapped his fingers. Snap. A blue magic circle appeared just above the ground, encompassing Eric and Asia. The blonde girl then turned to Issei and gave him a bow. Thank you, again, for your help, Issei. I hope to see you again anytime. Asia said, thanking the devil boy for his help. No problem at all, Asia. It was nice to meet and talk with you. Good luck. Issei replied to the blonde nun, wishing her good luck in her new journey in life. Thank you. Asia said again while giving the boy a wide smile. See you, tomorrow, Issei Hayadu. Eric said to the boy, and both he and Asia disappeared in the middle of motes of blue light. A/N, about Issei costing less of Rias pieces, 8 in canon, 6 in the fanfic. It was not said before, but due to Eric's influence on Sona, Rias ended taking her training a little more serious than in canon due to not wanting to be left behind by her best friend and rival, Sona, resulting in this Rias being stronger than canon Rias. That extra strength influenced when she got her evil pieces, resulting in 2 mutated bishops instead of 1, which were then used in Gaspar and Valerie. I'm just writing this here because I read some comments of people asking that I don't know how Rias could have reincarnated Valerie with only 1 piece since she is the holder of the Holy Grail Longinus. Sona's change in strength influenced how many pieces she spent with Saji too. And no, Asia will not become a devil. Chapter 164, Gabriel and Asia. See you, tomorrow, Issei Hayadu. Eric said to the boy, and both he and Asia disappeared in the middle of motes of blue light. As Eric and Asia disappeared, Issei put his hands behind his head in a thoughtful mood while thinking about something that Eric had said and talking to himself in a low voice. Did Teacher Ravenclaw just refer to Angel Gabriel as a she? With that thought in mind, Issei slowly walked to the house of his client for the day. In a luxurious Japanese garden, hundreds of kilometers away from the city Okuo, a blue magic circle appeared on the ground, and seconds later, the figures of 2 people could be seen in the middle of motes of blue light. They were Eric and Asia. The blonde nun blinked slowly while looking around and taking in the new scenery. It had been her first time traveling with the help of magic and she had to admit that it was much more comfortable than traveling by airplane or bus. And much quicker too. This place is beautiful, Mr. Ravenclaw. Asia said while looking at the garden. Glad that you liked, Asia. This is a house that I built hundreds of years ago and it is my home when I am in Japan. Now come, they are already waiting for us. Eric replied to the blonde nun while putting a hand on her back and weakly nudging her to follow him as he started to walk slowly. Asia nodded her head and walked by Eric's side. Eric took Asia's briefcase from her hands as they entered the house and set it aside. You will not need this for now. Eric said and they continued to walk inside the house. When they arrived in front of a specific door, Eric opened it and entered the room followed by Asia. And, as soon as she did, Asia was pulled into a hug by a blonde woman that had a very voluptuous body. It was Gabriel, the most beautiful angel since creation. Asia, I was so concerned about you. Gabriel said while continuing to hug Asia dearly. The blonde nun was lost in it, not knowing how to react. But she liked the hug very much. The feeling of security that was transmitted to her through it was very nice and comfortable and she thought that it could lull her to a nice sleep. While that hug was happening, Eric walked to the other woman in the room and greeted her with a kiss on her lips. Hey there, love. How are you doing? Eric said to the woman. It was his wife, Joan. I'm good. But the nice thing is that you two arrived. Gabriel was going nuts while waiting for news. Joan replied to Eric and the 2 of them took a seat on one of the sofas in the room, letting the 2 hugging blondes enjoy their moment. After a minute or 2 of hugs, Eric decided to call for their attention. Eric made a sound with his throat in a very umbrage way. He was not proud of what he had just done, but it did its job when Gabriel and Asia woke up from their state. Gabriel looked at Eric with a small glare in her eyes, as if judging him for interrupting her hug with Asia. Seeing that, Eric chuckled and Joan giggled. Why you don't take a seat with Asia, Gabriel? I bet that Asia will want to officially meet you. Eric said to Gabriel, successfully disarming the glare in the angel's eyes. Gabriel gently pulled Asia to a sofa and took a sit on it while nestling the blonde nun by her side, making Eric let out a light chuckle again together with Joan's light giggle. Let me do the official introductions then. Asia, the blonde woman who doesn't want to let you go of her hug, is Gabriel, heaven's most prized daughter and beekeeper of Eden's Gardens bees. Gabriel, this is Asia Argento, ex-nun of the church and holder of the Twilight Healing Sacred Gear. Eric said in an official voice. He initially wanted to change Gabriel's title from the most prized to the most pampered, just to see her reaction but decided not to ruin the moment. Lady Gabriel, nice to meet you. Asia said after the introduction was done. Gabriel smiled at that and pulled the blonde nun again to a hug. Nice to finally meet you too, Asia. And get rid of the lady. You can call me Gabriel, only. Gabriel said to the cute nun, who was again melting in her embrace, and gave her a nod with her head in confirmation. And this beautiful lady by my side is one of my wives, Joan, the Maiden of Orleans, and mother of Alphonse. Eric said again, introducing Joan to Asia, with 2 of her preferred titles. He could have used the title of saint that Joan had got from the church, but since she was not a big fan of it, Eric decided to use the other one that made her really happy. The blonde nun looked at Joan in the middle of Gabriel's embrace and smiled at her. Nice to meet you, Lady Joan. The blonde said and rested her head again on Gabriel's boson. Joan smiled at Asia's behavior. No need for the lady too, Asia. Joan said to the girl, receiving a small nod of her head in understanding as an answer. Joan, why do you have the same title as Saint Joan? Asia asked some moments later, after raising her head from Gabriel's bosom and looking at Joan with a confused look on her face. Joan smiled at that, but it was Gabriel that answered the question. That would be because she is Joan of Arc, Asia. Gabriel said, making Asia's eyes go wide with the information that she was given. But. Wasn't Saint Joan killed 500 years ago? Asia asked with a lot of confusion written all over her face. Gabriel nodded her head in confirmation of Asia's words. Yes, Asia. To the rest of the world, Joan of Arc died 500 years ago in the city of Rouen. But in truth, Joan was saved by Eric at my request and had since been enjoying her new life. She had since long been married to Eric and they recently had a son together, little Alphonse, of whom I am the godmother. Gabriel said, replying to Asia's question while proudly announcing the last part. When Alphonse Ravenclaw was born, Joan had no doubts about inviting Gabriel to become his godmother. The angel was elated with the invitation and often visited her godson in the Nexus to spoil him rotten much to chagrin of the parents. Oh. Asia said in an understanding manner. You and Joan have a lot in common, Asia. She had been a victim of some bad apples from the church the same way that you had. Eric said to Asia, who looked downcast at that. She knew very well the history of Joan of Arc. The French maiden had been one of her favorite saints. I don't think so, Mr. Ravenclaw. I committed a grave sin. I healed a devil with the sacred gear given to me by God. Asia said in a self-deprecating manner. At that, Gabriel tightened the hug around the blonde nun. That was not a sin at all, Asia. If Father wanted for his gift to be used only on humans, he would make it so that it worked only on humans. You healing someone in need, be it a devil, fallen angel, animal, yokai, or human, is not a sin at all. It only shows that you have a good heart that will do good for the others without looking at who the others are. And that is exactly what Father wanted to teach people. Gabriel said to Asia in a calming voice. After hearing all of Gabriel's words, Asia could not hold any more and started to cry with happiness in Gabriel's embrace. Minutes later, the girl was sleeping while tightly holding Gabriel. Seeing that, Eric softly snapped his fingers. Snap. Raising a sound muffling barrier around Asia's ears. The poor thing cried to sleep. Gabriel said while gently caressing Asia's blonde hair with a small smile on her face. Yes. All that had recently happened to her must have been weighing on her psyche for a very long time. Then, after hearing your words, Gabriel, all the weight was removed at once. Eric said to Gabriel, who nodded her head in agreement and continued to gently caress Asia's hair. Seeing that, Joan hugged Eric's side while looking at the blonde duo in comfortable silence. Does anyone want some tea while we let Asia rest a little? Eric asked the two women, who nodded their heads in agreement. Snap. With another snap of his fingers, Eric summoned a tea set and some snacks for them to enjoy. After serving and passing the teacups to everyone, Eric sipped his tea while looking at the duo of blondes. You know, if I was meeting you two for the first time, I would say that the two of you are mother and daughter. Eric suddenly said after seeing that both women had already sipped from their teacups. He didn't want to induce a spit-take scene at the moment. Gabriel froze at Eric's comment while Joan looked at her husband with a raised eyebrow, wondering what her husband wanted to get with that comment. While Joan was wondering about Eric's intentions, Gabriel's thoughts were running 1,000 kilometers per second. She had to admit, it was not the first time that the thought of being a mother had passed by her head. The first time had been when she had held her godson, Alphonse Ravenclaw, in her hands for the first time. Since then, the thought would randomly appear inside her head. Mainly when Gabriel was visiting her godson. But now, the thought appeared again, with Gabriel imagining herself as Asia's mother. And she had to admit again, the thought was very sweet to her. Very sweet indeed. Chapter 165, Interruption at the Night. 2 days later, at Kuo High School, Asia Argento was introduced to her classmates as a foreign student that had just moved to the city to live with her uncle, Teacher Ravenclaw. Issei was very surprised by her presence in the school and, as soon as people let Asia breathe from the copious amounts of questions that she was receiving, he went to talk to the cute blonde. After a little talk, Issei discovered that Gabriel had given Asia the opportunity to choose what she wanted to do from now on and, incredible enough, Asia's choice was to go to school. While in the convent, where she had grown up, Asia never had the opportunity to go to a normal school and live a normal life. Every day was filled with sermons, Bible study, and being taught by the old nuns. She had no opportunity to make friends since a saint did not need such things. Now that she was given the choice, she wanted to go to school to try and live a normal life. Well, normal while she was at school since Joan had offered to teach the gentle nun how to use her blessing better. Initially, the idea was to let Asia enroll in a school in the Nexus. But, since the idea was to have a life school as normal as one can get, it was decided that she would be enrolled in Kuo High School since the schools in the Nexus were very far from normal for a normal human. After all, what normal school would have magic as a core subject? In Kuo High School, Asia would be under Eric's protection all time and would have the opportunity to make friends her age. After the class's time ended that day, Eric called for a little meeting with the two kings. The meeting was quick, with Eric mainly saying the two heiresses that Asia Argento was a no-go for recruitment. He went as far as explaining the girl's past to them, together with the almost certain identity of the devil responsible for her excommunication from the church. The two kings, of course, had heard about the perversion that was the heir of the Astaroth clan, Diodora, but they had taken it as just gossip between young devils. Well, it was not. It seemed that Asia was not the first young nun that had been plotted against in the last year. All of them had some special ability and had been excommunicated because of some grave sin. Unfortunately, aside from Asia, all the young nuns disappeared soon after leaving their convents and were never seen again. After launching an investigation, it was discovered that more than a few corrupt church members were paid to excommunicate them by a young-looking devil with blue hair that carried the Astaroth clan shield with him. Said corrupt people were, of course, harshly punished, and heaven, together with a little help from Eric's information-gathering group, managed to gather enough evidence to make an official complaint about the deviant devil that was pouching the nuns. They were not expecting any great result from it, aside from a slap in the hand of Diodora Astaroth, but, luckily for them, the person who received such complaints coming from foreign sources was Seraphil's office, and the magical girl Leviathan had been thirsty for some time already to deliver some justice/punishment to those old fools in the council. With the message delivered, the two kings promised Eric that they would not try to recruit Asia into their peerages. And as a reward of sorts, Eric decided to tease the two kings with the bones that he had thrown at them almost 1 year ago. By the way, girls, congratulations on finding 2 of the 3 students with the highest potential. After saying his piece, Eric left the room while leaving behind 2 devils that had some competitive fire burning in their eyes, ready to search again through the school for the missing bone. 3 weeks quickly passed again, with Eric continuously observing the growth of the children. Asia had fit very well within the school, making a lot of friends during this period. Her gentle and innocent personality quickly conquered a lot of her classmates. Between them was Aika Kiryu, who took as her personal mission to try to corrupt the gentle ex-nun into a pervert like her in the most subtle way possible after seeing how innocent and oblivious Asia was to the matter of boys and girls. Outside school time, Asia classes on magic were going well too. Her teacher, Joan, quickly discovered that she had no talent whatsoever for attack type like magic, something heavily influenced by her gentle personality. With that in mind, Joan focused on the other aspects of light magic, that being healing, barriers, and seals, with the first one being exclusively for her to not become dependent on her sacred gear. Aside from magic classes, Joan taught some self-defense to the girl too. As a healer, she needed to know how to react to threats that got too close to her. After all, a down healer could not heal anyone. Issei's growth had been a fast one too within Ria's peerage. The boy had finally awakened Draig, much to the Red Dragon Emperor's despair when he saw who was his host teacher at school. Draig still remembered very well the beating that he and Albion had got from Eric and Joan's hands. Not that was without reason. After that episode, Draig and Albion started to discipline their next host in finding the right spot to have their fights. Preferably one that would cause the least collateral damage possible to their surroundings. As the week closed in, the members of the Occult Research Club noticed the worsening mood of their president. All of the older members of the peerage knew the reason behind it, but no one wanted to tell Issei the reason for it. That behavior was starting to irritate the boy. Weren't they supposed to be a family? Family helped each other when in need. Eric, as an observer, already knew what was happening due to his spies and what he knew from his past life. Ria's father, Lord Gremory, was, together with Lord Phoenix, pressuring the teenage girl in the advance of her wedding date, disregarding completely the accord made between daughter and father previously. With enough time, Rias was sure that her peerage could surpass her fiancés in strength, allowing her to, basically, do the same thing that Sona had done to her suitors when her father had tried to do the same by announcing that she would only marry someone that defeated her in a game of chess but using a rating game match for it. She was getting desperate, and desperate people tended to make stupid decisions. And she did it. Like what had happened in the novel that he had read and in the anime that he had watched in his past life, Rias teleported herself, naked, in the middle of the night to the bedroom of her pawn, Issei Haidu, and asked him to take her first. Issei, just like his counterpart, immediately knew that there was something very wrong with his king, and while being more mature than his counterpart, immediately sat the girl down to talk. As Eric watched the scene inside the lounge room in his dummy house in Kuo, he sensed a new teleportation incoming to the boy's bedroom and decided to mess with it by changing the target destination in it. A frosty-looking Graphia appeared by Eric's side in the middle of motes of red light and looked around, ready to stop her little sister-in-law from doing something foolish, but she was not expecting her transportation magic to be hijacked, by Eric Ravenclaw nonetheless. Lord Ravenclaw, what is the meaning of this? Graphia asked Eric, who pointed at a magical projection on the wall. Just watch, Graphia. Your interference is not necessary anymore. Eric said to the frosty maid, who turned to look at the scene passing in the projection. It was showing the happenings inside Issei's bedroom where a covered Rias was crying her eyes out while talking with Issei, letting go of all of her grievances. The boy had taken his bedsheets and wrapped them around the girl's body before calming her down enough for them to talk. Grafia watched in silence as her little sister-in-law cried her heart out, while the boy listened and tried to find a different solution from giving her virginity away. I see. It really seems that my interference is not necessary, Grafia said as she continued to watch the projection. Eric nodded his head in agreement while keeping himself quiet. Half an hour later, Rias teleported back to her home in the human world after promising Issei to get the peerage together the next day and discuss a plan of action with everyone. But not before jumping at Issei and giving the boy a sudden kiss on the lips as thanks, leaving behind a wide smiling Issei. As the scene ended, Eric waved his hand and ended the magical projection. It seems that Rias made her decision. Eric commented to Grafia, who nodded her head. Indeed, it seems like it. And she found a good peerage member. Grafia replied to Eric while commending Issei's behavior. Eric laughed at that. Yes. The Red Dragon Emperor of this generation is indeed an interesting one. Eric said, shocking Grafia that had no information yet about the new pawn of Rias aside from his human life history. I see. Better go back and tell Surzex that he will have to intervene then with the plan that he had traced before. Grafia said and started to cast her transportation spell. A red magic circle with the Gremmary's clan shield appeared on the ground. Give my regards to Surzex and tell him to prepare himself too. Some bad elements are preparing to make some moves against peace in the background. Eric said to Grafia, whose only reaction was the brief widening of her eyes followed by a nod of her head. Have a nice night, Lord Ravenclaw. Grafia replied and let go of her transportation spell. You too, Grafia, you too. Eric replied to Grafia just before she disappeared between motes of red light, leaving Eric alone in the room. Sigh. Letting out a sigh while thinking about all the movements being done in the background, Eric cast his transportation magic spell and disappeared in the middle of motes of blue light, going back home for the day to spend some quality time with his family. Blessed be the soul that came with the idea of time turners for allowing him to keep an eye on Kuo at times like this while not putting his family aside. A/N, I am not very pleased with this chapter, so I can rewrite it in the future. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Another Blonde Pawns. In the next day, what was expected to happen, happened. Rias Gremary had all of her peerage gathered in their club's room to talk about the situation that she was in. In the room, together with Rias and her peerage members was an extra guest, a beautiful maid with ice blue/silvery hair and a frosty complex. It was Grafia Lucifuge and she was there in her capacity as the chief maid of the Gremary family and, for now, just as an observer. Conversation started quickly with Rias announcing without much winding that she had told Issei about her situation with the arranged marriage and he had convinced her to bring the situation to a meeting with everyone to discuss possibilities and solutions. The sudden change in heart of her king caught the old members of the peerage by surprise, but they were happy with it and secretly thankful to Issei for convincing the stubborn girl to talk. The trading of ideas started with everyone going over the problem and the possible solutions for it. Valerie nonchalantly suggested murdering the fiancé, citing that there would be no marriage if there was no groom, just to be remembered by Rias that the guy was a member of House Phoenix, meaning that the guy was basically unkillable with his high-speed fire-based healing factor. As the conversation started to go into a fruitful venue, they were rudely interrupted by the appearance of an orange magic circle at one side of the club room. It was a transportation magic circle. A few seconds later, a slim and tall blonde guy wearing a red suit without a necktie and with the top buttons of his shirt open appeared in the room in the middle of motes of orange light. Sigh. The first thing that the blonde guy did was let out a tired sigh. It had been a while since I came to the human world. The blonde guy said and turned to look at Rias. I came for you, Rias, my love. The blonde guy said with a condescending tone in his voice. From the first moment that the magic circle appeared, Rias Gremary was already standing from her seat and had a serious look on her face that changed to a disgusted one when she heard the man's words. Issei Hayadu, always being the one to take the precipitated decisions, jumped in front of her king and took a defensive position. Who are you to just appear inside our club room? Issei asked in a loud voice and without a hint of fear in it. The answer didn't come from the men but from Grafia Lucifuge. He is Riser Phoenix. A pureblood devil from the Phoenix family and the third son of the current lord. Grafia said in a voice that everyone could hear. Phoenix family. Issei repeated the information with his eyes widening a little as he made some conclusions. Exactly. He is also the fiancé of the heiress of the Gremary family. Meaning that he is Rias' fiancé. Grafia finished saying, making the eyes of every member of Rias' peerage go wide with the sudden information and visit. After the pleasantries were done, Riser Phoenix was invited to seat on one of the sofas while Aquino started to prepare some tea and the other members of Rias' peerage stood to the side standing. Aquino then served the tea and Riser took a sip from it. Ah. Rias Queen's tea is delicious. Riser Phoenix said in a haughty tone. Aquino gave him a robotic smile and a small bow. Thank you for the compliment. Aquino said, thanking the blonde guy. She then walked back to her tea cart, but she could feel Riser's lecherous eyes on her body. The guy not even had the job of hiding his lecherous look. Proof of it was that everyone could see it. And that disgusted Aquino to the extreme, reaching a point where everyone in the room started to smell ozone in the air. Aquino's holy lightning heritage was crawling under her skin, imploring her to be released and deliver divine punishment. Feeling the quick change in the mood of her queen and the snaking hand coming in her direction, Rhea stood up from her seat abruptly. Enough, Riser. What are you doing here? Rias asked while walking a few steps away to keep some distance from the blonde guy and look him in the face. Is that how you treat your future husband, Rias? I am here to see you and bring you back for the marriage, of course. Riser Phoenix asked in a mock-hurt tone and then explained the intention behind his visit. Marriage? I already told you, Riser, I am not going to marry you. And even so, that was not what was agreed upon. Rias asked and then reinforced her position of not marrying. But Rias, your family is not in a position that it could choose, is it? It is being pressured by all sides. You are not in a position to be selfish or you are going to disgrace your family. Riser Phoenix replied to the redhead girl in a tone that one would use when talking to a stubborn child while trying to play the family honor card against Rias. I will not disgrace my family, Riser. But I will marry only a person of my choosing. I already made that information very clear a lot of times. Rias said to Riser Phoenix while using a tone that indicated that she would not be made to change her mind about that. The entire devil world is trying to preserve the pureblood devil lines after the last war transformed them into something rare. Our fathers arranged this marriage for the greater good of our race, Rias. Riser Phoenix said again in a very Dumbledore manner, insinuating that their marriage would be the thing that would save the devil race from extinction. My father is rushing this in the wrong way. I already told you, Riser, I will not marry you. Rias replied to the blonde guy, ignoring all of his arguments, while again using the tone of someone that would not have his mind changed. As she finished speaking, she was surprised by Riser Phoenix's fast movement. In an instant, the blonde guy stood up from his place on the sofa and approached Rias, putting a hand on her chin. Holding it up, he raised her chin until Rias was looking him in the eyes. You know, Rias, it is cute that you think that you have a choice in this matter, but I am the face of the Phoenix family, and I will not let you stain my honor. Riser Phoenix said in a very serious manner while looking Rias in the eyes. I will bring you back to the underworld, even if it means that I will have to burn all your servants to ashes first. Riser Phoenix said, threatening Rias at the same time that he released some of his demonic power. As an answer, Rias immediately released her own demonic power just as her peerage took battling positions, but, before things could escalate more, a voice interrupted them. That's enough. Graphia Lucifuge said in a calm voice that would take no nonsense, making both pureblood devils retreat their auras and look at her. Eris Gremory, Mr. Phoenix, I am here at orders from Lord Lucifer and will not stay still while the both of you fight. Graphia Lucifuge said, again in her no-nonsense tone. Riser Phoenix then let go of Rias' chin and raised his arms in a surrender position while turning to face Graphia Lucifuge completely. When it is the strongest queen of the underworld speaking, even I get scared. Riser Phoenix said smoothly in a tone that had some mockery hidden in it. Lord Lucifer predicted that something like this could happen, and so I was tasked to use the last resource if no agreement was reached. Graphia Lucifuge said, explaining in a smooth voice. Last resource? What do you mean, Graphia? Rias asked as Graphia was explaining. Yes. Last resource. If you insist on not marrying Mr. Phoenix, you are invited to solve the problem with him with a rating game. Graphia said, making the eyes of everyone in the room, aside from Risers, go wide. Rating games were a competition between kings where they would fight while using their peerages. It was something very popular in the underworld as a sport and as a way to solve problems between high-class devils. Since Rias Gremory's dream was to become the rating games champion, all of her peerage members knew what Graphia's words meant. The marriage situation would be solved by the result of a rating game between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. The blonde guy then turned and looked at Rias like he was her superior. I already played the game a lot of times and won it a lot of times too. While you are not even an officially qualified player yet, Rias, and have no experience in it whatsoever. Riser Phoenix said in his better than you tone, making Rias grit her teeth at that. But the guy was not done yet. Rias, just to be sure, but this is your entire peerage, right? Riser asked while looking at the small group of 5 reincarnated devils with some disgust present in his eyes. And what if they are? Rias asked back. Riser then let out a condescending chuckle/laugh. He. And snapped his fingers. Snap. At the snap sound, another orange magic circle appeared on the other side of the room. Seconds later, 15 young women of varying looks appeared in the middle of motes of orange light. I have 15. Riser Phoenix said and walked to the front of the group. He then grandly opened his arms. Meaning that I have a complete set of pieces. Riser announced again grandly. Seeing the 15 beauties that were part of Riser Phoenix's peerage, Issei could not resist himself and started to cry due to the strong emotion. Here, in front of him, was another man that had realized his dream. Riser Phoenix noticed Issei's cry. Oh, Rias. That peerage member of yours is crying while looking at me. Riser Phoenix said in a haughty tone, thinking that the boy was crying because he was scared of the future fight. Rias let out a sigh at that. She, of course, knew of her paw's dream. After all, she thought that it had been the information that harems were common in Devil's Society that convinced the boy to accept the invitation to join her peerage. Sigh. It is because he has the dream of having his own harem too. Rias replied to Riser Phoenix, who now had a look of understanding on his face, which was soon replaced by an evil smirk. I see. Yubaluna. Riser said and ordered. From behind him, a bombshell of a woman stepped out of formation. Yes, Master Riser. Yubaluna said and walked to where Riser was while demonstrating all the S***ness that she had in her curvaceous body. When she arrived in front of the blonde man, he raised her hand and, just like he had done with Rias, took her chin with it. He then raised it and, without any warning, pulled the woman for a deep kiss. Yubaluna's answer to it was just to raise her arms and wrap them around Riser Phoenix's neck. All over the room, the devils had different reactions. Riser Phoenix's peerage showed no reaction whatsoever, as if for them that was a normal thing that happened every day. Rias Gremory had some rage in her eyes, while her peerage showed some signs of rage too. The man was there, in front of her supposed fiancé, making out with another woman just to spite a companion of theirs. Graphia Lucifuge showed no reaction to it too. At least not externally. Internally, she was seething with rage. What Riser was doing was a disrespect to the Gremory family, the same family that she was part of and was the chief maid. Just as people thought that things could not get worse, Riser Phoenix stopped the kiss and went behind Yubaluna. Grabbing the woman by one of her huge tits, he turned her to face the place where Rias peerage members were standing. On. Yubaluna's moan filled the room as Riser started to fondle her huge tits, going as far as exposing the woman's nipples, so everyone could see him playing with them too. You will never be able of doing things like this. You low-class devil. Riser Phoenix said with his evil smirk still on his face while looking at Issei and making Yubaluna moan even harder. But, contrary to his expectation, Issei's only reaction to his comment was to calm himself and put up a poker face. He then raised his right hand and, with his pink finger, initiated the action of taking wax out of his right ear. Is that it? Issei asked Riser Phoenix while Yubaluna's moans continued to fill the room. The blonde man looked at Issei's reaction and frowned. That was not what he was expecting. Because if it is, let me tell you this, I already did something very similar to that and I can surely tell that you have a very poor breast fondling technique. Issei said in a deadpan voice that hinted at his disappointment in Riser Phoenix. A/N, people who remember the scene from the anime can notice the differences. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Pimp. Silence. Complete silence. After Issei's remark about Riser Phoenix's breast fondling technique, the room went into complete silence. Ever Yubaluna, that was until now moaning like a cheap hentai heroine, went silent after hearing Issei's comment. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. And then, it happened. Pfft. A person inside the room didn't manage to hold himself and let noise escape that signaled that he was holding some laughter in. Nobody knew who had done it, but it was all that it took for hell to break loose. Ha 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 ha. Valerie Teep started to laugh aloud at the comment. Gasper Vlad was madly blushing while hiding his face on Valerie's arm. Yudo Kiba was managing to hold back his laughter, but those who knew him could see it in his eyes. Akino had put a hand over her mouth and was giggling softly like a proper lady. Rias Gremory was having some trouble holding her laughter down. Graphia Lucifuge kept her frosty facade up, but those that knew her the longest would know with a look that something had made her laugh, or at least she had found it funny. Issei Hayadu, the perpetrator himself, was continuing to seriously look at Riser Phoenix. The blonde guy's peerage was not amused with the comment, in truth, they were mortified with it. They knew very well how their master's mood worked and one of his famous tempers was coming. And they were right in that. Riser Phoenix's initial reaction to Issei's comment was confusion. He didn't understand exactly what the brow-haired boy was saying. It had taken a while for him to comprehend that his actions of molesting Yubaluna had not had the desired effect. It was just when the holding laugh back noise was heard that he comprehended what had just happened. Riser Phoenix had been made fun of. His breast fondling technique, developed over the years with the help of various maids from his family's house, brothel workers, random women, and his queen, Yubaluna, had been made fun of. And by a low-class devil at that. For those watching Riser Phoenix's face, they could clearly see it going through a plethora of emotions until it stopped in a very recognizable one: rage. You. I will kill you. I will make you pay. I will burn you slowly. I will dash. Riser Phoenix started to yell his tirade while releasing his demonic energy. The room temperature quickly started to climb as he continued to say the terrible thing that he would do to Issei. But then, he was interrupted in the middle of his tirade by the sound of the double doors of the room being opened strongly and hitting the wall. Bam. The doors opened and everyone turned to look at them. Through it entered a tall and buff man that was wearing a dark blue suit while holding a stack of papers. It was Eric Ravenclaw. The man looked around and his eyes locked on Rias Gremory. "Ah, there you are, Miss Gremory," Eric said in a jovial tone that completely dissolved the rage-infused mood that was building up inside the room. He walked to where the girl was standing and offered her the stack of papers. "Here. These are the forms that the school needs for you to fill out about the budget that will be used by your club next semester. Please fill them correctly and deliver them to the Students' Council office as soon as you can," Eric said to the redhead girl while pointing to some of the papers. "By the way, you may want to project into that budget the installation of some doors catchers. That way no more grand entrances could be made with the use of your club room's doors," Eric said and winked at the girl, who was still looking at Eric with a somewhat shocked expression. The big man ignored it completely and looked around the room for the second time since he entered it. After he had looked over everyone present, he sighed and gave a look of disappointment to Rias. "Miss Gremory, I don't think that the school will see it with good eyes to you bringing a pimp inside its grounds, even more inside your club room," Eric said to the redhead girl, whose eyes bulged after hearing the comment. Graphia was going to comment and officially introduce Riser Phoenix to Eric but found herself unable to utter a word or even move. Eric just looked at the woman and winked at her. Internally, Graphia let out a sigh of desperation. Eric was, again, playing with others. Not that he did it with those that didn't deserve some punishment in one way or another, but his plays usually ended with the other person hating him, even more so, when the target was devils. Not that it mattered too since there was nothing that they could do against him or his. The silence that filled the room again after Eric's comment didn't stay for long as Valerie Teeps, again, let out a pearl of girly laughs, which incited a lot of reactions again. "Teacher!" Rias Gremory exclaimed to Eric while managing to hold with a lot of difficulties her laugh. "What? I am telling you the truth. It doesn't matter that you have connections in the board of governors of the school, if you bring a pimp and his girls inside school grounds, you will have problems," Eric said again, not caring at all for the laugh coming from some students of his. "No, teacher. You are understanding this wrong. Riser here dash." Rias said again and was starting to explain things to Eric when she was cut mid-sentence by Riser Phoenix's affronted voice. You dare to call me, Riser Phoenix, a pimp?" Riser Phoenix asked while pointing his finger to Eric. His face was the embodiment of rage. Eric calmly looked again at the men, from head to toe. "You dress just like a pimp," is accompanied by a bunch of girls wearing different styles of clothing that could attend a wide variety of people. "If you are not a pimp, then what are you?" Eric spoke calmly to Riser Phoenix, getting more laughs coming from Valerie Teep's side. With that comment, Riser Phoenix could not hold it in him anymore and let his demonic aura explode outwards, making the temperature in the room start to rise slowly. "You insignificant human, see how I slowly burn you to ashes," Riser Phoenix said and raised a hand in front of him. Over it, a small ball of fire started to form while he looked with rage in his eyes at Eric. The man, in compensation, had a bored look on his face. Eric looked at Riser Phoenix's crazed rage-filled eyes and then at the ball of fire in his hand. Then, to the shock of everyone in the room, Eric moved to inhale air and then blew in the direction of the fireball just like one would do when blowing a candle in a birthday cake. Awful. And, just like that, the fireball was snuffed out to its holder's horror. "Please refrain from lighting any fire indoors. I know that your parents have taught you this since both your elder brothers don't do this kind of thing," Eric said plainly, shocking even more Riser Phoenix by mentioning his parents and his two elder brothers. Behind the blonde guy, Eric noticed the brief shock that appeared on the face of a blonde girl that had her hair styled as two giant drills. "That's enough, Lord Ravenclaw. You had your fun, now it is time to stop," Graphia said to Eric. He had given back her movement and voice as soon as he had snuffed out the fireball. Eric looked at the frosty maid and smiled while the target of Eric's bullying had his complexion turning ashen white in the realization of who he had just almost attacked. "Hello Graphia, how are you?" Eric asked Graphia, who gave him a small bow. "I'm well, Lord Ravenclaw, thank you," Graphia replied in perfect manners, making Eric let out a sigh. "Sigh. You are always too serious when working, Graphia," Eric said and walked to an empty spot of the room that was still in evidence due to the position of the sofas. He then waved his hand and conjured a comfortable-looking armchair. Content with his piece of magic, Eric smiled and took his seat on it. Well, go ahead and continued your talk, I will just wait here since I have some things to talk about with Miss Gremory later. Eric said to them all while showing a jovial smile on his face. The room was silent with everyone looking at him while trying to understand what had just exactly happened. 10 seconds later, Aquino arrived by Eric's side and offered him a cup of tea. Thank you, Aquino. You are a savior. Eric said while accepting the teacup. But Nadeshiko smiled at the thanks and returned to her place just as Eric sipped his tea. This action seemed to make everyone wake up from their state. It was Grafia who was the first to talk. Since everyone has calmed down, let's go back to our initial discussion, the rating game between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. Grafia announced, calling for the attention of everyone in the room. I accept the game. How about you, Riser? Rias Gremory said quickly after Grafia's announcement and asked Riser Phoenix. The blond man, in a good show of the education that he had received while being the son of a noble family, managed to recompose himself very quickly before answering. Of course I accept it. Why would I not accept it when my victory is guaranteed? Riser Phoenix replied haughtily. Behind him, those who were paying attention could see the blonde girl with drill-shaped hair frowning at the word used by her king. Good. Since both parts are in accord with the realization of the rating game, the only thing missing now is to arrange a date. Grafia said in her frosty tone. At that Riser Phoenix's haughty tone came back with great strength. 10 days, Rias. I will give you 10 days to prepare. Riser Phoenix said like he was being magnanimous about it. Eric chuckled loudly at that, making the men frown, and some of the others turned to him. Something the matter, Teacher Ravenclaw? Rias Gremory asked while knowing very well that Eric would not meddle without reason. Not all, Miss Gremory. It's just that Mr. Phoenix there is giving you, the king of a 5-person peerage, just 10 days to prepare for a rating game against his complete and experienced peerage. I just found it funny that he is so afraid of losing to your peerage and trying to be magnanimous about it. That's all. Eric said and sipped from his teacup. After he finished talking, everyone looked at Riser Phoenix with questioning looks. The men took offense to that. Me. Afraid of losing. Riser Phoenix said and crossed his arms. I'm not afraid of losing. The 10 days are just to give Rias enough time to put her things up to date here in the human world since after my win in the rating game she would be immediately coming with me to the underworld for our marriage. Riser Phoenix said, explaining his reasons behind the 10 days period for the fight. But when he looked around, he saw everyone still looking at him with faces that were saying that they didn't believe his words. To show that I'm not afraid at all, I am proposing a new date for the rating game. 30 days from now. Riser Phoenix said in his haughty tone. I agree. 30 days from now. Rias Gremory said after pretending to think a little about the time. Internally she was very thankful to Eric for tripling the time that they would have available for last-minute training. With 30 days to train, she had a little more hope about getting rid of this arranged marriage once and for all. The time has been agreed then. In 30 days, Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix will face each other in a rating game to decide the future of this arranged marriage. Grafia Lucifuge spoke, closing the deal between the kings. A/N, I would like to say thanks to my newest supporter, David Ramirez. Thanks a lot for your help. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Updates. After the deal was closed with the date for the game being chosen, it didn't take long for Riser Phoenix and his peerage to transport themselves back to the underworld through the use of his orange magic circle. As they disappeared in the middle of motes of orange light that were now dispersing, Grafia addressed the teens. I will be going now too, Rias. Your family will want to know about today's happening as soon as possible. Grafia said to Rias, who nodded her head in understanding. The silver-haired woman then turned to Eric and gave him a professional small bow. Thank you for your help too, Lord Ravenclaw. Grafia said to Eric, who waved at it. No problem at all, Grafia. They have every tool possible to decimate the competition, they just have to know how to use it. 20 extra days can do wonders with the right mentality. Eric said to the maid, who understood the meaning behind his words and bowed again. I will be going now, then. Grafia said and started to cast her transportation spell, signaled by the appearance of a red magic circle around her and over the floor. Have a nice day. Eric said and the frosty maid disappeared in the middle of red motes of light. As Grafia disappeared, the room went into silence and the teenagers turned to look at their teacher and counselor for their club. Rias then dropped onto one of the nearby sofas with a tired expression on her face. Thanks a lot for the help in extending the time before the rating game, Lord Ravenclaw. Rias said with a grateful smile on her face. No problem at all, Rias. Just be sure of making good use of it. Eric said and finished sipping his cup of tea. While was doing that, Valerie and Gasper, together with Issei, plopped into another sofa too. I thought I was going to die. Issei exclaimed with a tired look on his face, making Valerie start to giggle at it while Gasper cuddled to her side like the meek girlfriend that he was. Your breast fondling technique is horrible. Ha 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 ha. Valerie said, repeating what Issei had told Riser Phoenix, and started to laugh uproariously again. Issei smirked at the memory. I regret nothing. The guy is supposed to be President Ria's fiancé and he was toying with another woman in front of her. He deserved it. Issei said to them, making a small smile appear on Ria's face. And I was not lying too. He indeed had a very poor technique. Issei added soon after, making Ria's small smile freeze on her face. Well, since my job here is done, better I get going. I promised the kids to take them to the park to play after school, and I like to keep my promises. Eric said and got up from the armchair and floated the teacup that was in his hands to Akino's tea cart. The tea was excellent, Akino. Eric said, getting a wide smile from the Nadeshiko. By the way, talk with your mom before going to training. She said to the girls that she is missing you dearly just as is your daddy. Eric said again to Akino, who nodded her head in understanding. She had, indeed, neglected her family a little due to all the recent happenings in Kuo. Eric then walked to the doors of the club's room. And don't forget to talk with Sona about what happened, Rias. And speaking of Sona, she had found the third bone. Eric said again without turning before walking through the doors and exiting the club's room, disappearing in the hallway while leaving behind a gobsmacked Rias Gremory. It took some seconds for her to recompose herself. Akino, we are going to see Sona. Ria said and got up from her spot on the sofa and walked to the doors, while Akino nodded her head and followed after her king to talk with the president of the Students' Council. The redhead king wanted to know who the third bone was, inform her friend of the incoming raiding game, and warn her of their absence from school for an entire month. As the older teenagers exited the room, Issei Haida got up from his spot on the sofa and walked to where Eric's conjured armchair was still standing. He looked at the throne with curiosity and made a motion to sit on it. I would not do that if I was you. Valerie's voice was heard, making Issei stop mid-motion. The boy then looked at the blonde princess. Yeah. Why? Issei asked and took a sit on the comfortable armchair anyway. He wanted to know what the feeling of sitting like a harem king was. And it was very comfortable. Valerie looked at the scene and smirked. Because Lord Ravenclaw conjured the armchair with the use of wizard's magic. Valerie said to Issei while trying to stall a little in the time. Yeah, I know that he is a wizard too. He told me that. Issei replied while a very pleased look appeared on his face. The armchair was very comfortable. Valerie's smirk intensified at the scene. That's not the point, Issei. The point is that a wizard's conjuration tends to last just as long as it has the magic to maintain its form. Valerie said to Issei in a convoluted way. She knew that the boy would not understand at first. And what does that means? Bam. Issei asked back, but just as he finished asking, the comfortable armchair that he was sitting on disappeared, dropping him on the floor with a BAM sound and making Valerie giggle at the scene. It means that it will disappear at any given moment. A wizard of Lord Ravenclaw caliber, with the kind of control that he had over his magic, would not waste more magic than the necessary. Valerie replied in mid of her giggles, much to the unhappiness of Issei, who was caressing his hurt butt. 30 days later, Eric was sitting together with Serafal, Sona, and their peerages inside a VIP booth that would receive the live transmission of the raiding game between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. The blonde guy, while disregarding all the advice coming from his family about the raiding game, took the 30 days before the match and blew it into big proportions, seeing it as a way to boost his popularity among his peers. The result of it was that now a lot of third parties had their eyes on a match that should have been a particular matter between two families. Brother, do you think that Rias has a chance? Sona asked Eric. She was there watching the match as a friend of Rias and took the opportunity to show her peerage a live raiding game. Her peerage was seating on sofas behind her with their newest addition to the group. Aika Kiryu had, after 2 weeks of thinking about it, accepted Sona's invitation to join her peerage, becoming Sona's second bishop and being reincarnated with the use of its evil piece. It turns out that the bespectacled perverted girl had very high compatibility with magecraft and had been discovered by Sona while trying to spy on her and her peerage. After talking with the girl, they discovered that Aika Kiryu had already discovered the existence of supernatural world due to some unlucky encounter some years back, and that both the majority of the Students' Council and the entirety of the Occult Research Club members were not humans, including her friend Issei Hayato, who had been transformed by them. After having all of her doubts answered, the girl received Sona's sales pitch together with an invitation to join her peerage. After thinking about it for 2 weeks, the girl accepted the invite and was now receiving a crash course about what was a raiding game and the different kinds of matches that it could have from her bishop colleague, Momo Hanakai. Oh, yes. Rias and her peerage have a very good chance to win this game. Just Gasper is enough to clean the ground with Riser Phoenix's peerage. If you add Valerie and Akino to the count, it would be overkill. Eric replied to his little sister while caressing Serafal's legs. The Leviathan Satan had taken the opportunity to steal the spot in Eric's lap from Chiron that was now being pampered by her elder sister, Kuroka, while still pouting. "I am sensing a but here," Ingvild said after taking a sip from her teacup. The world-famous singer and idol had, after much insistence from Serafal, accepted to become the Satan's queen. At first, she didn't want to accept it because of the problems that it would generate for Serafal due to her being a descendant of the original Leviathan bloodline. But after years of wearing down her resistance and teamed with some assurance coming from Serafal that Eric would take care of the old fools if they stepped out of the line, Ingvild gave in and accepted the Satan's queen evil peace. As expected, Ingvild's Leviathan bloodline was not well received politically and socially. The social aspect of it was quickly solved with Serafal giving an interview where she told the public about the girl's origins. That move had won the public's hearts in Ingvild's favor. After all, everyone loved some drama. The political aspect was solved when Serafal rubbed on the Elders' Council's faces the law that themselves had passed down about the responsibilities that one had to have in being a peerage's king. And since the girl had committed no crime whatsoever, they could do nothing about it. Of course, that didn't stop the dunderheads in the council to send assassins after Ingvild in fear of the power that the Leviathan's bloodline contained. All assassins were sent back anonymously to the senders, one piece at a time. She already had 2 Longinus in her peerage and they, together with Aquino's holy lightning, were enough to decimate the competition. Now, with the addition of the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation to it, it would be overkill as I said. But, it depends on how Rias instructed them to take this battle on. All 3 of Rias' most powerful hitters have their own quirks that they tend to bring to battle. Aquino's likes to play with her victims, Gaspar doesn't like to hurt others, and Valerie doesn't care much for things. The 3 of them aside, Issei Hayato is a newly reincarnated devil and is just adjusting to his new power, while Yuto Kiba is too much of a knight. If Rias let them act on their own, she will lose this battle. Now, if she gets to guide them as a king should, the win is guaranteed. Eric replied to Ingvild as they glued their eyes on the magical screen that was now showing the beginning of the match with the members of each peerage being presented to the viewers. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Rias Gremory vs Riser Phoenix. The rating game was interesting to watch. Rias Gremory had taken the opportunity to show off the skills of her peerage members. Yuto Kiba, the Avenger Knight, fought and won against the 2 Knights of Riser Phoenix. While using his mastery over his sacred gear, the boy used his abilities not just to create swords to swing around, but to launch them at his enemies like they were projectiles. The idea had come from Aquino when she was telling her peers how fallen angels usually fought. He had not come out of the battle unscathed but still managed to walk back to base using his own feet. Valerie Teeps and Gaspar Vlad, as expected, fought together against the little army of pawns under Riser Phoenix. Gaspar Vlad protected Valerie with his sacred gear powers while the devil vampire princess used the domain over life and death that was granted to her to summon an army of skeleton soldiers to drown the enemies in numbers. Of course that all of that was done with minimal usage of her sacred gear true powers since she didn't want to damage her soul while using it. The fight had been a piece of cake for the duo since every time that an enemy managed to reach them, Gaspar Vlad would freeze time in the area and just move together with Valerie Teeps to another place, throwing the attackers into a loop about how they were escaping. Issei Hayato had been the match's black horse since nobody believed that the brown-haired boy had any redeeming quality because he was a just recently reincarnated devil. But they were proved wrong. The boy managed to sneak through the match's chosen field and, after arriving at the enemy's territory, got a promotion to queen. With his newfound boost in his overall stats, Issei Hayato then started to hunt for the enemy's rooks. When he found the 2 girls, he quickly dispatched both of them to the land of dreams in an incredible burst of speed and power. The only thing that his victims heard as a warning of the incoming attack was a cacophony of boost words being said by a somewhat mechanical voice. The Red Dragon Emperor of this generation had made his debut. Aquino Himajima's holy lightning was not something that any devil would like to feel in their bodies, and Riser Phoenix's bishops and queen could attest to that. Initially, the Nadeshiko, garbed in a traditional Japanese priestess outfit, had found only the 2 enemies' bishops. Ravel Phoenix, Riser Phoenix's little sister, was one of them and stood behind as a support to the other bishop. Their original strategy was to just distract Rias Gremory's queen while Riser Phoenix's one took potshots at the other pieces with the use of her explosive magic. The strategy was perfect. That is until Aquino Himejima shot the first holy lightning while showcasing her mismatched fallen angel and devil wings. The spell tore through the unnamed Riser Phoenix's bishop barrier and fried the poor girl into the unconscious. Luckily for her, the Nadeshiko had learned how to finally control the output of her power and she just received some minor burns that would heal with time. That was certainly not something that Ravel Phoenix was expecting. While being the strategist of her elder brother's peerage, she would normally research every member in the enemy's peerage before a match and enumerate their strengths and weaknesses to the peerage. But this time, due to her elder brother's overconfidence in winning the match, she had not been allowed to research anything and managed to only get her hands on photos, names, and races of origin with the little resources that she had on her own. Just as she watched the other bishop being retired from the match, she started to hear a plethora of other announcements. Sadly for her, all of them had been about the retirement of an ally. As the announcement ceased, she looked at the smiling queen in front of her and unconsciously gulped. Don't worry, Revel Phoenix. I normally like to play a little with my prey, but since it is the future of my friend that is in play, together with mine since I am her queen, I will make your retirement from the match a fast one. I just can't promise it will be painless. Akino Himejima said to Revel Phoenix while still smiling and making some holy lightning dance on her hand. The Netsuko then just pointed her hand at Revel Phoenix and fired her shot. The little blonde girl stumbled back, afraid of the incoming spell, but, at the last second, she was saved by an explosion that managed to change the holy lightning path. Revel Phoenix looked around while searching for her savior and found an airborne Eubeluna looking with a concerned face at the enemy's queen. Revel, stay back. She is way out of your league. Eubeluna said and landed in front of Revel Phoenix's form. The little girl just nodded her head and left the place flying while showcasing her fire-shaped wings. Akino Himejima watched the scene without losing her smile. She knew that Eubeluna was the real danger in Riser Phoenix's peerage aside from the man himself, and that's why she let Revel Phoenix go. With Eubeluna here, she at least expected to have some fun. But she was disappointed in the end. Even after using a drop of Phoenix tears to recover from her wounds twice, Eubeluna didn't manage to put much of a struggle against her holy lightning and was retired from the match with some burns caused by the holy electricity. Sigh. Akino Himejima let out a sigh while thinking about the absolute advantage that she had in the raiding games due to her heritage and flew in the direction of their headquarters to reunite with her peers and king. A minute before, in a room that had been deemed the headquarters of Riser Phoenix, the man himself was furiously seething while remembering what he had just heard. His entire peerage, aside from his queen, Eubeluna, and his bishop and sister, Revel Phoenix, had been retired from battle while Rias Gremory had not lost a single piece of hers. His thoughts were interrupted by the figure of his sister entering the room with a pale complexion. Brother, it is bad. Revel Phoenix said, making Riser Phoenix scoff at the obvious remark. Even so, ignoring her brother's reaction, the little blonde girl continued. Rias Gremory's queen can use holy lightning to attack. Revel Phoenix announced to her brother, whose expression changed to a shocked one and then to a frown. There was some talk some time ago that said that Barakiel of the fallen angels had married a human woman, but I thought that to be just rumors. Riser Phoenix said in a low voice and Revel Phoenix nodded her head at that. It must be his daughter then because she had shown a mixed pair of devil and fallen's wings. I just managed to escape because Eubeluna protected me. Revel Phoenix said, adding to her initial report. And, just as to spite on them, a voice was heard through the entire match field announcing the retirement of Riser Phoenix's queen piece, Eubeluna. That had thrown Riser Phoenix's mind into disarray. He knew that his queen was not a weak devil and her explosive magic could do some serious damage, having earned her the nickname of Bombing Queen through the raiding games scenario. It was then that it hit him. He was alone in this match. His little sister was still with him, but her power was not enough to do any damage to the enemy in front of them if they had managed to wipe the rest of his entire peerage. Riser Phoenix, for the first time in a while, took a decision that didn't involve him gaining something. Revel, retire from battle. I will go and face Rias alone. Riser Phoenix said to his little sister, making the blonde girl widen her eyes at that. But brother dash dot. Revel Phoenix started saying but was interrupted by Riser Phoenix. No buts, Revel. It is an order from your king. Riser Phoenix said. Revel looked at her brother's eyes and saw in them something that she thought he had lost long ago. She saw determination. Good luck, brother. I forfeit. Revel Phoenix said and was soon enveloped into a cocoon of white light, disappeared from the match's field in the next instant. With Revel Phoenix gone, only Riser Phoenix remained from his side while the enemy had its entire peerage available. Stealing his resolve, Riser Phoenix stood from his seat and exited the room with Rias Gremory's headquarters as his destiny. Minutes later, Riser Phoenix stood in the air flying just a small distance away from the enemy's headquarters. He was betting the victory on his next move. Rias. Let's end this. Come out to fight me. One-on-one. King versus king. Riser Phoenix said while enhancing his voice with his demonic energy, boosting its volume. Seconds later, Rias Gremory exited her headquarters by the front door while being followed by her peerage. She looked at the flying Riser Phoenix and rose into the air with the help of her wings. Her peerage did the same and followed their king's lead. They rose until they were at the same height as Riser Phoenix. Rias Gremory then looked the men in front of her in the eyes. You must be confounding something here, Riser. We are not playing a chess game, even if the evil pieces we use are inspired by it. This is a battlefield. Rias Gremory replied while on guard for any surprise attacks. Riser Phoenix sighed internally, without giving any sign of it on the exterior. He knew that he could face Rias and her peerage alone. He had the strength for it and his bloodline powers made him almost immortal. With almost being the keyword here. Few things could halt the Phoenix fire-based regeneration, with holy-based attacks being one of them. With the discovery that Rias Queen could use holy lightning to attack, his odds in this fight were low. His only option to win now was to retire Rias Queen first. And with that in mind, Riser Phoenix yelled while releasing his demonic energy and being engulfed in fire. "Let's fight then, Rias." As if that was the bell sign for the start of a round, Riser Phoenix flew in the direction of the enemy. Formation 8. Rias Gremory yelled as Riser Phoenix started to fly in her direction, making her entire peerage move like a well-oiled machine and assuming a predetermined formation for the incoming battle. Smart devil. Riser Phoenix thought before clashing with Rias peerage. What followed was a battle of attrition where Riser Phoenix made the impossible to dodge all the incoming attacks from Akino Heimjima while counterattacking when possible. Riser Phoenix managed to retire Rias Knight and Pawn Piece, before falling victim to a combined attack from Valerie Teeps, Akino Heimjima, and Rias Gremory after being frozen in place by Gasper Vlad. With the blonde devil's movements paralyzed from the holy-based electricity running through his body, and the same blocking his fast regeneration, Riser Phoenix found himself being knocked out by a strong red spell, throwing the win of the match to Rias Gremory. Chapter 170, Impressions and Church Investigators. As the match progressed, devils all around the underworld understood the potential that the peerage of Rias Gremory had for the future. Mainly in the raiding games scenario. Having an evil piece capable of wielding the holy attribute, holy lightning on top of it, was something that would give her an overwhelming advantage in any raiding game. Proof of that was the fast retirement of Riser Phoenix's queen, Yubaluna, who was a veteran in raiding games. Taking their minds to the other two peerages of the same generation that had potential as good as Rias Gremory's, they could already see the rising of a new generation of raiding games champions. As the match ended, various ideas were already forming inside the devils' heads to try and get themselves on the good side of the heiress. Inside another VID booth, Rias Gremory's parents watched the match with different emotions showing on their faces. Venelana, Rias Gremory's mother, had a look on her face that showed how proud she was of her daughter to gather such powerful peerage. Not that she had no idea of their abilities since she would always look after her daughter's training sessions when she lived with them. Zeoticus, Rias Gremory's father, had a complicated look on his face. On one hand, he was very proud of the power that his daughter was showing, since her strength reflected directly in the future of their clan. On the other hand, if things continued as they were going right now, the contract that he had made for an arranged marriage with the Phoenix family would be nullified. Not that he was sad about it, because since the day after he announced the signing of the marriage contract, every other member of his family started to give him the cold shoulder. His princess would absolutely not talk with him unless it was extremely necessary, while his son, Sirzex Lucifer, would treat him just like he treated any other devil lord. But the worst of them was his wife. Venelana had denied even sleeping in the same bed as him. When he had asked about her desire of having another child, which until then they were still trying for, Venelana only coldly replied to Zeoticus that she would not put another child in the world just for she to be sold by him. Maybe it was for the good of everyone, including his own, that his daughter would win the raiding game. He missed his bed dearly. Sirzex Lucifer was delighted with what he was seeing. His bet into bartering a raiding game between his little sister and possible future brother-in-law had paid out. He knew that Rias Peerage had the strength to win, but it would be a near thing. Lucky enough, this generation's Red Dragon Emperor had entered the peerage and pulled the chances even more to Rias' side. Now he just needed the match to end with victory. When the match ended, everyone in it let out a sigh of relief. Venelana and Sirzex looked at Zeoticus with questioning eyes. Sensing their questioning gazes, the Devil Lord only replied that he had long ago regretted signing the contract and that it was good that Sirzex had found this way to solve things, since the contractual way would have hurt the family greatly. Venelana nodded in approval of her husband's words, while Sirzex rolled his eyes at the shamelessness. Maybe, tonight, Zeoticus would go back to sleep in his bed. Riser Phoenix's parents watched the match with some hope in their eyes. They had since long before noticed the change in the behavior of their youngest son. Different from his two elder brothers, he had let the wealth and power of his family go over his head after he reached puberty and had lost himself in reckless behavior. They had hoped that arranging a good marriage for the guy would have brought their old son back, but it just got worse. Even more when word reached them that the girl in question, the heiress of the Gremory family, had very strongly rejected the arranged marriage. They watched with wide eyes as the enemy's queen made easy work of one of Riser's bishops with the use of holy lightning, and got afraid for what their daughter, Ravel, had to face alone now. Luckily, Yubaluna appeared to protect Ravel and give her time to escape, just to have the holy lightning now aimed at her. The couple then watched as Riser received the news of the incoming defeat, together with the retirement of his queen. Then, they had a glimpse of the old Riser for the first time in years when he ordered Ravel to retire from the match. As the fight ended with Riser's defeat, the couple was happy. Not because their son had lost against his not-anymore fiancée, but because they had seen a glimpse of the old Riser. Walking out of the VID booth, they walked to the infirmary. The couple had a long talk ahead of them with their youngest son. Back within the VID that contained Serafal and Sona, the group finished watching the final battle in silence. When Rias Gremory's victory was announced, Sona let out a sigh of relief. Sigh. She did it. Sona said in a low voice that was heard by all due to their enhanced senses. Yes, she did. Tsubaki added. She too had been rooting for Rias' victory since she knew the redhead heiress for a long time now. It was a good fight too if one considers their range of power. Kiba had improved his swordsmanship and learned not to rely only on the sword in his hands. Musashi said while analyzing part of the battle, making the other more experienced people in the room nod their heads. Akino did a wonderful job in controlling her power too. Kuroka said while petting Chiron, that was still on her lap. Yes, if she had used the full extent of it, her enemies would not be going to recover from the damage. Her father, Barakiel, was infamous during the Great War not because of his strength, but because of what happened to the devils that survived a meeting with him. I remember reading journals of battlefield healers from the Great War that depicted devils becoming nothing more than living vegetables after surviving Barakiel's holy lightning attack. Serafal said while having her eyes closed and enjoying Eric's ministrations. Your rival is getting strong, Sona. Eric said to Sona, who nodded her head in agreement. Yes, she is. But we are not going to lose. Right, guys. Sona replied to Eric, with determination burning strongly in her eyes. Yeah. The other members of her peerage replied with determination too. Even Aika, the newbie of the group, agreed with that. She had just seen a live battle between supernatural beings for the first time. A battle that her friend, Issei Hayadu, was part of. And Aika didn't want to lose to him. Not with the kind of past that they had together. Aika then smiled mischievously. She couldn't wait to see Issei's reaction to seeing her sprout a pair of devil wings and how her body had developed after her reincarnation as a devil. Maybe she would have him take her first. After all, his display of strength during the raiding game had left her kinda horny. Back at Kuo High School, after Rias Gremory was declared freed from her arranged marriage, her mood couldn't be better. Her victory over her ex-fiancé, Riser Phoenix, had been recognized and the marriage contract had been voided with the blonde man himself asking her forgiveness for his rude behavior in the meeting before the raiding game. For Rias Gremory, it seemed that something in the battle had changed the guy, and it was for the better. The next surprise came when Sona, together with her entire peerage, came to the Occult Research Club's room to congratulate her friend on her victory and to introduce her new bishop to them. Before going out for training, Rias Gremory and Akino Haimjima had visited Sona, but the king had not revealed the identity of the third bone, as Eric had called them. Issei Hayadu's reaction to Aika Kiryu's introduction was hilarious. The boy had wide eyes and could not close his mouth at the sight of the girl's new devilish body. Aika Kiryu, taking the boy's reaction as a very good sign, made a beeline to him and stole a deep and sloppy kiss from him, whispering in his ears that she very much wished to explore her new body and needed help for it, which was replied by Issei with an absent-minded nod of his head. Happy with the answer and reaction that she got from Issei, Aika Kiryu went back to her place behind Sona, who had some blush signs on her face due to the scene she had just seen. But she could not complain. She knew very well what she was getting when she invited Aika Kiryu to join her peerage. One person that didn't like the scene had been Rias Gremory. The vision of Aika Kiryu giving such a **XY kiss to her paw, Issei Hayadu, had bothered her more than she could imagine and she could not put her finger on the why it had bothered her so much. Time seemed to pass quickly again. Aika and Issei had gone through the last step during their extra exploration of Aika's new body and had drowned each other in the lustful bliss that was **X. Even so, even with Aika now having such a body that fitted Issei's taste so well, the girls' tastes had not changed and at the end of the day, both horny devil teenagers agreed in becoming friends with benefits. Issei, much to his horror and pride, got mercilessly teased by Akino Haimjima about his new experience while getting the impression from the older girl that she very much wanted to develop some experience in the field too. 3 weeks after the raiding game with Riser Phoenix, Rias Gremory and Sona Citri received an official announcement coming from Satan Leviathan's office. Some fragments of the holy sword Excalibur had been stolen from their wielders with the probable culprit being the rogue fallen angel Kokabeel. Since one of the last known activities from the rogue fallen angel had been in the city of Kuo, the church would be sending 2 of their members to investigate the place and search for any clues regarding his activities. Both governors were expected to not attack the investigators without probable cause and, at the same time, keep an open eye on them. A/N, about Aika's body development, it is my idea that the devils, being the embodiments of sin that they are, have some help from their magic and nature to develop their bodies to the perfect shape that each one of them envisioned. So, a new devil, that is maturing, will be having fast changes on their bodies. Much faster than any normal human would have. Aika, who was a somewhat plain girl while human, after becoming a devil, would have her body slowly change to fit her idea of a perfect body. Chapter 171, Church's Envoys. 2 days after Rias Gremory and Sona Citri received the notice from the underworld about the arrival of 2 investigators from the church, 2 not at all suspicious figures wearing light brown cloaks appeared in front of Kuo High School. Together with the cloaks, the most prominent detail about the 2 would be the 2 golden brooches that both of them were wearing to hold their cloaks together and the huge thing that was wrapped up in bandages and attached to the back of the taller of the duo. Sona Citri recognized the duo for what they were immediately and sighed internally. Let's leave to the church moron to blend in the normal world. After saying her grievances internally, Sona Citri, accompanied by her friend and queen, Tsubaki Shinra, approached the not at all suspect duo. You 2 really know how to blend in and not get the attention of the entire normal student body. Sona said, and she looked around to see some students taking pictures of the not at all suspect duo. Or at least that's what she desired to say in that situation. But, alas, she had an image to keep in front of everyone. Welcome to Kuo. We were expecting you both. Sona Citri said as she fiddled with the glasses that she was wearing. While we were not expecting both of you until the end of the school day, something can be arranged so you 2 can wait in somewhat comfort until we are all available. If you, please, follow me. Sona Citri said to the duo and turned to walk inside the school together with her queen, not caring if the duo would follow her or not. Truth be told, the holy power being emitted from the duo was bothering her greatly. And suddenly, just as the bothersome feeling came, it disappeared. Sona Citri was puzzled by that until she met the eyes of her big brother, who winked at her. That made the stern girl crack a small smile. Good morning, Miss Citri, Miss Shinra. Eric said, greeting the Students' Council duo. He then looked at the coated duo with appraising and curious eyes. Working hard at the start of the day, I see. Eric added while looking back at the bespectacled devil girls with a small smile. If one didn't know his true identity, they would call him the perfect teacher. Good morning, Teacher Ravenclaw. And yes, both of them are guests to the Students' Council. Sona replied smoothly to Eric, who smiled and nodded his head. See you later then, and good work. Eric said and continued to walk the way that he was going before. See you later in class, teacher. Sona said while giving Eric a small bow together with her queen and continued to walk as Eric walked away. The 2 members of the church were frozen in place for a few seconds. Their faces of shock were hidden by the hood of their brown cloaks. It was just after Sona stopped in place, waiting for them to continue to follow her, that the shorter one of the duo woke up and elbowed the taller one. With both of them awakened, they continued to follow after Sona. After a minute or so of walking inside the school's building, the 4 people reached a small room, in which Sona retrieved a key from her bag to unlock the door to it. As they entered it, the duo of the church looked around and saw that they were in what looked like a small lounge room mixed with a kitchen. It had 2 sofas with a small table between them, a shelf with some books, a small fridge together with a tabletop stove, a small sink, and a cabinet. The room even had something that looked like the entrance to a small bathroom. While the church duo looked around, Sona turned to look at them. You will stay in this room until we can talk properly, which will probably happen by lunchtime. Feel free to use anything in the room. There are some cold drinks in the fridge, together with some instant food and utensils in the cabinet. There is a small bathroom too through those doors. Sona said while pointing at things in the room. After some seconds in silence, in which the church's duo looked around the room, Sona walked back to the entrance of the room. I will be going now, classes will start soon. Again, be free to use anything in the room. Sona said and walked out of the room. Seeing that, one of the church's duo called her back. Wait. It said in a very feminine voice. Sona stopped in her tracks and turned to look at the now identified girl, looking at her with an inquisitive gaze. In response, the girl lowered the hood of her cloak, revealing her face to Sona. The girl had light honey brown hair that was tied in 2 high pigtails. Her eyes were light purple while her face showed that she was a pretty girl. Was that teacher, from earlier, really called Ravenclaw? The girl asked Sona, who nodded her head in response. Yes. Sona replied shortly. As in The Good Doctor, Eric Ravenclaw. The church's girl asked again. The same. Sona replied, making the church's girl, together with her companion, take in a huge breath of air. They knew very well who Eric Ravenclaw was. The man was the strongest human recorded to ever live. His tales of defeating powerful beings from the supernatural world that were wreaking havoc on normal people's lives were taught in the church's school as an example of what a human could achieve with its power alone. The funny thing was that nothing about his many devil wives was taught at all. As Sona answered the church's girl's question, she started to walk again. Her queen, Tsubaki Shinra, closed the door of the room before following her king. It was a full minute later that the 2 church girls managed to get out of their stupor. The unhood one looked at her companion with stars in her eyes. Zenobia, did you hear it? Eric Ravenclaw is here. The first girl asked her companion, now identified as Zenobia, who lowered the hood of her cloak in a swift move, revealing her face to the world. Zenobia was a pretty girl too, with short dark blue hair that had a lock of green hair in the front, and golden-colored eyes. The girl let out a sigh at her companion's behavior. Sigh. Yes. I heard the devil saying, Irina. Zenobia said, answering her companion, now identified as Irina. She knew that her companion was a fangirl of this Eric Ravenclaw guy. She had to admit that the guy's achievements were good, but she knew that their teachers tended to exaggerate certain things, so she didn't take to heart the strongest human ever talk. As Irina started to mumble to herself about all the achievements that she knew about Eric Ravenclaw, Zenobia started to look around the room that they would be waiting in. When her gaze fell on the fridge and the cabinet, her eyes shone with hope and she walked toward them. Zenobia was hungry. Very hungry. They had received a stipend to spend on this trip, but both girls, when seeing people in more need than them, decided, on the spur of the moment, to donate all their money, leaving both of them destitute of any money to even eat. Truth be told, they didn't even have a place to stay that night and would have to seek shelter with old friends of Irina's parents or sleep with the stars as their roof. Zenobia opened the fridge and, just as the devil had said early, it was full of cold beverages of different types and flavors. Letting go of the fridge's door and leaving it to close back slowly, she opened the cabinet's doors and found it filled with snacks of different types and flavors, and a good assortment of different instant-type foods. Thank you, Lord. Blessed be the soul that organized this. Zenobia said in a low voice with figurative tears of sheer happiness flowing out of her eyes. It seemed that she would not stay hungry for longer. Soon, Zenobia was taking some of the instant foods out of the cabinet and reading its instructions for preparation. Some seconds before, inside a classroom for the third-year students, Sona Citri flinched due to a sudden twinge that she received in her head. Damn fanatics. Someone must have prayed for me. Hours later, the bell had just hung and Tsubasa Shinra briefly knocked on the door that was sheltering the church envoys. Sona Citri had already gone to the meeting location, also known as the Students' Council office, to arrange the last things. Knock knock. Just after she knocked, Tsubasa Shinra opened the door and entered. The two church's envoys, who were reading some of the books available, looked at the person entering and put the books down when they recognized who it was. We are ready to talk. Please, follow me to the meeting room. Tsubaki Shinra said while discreetly looking around the room and noticing the waste bin filled with packages of instant food, packages of snacks, and empty cans of beverages. While making a small mental note to refill the room's stock, she walked out of the room and waited for the two envoys. Soon enough, the church's envoys exited the room and the three of them started to walk after Tsubaki Shinra had locked the room's door. A short walk after, the unlikely trio arrived in front of closed double doors with a plaque that read Students' Council attached to the wall next to it. Opening the doors without knocking, Tsubaki Shinra entered the room while being followed by the two envoys. Inside the room were the two kings with the entirety of their peerages already waiting for them. Please, take a seat. Sona Citri said while getting up from her seat and gesturing to the sofa in front of her that it was empty. As the two envoys took their seats and lowered their hoods, Tsubaki Shinra closed the doors of the room so that the conversation could be done in secrecy. Inside a room that was some doors down in the same corridor, Eric was having his lunch together with other teachers while keeping his senses locked into the Students' Council's room, ready to go into action at the minimal sign of escalation in the hostilities between the two groups that were talking. Internally, he was, again, swearing about fate and its schemes. A/N, lesson that I learned with this sickness episode of mine, always keep your glasses clean. Chapter 172, Reunion. The talk went smoothly for a great part of the conversation. The envoys explained, again, why they were in town and asked the devils to stay clear of their investigation. Stupid move in Eric's opinion, since someone who could steal 3 pieces of Excalibur from seasoned warriors of the church could, very well, steal 2 more pieces from 2 greenhorns. Even more, if the person doing the spank and grab would be Kokabeel himself. In that case, the 2 envoys were as good as dead already. As expected, Yudo Kiba's hate for the holy swords was very apparent, which sparked the curiosity of the church's envoys. The devil then explained that he was one of the various guinea pigs used by the church in a research project that had as its target the creation of artificial holy sword users and had been the only guinea pig to escape alive from the place when the higher-ups decided to scrap the project. Of course that what he had said was just the partial truth about what happened. Yudo Kiba had, indeed, escaped from the research facility and was almost dead when Rias Gremory found him, but his friends, or at least some of them, got rescued by one of Eric's wives, Joan. The knight stormed the place just after Yudo Kiba escaped and managed to witness one of the girls that were still alive activating her sacred gear and creating a special barrier to save/extend her life together with a few of the remaining kids. After that, it was just the time to call for Eric, to have the barrier undone and the kids stabilized for treatment. The staff of the place was lucky that they had already escaped from there, or Joan would have killed them in the place for what they have done/allowed to be done. Well, not that it mattered, since she had hunted down the people responsible for the facility and brought them to justice. The only one that managed to escape was the head researcher of the project, Valper Galilei. The guy was as slippery as a snake bathed in oil. Of course, Yuto Kiba knew that some of his friends had been rescued successfully. He had been told about it a week after the rescue when the rescued kids had recovered enough to run around and had asked about him. The boy was very happy to know that not everyone was dead but decided to continue with his revenge against the cause of all his and his friends' suffering, pledging to destroy all holy swords. Rias Gremory had tried to take him out of that path by explaining that a weapon doesn't kill without a holder and that he should focus his revenge on the only remaining free person responsible for the research, Valper Galilei. But Yuto Kiba was stubborn and continued to train to one day destroy all holy swords. Zenobia, the blue-haired meathead that she was, managed to royally piss Yuto Kiba by calling him an experiment failure. It was just Issei Hayado's hand on the shoulder of the Avenger Knight that made the boy stop before things escalated into a sword fight. And, by Zenovia's hand on the sword's handle, that was by her side, was any indication, the girl was itching to attack them. All that she needed was a reason to unsheath her piece of Excalibur and use it to erase the devils. At that, the other church's envoy, Irina, recognized Issei Hayado and revealed her identity as Irina Shido, the tomboy that Issei Hayado used to play when he was a child and had moved away to Europe. The boy was shocked by the identity of the church's envoy, even more now that he knew that his old childhood friend was, in fact, a girl. Even so, Issei Hayado was happy to meet with an old friend, but the charm of the moment was broken when Irina Shido started to vomit fanatical religious words about how her friend had fallen and joined the devils in their sinful world. Issei Hayado just deadpanned while hearing all that blabbing and would be laughing his arse off if he had not seen that the girl believed in every word that she was spouting, no matter how absurd it sounded to others. But another person in the room didn't have his respect for the old friend and started to giggle, getting the attention of others to her. It was Aika Kiryu. The new devil girl couldn't hold herself about how funny all of Irina Shido's words sounded. That got the church's envoy a little offended, who asked for her name while glaring as menacing as a kitten could glare. Aika Kiryu identified herself and, just to pour some salt on top of Irina Shido, added that she was Issei Hayado's friend with benefits. Like being hit by a lightning of wisdom, Irina Shido sadly sighed before accusing Aika Kiryu in a lamenting tone of seducing Issei Hayado with her devil traits to the sinful side of the supernatural world, even going to the length of comparing Issei and Aika, case with Adam and Eve. That got Aika Kiryu giggling more openly, while Issei Hayado continued to deadpan to the comparison made. It was then that Aika Kiryu said that in terms of time being a devil, Issei Hayado was older than her and that the two of them had dated for a time way before any of them even knew that the supernatural world was not just a thing of myths and legends. With that being said, the church's girl assumed a scandalized facial expression, but if one knew her for long enough, he would notice that she had some hurt hidden in her eyes. Her companion, Zenobia, noticed that and noted in her mind to talk about it later. It was not a secret to her that her companion, Irina Shido, promptly accepted this mission when she saw the location of it so she could see her old childhood friend. After the bickering ended, the two envoys of the church were guided out of the school's grounds by the two queens, Tsubaki Shinra and Akino Haimjima. Eric, who was still following everything through his senses, soon took his focus out of the duo as he saw that the two of them were starting their investigations in the city while talking about Irina Shido's feelings involving her childhood friend. It was 2 days later that Eric sensed something different happening in the city. A big group of rogue exorcists arrived in the city while accompanying the fat-oiled snake himself, Valper Galilei. Together with them was an old acquaintance of Eric's, Kokabeel, and the batshit crazy rogue exorcist Fried Selzen. Being carried by the group were the 3 missing pieces of Excalibur. As usual, Eric called Azazel to warn him of the current location of his rogue cadre. Azazel replied to Eric that he was sending someone to subdue and imprison Kokabeel, while Eric replied that he would do the subdue part of the job with a smile on his face. After all, Kokabeel had a very punchable mug and he missed being on the giving side of a good beating. That night, the rogue exorcists tried to attack the 2 churches' envoys that were in the city to steal their Excalibur pieces but were expertly repelled by them. At the same time that the attack was happening, Issei Hayado had an unlucky meeting with Fried Selzen. The devil was going to visit a new client of his, but, after arriving at the client's house, he found the door open and screams of help coming from the inside. Issei Hayado ran inside the house, to where the screams were coming from, just to be jumped on by a crazy Fried Selzen swinging a holy sword. Because of some lucky blow of destiny, also known as an intervention on Eric's part, the devil clumsy managed to dodge the surprise attack. That triggered a string of swears from the batshit crazy exorcist about how lucky the devil was to escape his new sword. What followed was a cat and mouse, or better saying, devil and exorcist, pursuit that thoroughly trashed the entire house. Issei Hayado was much stronger and faster than the exorcist, but what made everything trickier for him and erased his physical advantage over the opponent was the singular ability that came from the holy sword that the batshit crazy exorcist was holding. It was the Excalibur Nightmare, one of the 7 swords forged from one of the 7 pieces of the shattered original Excalibur. This particular piece had received its Nightmare name because of its ability to manipulate and confound the senses of the enemy in accord with its holder's wishes. So, every time that Issei Haida thought that he had some advantage, Fried Selzen took a metaphorical rabbit out of nowhere and managed to almost hurt him. It didn't take long for Issei Haida's reinforcements to arrive in the form of his king and peerage mates. Together, they managed to force the batshit crazy exorcist to flee. Unfortunately, the appearance of another holy sword in the city made Yudokiba snap, and, ignoring all of the direct orders that his king was giving, he went to look out for Fried Selzen, alone, after lying that he was going to go back home to sleep. Eric sighed while seeing that. The boy's thirst for revenge was blinding his logical mind, which was probably screaming at him to not do it. But he did it anyway. And, as expected, Yudokiba found Fried Selzen. Or better said, Fried Selzen found him. The trade between the two went as expected. Kiba lost the fight and almost lost his life to the batshit crazy exorcist, who was, this time, holding a different piece of Excalibur rapidly. Just like Excalibur Nightmare, this holy sword had its special ability that, as the name suggested, boosted the agility and speed of its holder to non-human heights. Just that was not enough to win from a Night Evil piece, which too boosted speed and reaction time. What was happening was that the demonic swords created by Yudokiba's sacred gear, Sword Birth, to fight were not strong enough and were being broken by the might of the Excalibur's piece. The boy only survived because the curse that Eric had put on Fried Selzen months before was still in effect, blocking him from killing anyone. Who knew that diarrhea could subconsciously teach someone to not kill others? But Yudokiba was not in good condition as he got some cuts from the holy sword, which aura was, as expected, very poisonous to devils. As Fried Selzen suddenly remembered that he was not supposed to kill the devils yet, he fled the fight area without any impediment, leaving behind a broken Yudokiba to lick his wounds and go home. Eric sighed at the scene. Revenge was a good motivation for one to get strong. But it was not good enough and could only push you to a certain height. To progress, Yudokiba would have to find himself a new motivation to get stronger. Seeing that everything was wrapped up for the day, Eric went back home to enjoy his wives' bodies and warmth. Chapter 173, Incomplete Excalibur. The next day, at night time, it was when everything went down the drain. At least for the devil teenagers. Fried Selzen, armed with one of the Excaliburs, attacked the school grounds, the headquarters for the supernatural governing body of the city, together with a huge group of rogue exorcists. Everything was going well for the devils with the mages blasting the enemies with magic while the physical fighters protected them until the two envoys of the church appeared to meddle. Irina Shido challenged Fried Selzen and lost spectacularly while her companion, Zenobia, was taking care of the rogue exorcists. After the loss of Excalibur Mimic, that was Irina Shido's Excalibur's piece's name, to Fried Selzen, the batshit crazy exorcist retreated with his loot while the cannon fodders covered him. 5 minutes later, when all the cannon fodder were rounded up, Fried Selzen appeared again. Just this time he was holding a very different-looking sword that emanated a very powerful holy aura. The devil's mages started to bombard the exorcist immediately. But it was all in vain. Fried Selzen just simply used the sword as his shield, nullifying every single attack. It was then that he started to boast about his new sword, the reforged Excalibur. At that moment, a new person appeared at some distance, behind Fried Selzen. He was an old-looking man that was fully garbed in clothes that could identify him as a high-ranking member of the church. Zenobia recognized the men instantly. It was Valper Galilei, the one responsible for the Holy Sword project all those years back. Even after being expelled from the church, he continued to use his garbs, believing that what he had done was not wrong at all. The old man simply ignored Zenobia's rants and asked Fried Selzen why he was taking so long to get Excalibur Destruction, the Excalibur piece that Zenobia was wielding. That had gotten the girl in a defensive stance. But it was useless. In a burst of speed, certainly boosted by the incomplete Excalibur in his hands, Fried Selzen appeared by her side and, using the body of the sword's blade like it was a baseball bat, struck Zenobia with all the strength that he could achieve. That was enough to send the girl flying like a baseball ball, letting go of the sword that was in her hands. Fried Selzen, while mocking the girl because of her punished strength, grabbed Excalibur Destruction from the ground and took it to Valper Galilei. The old man gladly took it together with the incomplete Excalibur and started to use alchemy to fuse Excalibur Destruction to the incomplete Excalibur. The devils, sensing that whatever was happening would not be good for them, started to bombard Valper Galilei's position with magic. But it was in vain. The old man was cunning and had activated an artifact that gave him a personal barrier while he waited for Fried Selzen to have his fun. As expected, the barrier generated by the artifact held off the bombardment of magic for enough time for the alchemy fusion to happen, strengthening the incomplete sword even more. From here on, what happened was very similar to the canon that Eric remembered. Fried Selzen, while wielding the incomplete Excalibur, threatened the devils, just for Yudokiba to appear after having recovered from the attack of last night. The boy had a conversation with Valper Galilei, his personal boogeyman, where the old man revealed that he had kept the souls of the deceased children used in the experiment with him for the continuation of his research on Holy Sword users. Then, after claiming that the item that was holding the souls was not necessary anymore, he tried to destroy it, but the item was saved by Yudo Kiba. After a fluffy moment where the boy talked to and heard the voices of his deceased friends, he used the energy stored in the object to boost his sacred gear and achieve balance breaker, which allowed him to create holy demonic swords, a sword that perfectly mixed the holy energy with the demonic energy. He was now ready to face Fried Selzen again. Taking that as her cue, Zenobia decided to reveal that she was a wielder of another holy sword that was more powerful than the Excalibur piece that she was wielding before. Durandal. Recognizing that she, alone, could not defeat Fried Selzen in his current state, Zenobia offered a temporary partnership with Yudo Kiba, who accepted it. Together, both teams of enemy factions tagged along to defeat a common enemy. Their fight was a balanced one, that is until Issei Hayate used one of his Sacred Gear's abilities to help them. After being gifted some extra strength from the boosting gear, Yudo Kiba and Zenobia managed to drive off and defeat Fried Selzen. It was then that, at the brink of their victory, a new enemy appeared on the battlefield. Yanking the incomplete Excalibur from the hands of an almost dead Fried Selzen, Kokobile revealed himself in all the glory of his very punchable face. Like the villain that he was, the rogue fallen angel started to monologue about how perfect his plan to reignite the flames of war was. He pretended to use the deaths of the little sisters of two Satans by holy swords as the spark to a new and glorious war. Not waiting for an invitation, Akino Hime-jima, Rias Gremory's queen, unleashed her full might of her holy lightning over the enemy that wanted to kill her friends. Kokobile, experienced as he was, managed to avoid the sudden attack with the boost provided to him by the incomplete Excalibur. Recognizing the attack, Kokobile called Akino Hime-jima by her relation with Barakil, the original wielder of the holy lightning, and confessed to the girl that he had made plans of giving away the location of her house to the people of the Hime-jima clan, but when he did it, they had moved away to a place that he could not locate anymore. As if that had been a cue, all devils started to attack Kokobile together. But the men did not use to be one of the higher-ups of the Grigori because of his good looks. Kokobile had the strength to back and secure him a position of power. That strength, while receiving the boost provided by the incomplete Excalibur, allowed him to defend himself or dodge all attacks like it was a child's play. Just after the barrage of magical attacks stopped, the physical fighters attacked. Yudo Kiba and Zenobia felt, firsthand, the difference that different users made to the sword. While with the Excalibur-wielding Fried Selzen both of them managed to win the fight, with Kokobile the history was different. The fallen angel was keeping both of the sword users the entire time on the defensive. But there were not only the two of them as physical fighters. Issei Hayate, with the extra protection from the holy energy provided by his balance breaker and extra power boost, managed to try and give some punches to Kokobile's face. But the only one that managed to damage the fallen angel was Tsubaki Shinra. The queen of Sona Citri's peerage danced around the fallen angel while cutting him all over with her katana sword and dodging all the attacks. Kokobile, with all his experience in battles, was not prepared to be handled by some lower devil. Feeling that they had a chance of winning, or at least stalling for the necessary time for the reinforcements that the city's governors had asked for to arrive, every able fighter started to support the girl to land her attacks, that were landing one after the other, accumulating the damage done to Kokobile. It was during a little pause to switch supports that Zenobia asked Yudo Kiba how could Tsubaki Shinra, a girl with a somewhat plain personality, be so good with the sword. The devil replied to her that the girl in question was a direct student of Musashi Miyamoto, Satan Leviathan's knight and the strongest sword user in the underworld. That information shocked the girl. She, of course, knew of how deadly and good with a sword Musashi Miyamoto was. She had heard from her instructor about how good the devil was with a sword. But it seemed that Kokobile's patience was running short. The fallen angel's inability to get rid of the lowly devil was irritating the men. The devil looked like could foresee all of his attacks, and when it looked like he would land a hit on her, another pesky kid appeared out of nowhere to deviate his attack from its target, rendering it useless. Enough. Kokobile yelled after having his last attack deviate again from its path. The fallen angel looked pissed, and it was reflected in his aura that was released completely in all of its glory. One must know that Kokobile was not the strongest fallen angels by far. There were plenty of ones that were stronger than him, but he was no pushover either. If one would classify his power, he would fit comfortably in the mid-tier of ultimate class. I'm done with you all. I am going to kill you all. And with your deaths, the flames of war will reignite in the supernatural world. Kokobile yelled menacingly to the teenagers while condensing his power to the incomplete Excalibur in his hand. Really? You will kill them to try to restart a war that no one aside from you and some other crazy people wants? You and which army? A male voice came from behind Kokobile. The fallen angel paused while rearing it. He knew very well who was the owner of it. After all, he had lost to that same person numerous times. With some weight on his heart, Kokobile slowly turned to confirm with his own eyes who had talked to him. And there, in all of its glory, was Eric Ravenclaw. The man was standing a few meters from him while having his hands inside his pockets and looking at Kokobile like he was a big joke. Besides him was a beautiful black-haired woman that was wearing a black business suit, and behind the woman was a petite blonde girl that was wearing the same school uniform that the devils were wearing. Ravenclaw. Kokabeel said with hate spilling from the name. Kokabeel. Eric replied mockingly, inciting, even more, the hate that the fallen angel had for him. You despicable human. What are you doing here? Kokabeel asked Eric heatedly, totally forgetting his original plan of killing the two devil kings. What am I doing here? I work here, you moron. I have been working at this school as a teacher for almost 3 years now. Eric replied simply to Kokabeel, who didn't believe in what he was wearing and had wide eyes as the result. Eric Ravenclaw, one of the most powerful beings in the supernatural world, was working as a school teacher for the last 3 years. How come he didn't know about that? How come no one knew about that? In turn, Eric looked at the widening eyes of Kokabeel, chuckled, and turned to look at the black-haired beauty by his side. See, Joan. I told you that the guy is a moron. Eric said to one of his wives, Joan, who giggled at the comment. Joan had come to see what was going on when Asia Argento, her student, didn't appear at the usual time. What she found when she came to the city was Eric and Asia watching a fight between devils and rogue exorcists. Eric was explaining to Asia what was happening and why it was happening that way since it was her first time watching such a large-scale battle. After finding the reason behind their lateness, she joined the two of them as a spectator. Yes, you did, dear. I just didn't imagine that it was so much. Joan replied to Eric. She then looked at Asia, who was looking in a concerned way at all of her friends that were hurt. Go ahead, Asia. Go and treat your friends. Joan said to the gentle girl, who looked at Kokabeel that was on her way to them. Joan, seeing the girl's doubts, cleared them for her. Don't worry about the big bad fallen angel, he will not touch you. Joan said to Asia while with a flash of white light, a sheathed sword appeared on the side of her hips due to the use of her sacred gear. That is, he will not touch you if he wants to keep all of his limbs attached to his body. Joan said menacingly while glaring at Kokabeel, who gulped at the intensity of the glare. Chapter 174, Old Habits Die Hard. That is, he will not touch you if he wants to keep all of his limbs attached to his body. Joan said menacingly while glaring at Kokabeel, who gulped at the intensity of the glare. Kokabeel was scared. He didn't know exactly why, but he was scared of the human woman in front of him. Right now, he felt like he was a piece of meat on top of a chopping board. One wrong move of his and he would be cut, period. To add offense to the pile, he could feel an immense quantity of holy energy coming from the woman. Good job, Joan. Now he is afraid of you. Eric said to his wife while Asia ran through the side, being sure to keep a good distance from the fallen angel. Not that she didn't believe in Joan's words, but better be safe now than sorry later. As Asia arrived where the students were, she immediately ran to the knocked-out form of Irina Shiddu because, right now, she was the one that needed more immediate care. And for it, she summoned her sacred gear, Twilight Healing, and started to heal Irina. Zenobia, seeing the use of that specific sacred gear, immediately remembered some gossip that she had heard. You are Asia Argento, aren't you? The witch that healed a devil and got excommunicated for it. I heard some of the instructors talking about you. Of how a saint fell and healed a devil. Zenobia asked bluntly. The question could appear aggressive for some, but it contained no malice. It was just her lack of social skills in action. The past Asia would have flinched hearing someone call her a witch, but now Asia didn't and focused her eyes on her patient. Yes. I am Asia Argento. And no, I am not a witch. Asia replied calmly to Zenobia while continuing to heal Irina Shiddu's wounds. Zenobia raised an eyebrow at that answer. How could you not be? You used your sacred gear to heal a devil. One of the enemies of God. Zenobia replied in a more heated way. Her lack of social skills was getting the better of her again. Asia sighed at that. Because witches are the female counterpart to wizards. They are born with magic inside them. While I was born with a blessing and a sacred gear, something very different from a witch. And I used to think just like you, but someone asked me a question that made me change my mind and now I will ask you the same question. Do you really think that a tool made by God would work on his enemies if he didn't want it to work? Asia replied calmly to Zenobia, whose eyes widened when she heard the question. And it made sense. It made total sense to her. A tool made by God would not work on anyone that he didn't want to work with. And about my excommunication. You must not have heard about what happened to the priest who was the head of the place that I lived in. Asia said while continuing to heal Irina Shiddu, attracting Zenobia's attention back to her. He got sent to the church's jail for colluding with the devil. Apparently, he accepted money from the devil to have my protection on that specific day to be busy with other things. He was the one that conveniently saw me healing the devil. Asia said to Zenobia. All this information was something that she had learned from Gabriel and Eric. And to put a metaphorical cherry on top of the cake, she continued. And the devil that I healed likes to collect holy maidens. I was targeted because I was a nun with a high chance of becoming a holy maiden in the future. And apparently, I was not his first victim, too. He had done the same thing to a lot of other nuns before me. Asia said, making Zenovia's eyes go wide again. She had, indeed, heard about how a lot of future holy maidens had been excommunicated lately because of something or other. People had blamed the influence of the media for that. Teacher Ravenclaw said that likes to break the holiness out of the future holy maidens by turning them into nothing more than his playthings. Asia said again, with some disgust dripping from her voice tone. Zenobia almost gagged at that. She was an innocent maiden too, but she had been taught about the matters of men and women. It was something that was considered basic in her education. But, just the fact that someone would purposefully break a person for his amusement was sickening for her. Bam. Suddenly, the sound of a strong impact was heard, making Zenobia forget what she was thinking about. She turned to look at what had caused the loud sound and saw Eric Ravenclaw in the middle of cracked concrete while lazily holding a silver sword up high, blocking an overhead strike from Coquebil's incomplete Excalibur, like it was the easiest thing in the world to do. It was just then that she realized that there was another person near them. It was the woman that arrived together with Eric Ravenclaw and Asia Argento and threatened to cut off the limbs of Coquebil. When she had arrived where they were, Zenobia had no idea. A few minutes before, just after Asia left Joan's side to heal the teens. Good job, Joan. Now he is afraid of you. Eric said to his wife, who just shrugged it. It took a few seconds for Coquebil's brain to reboot and think about what he had just heard. I am afraid of nothing, and certainly I am not afraid of a human woman. Coquebil replied haughtily while raising his nose into the air as if to show some air of superiority to the others. Oh, really? Then why did you not move, and stood still like a statue, when the human woman said to you not to? Eric asked Coquebil with a strong mocking tone in his voice. That question had gotten to Coquebil. The fallen angel froze while thinking about it. It took some seconds, but, eventually, he came up with an excuse. Because it would be better if they got healed again. This way I got more time to play with them. Coquebil replied while, again, raising his nose to the air in a show of superiority. Eric sighed after listening to that. Coquebil certainly had some screw loose inside his head. And I ask you again, you and which army? Eric asked again, remembering Coquebil of his initial question. I don't need an army. I have Excalibur with me. Coquebil replied to Eric. He was very confident in the power being granted to him by the Holy Sword. Eric looked again at the sword being held by Coquebil, but this time with a more critical look. You mean that faulty sword? Eric asked Coquebil. And he was right in saying that. The sword was faulty. Faulty and unstable at that. It was not like the hasty alchemical job of a single person could create anything good. The union of the 5 pieces of Excalibur could have been made, but it was extremely unstable and could be broken at any given moment with the excessive use of the sword. But Coquebil didn't seem to think like that. Faulty sword? Ha! Now it is you that is the one afraid. This Excalibur is the perfect combination of 5 pieces of the original Excalibur. Coquebil said to Eric in a haughty tone again. So you were afraid before? Eric said while smirking, getting Coquebil by his words. But that aside, do you really think that a person could make in minutes what took the best alchemists in heaven weeks to do and do a good job? And alone at that? You are overestimating old Valper Galilei there, huh? Eric said to Coquebil. The last part with some mocking in his voice. Coquebil was frozen again by those words. It made sense. Eric's words made complete sense to him. Don't listen to him, Lord Coquebil. My work is perfect. Valper Galilei said from the place that he was hiding. He had complete faith that his work had been perfect and the incomplete form of Excalibur had no flaws beyond being incomplete. Eric looked with a poker face at the old man. Look, Joan. Old Valper Galilei has not run away yet. Eric said in a mock-shocked way, playing with the fact that the old man was as slippery as one could get. I saw it, dear. And I will make sure that he will not escape this time. Joan replied to Eric and waved her hand in the direction of the old priest. Immediately, a white magic circle appeared under the position of Valper Galilei, who got frightened by it. But before he could move away, the magic circle flashed with a strong white light and in the next instant, Valper Galilei was bound and gagged on the ground. What Joan had used was something that she had developed through the years. It was a mix of magic and her sacred gear. Normally, her sacred gear would only target her, but with the increase in her experience with it, she developed a piece of magic that forcefully changed the target of the sacred gear to another person. In the case of allies, she could, in an instant, arm them with something from her armory, be it armor or a weapon. In case of enemies, if he was weaker than her, she could, in an instant, force an outfit over him. It was what happened with Valper Galilei. The old priest had been forced to wear ropes and a gag ball by Joan's magic. At that, Kokabeel turned to face Eric again. The haughty look was back on his face. Perfect or not, it will be enough to kill you, Ravenclaw. Kokabeel said while gripping the incomplete Excalibur handle with both hands and pointing the sword in Eric's direction. I told you that I would make you pay for everything that you had done to me in the past. Ready or not, here I come. Kokabeel announced and disappeared in Eric's direction in a burst of speed. Joan, seeing how things were becoming, disappeared from her place in an even faster burst of speed and reappeared near where her pupil was already healing a teen. On the other hand, Eric, seeing that Kokabeel was coming at him, lazily raised one of his hands over his head while making a grabbing motion with it. In his hands, answering his master's call, the sword of Gryffindor appeared in all of its glory. And while reinforcing it with his magic and vital energy, Eric used it to block the incoming attack from Kokabeel, making the rubies that encrusted the sword shine with a wondrous glint. Bam! The sound of the two legendary swords clashing was loud. On one side was Kokabeel, a cadre fallen angel who was wielding an incomplete Excalibur made from 5 of 7 pieces of the original sword. On the other side was Eric Ravenclaw, a high human who was wielding a goblin-made sword reinforced by his energies. The first one had a somewhat constipated look on his face, not believing in what he was seeing with his eyes. The second one had a lazy look on his face, like what he was doing was just something very natural for him and could be done all day long. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Look, Mom, without a hand. After having his first so easily blocked by Eric, Kokabeel retreated a few steps. Gripping the incomplete Excalibur's handle with more strength, Kokabeel pumps more of his magic energy in it and it thrums in response. Taking that as a good sign, Kokabeel, again, jumps and tries to strike Eric down. Seeing what is really happening to the structure of the incomplete Excalibur, Eric sighs at it and decides to finish things quickly before the sword becomes too unstable and ends up crumbling. Eric, again, raises his sword and blocks Kokabeel's strike effortlessly. You know, Kokabeel. There is a reason why I didn't end you in the previous times that you attacked me or my home. Eric says while looking deadly in the eyes of the fallen angel. He then exerts some of his strength in his sword arm and pushes back the incomplete Excalibur up, and with it, Kokabeel. The reason is that Azazel is my friend. And since you work for him, I didn't want to get rid of one of his people. Eric says again while Kokabeel manages to straighten himself with the use of his wings. The fallen angel was looking hatefully at Eric but didn't attack again. He wanted to know where Eric was getting on with the monologue. But you made things really easy for me by effing up so much that Grigori had no choice but to brand you as a rogue fallen angel. Eric said again to Kokabeel while sporting a small smile on his face. Kokabeel, seeing that, got the chills through his back. But don't worry too much. I will not kill you. Azazel would want to ask you his own questions, after all, and you can only answer them while alive. Well, not really, but it would be too much trouble. I will just beat you very, very badly. You can trust me about not killing you, after all, I am a doctor. Eric finished saying and disappeared from Kokabeel and most of the other sights with a burst of immense speed. Joan, who could follow Eric with her eyes, just rolled them after hearing how cringing had been her husband's monologue. Definitely some good material for some teasing later. Kokabeel didn't see a thing of what happened next. He only saw Eric again when the man appeared by his side. Kokabeel wanted to take the opportunity and attack Eric, but when he ordered his arm, which was tightly holding the incomplete Excalibur, to move and attack, the only answer that he received was pain, pain, and more pain. When he looked at his arm to try and identify what was happening, he saw nothing. In the place where his forearm should have been, there was nothing but a bleeding stump. Not computing what was happening, Kokabeel looked down and saw, in slow motion while forgetting the pain, the other half of his forearm, with his hand still gripping at the incomplete Excalibur's handle tightly, falling to the ground. The fallen angel blinked slowly, and it was then that it hit him together with the pain coming back. His arm had just been cut out. Erf. My arm. Kokabeel yelled in pain and held his bloody stump with his other hand. While the fallen angel lamented and yelled about the loss of his arm, Eric raised his free hand and summoned the severed forearm to it and together with the forearm, the incomplete Excalibur. He had to do it this way because the magic nature of the sword would not let it be summoned with magic. Catching the severed limb by the wrist, Eric gave a more close look at the sword and confirmed his initial findings. The sword was very unstable. The hasty and poor alchemical work done by Valper Galilei to fuse the 5 pieces of the original Excalibur together had affected the structure of the swords individually. Even after undoing the alchemical work and separating them back into 5 individual pieces, they would never be the same again. They would only be able to be called swords because of their shapes, and that aside, they would only be pieces of magical steel. Heaven would need to reforge the 5 swords again. Applying a little of his magic to the severed limb, Eric made the hand's grip on the sword loosen, making it start to fall in the direction of the ground. When the sword was at the height of his foot, Eric kicked it, sending the sword flying while spinning like a shuriken in the direction of his wife. Joan did not even blink after seeing the sword flying in her direction like a deadly projectile. The woman simply raised her hand at the right moment and caught the sword by its handle, generating a muted thud sound from the impact of it with her hand. Joan looked at the sword and raised an eyebrow at that. She had been a knight since her teens and she could say that she knew a little about swords. At the moment the incomplete Excalibur touched her hand, it just felt wrong. It was like she was holding some patchwork sculpture made of magic steel and not a proper sword. Joan then looked at her husband with her eyebrows still raised. Eric saw that and understood what he wanted to know. Can you safely store it for now? We will give it back to Gabby later. Eric said while smiling at Joan, who nodded her head and made the sword disappear from her hands in a flash of white light, storing the patchwork sword inside her armory. Zenobia watched everything with wide eyes, not knowing where to begin or to finish her questions while doing a very good impression of a fish. But when she saw the incomplete Excalibur disappearing in the hands of Joan, Zenobia found her voice. Hey, give it back. I have to bring that sword back to the Vatican. Zenobia said to Joan. Not her brightest moment, for sure, but she had a mission that she needed to complete and for that, she would need Excalibur. Joan didn't look at Zenobia and continued to watch her husband and Kokabeel. Feeling that she had been ignored, Zenobia was going to start to talk again but was interrupted by Joan. Your mission was over the moment that Kokabeel appeared on the battlefield, kid. So, don't worry about the sword. It will be delivered directly to Heaven's hands. Gabriel's hands to be more precise. Joan replied to Zenobia, stunning the girl with the casual way that she spoke about Gabriel. If Zenobia was not wrong, and she doubted that she was, there was only one person named Gabriel in heaven, and it was one of the 4 great seraphims. Even so, Zenobia was not convinced. But Zenobia started but was interrupted by Joan before starting. Let it go, kid. If they ask you why you did not bring back Excalibur, just tell them what exactly happened here, and that the sword would be given back directly to Gabriel. Joan said to Zenobia, who dumbly nodded her head. Seeing that the conversation was over, Joan started to mumble about the church. Not that they will care much. Frankly, sending 2 greenhorns to investigate a person who managed to steal 3 Excalibur pieces. And knowing that there was a very good chance that the person behind it was Kokabeel. This is not a job for 2 kids. They should have sent someone like Dulio Gesualdo or Griselda Corda the moment that Kokabeel's name appeared. Or even Vasco Strata himself. But no, they had to send 2 greenhorns that had just finished their training. It was like they were delivering 2 Excaliburs to the enemy. 500 years and those morons don't seem to have changed even a little. Joan mumbled. And it was the truth. Hey. Only an Excalibur can defeat an Excalibur. Zenobia said in a heated way. She didn't want to admit it, but she had her doubts since the beginning about this mission. Zenobia just didn't want it to be voiced so openly. That is just a bunch of bullcrap, kid. A sword is a tool. A weapon at that. And, like any other tool, it is only as good as its user's skill allows it to be. If what you had just said was true, then you and the Avenger boy over there would never be able to defeat Fried Selzen earlier, since he was holding 5 Excaliburs and you were holding none. Joan replied to the girl while watching the one-sided fight between Eric and Kokabeel that had just restarted. But Durandal Zenobia started saying but was interrupted by Joan's words. Yes, I know that Durandal is as powerful as the original Excalibur, but you didn't defeat him alone, and the Avenger boy was not wielding an Excalibur-like sword. You both defeated Fried Selzen because you 2 outsmarted and outskilled him. Take Tsubaki Shinra as an example. She was not wielding any magically powerful sword but managed to injure and hold her own against Kokabeel. It was only because she had the help of all of you, but, even so, her skills allowed her to diminish the gap of power that existed between both of them. Joan said to Zenobia and then clicked her tongue in a TSC sound. Musashi got a really good seedling with that girl. Joan said with a little envy of the talent shown by her rival's pupil. You know the strongest sword of the underworld, Musashi Miyamoto? Zenobia asked with wide eyes. If I know Musashi? Of course, I know her, kid. She is my rival, friend, and sister. Joan replied to the girl with some fondness in her voice. She remembered like it had been yesterday that Musashi boldly challenged her to a spar, just to have her sword cut in half like it was a twig. Sister? Zenobia asked Joan while cocking her head to the side. From what she knew, Musashi Miyamoto was Japanese, and Joan looked like a European woman. So there was no way for the 2 of them to be sisters. Yes. Sister-wife to be more exact. She, like me, is one of Eric's 7 wives. Joan replied to Zenobia while continuing to watch Eric treat Kokabeel like a pinball ball. Back to Eric, just after he kicked the incomplete Excalibur to Joan and asked her to store it, he looked back at Kokabeel, who continued to yell in pain while holding his bloody stump. Shut up, you big baby. Whoever sees you now will think that you never had a wound of that degree before. So quit it, you big low-budget vampire baby. Eric said to Kokabeel after rolling his eyes. He then eyed the severed limb that he was still holding. Here. Eric said and threw the severed limb to Kokabeel, who was still in shock and didn't notice or heard anything that Eric had said. Thump. Kokabeel's severed limb hit its owner in the face with a muted thump sound, making him get out of the shock state. Just realizing that something had hit him in the face, Kokabeel looked for the guilty part, ready to administer some punishment, and found his severed limb floating a dozen centimeters in front of his face. Eric had applied a floating charm to it, predicting that something like that would happen before he threw the severed limb to its owner. Honestly, it was a comical situation for Eric. To get some more laughs from it, the only thing that he needed to do was to enchant the arm to keep hitting Kokabeel in the face while asking, "Why are you hitting yourself?" repeatedly. Just the image of it happening in his head was enough to get some chuckles from Eric.